2025
with Mark Chapman
on BBC Radio 5 Live.
Well, good morning. Deep breaths, everybody. Here we go. At long last. We've been talking about this for a very, very long time, and certainly over the course of the last week. But now the talking is about to stop. We are just over 10 minutes away from the opening tee shots at the 45th Ryder Cup, and we are live from Bethpage Black, New York. From the first drive to the final putt, you will hear everything with us here on 5 Live from right now all the way through until, well, Sunday tee time New York time, Sunday night UK time, as Europe look to retain the Ryder Cup and win on US soil for the first time since 2012. You can hear the noise at the first tee behind us. The first pairings are due there any minute. The US Ryder Cup captain Keegan Bradley is already on that first tee. Jon Rahm and Tyrrell Hatton against Bryson DeChambeau and Justin Thomas is how it will begin in 11 minutes time. Ian Carter, our correspondent. Here we go.
Here we go. Great atmosphere. As you say, I think this is potentially the most eagerly anticipated Ryder Cup, certainly that I can remember. I don't know quite why that should be, but it's just the thirst that America has to win back this trophy, the fact that home teams seem to win convincingly every time. That's been the case for the last 5 occasions, and that rallying call from Rory McIlroy after Europe won in Rome 2 years ago, saying we're going to Bethpage to do what is one of the hardest things in golf to do, which is win an away Ryder Cup. And as he said, and we heard it in the sports news half an hour ago, if the team that is able to win away from home will acquire legendary status.
Our team has so much expertise amongst it. We have Solheim Cup winners, we have Ryder Cup players, we have a major winner, we have a PGA Tour winner, we have our usual gaggle as well of commentators. Alistair Bruce Ball on the first tee right at the moment, in amongst it.
Right in amongst it, Mark. And I have to say, these scenes have now become commonplace at Ryder Cups, but they are simply extraordinary here to watch a golf match between the USA and Europe. The beauty of it all added to by a glorious golden globe of a sun which is slowly rising away to my right-hand side, revealing this golf course in all its majesty. The fans in this giant grandstand, which sweeps behind the first tee in the 18th green, are standing shoulder to shoulder. Flags are up, faces are painted, all sorts of different fancy dress. Keegan Bradley at the moment is a man alone. He is standing on that small square, closely mown area of the first tee. The 2 little Ryder Cup tee markers away to his right. And I did notice when he first came out, Mark, he did take a moment. So he greeted the fans first of all. That got the biggest roar of the morning. They've been in here since about 5 o'clock this morning with the music blaring pitch black and the floodlights shining brightly. But we're in glorious sunshine now, and Keegan Bradley came out, just went down on his haunches on the very first tee, possibly thought what it might be like to be playing in this Ryder Cup, took a moment and turned and came back towards his team. We're waiting for the players. Luke Donald and his team of vice captains arrived as a team. They got pantomime boos as they made their way round the back of the first tee, and they are standing very much as a team. 8, 9, 10 of them all together, light grey jumpers with blue and yellow bands around the middle section of those, and dark blue trousers. And the other thing that takes the breath away, Mark, it's not just the grandstand, it's looking down the first. This par 4 that bends sharply left to right, and looking away into the distance, the thousands of fans that are lined up, snaking all the way down the right through the trees, all the way down the left in front of the hospitality pavilions, away to the green in the distance. And we think Bryson DeChambeau is definitely going to be having a pop at that for the USA. If that ball finds that green, this place is going to go nuts.
Well, that has been the big debate since the pairings were announced, whether Bryson DeChambeau, who we assume will take the first tee shot for the Americans, will go for the green on this very first hole. It is a beautiful sight, this first tee. It is bathed in the early morning sunshine. Luke Donald in this sort of sky bluish top, looking up towards the crowds. It was, look, on the Katrina, I don't want the first thing we do with all your expertise to argue about the colour, but when I walked past it earlier in the dark under the spotlight, it looks sky blue. Now I admit it looks slightly grey.
I think the jersey's grey, and then I think the shirt is maybe sky blue. I'll let you off.
So
there.
we're both
right.
Right. Given all your Solheim Cup expertise, do you get the butterflies even watching this?
Absolutely. I mean, I think the players will have been in the range and they'll have heard that noise coming from the first tee stand. And no matter how many times you've played in it before, it's the thought rocking down that tunnel onto that first tee. We've got a flyover now.
Well, oh my word. Having done many a Super Bowl, they like a fly past in America. John Murray, that's just got over you further down the first tee, hasn't it?
Well, we've just witnessed here at the first a military fly past, a huge jet flanked by 2 fighter jets, and Andrew McGee, that has stoked things up down here.
Yeah, the American fans love it, a show of a military force. What would you expect in America? But yeah, 2 fighter jets, that was a refueling tanker. It's a harmless one, John.
Good, I'm pleased to hear that, but certainly it's fired everyone up. And the scene here, we've actually got 4 European fans behind us in blue suits with golden stars on them, and the golden hats and shirts as well. But almost everywhere else, I mean, red, white and blue is the colour, predominantly red. In fact, everything is draped in red. There's a Spanish flag, actually, Andrew points out, just to our right. But it actually, until the fly past, Mark, it was relatively calm here, calm and still. The clouds are just separating. The sun is just peeping through, and actually staring back up the first hole here, this par 4 first. I'm staring in between 16 different trees that are down the right-hand side of the first fairway, staring up towards where Alistair Bruce Ball is in position. And that stand, that massive stand at the back of the first tee, away in the distance from where we are, is now splashed in sunshine.
The clock is ticking towards 7:05 here in New York. Keegan Bradley has moved to the mouth of the tunnel. There is a huge red tunnel, or a huge dark tunnel, I should say, with red walls and red strip lighting up the floor and up the steps that the players are going to walk through, and it goes under the main grandstand. And this is a huge sweeping grandstand, isn't it, Ian Carterby? Because it includes the 18th green and the first tee. Justin Thomas and Bryson DeChambeau will be going down that tunnel very shortly. We will see this a lot over the next hour or so. Deep breaths. Justin Thomas has just taken a very deep breath.
He has, and you can see the stress, you can see the nerves, you can see Bryson DeChambeau now touching knuckles with a couple of the vice captains, and then heading towards that structure and then going into the tunnel underneath the spectators before emerging into the sunlight and that first tee. The 18th green, the first tee, very adjacent to each other, so it's not quite so intimate around the teeing ground, but it really is a fever pitch atmosphere that is built here. The spectators came charging through. We saw them, Mark, didn't we, at 5 o'clock in the morning?
Sprinting passes when we were coming in at 5 o'clock as well.
And we can see the spectators, they're singing the ole oles from the European fans being drowned out by the USA of the United States supporters. Tyrrell Hatton and John Rahm have won both their foursomes matches 2 years ago in Rome. They're looking to do the same, but now we can see the American pair who are going to be emerging to a huge ovation very shortly. Bryson DeChambeau on the left, Justin Thomas on the right, both major winners. The first time that they have played together for the United States in a Ryder Cup, and they go underneath that sign that warns that the black course is an extremely difficult course. Well, it's an extremely difficult environment, the Ryder Cup. and America are about to begin their quest to win back that trophy. Gary Woodland, one of the vice captains, is there, and he hands the Stars and Stripes to DeChambeau and Thomas, and they drape them over their backs. They go down the stairs surrounded by the red strip lights, and now they'll emerge into the sunlight on the first tee. Their captain Keegan Bradley is waiting. He touches knuckles, and Alistair Bruce Ball, they're out before you now.
No need to talk, just listen to that. The American fans have seen the Stars and Stripes flag draped over the backs of Bryson DeChambeau and Justin Thomas. Those two players need no encouragement. They have the flag held in one hand each across their shoulders, and with the other hands they are pumping their fists and encouraging the chants of USA. Then they stop at the back of the first tee, they turn to the giant grandstands, and they stand there and again wave their arms and encourage the chanting. The two caddies arrive on the tee as well. Keegan Bradley, the American captain, of course. Ian said that Bryson DeChambeau could be the X factor for the USA at this Ryder Cup.
And now coming through the tunnel, the two Europeans. And unlike the Americans, not grim-faced, looking relaxed, and Tyrrell Hatton just tossing a golf ball from one hand to the other, standing just to the right of Jon Rahm. And now the two Europeans will stroll out here, no flags on their shoulders. And here's the ovation, Ali.
Ovation from the European fans, drowned out by the reaction from the American fans. It's an away fixture. You expect that. The USA have to deal with it in Europe. The European golfers have to deal with it here. And I think Luke Donald thinks he's got two of the best, two of the strongest, two of the finest to try and cope with this. And Luke Donald's got a massive smile on his face, the European captain. Big smile that greets the hulking figures of Jon Rahm and Tyrrell Hatton. They exchange high fives. The two European golfers, dark caps on head, bushy beards on chins. They went out together first of all in Rome in the foursomes and won a point for Europe. They are going to try and do it again. The players, Ian, now gathering on the first tee ahead of this first foursomes match of the Ryder Cup 2025.
And we're watching here with Katrina Matthew and with Jamie Donaldson. Jamie Donaldson, who secured the winning point against the American captain this time round, Keegan Bradley, back in 2014. And we will be seeing these tee shots here on the opening teeing ground, which is set before this packed grandstand. Huge screen away
Quiet,
to
please.
the right. And we're about to get underway.
Quiet, please. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the first day of the 45th Ryder Cup. This is match number one, a foursome match between the European team represented by Jon Rahm and Tyrrell Hatton.
Rahm raises his arm first, then Hatton, and they stand arm in arm on that first tee.
Against
After
the United
American
States
pair.
of America team represented by Bryson DeChambeau and Justin Thomas.
And both Americans take the caps from their heads and then applaud the support that they've received. And by tradition, Mark, the visiting team hits first.
And just before the visiting team goes first, because I don't know how much time we'll have in
First
between,
on the tee,
will DeChambeau go for the green? Jamie Donaldson.
representing Europe,
Absolutely,
Jon
he'll be
Rahm.
whipping it straight over the corner.
Katrina.
Absolutely, and I think Jon Rahm will as well.
Oh, let's see then.
Well, Rahm said beforehand he's not sure he can reach the green. It's a 406-yard par 4 today. It doglegs from left to right. They will be hitting over the trees, the oaks and the eastern red cedars with that sort of mauve tinge to their leaves, and the green is hiding behind them. Rahm, I think, will be looking for position by hitting over those trees, and he looks and he stares and he's looking very, very composed. It's the Spaniard who is going to hit the first tee shot of the 45th Ryder Cup. 30 years of age, playing his fourth Ryder Cup, teeing it up on the left side of the teeing ground. Thousands of people watching. And it's on its way. The Ryder Cup is on its way, and it is heading way, way right, it looks here. Oh, it's gone miles
now on the
right.
tee, representing
has gone into the rough down the right-hand side, way the wrong side of the trees. And here's the moment now for big hitting Bryson DeChambeau of the United States. 32 years of age, playing his third Ryder Cup, has played 2 foursomes before, and he has lost both of them. He is pumped. He's one of the biggest hitters in world golf, and he is ready to crash into this ball, and he's looking to find the green, which is on the dogleg, probably 380 yards away. There it goes, high into the sky. Looks like he's made very good contact. Bends down, picks up the tee, and the ball heads towards the green and is quite brilliant. It's come up 10 yards short of the green. Superb tee shot from DeChambeau off the first tee. It's advantage USA. John Murray.
Well, you can hear the reception that opening tee shot from Bryson DeChambeau is receiving. It landed, this course is very, very wet, and it landed and just had a little hop forward, and it is 10 yards short of the green, while Jon Rahm for Europe is back probably 25 yards to the right and behind in the longer grass.
Yeah, I'd say the players have loosened up. 7:12 in the morning on a Friday. 397 yards this first tee, 40 foot up the first tee box sits, 350 yards slashed by Bradson at the tee, but also a good angle from Jon Rahm coming in the right side. This pin is back left. Birdie opportunities to come.
So there we are, the first throaty roar that we've heard, and it was an American roar on the first, and the players are on their way down the first towards us here.
There were a few noises on that tee as Jon Rahm addressed his ball. The other thing that really struck me on this, and look, it will all settle down to a certain extent, I'm sure, Katrina, but the spectators who were by where Rahm's ball landed celebrated as if their team had scored a touchdown or scored a goal. It was absolutely incredible.
They did, weren't they? They were leaping up and down, waving, cheering. I don't know whether they think, oh, we've seen a golf ball, we've seen a shot. They were so excited it started.
Bryson's ball would have gone on the green had it not been so wet out there. And when we walked the course yesterday, I mean, everything just dies on the fairways, Jamie.
Yeah, it's very wet at the moment. It was an incredible shot, wasn't it? He's got a simple chip up the green there. The only advantage or the saving grace that with our guys is that obviously John's hit his ball to the right, where the pin is back left. There is a bit of green to work with. It's whether he's got a lie.
Go on. Well, I was just going to say, I think it's just worth pointing out this format where they're playing here today. The players now take it in turns. So Tyrrell Hatton will be playing the second shot for the Europeans. Justin Thomas the second shot for Bryson DeChambeau. When they get to the second hole, Hatton and Thomas will be hitting the tee shots, and they take it in turns from there. Very, very tough format.
Do you know what? On the graphic that we have seen, there's not really that much difference there, is there? There's 18 yards difference in length, Jamie, and Rahm's just got a bit further right. From the angle we saw originally, it looked like he could have gone into one of the hospitality tents.
Yeah, it did look a long way right, but obviously these guys seriously know what they're doing. The only place he couldn't go there was left. If he goes left, he's got absolutely no shot to the green, so the miss, if any, was slightly right, and he's still got a shot.
They are probably 15-20 deep down the side of the first fairway at the moment as the Europeans and Tyrrell Hatton get to the tee shot of Jon Rahm. John Murray, what have you got in your view at the moment?
Yes, they've just arrived now, and Justin Thomas is just cleaning the ball. As I say, Andrew McGee, the course is very wet. It is quite muddy, isn't it? So Justin Thomas on the fairway, just walking now towards the green, and Tyrrell Hatton, meanwhile, has already walked up towards the green, beard already bristling on this first morning of the Ryder Cup, having a look at the shot that he faces.
Yes, left clean in place in the fairway. So Justin Thomas has picked up, marked his ball with a tee. His caddy has cleaned his ball. He'll be allowed to place it behind that tee, no closer to the hole. Tyrrell Hatton first up on the right rough. This ball should not have any checkup on it. Out of the rough, a little bit wet. Should release plenty of green to work with. Great angle into this left pin.
Yeah, not the thickest rough by any means that you would expect maybe for a US Open championship. It is much, much shorter than that, but still, as Andrew says, on what is a dewy morning here, this will be quite a claggy lie that he's got. So, just to give you an indicator, white shoes, we can clearly see most of his white shoes, only the bottoms obscured by the long grass. So, from the right, rough, Tyrrell Hatton. Now, that looks a little short. Oh, it's just over the bunker, lands on the green and rolls on into the heart of the green, still rolling, and he's left Europe there with a putt of probably best part of 25 feet for Jon Rahm.
Well, that's the sign of nerves, when you leave it short with your first shot in the Ryder Cup. Difficult shot. We couldn't see the ball in this meaty rough. Just carried the bunker. It's okay. He's smiling. Let's see what Justin Thomas can do. Can he run this back there for an easy putt, or is he going to leave himself some? Is he nervous? Yes, he is.
Of course he is. So this is his first shot. Justin Thomas, the most experienced player on this American team in terms of Ryder Cup experience, that is. So red, white and blue, of course, the Americans. Blue, navy blue trousers and a sort of four-tone shirt, short-sleeved, on this warm morning. Justin Thomas then, from just short of the green, actually hits it low and it just rolls on up towards the hole, but he's left it all of 15 feet short of the hole. So birdie chances for both Europe and the United States, but both from distance.
Yeah, that one checked up a little bit. It's going to take a few holes to get used to this dewy wet. After the practice rounds yesterday, they just probably have a little different condition this morning.
Yeah, Justin Thomas just deciding, Andrew, there just to sort of punch it low.
Yeah, you can see the follow-through. He kept the club low into the ground, didn't flip the club up in the air, which would indicate a high shot. That was a low runner. Just not enough steam to get it tight.
This is it. We're right in the thick of the action here. Birdie putts to come. The first hole at the 2025 Ryder Cup.
And whilst they get ready for the first putts on the first green, back down on the first tee, Europe's second pair are just making their way through the tunnel. Matt Fitzpatrick and Ludwig Herbert. I don't know about you, Jamie Donaldson, but further up, that group of four and the American captain, I've never seen so many men look like they might be about to be sick on the first hole of a golf course. There are a lot of nerves there at the moment.
Yeah, there were. They all look quite nervous, really. Even Bryson hitting off there looked very nervous, didn't he? But he still hit a great shot, didn't he? Straight down the middle there on great line.
Jon Rahm's putt. John.
Yep, Jon Rahm, this huge-shouldered Spaniard, bearded, is over the ball now. So this to strike first for Europe, this is all of 25 feet. A hush descends on the first green as Jon Rahm's ball rolls towards the hole. It looks short. It is. It pulls up by maybe 10 inches.
Yeah, again, it's moist, it's wet. These guys have hit some practice shots up higher up by the clubhouse, drier practice green. We're down in a hole here. It is definitely moist and slower greens. DeChambeau with a great chance from about 12 feet here to take one up lead for the USA.
The door is open on the first for the United States. Thousands and thousands of capped heads are watching down from behind the ropes to my right, all the way around the back of the green. And down on the putting surface, it is Bryson DeChambeau with that long putter, which he's anchored into his left forearm. So rigid, so stiff looking. But this for liftoff on the first for the United States. The star man, Bryson DeChambeau, from 15 feet. The United States strike first. Birdie. Bryson DeChambeau, one up after one.
The crowd is pandemonium on the first green. Listen to that crowd. The USA is off to a flying start. Bryson DeChambeau with a birdie putt on number one. One up.
What a noise. What a noise that was. And that may very well set the tone.
And there is a massive fist pump from Keegan Bradley as well. And let's go back to the first tee. How has that gone down there, Ali?
Yeah, well, you can see all the action on the big screen. So that first green is away in the distance, a good 400 yards away, but you can watch every moment, every shot on the big screen in front of the stage away to the right. And that DeChambeau tee shot, Mark, it was pure sporting theatre on the first. It took me back to Medina 2012 when the golfers were almost getting the crowd involved and sort of ramping it up on the backswing. We didn't quite get that, but the way he set himself up for that tee shot, just sort of aimed over the trees, pointed his body towards the flag, the sort of murmurs of anticipation before he struck it, and then the boom when he did. And here come the next American pair for match 2, again holding the stars and stripes aloft between them. Scotty Scheffler, the world number 1 by a distance, the world's best golfer, comes out for the USA alongside Russell Henley, the 36-year-old from Georgia who is making his Ryder Cup debut. Ludwig Åberg and Matt Fitzpatrick are already waiting on the first tee. I think they had a little bit of a wait in the tunnel as well, because while those birdie putts were going on the first green, I could see that Åberg and Fitzpatrick had made their way down to the mouth of the tunnel. So they had a little wait behind the first tee. Handshakes exchanged right now. We have the USA 1 up in the first match in the morning foursomes, thanks to DeChambeau's 15-foot birdie putt. And match 2 is going to be Scotty Scheffler and Russell Henley against Ludwig Åberg and Matt Fitzpatrick. Fitzpatrick, who's won 1 point out of 8 in his Ryder Cup career. This is 4th Ryder Cup. Åberg had such a successful foursomes partnership, of course, with Victor Hovland back in Rome, but those two will play separately in the foursomes today. Up on the big screen at the moment, Ian, I can see tee shots on the second.
Yes, 377-yard dogleg, this time going from right to left, and Justin Thomas with a 3-wood fires his tee shot and finds the fairway down the right-hand side. You can see a big splodge of mud on his ball, which is why they're going to be allowed to, when the ball goes into the fairway, to mark their ball and clean it and replace it. And here's Tyrrell Hatton now with his tee shot, his first tee shot of this foursomes clash, and what a huge blow for America to strike with that opening birdie. DeChambeau putting the Americans 1 up in this match. And here comes from the right edge of the teeing ground Tyrrell Hatton's tee shot, climbing into the sky. A little of an anxious wait to see where this lands, but it lands in the fairway. So both players with excellent tee shots at the second.
So both pairs on the fairway on the second hole. Remember, still to come, Colin Morikawa and Harris English against Rory McIlroy and Tommy Fleetwood. That's 12:42 UK time, 7:42 here in the UK. And then just before 8 o'clock, Xander Schauffele and Patrick Cantlay against Bob McIntyre and Victor Hovland. We are waiting for the second foursomes grouping to be announced on that first tee. What they're chanting, Ali?
Hang on, let me just take one of my headphones off, see if I can make that out. Scotty Scheffler's got a big smile on his face. They're actually waiting here for the TV coverage to sync up. So having seen those tee shots on the second of the first match out, we've had the players here standing shoulder to shoulder, side by side, waiting for the announcements and the team photos. For a good 90 seconds or so, Scheffler looks incredibly relaxed, I have to say. He's got his arm around Russell Henley's shoulder. He's got his left thumb just hooked into the belt loop of his trousers, and he looks as like he's just about to head out for an afternoon stroll on the golf course. Here are the announcements for the second match.
Good morning and welcome to the first day of the 45th Ryder Cup. This is match number 2, a foursomes match between the European team represented by Ludwig Åberg and Matt Fitzpatrick against the United States of America team represented by Scotty Scheffler and Russell Henley.
And this
First on the tee, representing Europe, Ludwig Åberg.
So it will be the 25-year-old from Sweden who will get this match underway, with driver in hand. Tall figure, 6 feet 3 inches tall. His playing partner, Matt Fitzpatrick, a brand new combination for Europe. Fitzpatrick has never won a foursomes match. I tell you what, against this pair, Scheffler and Henley, if he can do it here, he can do it anywhere. This is very, very strong for America in the second match, you would think. Henley and Scheffler, very impressive in the President's Cup a year ago. Henley making his debut, Scheffler the world #1. But this is Ludwig Aubert, who had huge success for Europe 2 years ago, and he's fired his tee shot down the right-hand side, over the trees, into the middle of the fairway. And wow, what a baptism of fire this is for the rookie, 36 years of age, from Mason in Georgia. 2 practice swings. And you can hear the noise just dying down, the glory of the Ryder Cup, the absolute silence of the strike, and then the pandemonium that follows. Still thousands lining both sides of this first hole. It snakes away from left to right. Russell Henley's tee shot, he's turned that over and he's gone away to the left-hand side. Catherine Downs.
Federico Paez. Good luck, gentlemen.
I mean, we talk about Russell Henley being a rookie, but his President's Cup record is very good. And him as an individual, Jamie, this season is very good.
Yeah, he's played some unbelievable golf. I've played a few times with him. He's a really steady player, but left rough off the first there against Aberg's perfectly positioned shot.
John
Very
Murray,
different.
are you on the second with the second shots?
We are on the second. We've had our first big hike of this Ryder Cup, and we are up at the back of the par 4 second. Both the United States and the European balls are in the fairway, and it is DeChambeau who has landed his approach shot just beyond and to the right of the hole, and it spins back, and that is another birdie chance set up for the United States at the second, Andrew McGee.
Yeah, beautiful blind shot up a hill. Beautifully played. Bryson DeChambeau to spin it back about 15 feet, takes the edge of the green, pushes it even closer to the hole. Good birdie opportunity for the USA here. Next, John Rahm. A little longer tee shot from Terrell Hatton. Let's see if we can see the swing, the swipe down the hill, back up maybe 15, 20 yards or so up this hill to a blind pin.
It's actually obscured from our sight because such are the undulations, but the ball is on its way now. We can see it coming through the air towards us and landing at the back of the green. Now it needs a bit of spin. It's got it as well. It's got some spin, and it's still going all the way beyond and past the hole and right down back towards the front of the green. That has spun back probably 50 feet.
50 feet. Here's the ball mark right here. 50 feet.
And more.
Never seen one like that. Incredible. Advantage Americans on the second hole.
And already DeChambeau and Thomas 1 up in this match after their dynamite start. So more birdie chances to come on the second very shortly.
Andrew McGee, Bryson has started like a man on a mission, hasn't he?
DeChambeau has started like a man on a mission, Mark says.
Oh, he certainly has, with a huge drive off the first, the birdie putt to cap it off. Now he wants his mate, Justin Thomas, to sink this to keep the momentum going. So important to get off to a great start in these first matches here Friday morning at the 45th Ryder Cup.
Yeah, but it'll be Terrell Hatton who goes for birdie first, Mark, and that with that spin back, this is probably all of 25, 30 feet for birdie for Europe first.
Yeah, and actually myself and Ollie Wilson were watching several approaches into 2 yesterday in the practice rounds, and virtually every shot span back off that green, didn't it, Ollie, who is alongside Catherine Downs watching the second match out?
Yes, Mark, and the first day of the Ryder Cup has fully dawned here at Bethpage Black. The sun has broken through the clouds overhead, casting a dappled light over the silvery dew that is still lingering on the grass here in the early morning. The second match making its way down this dogleg first fairway, and it is advantage Europe from the tee shots, Ollie Wilson.
Yeah, Oberg's hit an absolutely plumb drive over the top of the trees, leaving himself about 60 yards into this back left flag. Henley, the shorter hitter of the group, he's a little toey pull down the left side in the rough, so he's got about 100 plus yards into the green out of the rough, so definitely advantage Europe.
But the man taking the second shot for Team USA is the best golfer in the world.
He's pretty good. He's been in this position a few times, but he'll be feeling nervous. They're all trying to just get this first hole out of the way and ease their way into the round.
It's incredible how quickly a crowd this big, this loud, this noisy can fall silent as Scotty Scheffler swings the club through the thick, juicy rough up onto the green. It puts on the brakes, and that's just beginning to work away. It's going to be a long 40-footer for the Americans on the first green, John.
With Tyrrell Hatton on the second green, going for birdie from 30 feet. Oh, so close. Well, beautifully judged, and that's been conceded. So that is in for Europe's par 4, but the Americans have the chance to win the second and go 2 up. Bryson DeChambeau rolled in on the first green from 15 feet. Now Justin Thomas gets his chance from probably a similar sort of range, Andrew.
Beautiful putt from Tyrrell there. Just burned the right edge. He was kind of showing us after the putt. It should have broke left. It should have broke left. That's when I read it. But he'll let us know every time when something happens, right, John? Next up, Justin Thomas.
Justin Thomas, who, now that we've got a clear sight of him here, we can see that he's got his stars and stripes shoes on, Andrew. But he's just putting the ball on the green, Cat, here.
Matt Fitzpatrick has hit an absolute beauty into the first green here, straight at the flag, and it put on the brakes. Lovely control from Matt Fitzpatrick. He and Ludwig Aubert will have just 3-4 feet or so for an opening birdie, with the Americans 40 feet away from the pin on this first hole in the second match, John.
Justin Thomas now, he's ready. He just, he broke away from his routine, crouched down, had a look at it from behind. Now he's ready. So this for the United States to win the second, having already won the first. Justin Thomas. All is still. The ball is on its way, and he misses it on the left. And actually, you know, Andrew, that was probably 10 feet. You know, that was an opportunity missed.
Yeah, I just missed it. It looked like it took a long time over that one. Wasn't quite sure. Moving his shoulders, twitching his right elbow, twitching his right finger on his grip, and missed it.
Missed it. So hole halved in par 4s, and the United States remain 1 up after 2 now.
It is ridiculous, isn't it? We've had 3, we haven't even completed 3 holes, about to complete a 3rd hole, Katrina, and already you feel your emotions go up and down already. We've got such a long way to go.
You can indeed, can't you? I mean, I suppose 18 holes is such a short match. You want to try and win every hole, take every opportunity you've got, and that was a golden one that Thomas just missed there in the second.
I know, but from a European point of view, you just say, oh my goodness me, if Justin Thomas holds this, we really could be in trouble. And he doesn't, and then they're still only 1 up, and back on the first, Europe have a very, very good opportunity. Kat.
Yeah, 40 feet it is for Russell Henley. Could do with putting this in the bottom of the cup. The Europeans are in close here, and he looks like he's left it fairly short, the rookie from Georgia.
Yeah, a little cagey, just coming up that ridge. Quite tricky to get the pace on the first green, especially when your hands are feeling about as heavy as can be. So, little cagey, but he's okay there.
And that means there is a big opportunity here for Ludwig Aubert, the big, tall Swede, to put Europe in the driving seat after the opening hole in this second match out on the course. Jon Rahm, Tyrrell Hatton leading the way for the European side. And Ludwig Aubert, Matt Fitzpatrick, the second pair out for Luke Donald's side, wearing this smoky blue top with the yellow and black stripes around the middle. Navy blue trousers, blue baseball caps. Vice captain Francesco Molinari standing just a few feet in front of us with his hands on his hips. He's been sent out to shepherd this brand new pairing for Team Europe around Bethpage Black on the opening day of the Ryder Cup. Still thousands of people crammed into the stands here, and 10, 20, 30 deep around the green. There's a woman who's climbed into a tree, and she's had the brilliant view of Ludvig Aubert sinking that one absolutely ice cold from the Swede straight into the back of the cup. That one wasn't going anywhere else but in.
Yeah, it was very decisive, just stood up, taking no time at all, just rammed it straight in the back of the hole. Pretty straight putt, but great way to settle the nerves in that first hole.
Birdie for Team Europe, birdie for Matt Fitzpatrick and Ludvig Aubert, and Europe go 1-up in match 2, John.
So in the first match out, this is the first of the par threes, the 210 par 3, which has a huge valley between the tee and the green, and it has landed. There are 3 huge bunkers to the front and to the left of the green, and Bryson DeChambeau's ball is in one of them.
Yeah, 210-yard shot, probably just a mere 6-iron for Bryson. Pulled it, tugged it quite a bit left, 15 yards left of that pin on this peanut-shaped green. From right to left back is very far back in the bunker. Hoping it's not plugged.
So the Americans in the bunker. So the green is clear for the European team with John Rahm on the tee. Europe today have gone for a sort of two-tone blue, navy blue trousers and a very pale blue top with horizontal stripes of blue and white collars, dark blue baseball cap. And under that baseball cap is John Rahm's beard. And he's on the tee, the third hole. A collection of little Bethpage black buildings behind this tee. And on goes the ball now towards the thick trees at the back of this third green and in the bunker. So he's followed the Americans into the bunker, John Rahm.
Yeah, couldn't take advantage of the poor tee shot from Bryson DeChambeau. It's an error for the European team. We get to see some sand shots. Let's go to the beach, John.
Off we go towards the third green, and both in the bunker mark.
Thank you. I imagine if you went to the beach, John, you'd be a hanky on the head type of man. Would you?
Trousers pulled up.
Trousers pulled up.
To my knees.
Let's go back to the first, because Rory McIlroy has arrived on the first tee with Tommy Fleetwood. How was that reception, Alistair Bruce Ball?
Yes, it was mixed, as they have been. I think because so many of the fans are watching the golf on the big screen. McIlroy and Fleetwood almost snuck on slightly unnoticed, but they're there now at the back of the first tee. Their opponents today are Harris English and Colin Morikawa. I can see them in the mouth of this tight, red-walled, brightly lit tunnel. They're about to make their way onto the first tee. McIlroy and Fleetwood are waiting. Let's not forget, Rory McIlroy said almost immediately after the last Ryder Cup in Rome, career goal to win another one away from home. This is his 8th Ryder Cup. Only 7 men have won more points for Europe in the history of the competition since it became Europe-USA back in 1979. But I think the American fans recognise the danger of this pairing from Europe, from McIlroy and from Fleetwood, because you hear in the background there the roars for Morikawa and English, the 2 Americans who have now arrived on the first tee. And Colin Morikawa, 2-time major champion, has not been in the best form this season, but Keegan Bradley has decided his experience, his expertise, his skills are ready to go on the first morning of this Ryder Cup, and he will play alongside Harris English. Both players for the Americans in the World Top 10. English part of that winning team at Whistling Straits back in 2021, so he's used to all this Ryder Cup hullabaloo, and it really has been quite a scene actually watching down here behind the first tee as the 2 captains, Mark, Luke Donald and Keegan Bradley, have been watching the opening holes play out on the big screen, and there haven't been overly dramatic reactions, but you can feel the tension. And I tell you what, Russell Henley's tee shot was a very nervous one off this tee.
You say there's not that much reaction. You can really tell Keegan Bradley living it at the moment. Can't you, Katrina, as well? I mean, Luke Donald has been there before. He knows how this works. Keegan Bradley's been there before as a player, but at the moment it's almost, I would imagine, when you are a captain in a team competition, like you're watching 12 of your children play.
Yeah, quite a different experience. You know, once you've got your pairings out there, there's really nothing you can do. You're just sending them out. They've got to do it now, and you're just watching them, hoping, wanting them to play well.
To Scarborough Beach, John Murray.
Well, in actual fact, only one of the 2 balls has ended up in the sand. That is the American ball. and actually it has just been played out now by Justin Thomas, and he has played that pretty well. Landed it 3/4 of the way towards the hole, and it's rolled past, I would say, probably 8-10 feet. But the European ball, Andrew.
Yeah, we don't know if it's completely embedded. Has he called for a ruling? Is that an official there? Yes, he has. The official is on it. It has to break the top of the soil and has to be into the mud area. He's getting a drop. He's pulling out his longest club. It's a driver. He's going to get one club length.
So is there a ruling
going? Drop.
Is there a ruling going on there for the moment?
Yes.
Okay. Well, whilst that happens, let's go back to the first and the announcements
of match number 3.
A
match between the European team represented by Rory McIlroy and Tommy Fleetwood.
And Tommy Fleetwood gives Rory McIlroy a hug at the moment that McIlroy's name is announced and reacted to.
And there's the big roars as well for Colin Morikawa and Harris English. Their names almost drowned out by the patriotic cheers for the American team. Rory McIlroy has his driver in his left hand. He gets another hug from Tommy Fleetwood.
Representing Europe, Rory McIlroy.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Live on a Friday lunchtime, but also we are delighted that here at New York at Bethpage we are the in-course radio as well. So if you are listening to us on course, welcome. We're trying to be as balanced as possible. We do have some Americans with us, but go on, Rory. Ali?
Yeah. Thanks, Mark. Standing in amongst all of them behind the first tee, our voice drops to a whisper. Rory McIlroy, world number 2, is about to hit his first shot for this Ryder Cup. He launches into the drive. Now, that looks to me like John Rahm's tee shot off the first, that it is heading right. It is over the trees.
Now
it is away to the right. And it has landed in the rough, short right of that first green.
Hasn't gone as right as John Rahm said. It's just before a greenside bunker there in the rough, Katrina.
Yeah, I would say he's a much easier position there, just short of the green, only probably 10 yards short.
Rory McIlroy in conversation with the European captain Luke Donald. Harris English will hit first for the American team here. James Gregg is going to be walking with this match for us, so as soon as we send this ball on its way, James Gregg is going to see where it lands. We see that little white missile disappear off into the distance over the trees. The lovely autumnal colours there, the dark reds, the oranges, the yellows and the greens. Where has the American tee shot landed, James?
Just down the left-hand side of the fairway. Ali, probably an 80-yard pitch shot. Nice sort of lie that he's going to have, but the angle, Sean McKeel, US PGA champion, major winner in 2003 alongside me, that's not the angle to be attacking this left-hand pin from. In fact, we'll go straight to John Murray.
Because now the Americans, for the first time in this top match, are under a little bit of pressure. The Europeans are in for their par 3 at the third, and now Bryson DeChambeau, from probably 8 feet, has got to hold this to preserve the American lead. Stiff-armed is over it, and the ball is dropping in the left-hand side. So hole-halved in par 3s. USA remain 1 up, Andrew.
Yeah, with authority. Bryson's feeling his putters. Made 2 1-putts and 3 holes. Yes.
USA 1 up in the top match, and this time though some relieved American cheers.
The American alongside you doesn't sound relieved. He sounds pumped, John.
Well, when is he not pumped?
I know. Americans up in the first one, Europe up in the second, and Morikawa and English and McIlroy and Fleetwood are just underway on the first. Kat.
Up here on the second, Matt Fitzpatrick, Ludwig Aubert with a birdie on the first to take the advantage, 1 up. But here on the second, they're under pressure, Ollie Wilson.
They are. Henley hit a lovely shot in, spun it down back towards the flag, off the cush of the fringe. It's gone to about 8 feet pin high with gentle right to left break. But Ludwig pulled the wedge into the middle of the green, left a very tricky putt from about 30 feet with maybe 3 foot of break on. So definitely advantage America.
Little grandstand behind the green on the second, and they chant USA, USA as the players walk up towards the green. They know that this is a chance here for Russell Henley and Scotty Scheffler to get back on level terms here, just so early in the match, so early on the first day of this Ryder Cup at Bethpage Black. But already the pressure, you can feel it fizzing and tingling in the air, and Matt Fitzpatrick has a long putt here from about 25 feet. This would also be for a birdie, and Scotty Scheffler will be putting putting from about 5 feet for his birdie, and it looks like they could very well level the match here again at the second green mark.
Okay, shout when you want it. Kat will be back for the Matt Fitzpatrick putt, who has started very, very well, has Matt Fitzpatrick at this Ryder Cup. I appreciate we're only on the second green, but he's had a good start as Fitzpatrick. As we go back to the first, major winner Sean McKeel alongside James Gregg, watching McIlroy and Fleetwood.
Yes, well, we'll try again, Mark. I mean, Sean McKeel, as we walked down here and we were looking at this back left hole location on this wonderful scene on this first hole, you said that right is actually better than left, even if that means being in the rough, just like the European golf ball is.
Oh, certainly. We've seen the last two groups come through here, and anyway, so Scotty Scheffler was playing Rory. Russell Henley shot out of the rough, backed up. We saw that. There's no issues today with angles. Plus, I think that he was unable to really carry over the trees, but there's no problem. The greens are soft.
Well, the American pair will be hitting first, as I see McIlroy and Fleetwood striding up towards this front right portion of the green. We'll be back here shortly. Cat Downs, what news at the second?
Matt Fitzpatrick with this birdie putt to pile the pressure on Scotty Scheffler, tracking across the green, but no, he sucks the shaft of the putter through the palms of his hands. That's going to come up shy, and now Scotty Scheffler has, 5 feet or so for a birdie to level this match again.
Yeah, that one's been given, and Scheffler now just lining it up from behind the hole, 6 feet right to left, maybe 2-3 inches outside the hole. Not a straightforward putt, but it's one that he can be very aggressive with.
So the world number one, the 29-year-old from Dallas, Texas, prowling around this one, Scotty Scheffler, who had such a torrid time of his Ryder Cup a couple of years ago in Rome. You remember him leaving the course in tears after that record defeat to Victor Hovland and one of his opponents today, Ludwig Aubert. Distraught, the world number one, looking to make amends early on the first day of the Ryder Cup, looking for a birdie here that would level the match. The second match out on the course, Aubert and Fitzpatrick against Scheffler and the American rookie Russell Henley. The two of them paired up so successfully at the President's Cup last year, delivering that big win for Team USA and looking to do the same again here in the Ryder Cup at Bethpage Black. Scheffler ready to putt. 5 feet for a birdie. And you'll hear the roar. You'll know whether this goes in. It does. The world number one takes it back to all square as we head to the third green mark.
And there was just a little fist pump from Scotty Scheffler, nowhere near the kind of pumping that's gone on with that first pair of Bryce and Justin Thomas. Just a clenched fist, job done, back to all square in match two. Match three, James.
Where Colin Morikawa has hit a very decent pitch shot from around 85 yards here into this first green. It looked like it was just going to hop through the back into the rather tough-looking grass with the morning dew still sat upon it, but it then just slammed the brakes on Sean McKeel, and that's a good result, putting from the fringe from around 10 feet.
As wet as the fairways have been, you're starting to see the greens firm up just a little bit because that ball took quite a first bounce. So the guys are going to have to play into that a little bit.
Well, here's Tommy Fleetwood. Probably 40 yards to the pin from here, just short right of this first green, but the ball really sat down, so much so that he called the referee over to ask if the ball had plugged. The answer to that was no, much to the amusement from the American crowd, who were booing the Englishman here, who has to really hack this one. A ball that is now running out beautifully. That's releasing out. It's going to just shave the left-hand edge of the cup, and what a magnificent touch that is from the FedEx Cup champion. Tommy Fleetwood, undefeated in foursomes, spread over 2 Ryder Cups. He's played 4, he's won 4. And he leaves Rory McIlroy 2.5 feet for an opening birdie here at the first hole. It'll be the Americans to putt first from the fringe. What a wonderful touch that is. Cat Downs.
Par 3 of the day for this second match out on the course, and it's Russell Henley who took the first tee shot for Team USA. Little nervy for the rookie from Georgia from the first, but here he is on the third. 210 yards, big drop off to the left-hand side, ball flying over this scrubby rough and that steep slope and heading towards the green now, catching the left edge, and that catapults it to the right-hand side. A bit of a ricochet for Russell Henley's ball, goes beyond the pin. It's a good 20-25 feet or so from the flag, and that gives a good target to Ludwig Aubert.
Yeah, I mean, pretty good shot, to be honest, from around 200 yards. As we just said, the greens are firming up, certainly firmer than they've been earlier in the week. That took a big bounce, but pretty good shot from there.
Thick, mature woodland, the oaks, the maples of this tri-state area wrapping around the green here, and the pin is hanging completely still. It is a calm morning here with rippled cloud overhead, blue sky peeking through. As Ludwig Aubert sends his ball on its way towards the green, looking, searching, thousands of eyes looking at the sky, and it's a miscue from Aubert, and it plunges down into the big steep banking short and left of the green. It's advantage USA on the third green, James.
Well, Harris English just stands and looks a little puzzled at how that ball turned left so sharply. It's going to be conceded. It will therefore be a par 4 start for Morikawa and Harris English. This, by the way, Harris English's first ever foursomes match as a professional player. And now the stage is set for Rory McIlroy, who nailed his colours to the mast in that immediate aftermath of Marco Simone with his intent to win this cup, saying it would be one of his biggest achievements in the game. Golf's newest Grand Slam winner has 3 feet to send he and Tommy Fleetwood one up at the first hole. He shuffles the feet, one last final glance at the cup, and the ball drops straight in, and that's blue on the board in this third match. Sean McKeel, what an impressive, cool, composed moment that was from McIlroy.
What a huge putt from Rory to have to make a 4-footer. You know, we know he's a streaky putter. To get that off in the first one, we got to watch out for him.
And there you hear it, the olays and olays and olays, more and more of those ringing around this first green than we were probably expecting. But what a magnificent start that is from the Fleetwood Mac pairing, who won both of their foursomes matches in Italy 2 years ago. A super start, and we're going to head up through that tunnel up towards that second tee.
Katrina, given the attention on McIlroy, given the pressure on McIlroy, given what the crowds have done to him at previous Ryder Cups here in America, it was 4 foot on the first, on his first match of what is likely to be 5, but it felt huge, did that?
It did, it always is, you know, first putt, first green, 4-footer, you're expected to hold it, but you can easily miss it. But that was nothing but centre cut from Rory, and he just looked so calm, not really much celebration, just a little smile to Tommy.
McIlroy and Fleetwood one up in their match there. McIntyre and Hovland have just arrived on the first tee to take on Schauffele and Cantlay. It's all square between Scheffler and Henley and Aubert and Fitzpatrick in match 2, although there is advantage America in that. The Americans of Bryson DeChambeau and Justin Thomas are one up in the top match, but maybe on the fourth, John Murray, advantage Europe?
Yes, I think Europe have just settled now, John Rahm and Tyrrell Hatton, after that enormous blow of Bryson DeChambeau's 15-foot birdie putt on the first, which won the opening hole and put the Americans one up. They're still one up, but on the first of the par 5s, the Americans are short in 2 and just into the rough, but John Rahm hit a magnificent shot, the finest European shot we've seen so far today, Andrew, and he set up an eagle chance.
That's beautifully said, John. Looking back down to the tee, 517 yards. It looks like 650, and they've hit just some middle iron into the screen. These guys are beasts, hitting it 350 yards off these tee shots. Justin Thomas below the pin here has a pitch up in the air, flies it on the edge of the green, stopping it. He's got about 12 feet before the pin. He has to stop the ball.
So, all that to come, Kat.
Matt Fitzpatrick has done a superb job of limiting the damage on the third hole. It's conceded by the world number 1 Scotty Scheffler, who plucks the ball of the Europeans and throws it back to Matt Fitzpatrick. Ludwig Aubert had missed the green, left it short in the rough, down the slope on the front edge of the green, but Fitzpatrick with a stunning chip there, they're in for a par. And now Scotty Scheffler, the world number 1, from about 35 feet here to win the hole and move up in this second match. And you've been looking at the line of this putt, Ollie Wilson.
Yeah, he's got a nice gradual break in right to left slightly up the hill, so it's again another one that he can be relatively aggressive with. Just back to the chip of Fitzpatrick, he was a long way below the level of the green, grass against him, and pitched it absolutely perfectly on his spot to be stone dead. It was a lovely shot, shows that he's feeling certainly probably more relaxed than he was 2 holes ago.
gelling well as a team so far. Aubert and Fitzpatrick out for Europe for the first time together. Scotty Scheffler's wife Meredith is standing right next to us as she watches her husband eyeing up this 35-footer. The American wives out in cream denim jeans and blue short sleeve sweaters with the stars and stripes knitted across the front. She's got sunglasses on. She's biting her lip now as the ball floats across the smooth surface of the green, heading up towards the hole, curving round short of the hole, and that's just going to be a couple of feet or so for Russell Henley. Will he have to putt it, or will Europe say, you know, that's absolutely fine? They've said it's absolutely fine. So this hole is halved in pars. We remain all square in this second match on the course, Mark.
Well, yeah, we said it was advantage America in that, and Europe rescued themselves. We said on the fourth it was advantage Europe, but maybe America have rescued themselves here. John.
So the Americans have had their birdie putt conceded, a lovely little approach shot, a little chip from the rough by Justin Thomas, who looks rightly pleased with himself for that. But it means that the Europeans, in the shape of Tyrrell Hatton, have this putt. It'll be all of 30 feet this, so it's an outside chance, but this to win the hole for the first time in this opening match. The ball rolling down towards the hole, and it has raced a little way past there, I think. I'm not sure that will... Yes, it is conceded. It is conceded for a birdie four. So the chance not taken, but it was an outside chance, Andrew.
Yeah, he gave it a bit of a hit, and that's what you're supposed to do for Eagle in a format like this. You've got to keep the aggression going. You've got to try to make that clinchers lag and take a halve with the four. Well done, 2 birdies.
Yep, 2 birdies to halve the par 5 fourth. But this match is shaping up, I think, Mark, very, very nicely.
There were a few groans there from the fans that was conceded. Did you hear them?
Well, we couldn't tell how far past the hole, and I think the American fans were just kind of groaning to get into Rahm's head a little bit, like, this is a 4-footer. Oh no, it's a 1.5-footer.
We'll go back to the first, because the pairings have just been announced there to the crowd, and when you look at McIntyre and Hovland and Schauffele and Cantlay, what do you notice, Alistair Bruce Ball in particular?
You notice that Patrick Cantlay has a baseball cap on his head, very much part of Team USA. That was the big story in Rome a couple of years ago. The European fans gave him a lot of stick, didn't they? Particularly on the Saturday evening, he responded to that quite brilliantly. New partnership for Europe, this one. Victor Hovland and Bob McIntyre go out in the last foursomes out on the golf course this morning, and it's the left-hander, the 29-year-old Scot from Oban, Bob McIntyre, unbeaten in Rome, who stands over the tee shot on the first. And this, for the left-hander, he has leaked away to the left-hand side, so the whole dog legs from left to right, and he has gone the Russell Henley route, and he has found that second cut of rough. You can see the ball just nestling in the grass, in the rough. On the left of the first, Xander Schauffele, world number 4. The short, stocky Californian, good friends with Patrick Cantlay, really experienced partnership for the Americans. Been there, seen it, done it, got the Ryder Cup t-shirt, and Schauffele just adjusting his grip 3 or 4 times with that right hand on the bottom of the driver. Sends this on its way, and the line looks absolutely perfect. The American fans in the big grandstand here like that. Schauffele bends down, picks the tee up quickly, heads over the trees, away into the distance. Ian Carter is following this match. Have you got eyes on the American ball, Ian?
Yes, I have, Ali, and it is sitting up beautifully in the semi-rough just to the right of the fairway. What, 25, 30, 35 yards short of the putting surface. Lovely angle to attack this flag in the back left corner. Much harder angle for the Europeans after McIntyre's drive went into the thicker rough down the left-hand side, Jamie Donaldson.
Yeah, the only place you can't really hit it here is down the left on the first. The flag's cut back left. It's very difficult to get it close from there, and the ball looked like it sat down a little bit. It's big-time driving seat for America here, just in the first cut. Perfect angling.
Mark, it's an extraordinary scene here, and now we have all 8 players from each side, so 16 players on the course. Everywhere you look, thousands upon thousands of fans, helicopter overhead, beautiful high cloud, and it really is a magnificent scene right here at the start of the 45th Ryder Cup.
It is, and a little bit later on the President of the United States will be here as well, so that has meant a few things have changed where access points are and where we can get to on the course, which is why at the start I'm sitting here in a cabin for this, and Ali has been perched over the first tee, and we've managed to get our commentary teams out on the course from the first green onwards. Very shortly, myself and Katrina will head out onto the course as well and watch as these foursomes matches come through with us as well. The one thing that strikes me as a European point of view, and I mentioned it just a little bit earlier, is the starter Matt Fitzpatrick, actually, who comes into the foursomes under pressure because of his Ryder Cup record, but not under pressure in his form, and we've seen that.
Yeah, he's been playing some great golf on tour the last probably 2-3 months, really played his way into the team. He hadn't had a great start last probably
8 top 9s in his last 9 or something.
Yeah,
like
I think
that?
you could be right there, but his kind of 18 months before that had been kind of poor, so he's come into some great form and hit a great little wedge shot into the first.
And the other thing that I was just going to say, because people will be listening to us, there will be real golf fans listening to us, there'll be people in cars sitting next to golf fans who might not quite understand what's going on. So foursomes, alternate shots, and then on the alternate holes, you play your tee shot. So one player will play odds and one player will tee off on the evens. Because there might be some people going, well, why did Russell Henley, the rookie, tee off on the first when you've got the world number 1 there? But the Americans might have decided...
Yeah, I think they must have just decided that's the best way for them to play. Yeah. He prefers the odd holes, the tee shots he has on the odd holes, and Scheffler likes the even holes. So there's a lot of strategy involved in foursomes when you're only hitting every second shot.
Let's go to the second, the par 4 second. This is a green where virtually everybody that's landed on it has then spun it back somewhere between 25 and 50 feet in John Rahm's case. James Gregg.
And that's the absolute same case for this. So both Harris English and Rory McIlroy pitched it probably 10 or 15 feet past this front right hole location on this green that's perched up what looks to me like a ski slope. It kind of swoops all the way up towards this little plateau at the top of the green, and it will be Morikawa to put first, because the ball of English just ragged its way back towards that front edge, probably 2 or 3 feet further away than the ball of Fleetwood and McIlroy's. Here is Morikawa. Remember, they lost the first. This is slightly up the hill and from right to left for a birdie 3 for this new pairing in Team USA colours. Morikawa steadies himself now, the ball on its way. It's whispering towards the hole, but not whispering towards the left enough, and it's rolled on a little way by, actually, Sean McKeel. That was a poor effort.
Well, I tell you what, just sitting here looking, we got a great angle looking straight behind the hole. And I played as much break as he did. I'd have done the same thing. But yeah, just a little bit speedy, coming up the hill, and those are the hardest putts, I think, cutting up over the ridge and then coming back down.
Fleetwood will be licking his chops here then, because this is a chance for him and Rory McIlroy to go 2 up through 2. And remember, this man had waited so long to win on US soil, and it was well worth the wait, wasn't it? His last victory was the Tour Championship in Atlanta last month, and it also clinched the season-long crown on the PGA Tour. This man, a very much a player in form and a talismanic figure for Europe. Beloved, reliable and unshakable. Can he put a real stranglehold on this game in the early embers? Oh dear, well, he liked the look of it, didn't he?
I mean, just no break there. But, you know, going back to that first putt, you know, we talked about risk the way Bryson played. It works the same way in putting. If you have a putter that's really aggressive, you better be paired with a partner that can make 3 and 4 footers. And that's exactly what Harris has today. This is going to be a tricky putt.
This is not one of those that you want. So the European pairing has been conceded. So that is a par for McIlroy and Fleetwood here at hole 2. And the tall man from Georgia, Harris English, a 36-year-old 5-time winner on the PGA Tour and in the top 10 on the official World Golf Ranking, has a real knee knocker. He is a steady hand, rarely the main draw, but in a team full of big names like this one is, he definitely has a role to play. At the moment, he's not thinking any further than the 2.5 footer that he's been left by his partner Colin Morikawa to ensure that they only halve this hole. Tall figure with those blue slacks on with USA emblazoned right near the ankle, taking good care over it. One final glance and rocks it, and in she goes. So a satisfying way for Harris English to open his account with the flat stick on the green, Sean McKee.
Yeah, those are confidence builders. Anytime you got to make a 3-footer, that really builds your confidence to get on and know that your partner can lead you in that situation.
So Fleetwood and McIlroy walk towards the par 3 third hole, 1 up.
And the Americans have given themselves good chances of taking a hole in the first match out. That's DeChambeau and Thomas. And also in the last match out, Ian Carter watching McIntyre and Hovland against Schauffele and Cantlay. And Cantlay's given his playing partner a very good chance for a birdie.
Yes, from the semi-rough short right of the green. Beautifully judged approach shot, which he's put to 6-7 feet. Really surprised with Victor Hovland's approach from the thicker rough. The ball just checked extraordinarily, didn't it, Jamie Donaldson? So this is about 25 feet for birdie for Bob McIntyre.
Yeah, it's pretty straight up the hill. Amazing amount of backspin he got from the rough there. I don't know even how he's managed that, really. The ball looked like it sat down a little bit, and it still managed to come back about 4 feet. Incredible.
Well, McIntyre, the Scotsman, 29 years of age, ranked number 9 in the world, left-hander, has this 25-30 footer for birdie at the first, knowing that the Americans are going to be looking at a really good chance here. And here comes McIntyre now. One last lingering look at the hole. And another. And now he's ready. Swing of the shoulders, the ball on its way, tracking, looking good, but missing just to the left. That will be conceded. Thumbs up from Xander Schauffele. Par 4 for the European pair of Bob McIntyre and Victor Hovland. And now a real chance for first blood for Schauffele and Cantlay.
Yeah, it's not a long putt here. It's pretty straight. Again, there's not much in it. We're looking at 8 feet straight up the hill.
Established pairing this, Schauffele and Cantlay. They struggled in Rome, certainly in the foursomes, lost both their matches there. And now the captain entrusting them with what is always a very, very pivotal match. The last one of the sequence can so often colour the overall outcome and feeling at the end of a session. This is right at the start of this match. 8 feet. Left hand below right, former Open and PGA champion Xander Schauffele for birdie and first blood. Sends it on its way, looks good, no! Oh, shaves the left edge, and will that be conceded? Cantlay's going to be coming up, and it has been conceded. The hole halved in par 4s. Cat.
Eagle putt coming for Matt Fitzpatrick. The Europeans have played this first par 5 on the course here at Bethpage back superbly. Brilliant tee shot from Matt Fitzpatrick. Mark was talking with Katrina a little bit earlier about how his form has been, how brilliant he has been. Outside the top 70 in April, but back inside the top 30 with 7 top 10s in his last 9 starts. His swing looks so measured, so balanced. The rhythm of it looks superb, and he found the centre of the fairway, which gave Ludwig Oberg the chance to put the ball on the green into on this par 5. And Matt Fitzpatrick is now looking at this putt, which is about 20 feet, Ollie Wilson.
Yeah, 25 feet. Pretty straight. Really good look at this. Downside is the Americans have an 8-footer on the same line, but if this goes in, it won't matter.
Eagle putt then for Fitzpatrick on its way. He likes it. He's held the pose. He's backing away as the ball just tracks slightly to the left and dribbles by 3 feet. Birdie putt to come for the Americans, but I think the birdie is probably in the bag for the Europeans, John.
Yes, up ahead with the top match, the first match out, where the United States, DeChambeau and Thomas are 1 up on Europe, Rahm and Hatton. And yet again on the 5th green, the par 4 5th, they've both had birdie chances. Now the Europeans have left theirs a little way short, maybe 4 or 5 feet. So this gives the Americans the chance from 12 feet. Bryson DeChambeau over it, feet wide apart. If he holds this, the Americans will go 2 up, and it's on its way now, and it rolls by on the left. Europeans have still got to finish off, but Cat.
Russell Henley then for this birdie on the 4th for the Americans. A must make, you'd say, for the rookie. But he doesn't make it, drifts by on the left-hand side. And so that means that Ludwig Oberg has this putt for a European birdie to go back to 1 up in this match. They took the lead on the first hole. Superb play from Ludwig Oberg and Matt Fitzpatrick under that extreme pressure in the intensity of the cauldron on the first. But now just 5 feet or so, maybe a little bit inside that, 3-4 feet for Oberg for a birdie here on the 4th that would see him and Fitzpatrick back out in front in this second match on the course. Big crowds now swelling down the course as the first tee and that big grandstand there begins to empty and spectators head out to catch the action. And this match finely poised, all square after 3 holes, but this for Aubert, the tall Swede, sends it on its way towards the hole, and in it goes. And a big fist clench from Matt Fitzpatrick as well. He's fired up. He taps knuckles with his caddy, and Europe move 1 up on the 4th, John.
Well, excellent match play, fun and pressure on the green here at the 5th. Tyrrell Hatton had to make that from 5 feet. I could feel the pressure from where we were standing, and he hauled it.
Yeah, excellent putt from 5 feet. His first nervy attempt of the day. Successful. That gives you confidence.
So the Americans remain 1 up after 5, Mark, in the top match.
Yes, Tyrrell Hatton rescuing Europe there. So the Americans are 1 up in that top match. Ludwig Aubert and Matt Fitzpatrick have gone 1 up in the second match. McIlroy and Fleetwood are 1 up on Morikawa and English in the third. They're on the par 3 third, although it's advantage the Americans there. They are on the green, maybe within 10 feet, thanks to Harris English's tee shot. Tommy Fleetwood is playing the European second shot from the rough. McIlroy's tee shot went into the rough on the par 3 third. The final bottom match, all square, between Schauffele and Cantlay and McIntyre and Hovland. It's always difficult to know when to take a break for the news. We're going to do it now. We've only had an hour and a bit of this Ryder Cup.
And we'll be back with our on-course teams very shortly. You're listening to BBC Radio's coverage of the 45th Ryder Cup here at Bethpage State Park. The first morning is underway. The first 4 foursomes out on the golf course. I am standing in our position at the back of the big grandstand behind the first tee. The sunshine is out again, and the grandstand has quickly emptied. You heard the thunderous footfall once the final group headed out on course, and I can see those thousands of golf fans at the moment making their way down the sides of the fairways here. It is an absolute picture, but if you wanted to stay here and sit and enjoy, well, the big screen is just away to our right hand side, and I've seen some nice interaction as well between the European fans and the American fans, complimenting each other on their various uniforms and discussing what might be to come over the next few days. Just reminding you of the entire match situation, of course. 28 points to play for here. Europe need 14 to retain the Ryder Cup. To win the match outright, you have to get to 14.5, and the USA, trying to win the cup back on home soil, will need to do exactly that. 14.5 points is what they require to win the Ryder Cup this weekend. Let's remind you of the match scores as they stand. In the first match, it was absolutely box office at 7:10 this morning, just after when Bryson DeChambeau unfurled the driver, hit a big boomer down the first there. It set up a birdie for him and Justin Thomas. DeChambeau converting that putt to put the Americans 1 up on Jon Rahm and Tyrrell Hatton. We were just hearing there that Tyrrell Hatton has held an important 5-footer for the European team to keep that at just 1 down for them. They have played 5 holes. In the second match, it's been toing and froing a little bit, but Ludwig Aubert and Matt Fitzpatrick, new partnership for Europe in this Ryder Cup. They are 1 up after 4. McIlroy and Fleetwood, having birdied the first, they are 1 up after 2 holes against Colin Morikawa and Harris English. And in the last match out on the golf course, it is all square. A birdie chance went a begging for Xander Schauffele on the first. Xander Schauffele and Patrick Cantlay all square against Victor Hovland and Bob McIntyre. So yes, this is the BBC Radio's coverage of this Ryder Cup. You're listening to us out on course. Thank you very much for your company, and you're also listening to us on RyderCup.com. Let's get back to our team out on the golf.
Courses, so many of the greens are raised up, and the opening holes here very undulating, downhill for the first, uphill for the second, and now we're going to be ready for the second shot of Bob McIntyre into this second hole. And as I say, good start for Europe. They're up in 2 matches so far. Let's get news of Rory McIlroy and Tommy Fleetwood, the match ahead of us. James Gregg with them.
Classic match play, Ian. I've got to say, it was a stunning tee shot from Harris English at the par 3 third hole. It left Colin Morikawa around 12 feet or so for a birdie, and McIlroy's tee shot had missed the green. Really thick, juicy lie in the rough, which Tommy Fleetwood could only bumble out to around 8 feet. The birdie putt of the Americans missed Morikawa agonisingly close to giving them their first one hole of the match, and therefore square the match up. It left McIlroy with an 8-footer that he wrapped it in with absolute aplomb. It was a really, really nice confidence-building putt, that one, to knock in. 2003 US PGA champion Sean McKeel alongside me. That's a nice one for Rory to see drop.
Well, he's got two one putts, which is, we know Rory's all about his putter. He hits the ball so well. He drives it well. His iron game is spectacular. If Rory gets hot with the putter, it's going to be a long day for the Americans. Could be a short day too.
The par 5 fourth hole, Colin Morikawa, one hand straight off the club as his tee shot careers way right into the crowds that are just meandering their way through the trees here at Bethpage Black. So all going Europe's way in this particular match at the moment. Ian Carter. In fact, let's go to Cat Downs. What news in the match ahead of this one?
Well, I heard Ian saying that he was feeling a little bit out of breath as he heads up towards the second. Ollie Wilson and I, 2008 Ryder Cup player, have had the long gallop up the par 4 fifth. It is a steep hill up there through the oak trees just on that left-hand side, and we're looking back down the fairway now through the spectators which are lining either side of this sweeping fairway, still with a dusting of that silvery dew on the grass, and looking down towards Scotty Scheffler and Matt Fitzpatrick, who are standing in the centre of the fairway here. Well, in fact, Fitzpatrick's just over to the left-hand side because the European's ball has just nestled down into the rough along the left-hand side. But as you observed when you first came here, Ollie, this isn't the Bethpage Black of old with the difficult, juicy rough. It's quite well cut, and there's good lies to be found in that rough, and the Europeans have got one.
There is. It's not as long, but there's still quite a lot of dew out there at the moment. So we've seen the few shots out of the rough so far have been a little bit heavy, come up a little bit short. But this is Scotty Scheffler coming in from about 180 yards, giving it a little lean, looking like cutting it into the flag. Fantastic shot, pin height about 6 feet from 180 yards. Brilliant.
Yeah, Scotty Scheffler doing what Scotty Scheffler does there, just under pressure, one down in this match against Ludwig Aubert and Matt Fitzpatrick, but straight at the flag, the control on these soft greens, stopping the ball dead, and he has 6 foot, or at least the Americans have 6 foot there for a birdie that's really going to pile the pressure on the Europeans. Can Matt Fitzpatrick respond here? Big splash of the dew, and he twirls the club in his hand. I think he likes the look of this one. Oh my goodness me, it's even better than the world number one. Matt Fitzpatrick puts it into 2 feet. What a stunner from the European.
That was phenomenal, come up and over that tree. It was awkward to gauge the distance, but he's an absolutely perfect shot. You could see he liked it with his follow through, but that was stunning.
It's just what Luke Donald's men wanted to do, silence the crowd. The cheers for Scotty Scheffler's shot were cut short by Matt Fitzpatrick's response. Ian.
Here on the second, Bob McIntyre's approach, spinning back off the front of the green. So this is a good 9 paces for Victor Hovland. He's putting from the fringe. Huge break from right to left, leaving the flag in the hole, and he knows he's got to try and make this because the American's in very, very close. Schauffele with a brilliant approach, spinning it back to pin high, and only 3.5 feet coming for birdie for Cantlay. So big moment here, all square in this match, second green, and here is Hovland, looking to swing this from right to left, sends it on its way, tracking, turning, but has he given it enough? It's still going, oh, great effort, and he just bends onto his knees in frustration, the ball coming up a fraction shy.
Yeah, it's a tricky putt, really. He's made a great effort coming off the collar there. It's so difficult to get the line, and he's a great putt, just shy with, but Cantlay's got a bit of a smelly one, really. It's downhill, a little bit left to right. This is easily 5 by.
Yeah, he's going to give this every concentration. The voice there of Jamie Donaldson, who beat Keegan Bradley in the singles in 2014 to secure that precious pot of gold for Europe. You get asked this all the time, but how often does your mind go back to it? I bet quite a lot in weeks like this.
Yeah, I mean, it's great because it's always on at Christmas on a rerun, and the kids always say, "Dad, have you put this on again?" So yeah, something you never get tired of watching, and it's just great to be part of something like this.
It really is. So, spectators standing all around this elevated green on the second, and Patrick Cantlay, a very, very deliberate golfer, and he has looked at absolutely every angle here. He's back down on his haunches, probably 6-7 feet behind his ball. This putt is only 4 feet, but as Jamie Donaldson was telling us, it's downhill. It's got a bit of left to right to it as well. And here he is now, one practice swing, the putt ahead now behind the ball, one glance at the hole, and now he's ready to pull the trigger. Just widens his stance a little bit more, just feeling the turf into his feet, and just moving his left foot back in towards the ball. Now he sends the putt on its way and in, and first blood to the United States in the bottom match comes at the second green. A composed birdie after a brilliant approach from Sander Schauffele. Patrick Cantlay holds his nerve and slots the birdie putt, and it means that Cantlay and Schauffele have gone one up on Hovland and McIntyre.
Just watching the rookie Russell Henley trudging off the green here on the par 4 fifth. Had a 6-footer for a must-make birdie for the American pair here, but it drifted by on the left-hand side. Huge pressure on the shoulders of Russell Henley, and Scotty Scheffler was quick in there to bump knuckles with his partner and say, don't worry, but there is now clear blue New York sky between Ludwig Aubert and Matt Fitzpatrick and Scotty Scheffler and Russell Henley. The Europeans 2 up now in this match, Ollie.
That was a big putt for Henley. On the last hole, he had a good chance and seemed to hit a little pull. This one was not a straightforward 6-foot, but pushed it, so he's clearly not feeling great on the greens.
Biggest lead on the board at the moment for Ludwig Aubert and Matt Fitzpatrick. They're 2 up now against Scheffler and Henley, John.
Whoa, what a shot from Jon Rahm we have just seen here in the top match. DeChambeau and Thomas are 1 up for the United States. It looked as though the Europeans were up against it because Tyrrell Hatton's tee shot went way left into this long wispy grass, but Jon Rahm's hit a terrific recovery shot, and they've both got birdies now on the par 4 6th green from similar ranges.
Yeah, completely blind shot. Behind the gallery, he was so far left. Couldn't see it up in this cloudy sky, gray. Good morning you're having here on this Friday, but 2 good birdie putts coming up.
Yep, the pre-Ryder Cup prediction, Mark, was that we would have birdie chance after birdie chance, and that is what we have here. So it'll be a birdie shootout on the 6th green. What have you got, James Gray?
Well, on the 4th fairway, where both teams have hit their second shots, it was McIlroy and Harris English respectively on this par 5, a very reachable par 5 in 2 shots. McIlroy was in perfect position after an absolute peach of a Tommy Fleetwood tee shot. The Americans were hacking out from the rough. They've actually left themselves the better 3rd shot, though, haven't they, Sean McKeel? Because that European golf ball, McIlroy was eyeing it up all the way, but it's plugged in the bunker just short of where he was hoping to try and land it.
That is such a tough shot. Most people don't realize it's up 12 yards uphill. It's wet, side hill lie, but Rory was taking it on. Just he's a little bit disappointed. You can see that he's talking to his caddy about maybe mishitting the wrong club, but it shouldn't be too bad for him. Just a splash shot right out to the front and let it roll down and trickle close to the hole.
So from match 3 to match 1 again, John.
It's going to be the Americans to go first. We could have sworn from our viewpoint that it would perhaps be the Europeans, but it is similar ranges. It's a birdie shootout. Andrew, that's what we've got here.
What would you rather have, John? The first one to go in and put the pressure on? Yes, I want the first one, not the second one. Justin Thomas. Let's say 12 feet. Let's say Tyrrell Hatton from 10 feet. Taking a close look at this, Jon Rahm was talking to the 2 caddies, trying to figure out how to beat this American team. 1 down after a few. Justin Thomas about to hit.
Yep, this is Keegan Bradley's big opening partnership. DeChambeau and Justin Thomas. First time they've played together at the Ryder Cup, but full of power and personality. And it is Justin Thomas now for birdie. The Americans 1 up in this match, and this for the birdie to put more pressure back on the Europeans. Justin Thomas, and no, not this time. So that famous Ryder Cup door is open for the Europeans.
Don't you love these tour players? They take a step back, they look at like I misread it, and they shake their head no. You just missed the putt, but go pick it up and walk off the green, Justin.
A lot of chit-chat, a lot of chirp. That's been one of the words of the week, hasn't it? Chirp. How much chirp there'd be. In actual fact, you know, in terms of the reaction from the gallery so far, this vociferous New York crowd that we've been told about, all very well behaved from our viewpoint so far, at least. But now, as Bryson DeChambeau just eventually finally walks off the green, there's another fist bump. And I think that's Webb Simpson, isn't it? One of the vice captains. So Tyrrell Hatton now. And after Tyrrell Hatton missed the fairway by a distance with his tee shot, again, classic match play, the Europeans find themselves in a position where they can win a hole for the first time in this opening match. Tyrrell Hatton for birdie. No, he doesn't like it. He knew. He stepped forward, looked at it, and he wasn't able to take the chance. And I'm not sure it's been conceded.
No, not conceded. Jon Rahm has not made a putt yet, so you just want to test these guys, even from maybe 2 feet, just to give them a little feel. It's like a gift from the Americans, just to warm them up a little bit.
Well, it's toed and froed this hole. And just a waft, the vaguest waft of a breeze we can feel on our shoulders. It's a strange temperature here. It's I would say it's mild, it's warm, but there's also a sort of damp clamminess in the air. I think it's the dew, or the dew, as Andrew would say. So Jon Rahm now, this little putt that has not been conceded, this to make sure of a half at this hole. Rahm, just a final little wiggle. Those white shoes of his. And then in it goes, safely for Jon Rahm, so the hole is halved in par fours, and the Americans, DeChambeau and Thomas, remain one up in this match. Ian.
We're at the par 3 third with the Americans, Cantlay and Schauffele, one up in this match after winning the second, and they've got the initiative at the par 3 third as well, because Bob McIntyre's tee shot found the greenside bunker, and Victor Hovland didn't hit a particularly good one. The Americans will be putting from just off the green for a winning birdie.
Yeah, sadly, Hovland caught his bunker shot just slightly heavy. It's come up 15 feet short, so advantage America.
It's a hot start, it looks like, for Schauffele, two-time major champion, and his partner Patrick Cantlay, who's got such a great Ryder Cup record. And it's Cantlay now who's putting from the fringe of the green. Flag at 8 paces off the left of the green. So this is about 26, 27 feet. Sends it on its way onto the putting surface, down towards the hole, and just missing to the right, and a little bit of work to be done there. James Gregg.
A birdie chance for the European pairing of Fleetwood and McIlroy, and it's going to be the Northern Irishman McIlroy, the Masters champion, the Players champion, the Irish Open champion, who has 7.5 feet here to put he and Fleetwood 2 up over Harris English and Colin Morikawa. It was a wonderful bunker shot from Tommy Fleetwood to set this one up from a almost impossible lie, but nothing's impossible when you're donning the European blue in this competition. McIlroy sends this putt on its way, and in this golfing cathedral of silence, it's broken by cheers of the European fans who are delighted to see McIlroy and Fleetwood go 2 up in this match. Sean McKeel.
He's 3 for 3. Watch out. I tell you, I think the Americans are taking an awful lot of time reading their greens. As we've seen, every putt's been pretty straight so far, with the exception of maybe 2. I think they're taking way too much time. It's overreading it just a little bit.
This is a formidable partnership, as we well know, Ian, and McIlroy and Fleetwood 2 up, walking towards the 5th.
So an important moment here on the 3rd for Bob McIntyre, because the Americans are 3.5 feet away in 2. This is the 3rd shot on this par 3 for the Europeans. 15-footer to save par. McIntyre has stalked it. Now he's ready. Putt ahead behind the ball. Sends the ball towards the hole. Turning towards the hole and in! Oh, clutch from Bob McIntyre. And all of a sudden that 3.5 footer has grown a little bit. That's coming up for Xander Schauffele.
Yeah, hasn't it? Just indeed. I mean, what a putt he's hit there. Not straightforward, but very important, and he rolls it into the middle of the cup. So left now with Sander on this 3.5 footer.
Yeah, you've played these matches. Just to have a moment like that early on when you're 1 down, real settler, I would imagine. We'll get your view on that in a moment, Jamie, but let's see what Schauffele can do here. This to avoid losing the hole, just 3.5 feet. Over it now, sends it forward and in, so it's a par for the Americans. An excellent par for Europe, so they remain 1 down. Quickly, that will really settle McIntyre down.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge, especially for Bob to get going, nerves dying, getting into the match. Huge momentum swing. They looking like going 2 up, and he's holed a great putt there to stay in it.
Yep, the US 1 up in this match as we go to the 4th, and we'll take you on 5 Live to Cat Downs.
Yep, up on the 6th. Both teams on the green in 2, and it's like a dartboard. The sound of the ball landing on these soft, rain-softened greens, it makes the thud like the noise of a dart hitting a dartboard, and then the balls stop dead. An absolutely stunning shot in from Ludwig Åberg to about 10 feet has left a birdie chance for the Europeans, but then Russell Henley went even better. The Americans are inside 4 feet, so that puts the pressure on this one for Matt Fitzpatrick, and it doesn't look easy.
It's a slippery one, this one, just feeding away from the fringe, but it's set it on its way. It's just died it into the centre. It never looked anywhere else, to be fair. A little fist pump, great response.
Lots of European support around this 6th green. There's a knot of spectators over to the right with those Viking horned helmets on their heads. They go wild as the ball disappears below the surface of the green. They spent ages talking about that putt, Åberg and Fitzpatrick. First time team here for Luke Donald, Fitzpatrick and Åberg, and they are delivering. 2 up on the 6th green against the world number 1 Scottie Scheffler and the world number 4 Russell Henley, a rookie at this Ryder Cup, but both these players inside the world's top 5. This is a quality pairing for the USA, and at the moment they are struggling in the early stages. This for Scottie Scheffler then to match the Europeans, to stay 2 down. What would you say, 4 feet?
4 feet, yeah, pretty straight. Scottie's not hit loads of putts so far from a hole-in out distance, so this was a big one for him to try and build a bit of confidence and kind of stop the rot at the moment. For the Europeans just thrown 3 birdies at them. They can't afford to lose any more.
Actually, we've moved around the green a little bit more to get a higher vantage point to see over the heads of the spectators. And as we look down towards the green, this looks longer than 4 feet. This looks about 6 feet, 7 feet.
Yeah, I'll give you 6 feet.
6 feet then for the world number 1. This to match the Europeans who are in the hole with their birdie. Scottie Scheffler sends the ball on its way, and Scottie Scheffler misses. And listen to that, there are some boos ringing out from the American fans around the green here on the 6th. The Americans aren't delivering in this second match out on the course. DeChambeau and Thomas are 1 up. Ludwig Åberg, Matt Fitzpatrick 3 up now. Rory McIlroy and Tommy Fleetwood 2 up. And Xander Schauffele and Patrick Cantlay are delivering so far for the US side. It's 2 matches going the way of Europe, 2 matches going the way of Team USA, Mark.
Ollie, as you start to walk to the 7th, hopefully you can walk and talk. We've explained what a bit of a yomp this course can be. Is Scheffler having to both concentrate on his own game and a little bit look after his playing partner, who has appeared nervous in these first 6?
100%. Ball striking wise has been fine, but on the green, Russell's ended up having the putts to make the difference. Holing out from inside 10 feet, and he hasn't hit a good putt yet. So that was quite important from Scottie to try and build a bit of momentum. We were over by the other side of the green, and it was so loud with the American crowd. We had to come the other side, and then when they missed, it was quiet. It was great from a European perspective.
Luke Donald, the European captain, Katrina, has just gone past us. We've come right out onto the back of the course so we can see the 5th away to our right, but we're by the 12th green at the moment, and Luke Donald is going back down the 12th fairway. He's gone past a huge leaderboard away to our left, and he will see those 2 big blocks of blue in the middle of these 4 matches that are out on the course, with a lead of more than a hole for Hubbert and Fitzpatrick, who are 3 up, and McIlroy and Fleetwood, who are 2 up.
Yeah, he's got to be delighted when he drove past and saw that, especially I think that second match, O'Berg and Fitzpatrick, against what you could argue would perhaps the strongest American side.
Andrew McGee's alongside John Murray. Can you believe that myself and Katrina got a buggy out here, and we talk about the New York crowds. A couple of them saw it said BBC on it and booed us. Can you believe that? And either that or they recognised me and just decided to boo, which is equally possible.
Oh,
maybe they were British.
It is quite shocking that we haven't seen. It is $15 beers, okay, so we can't get there just yet. Maybe this afternoon we'll get this crowd a little more lubed up, a little more boisterous.
Well, it's only 8:30 in the morning.
That's very. It was probably I didn't really look up as we were being booed. It may have been Alistair Bruce Ball on his way back somewhere.
It could entirely have been. Could have been anyone on the team. Let me just tell you that in this match, Europe, it looked as though John Rahm had carved Europe into trouble off the tee on the par 4 7th into the trees. But I think Europe's ball is okay, although Tyrrell Hatton's leaning over it, and it looks as though there might be a ruling in there as well. But the Americans were middle of the fairway, but Bryson DeChambeau has missed the green.
Yeah, poor shot for the Americans. I do think it's in the left bunker, but they are really staring at this ball in the right trees. Even Justin Thomas went over to give it a look to see what they're all about. And are they calling another ruling in? They're a little bit behind this first group already.
Yeah. So we're going to have another delay here. I'm sure you'll have somewhere more pressing to go to, Mark.
Do you get a sense, Andrew, and it's very early, obviously, but the initial fire and from that first tee that was particularly there for Bryson and Thomas has just dimmed a little, which is only understandable. But the Europeans, that their main aim this morning will have been just to calm everything.
Yeah, I think all these groups are kind of settling into how they're gonna match their opponent in this boxing match, back and forth. Some good strikes early from the Americans, some good shots from the Brits. This is just the way it goes, Mark.
It is, Andrew, and there's plenty of time to go. Let's go to James Gregg and Sean McKeel, who are watching Morikawa and English against McIlroy and Fleetwood with the Europeans 2 up.
Back of the 5th green, not too far away from you and Katrina are, actually, Mark. And, I mean, the spectators just in vast numbers. That's probably stating the absolute obvious, but Tommy Fleetwood has just hit an absolute peach of a second shot into this 5th hole. He was in the right-hand rough, Sean McKeel, and that was a beauty.
Well, I mean, Rory put him in a spot or bother right there, but his technique is so precise. The way he hits down on the ball, he generates a lot of speed, a lot of height, and it's exactly what you need on a shot like this.
It just landed so soft, like a butterfly with sore feet. The pitch mark so prominent on this otherwise pristine surface, and up they march, these 2 European superstars, shoulder to shoulder. Just a reminder, they're playing against the American duo of Harris English and Colin Morikawa. English has never played foursomes as a professional golfer before. He's played one of the Ryder Cup. He only played 4 balls and singles matches. At the moment, he and the 2-time major winner Morikawa find themselves 2 down. And McIlroy, we talk so often about that little strut with his chest puffed out. That has very much been the case as he walked up towards this 5th green, Mark. They're going to have around 6.5 feet for a birdie. The American golf ball is just short of the green. And actually, Sean, I'll just pick your brain on this chip shot that is facing Harris English, because that is not the easy one, is it, to come?
You know, we can't really see the lie. It doesn't look too terribly difficult. You get a little bit of a ridge here, just short right. As soft as the greens are, I expect him to kind of fly this ball just up onto the top level and just let it trickle down.
Well, he's stood over his chip now, so if you need to go anywhere really urgently, Mark, feel free to
Not
do
really.
so.
Not really. You keep going, I think.
Well, here we go. Well, here is Harris English then. Steady hand, like we've said. And he's a PGA Tour winner this season. But this is a completely different entity to the week-to-week run-of-the-mill. And out of the juicy stuff it comes. Heavy-handed, you lose control of that stuff. And he lost control there. He's left Colin Morikawa with a real little slippery right-to-left slider down the hill for his par.
For as much as we've talked about the shortness of the rough, you can really see that it's affecting these guys, the way they play their pitch shots into the green. We saw par 3, we saw Tommy Fleetwood hit his chip just a little bit far. Harris English has left Colin a little bit of a tester.
Let's go to you, John Murray, in match number 1 before McIlroy's birdie putt.
Bryson DeChambeau splashing out of the bunker, greenside at the 7th, and he had plenty of green to play with, and he's played with it beautifully. He's rolled it up. Once it landed on the green, right by the hole side, probably only a couple of feet.
Oh, terrific nervy shot. Big full swing, open bladed sand wedge, splashed it out perfect. Carried the front edge, rolled up, excellent.
However, the Europeans are on the green and have a long birdie chance with a chance to win the hole and bring the match all square. James.
And the air here around this 5th green is trembling like a plucked string. McIlroy to send he and Tommy Fleetwood 3 up here on this 5th green. The ball on its way, and it disappears. It disappears below ground. And what an imperious performance this is from McIlroy. A huge fist bump. He points the putter at a spectator who's holding an Irish flag over the ropes, and he and Tommy Fleetwood stride right towards us here, Sean McKeel, with purpose, steel in their eyes, and McIlroy has not missed anything yet so far.
I'm absolutely amazed. If you listen to the crowd now, are we in the United States or are we in Europe? The Americans are not looking too good. They're having, pitch. Anytime you're pitching for par and you're playing against Roy and Fleetwood or hitting every green, having birdie opportunities, it's going to be a very long day. They need to turn around quick, going 3 down.
Do you know what?
Three, go on.
Sorry, I was just about to say the same thing to Katrina, because we are maybe 120 yards away from the 5th green. We're by the 12th green. And as you said those words, I was thinking the exact same thing. If we didn't know that was McIlroy and Fleetwood on the 3rd, the cheers, we could have assumed that was a home putt going.
We could have, absolutely. I mean, it's actually really quite quiet out here. I mean, the stand behind this 12th green is absolutely packed. The fairway is lined, and we've got a big board we're looking at. But I think the Europeans have done what they wanted. They've quietened that crowd.
It's also quiet here because the big screen that's opposite us on the 12th, which we were assuming was going to be showing some action, has literally just had a leaderboard on there for the last 10 minutes, which we're assuming is whilst everybody tidies up on the 5th, and then they'll put the pictures up. John Murray.
Well, John Rahm did have a chance to win the hole. It was a long putt for birdie, all of 30 feet, but it must have been close because we saw a bend of the knees from him. The Europeans then are safely in for their 4, but after Rahm was made to put a short one on the previous hole, the Europeans have asked Justin Thomas to hole a tiddler here on the 7th, which he is over now. Justin Thomas, this should disappear, but a lovely piece of match play to and fro between the sides on these 2 holes. Still over it now. He's missed it. He's missed it, Thomas. It's a bogey. It's a bogey 5 for the Americans at the 7th, and he swishes the club head after that ball and picks it up, and he slaps his putt ahead. And this match, the top match, DeChambeau and Thomas, is back to all square with Rahm and Hatton after 7. Ian.
And here on the magnificent par 5 4th hole, a chance for Europe to go all square in the bottom match as well, John, because Cantlay and Schauffele found the bunker with their approach to the par 5. Lovely splash out from Cantlay has left a birdie chance of 4 feet. But what a shot from Bob McIntyre. Second shot into this par 5, and a real look at eagle here for Hovland.
Yeah, it was a hell of a shot. He's got an uphill lie on his second shot. He's hit a high towering iron shot to leave a putt of no more than 12-15 feet. Bit of break on it, but it's mainly uphill. It's in the perfect position here.
Yeah, just 5 paces off the right edge of the green, and the ball just clinging to the very last bit of that right edge of the green up the hill. And Hovland, body language suggests he really likes the look of this one. This for eagle, this to level the match for Europe. Over it now, putt ahead, sits behind the ball, now it's taken back, the ball starts its journey, heads towards the hole. Oh, it just needed to turn another inch, and it didn't, and it stayed stubbornly above ground. It's a conceded birdie 4 for Europe.
Yeah, it was not quite the pace on the ball, but the Americans have still got probably a 4-foot putt here, so there's still a bit of chicken on this bone, and it's far from over yet.
Lovely bunker shot from Cantlay, though, because he was in the face of that bunker.
Yeah, he was. It was an uphill bunker shot. Tricky, easy to mess up. He's played a really good shot. There's still room to putt here.
Yeah, so tester for Schauffele.
hold a good one on the third to halve that after Bob McIntyre had holed from 15, 20 feet for an unlikely par for the Europeans who lost the first hole, or rather the second hole, to a birdie. So this to remain one up for Schauffele and Cantlay. It's Schauffele over this with the bright red putter head behind the brilliant white ball. Sends it forward, no fuss whatsoever, up the hill and into the middle of the cup. And the hole is halved in birdie fours, and it means that Cantlay and Schauffele remain one up against Hovland and McIntyre in the bottom match out here on the course.
Jamie, what did you have as your rule for whether you were going to give a putt or not? I'm just thinking about what's going on in the top group at the moment, where there's a little bit of tit for tat in whether putts are being given or not. Did you have any set rule?
Not really. It was just one of those where, is it missable? Is there a chance they could miss? Yes, right, make them put it. It was kind of like that, but there's also a bit of decorum in there as well. You know, it's like, come on, you're not making them put, foot and a half or something daft like that. So if there's a chance that they can miss it, and if it's an important part of the game, then maybe.
But if you were made to put 1 from 3 foot on the 6th, would you then make them put if they had 1 from 3 foot on the 7th? I think I might know the answer.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It can easily turn into one of those games, can't it?
It could, although both pairs have given themselves birdie opportunities on the par 3/8. John?
I think Europe and Tyrrell Hatton are just a little closer, but two wonderful tee shots at the par 3/8, which is a picturesque hole. The tee, we're just walking down from it now down the left-hand side. It drops right down into a valley. There's a pond in front of the green, and then that pear-shaped green with the flag fluttering front right, and the European ball on one side and the American ball on the other, Andrew.
Yeah, 2 terrific shots from 199 yards downhill. Excellent shots, birdie putts to come. Let's see if these guys can start making some birdies. We called about Birdie Fest here this week, and we haven't quite seen it after the hot start from both teams.
Yep. However, this has turned into a very watchable match. DeChambeau and Thomas all square, with Rahm and Hatton, the European top pair, who, if you remember, Mark, back in Italy, played twice together in foursomes and won both of their matches.
Do you have the Ryder Cup app on your phone for this week, or
the Ryder
not?
Cup
app?
I've got the app, so I'm all fully tooled up. What I don't have is any connectivity.
Okay.
So it's absolutely useless on the course.
Access an app. But what's interesting, and I'm sure you're going to approve of this, bearing in mind the many conversations we've had over WinViz in cricket over the years, on the Ryder Cup app, which you could download wherever you are in the world and access, obviously, each match has a outcome.
I know where you're going.
Has an outcome IQ. And I knew.
Let me guess. This one's 50% because it's all square.
It isn't. It's 46% to the Americans, 38% to the Europeans, and 16% that it'll be all square. So I don't know how that. I mean, I've given that info.
I think that's 46% that the Americans are going to lose.
Is it?
I think. And a 38% chance the Europeans are going to win.
Right, okay. Well, as you can see, it's
quite content just to watch what actually happens.
I think that would help. But basically, what we've discovered is there's a win predictor, and it's incredibly complicated to understand. I'll work that out a little bit more as we go ahead. Kat?
I imagine the percentages are looking pretty good in favour of Aubert and Fitzpatrick at the moment. 3 up as we look at these birdie putts for both teams on the par 4 7th. Russell Henley from 40 feet then to get the Americans in the hole for the starters, but no, that one comes up shy by just a foot, 2 feet or so from Russell Henley. Long range birdie attempt just stays shy. The putt is conceded, and so the Americans are in for a par. But now it's a chance for the Europeans to extend their advantage then. Can they move 4 up here in the second match out on the course? Ludwig Aubert and Matt Fitzpatrick. Fitzpatrick with a stunner again. He's playing some blind golf this morning, out of the rough, splashing through the dew, and to put Ludwig Aubert 30 feet away, it's a big ask, isn't it?
It's a big ask, but he's going to have learnt a little bit from Henley's putt right there, so it's on a similar line, maybe a hint of left to right, but pretty flat. Good chance.
Picture of concentration, the tall Swede. There's so much Swedish support following Ludwig Aubert around here. So much blue and yellow Swedish flags draped across the ropes. It's like a morning out at IKEA. As Aubert settles himself into position, and he wastes no time, sending the ball on its way, and oh my goodness me, it horseshoes round a full 360, and Aubert puts his hand on his hips and he grimaces his teeth, and then he glances over towards his captain Luke Donald with a smile on his face. What an opportunity that was, so close to taking a 4-up lead.
Yeah, he had a great putt. You could see he was watching it and thinking it was going to die in, but it was a vicious horseshoe. Not ideal, but very nice reaction from Luke. Nice, happy. He's pretty happy with the situation right now, and I think so will the team.
Yes, and although the putt missed, it's another one, isn't it? It's another blow across the bows of the US team here. 3 up as we head to the 8th tee. James.
Yes, well, here we are on the 6th green, where good news for Team Europe, because Rory McIlroy was playing the European second shot into the green from the dewy rough down the right-hand side, and as that dew was shimmering somewhere between dream and daylight, the ball of McIlroy's landed a foot away from the pin. It's been conceded, and that means Harris English and Colin Morikawa have a putt to halve this match and stop themselves from going 4 down. Let's go to John Murray and we'll come back here shortly.
Because Jon Rahm, Bryson DeChambeau has missed the putt for the Europeans, the birdie putt at the par 3 8th, and that means Jon Rahm has a chance to birdie this hole, which he does, and there's a low clench of the fist from Jon Rahm, and the Europeans, Andrew McGee, in this match have gone bang, bang, won 2 holes in a row, and Rahm and Hatton from 1 down, the Europeans are now 1 up.
Yeah, very good sign. Jon Rahm swishing it from 10 feet. Lots of confidence caulking off this 8th green.
There we are. What a swing that we've witnessed over the past 10 minutes in this top match. Europe now 1 up.
And the scoreboard in front of us here at 12 is now a sea of blue. Rahm and Hatton 1 up on DeChambeau and Thomas through 8. Aubert and Fitzpatrick 3 up on Scheffler and Henley through 7. And McIlroy and Fleetwood, James Gregg,
are now 4 up. Incredible start. 4 birdies for Fleetwood Mac, and just an imperious start. Colin Morikawa's try from around 15 feet or so slid by the right edge. It's just been almost flawless golf, this, Sean.
Well, we talked about this being a kind of a birdie fest, and that's exactly what it's turned into, but for the wrong team. I think, look, Harris English is, you look at what Rory and Fleetwood have been. They've been in the rough, but they've had perfect angles, and the greens are soft, so there's no penalty for being in the long stuff.
They've been absolutely fantastic. McIlroy is wasting no time here on the 7th tee, so 4 up at the moment. Another blow landed by the still undefeated duo in this format, and I've got to say, for Colin Morikawa and Harris English, well, their backs are right up against the wall here.
I'm going to go to Ian Carter next, who's watching Bob McIntyre and Victor Hovland, and again we're looking at it from a European perspective here, Ian. But Aubert and Hovland were a successful pairing for Luke Donald 2 years ago when we were in Italy, and in the build-up to this he talked about people change and games change and partnerships will change, partly to suit the course and partly to suit the form and where they are at. And Aubert and Hovland have been split up and put with McIntyre and Fitzpatrick. McIntyre, a rookie in Italy, he started strongly, and I go back to the point of Fitzpatrick starting strongly. Those two, with different partners, have had very good starts.
They have, and Matt Fitzpatrick has got a record in the Ryder Cup that no one would want. There are no pictures on the scorecard, and there are reasons why he is 1 win and 7 defeats. But if you remember back to Italy 2 years ago, when he got his chance in the 4 balls with McIlroy, he came out flying, and it sounds like he's done exactly the same thing here today, and with the opportunity to do it against the world number 1, that's absolutely fantastic. I think from McIntyre's point of view, having been someone who qualified last time, but as a very nervous rookie, shepherded through his debut by Justin Rose, he's come here now as a seasoned professional, a contender in majors, a winner on the PGA Tour, a top 10 player, and so he is expected to play a more leading role and to take part in the more demanding format
that is the foursomes, and he's been the star man of the two here. Yes, they are one down against Cantlay and Schauffele, because Hovland's missed a couple of putts that he might have made, and he's just hit a really poor second shot into the long par 4, fifth here, Jamie Donaldson, leaving his partner with maybe 50 yards or so to a tucked pin.
Yeah, I mean, we were a little bit of a distance away from that, and you could see the ball clearly, and it looked like a pretty straightforward shot, and he's come out a long way short. Must have hit it slightly fat.
Yeah, so that's come up short, and I'm going to say, it's about half a football pitch that he's got to the flag, which is located on the right-hand side of the green, just close to a knuckle off the back of the bunker that guards the right-hand side of the green. But McIntyre ready to play this. He's got to get it in close, because Cantlay and Schauffele are nicely positioned right in the middle of the green, and so this has to really get to tap-in range if he can possibly do it. The Scot, who is ready to go, playing his second Ryder Cup, and he's lofted that up towards the hole, bounces next to the hole and settles down. And a little sporting acknowledgement there from Xander Schauffele. Applause from vice-captain Alex Noren as well after that approach shot in from Bob McIntyre, and he's certainly given his playing partner Victor Hovland the chance to make the par 4.
Yeah, an incredible shot. Helped slightly from these moist greens, receptive greens. He had a very high, soft lob. Beautiful shot there from Bob McIntyre.
So here we are on the fifth green, and Cantlay played a lovely shot in here. What do you make of this putt that's coming up here? It's a decent look at birdie for the Americans.
Yeah, he's played a sensible shot here after watching the Europeans finish short. They were short-sided. Bob played a great shot, but Schauffele here's got a 25-footer straight up the hill. So, you know, it's a very holdable putt.
Okay, so Schauffele about to putt to win this hole here on the fifth. Quickly to Kat.
And we've got birdie putt here for Ludwig Aubert after a lovely tee shot from Matt Fitzpatrick, just clinging onto the front edge of this par 3. Eighth flies over the glassy waters of the pond and then up onto the green, clings to the front edge. This is about 25 feet or so for Aubert for birdie, just shaving the front edge of the hole. Doesn't go in for Aubert, but they should be conceded the par here, with the Americans missing the green in.
Schauffele on the fifth green, putt ahead behind the ball. This to go 2 up for the Americans. Sends it up the slope towards the hole. Hasn't given it enough, I don't think. No, he hasn't. It's come up just shy from 20 feet. That'll be conceded as a par 4. And a tester to come for Hovland to keep this match at 1 down. Kat.
Henley then chipping just a foot or so off the green in the lush stuff. Little chip, little bunt of the ball, skips up onto the green. Oh, and he's left that a tester for Scotty Scheffler. That's about 4 feet away. The putt hasn't been conceded to the Europeans, though. They're going to have to putt for their par, but Scheffler needs this, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, that was only like 22 feet, a really good opportunity to hold it. Everything he's doing, Russell Henley, around the green is just a little bit cagey, just not quite confident in the strike and the roll at the moment.
Big pressure par putts to come here on the 8th, Ian.
And a pressure par putt to come here for Victor Hovland, who needs a settler as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's a tricky this. It's right on like a hog's back, a bit of a ridge. You can see the grass going. We're directly side on the putt, and you can see the grass going away on one side and away on the other. So it's tricky. 4 foot, important putt.
Very important, this to avoid going 2 down on the fifth green for the European from Norway. Victor Hovland sends the ball towards the hole and into the cup. Great 4, what an up and down for the Europeans, and it means that the arrears remain at just the single hole. Kat.
3 feet for Scotty Scheffler, this for a par on the 8th. This to put the pressure on Matt Fitzpatrick and Ludwig Aubert, who were 3 up, standing side by side. Matt Fitzpatrick with his hand on his hip, watching the world number 1. Can Scotty Scheffler find the par putt here? He can, and it goes for Scheffler. Warm applause from the Americans, and the putt was conceded for the Europeans, so the hole is halved in pars. The lead, though, of Aubert and Fitzpatrick remains at 3, and a great statistic I've just been fed from James Corrigan at the Telegraph. Through 16 holes of foursomes in the Ryder Cup, Scotty Scheffler, the world number 1, is 12 down. Came close to going 13 there, but it's not a great record for Scheffler in the foursomes, and he and Russell Henley certainly have their backs to the ropes as we approach the final couple of holes on this front nine at Bethpage Black.
Ollie Wilson, that's a ridiculous stat, isn't it? For the world number one in foursomes. I mean, that is astonishing.
It's astonishing, and especially given what his strength is hitting fairways and greens, which is obviously the fundamental thing in foursomes. So very strange, but I guess, you know, in foursomes as well, you need a good partner.
Well, yeah, and he's playing with a rookie, Katrina, and we were just talking about this here as we were listening. He's playing with a Ryder Cup rookie, but a Ryder Cup rookie who's done well in the President's Cup, has had a great season, and is the world number 3. So Keegan Bradley's put out the world number 1 and the world number 3, and they're approaching the turn nearly 3 down.
I know, I mean, Keegan Bradley would have been expecting them hopefully to pick up a point. I mean, they might turn it round, but 1 and 3 in the world, and 2 players you'd have thought were built for foursomes. I mean, Henley, you know, a great putter, but he's obviously just maybe a little nervous, been struggling with his putting on this front nine.
It's still early days, as I keep saying. You don't want to get ahead of anybody get ahead of themselves. But from a captain's point of view, presumably you're starting to think, with a couple of the groups, as I say, approaching the turn, are you starting to think about your 4 balls, but also tomorrow morning's foursomes, and just trying to work out what's going on with some of your pairings at this early stage?
I think certainly they'll probably have their 4 balls for this afternoon set, so the players will know what they're doing. The ones that I would imagine, probably all the ones sitting, will play this afternoon.
You wouldn't react to what's gone on so far?
I don't think so, no. I think it's too early days. I think you'll have that set, you'll have your first day pairing set. But I think the captain, they'll be going to that first match. That's a big match, I think, for both teams. The Americans really need to try and turn that one around, and if the Europeans can kind of win that one, it's looking pretty good to win the first 3.
So as far as the scores are concerned, DeChambeau and Thomas 1 down to Rahm and Hatton. Scheffler and Henley 3 down against Aubert and Fitzpatrick. McIlroy and Fleetwood are 4 up on Morikawa and English. And in the bottom match, that is where the red is on the board here in New York. Schauffele and Cantlay 1 up on McIntyre and Hovland as they play the 6. It is the opening morning of the 45th Ryder Cup. We're live at Bethpage Black in New York, and we'll just pause for the latest BBC News.
The voice of the UK.
You're listening to the BBC radio coverage of the Ryder Cup here in New York. First morning, and the first hour very much went the way of the USA. The last hour or so has swung towards Europe. But as you heard Mark Chapman just saying, there is still a long way to go in these morning foursomes. So at the moment we have Europe up in 3 matches out on the golf course. Top match looks absolutely crucial. Jon Rahm and Tyrrell Hatton lost the first to a birdie against Bryson DeChambeau and Justin Thomas, but they've won the 7th and the 8th, and we've got Bryson DeChambeau in our view at the moment, preparing to chip from the right of the green in the collar of the rough at the par 4 9th. So DeChambeau and Thomas are 1 down. Oberg and Fitzpatrick 3 up on Scotty Scheffler and Russell Henley after 8. McIlroy and Fleetwood 4 up on Morikawa and English after 6. And in the bottom match, Xander Schauffele and Patrick Cantlay 1 up on Robert McIntyre and Victor Hovland. But let's continue to focus on Bryson DeChambeau in the red, white and blue. Close-up view of him at the moment. Dark blue shoes buried in the long, wet, tangly rough just to the right of this 9th green. Puts the club head behind the ball, just bunts it forward and wants this to roll and go and rock towards the hole. It doesn't go as far as he thought it was going to. Slightly frustrated look on his face, little cough behind his left hand, and then a slight chuckle at how surprised he was that it didn't turn out his way. We head further down the course. We see Harris English over a birdie putt on the 7th, 4 down against McIlroy and Fleetwood. The crowds out there are vast. The golf course looks absolutely spectacular, and we hope you're enjoying it out there. If you're watching, if you're listening to us on RyderCup.com, we'll hand you back to
2025
with Mark Chapman
on BBC Radio 5 Live.
Rahm and Hatton 1 up on DeChambeau and Thomas. Let's get straight to John Murray and Andrew McGee.
And this match has changed so quickly and so dramatically. And Jon Rahm here on the green at the par 4 9th with all of the hospitality chalets and the bleachers around it. Europe have got a chance to win a 3rd hole in a row and to go 2 up in this top match, and it's 10 feet. It's certainly makeable. The Americans missed the green. DeChambeau has already chipped down, and Justin Thomas will have another putt to come, but not if Jon Rahm can hold this. It was Rahm who holed out to win the 8th. And now a final little wiggle and adjustment from the Spaniard, and the ball runs towards the hole but misses on the right-hand side, and Rahm leans back and there's some relieved American applause, but I'm not sure they have conceded the Thomas putt. Well, I'm surprised at that.
Yeah, it was a 3-footer again. Oh, it's nice, very nice of the Euros, kicking our butt and just giving putts. Lovely day.
However, chance missed for Jon Rahm and for Europe, but Rahm and Hatton remain one up at the turn.
And there was a little bit of applause here with that putt on the big screen at Jon Rahm missing, wasn't there, Katrina Matthew?
Yeah, I think this crowd here behind us in this 12th stand are wanting something to cheer about. They're clutching at straws here.
And McIlroy and Fleetwood keeping Morikawa and English at arm's length. James Gregg.
A 5th birdie, courtesy of a lovely 2-putt at the par 5 7th. Harris English raced Team USA's eagle try a long way by. You know who, Colin Morikawa, shaky on the green so far, stood over it. This is for a half, and for their first birdie of this entire match, 6.5 feet. He does knock it in, and Sean McKeel, that's got to just, even though they are 4 down, steady the ship a little.
That could have just almost sealed it if he doesn't make that putt. You could definitely see Rory was playing the way he should in strategy. He knocked it by. It was a great putt by Colin, but they're going to have to do something really spectacular to get back into this match.
Now, we've waxed lyrical about this incredible European pairing, this talismanic Fleetwood-Mac pairing that were unbeaten in Italy, and Tommy Fleetwood, of course, undefeated in foursomes. Now, we were talking on the way into the golf course this morning about Data Golf, a well-trusted stats website with players themselves, who ranked all 132 possible US foursomes pairings. Morikawa and English was 132nd out of those 132. What do you think about that?
I mean, we can talk about stats all day long. You could have paired them against any of the other 3 groups, and you don't know how they're going. I mean, they've run into a buzzsaw. I don't think any stats are going to come up the way Rory and Fleetwood are playing. But if you see that, why do you send them out there? It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But stats only mean so much. I mean, you got to play the game.
Well, the question's being answered at the moment by Rory McIlroy and Tommy Fleetwood. They're on the 8th tee, and they are 4 up with 5 birdies tucked away under their belt in this foursomes match.
And we will go 1 hole further up to where Catherine Downs and Ollie Wilson are watching Aubert Fitzpatrick against Scheffler and Henley.
Yep, Scotty Scheffler with that lasso effect on his club. Oh my goodness me, straight at the flag. I was comparing these greens to dartboards, and he has thrown the arrow right at the bullseye there, landed pin high, just missing the cut by a couple of feet to the left, but then spun back. Some seriously aggressive backspin from Scotty Scheffler, and the ball has come to a rest about 13-14 feet or so from the pin as Mother Scheffler walks past me with a big smile on her face. She liked that one.
I think everybody around here liked that one. It was impressive considering how far Russell Henley had left him in. This is one of the few holes on the course where there's a huge advantage for hitting, carrying it a little further through the air, and Oberg's hit a massive tee shot, leaving Fitzy a little wedge into the green that's now looking fantastic. Just pitched past the flag, spun back pin high, maybe about equal distance to where Scheffler's hit it. Pretty even right there.
How impressed are you with the way that Aubert and Fitzpatrick have worked together? Because, you get the adrenaline. You've been there, Ollie. You played in the Ryder Cup in 2008. The adrenaline, the nerves coursing through you on that first tee. There's going to be a crash at some point, but these two seem to be holding it together brilliantly.
They're playing really well. I mean, they've not hit loads of fairways, but they're in good position. And the extra distance that this pairing has over the US team is certainly helping when they're hitting into the green. But they're doing everything right. In foursomes, it's really important to keep the pressure on the other team, and they're doing that really well. They're hitting the greens. Every putt they're hitting is either going in or leaving it stone dead. So it's always keeping pressure onto the Americans, and they're lacking holding out on the American side.
Big whoops from the crowd here as Henley and Scotty Scheffler walk up to the ninth. Over to you, Ian.
Yeah, we're here on the par 6th birdie putt for Victor Hovland. Bob McIntyre unlucky with his approach, could easily have spun down the slope towards the hole, and certainly the Americans had more success in that regard. So the Europeans just a little further away, around about 20 feet, breaking from right to left. Hovland over this now for birdie. One down in this match. Down the hill the ball goes, heading towards the hole, turning. Oh, and shaving the edge of the hole. And that's been the story of Victor Hovland's life on the green so far this morning.
Yeah, so far, I mean, that was a really, really good putt. Tracking all the way from a good distance there. And it's just slid by, but very, very good putt. He keeps hitting them like that, they're going to go in.
And this is where we've seen Cantlay have so much Ryder Cup success in his career, even though he lost both his foursomes last year. That epic 4-ball victory on the Saturday afternoon amid the tumult of Hatgate. And this is the sort of putt he was holing for fun on those occasions. 12 to 15 feet down the slope, this to go 2 up for the American. And again, he gently just shakes his feet into the ground, almost gently stretching his Achilles before getting ready. Another little shuffle, another glance at the hole. All this time the putter head behind the ball. Now it swings and sends the ball on its way delicately down the slope, tiptoeing just to the left of the cup. There wasn't much authority about that one.
No, that was a massive decel, totally backed out of it, and he's hit a weak, pulled, short putt.
So our hole is halved in par 4s, and the American pair remain 1 up, Cap.
Russell Henley, birdie putt here for the American. He's had a little bit of a wobbly start, has the rookie, the world number 3 from Georgia, but this would be a good steadier for him. Sends the ball up and past on the left-hand side, and Henley's shoulders just hunch a little bit, and all the stars and stripes, and there are thousands of them around this 9th green. It's a great place to come and watch. There are grandstands on all 3 sides. There's a hospitality area behind. There's the beer tent to the right-hand side of the green. This is a place, really, a congregation of American fans, and they are bedecked in their red, white and blue, but they are completely silent. Just a big kind of collective sigh of disappointment as Henley's ball drifted by there. So the birdie putt missed for Henley, and Ludwig Aubert has a chance from about the same distance the Americans, about 20 feet or so, then to win the hole here and go to the turn 4 up.
Yeah, it's a perfect lead for him, straight up the hill, pretty straight. You can't get a better opportunity from this distance, so he's just got a good putt in it. The greens are running so pure that you get it, you hit a good putt, you're going to hole it.
And you know that if this misses, it's going to get an enormous cheer from these American fans. They didn't get to see the putt drop for Russell Henley. What about this for Ludwig Aubert? On its way. Oh, yes! And he steps after it. And he punches the air, Ludwig Aubert. Big show of emotion from the cool, calm Swede. And a low 5 with Matt Fitzpatrick. And Ludwig Aubert and Matt Fitzpatrick go to the turn 4 up on the world number 1 Scotty Scheffler and the rookie Russell Henley, James.
This is the theatre where the actors carry nations and continents on their backs. And Rory McIlroy is doing such a brilliant job of that so far, as is Tommy Fleetwood, who hit a perfect 7-iron to 5 feet at the par 3 8th hole. Colin Morikawa hit his approach shot to 20 feet. It stayed above ground, and therefore McIlroy has this to send he and Tommy Fleetwood 5 up on this 8th hole. This is a very big moment. It almost feels like it's game, set and match if this one were to drop. He's held everything that he's looked at so far as the Masters champion, golf's newest Grand Slam winner.
And he walks it in. It tumbles home like destiny choosing its side in this 3rd match in the foursomes. Incredible stuff that we're seeing here from Team Europe. And that was just laced with sheer confidence, Sean McKeel.
Well, you can hear it right now, the ole, ole, ole. It's unrelenting. And Rory is, what a formidable pairing these two are. This might be new history being made here.
They're about to walk past us. The Americans first. They're probably 10 or 15 yards apart, Harris English and Colin Morikawa. And they are not looking above their feet here. They know that they have so much to do, and the body language. We talk about body language so much on these sorts of occasions, don't we? Between McIlroy and Fleetwood, who walk past, it's just so different. It is so different. They look happy as anything.
Do you know what there is at the moment as you sort of watch the Europeans around this course, even McIntyre and Hovland to a certain extent, who are 1 down, there's a steal about the European men that are out there at the moment, Katrina.
Absolutely, and I think a little bounce in their step. You can just see them, they're walking, their heads are a bit higher, the crowds are quiet. They're seeing there's loads of leaderboard in every hole, so they're seeing all that blue on the board. And that just, even the last group there, McIntyre and Hovland, they'll see the three groups in front and they'll want to get in the blue on the board.
And the other thing is, because you have the scoreboards everywhere and the big screens everywhere at a Ryder Cup, probably more than any other golf event that you would ever go to, despite the fact that you're in this massive 7,000-yard golf course in this massive state park in New York, the atmosphere spreads across the whole course because everybody is seeing the same pictures and the same scoreboard.
Yeah, and there's only 4 groups. They're all in a quite condensed little part. The whole crowd, all the groups, they're all in a small area, even on the golf course. So they can hear the cheers or the non-cheers that we're hearing.
Would you say there is steel in your group, John Murray?
There's plenty of steel with Bryson DeChambeau, Justin Thomas, John Rahm and Tyrrell Hatton. And after the Europeans missed that chance at the 9th, John Rahm with the putt to go 2 up here at the par 4 10th. They have both been in the fairway, they're both on the green, and they've both got long putts, probably 35, 40 feet, as much as that, for outside chances of birdies, Andrew McGee.
Oh, very outside, but what we've seen so far, this European team over the ball, Tyrrell Hatton from 45 feet, ball is on its way.
Here it goes. I said 35, Andrew said 45, and he's just slouched his shoulders there. There's a smattering of European applause. It's been conceded. That was a cracking putt from Hatton.
You see the Rahm look. He looked over at Bryson and Justin. Come on, give it to me. Yeah. It was only a foot and a half away.
Yeah, and so he put a big right Spanish thumb up in the air in acknowledgement of that from the Americans, and through that thick Rahm beard I can see a flash of white teeth as Hatton and Rahm have a little joke about it.
Yes, they're having fun, aren't they?
They are now.
They are now. Justin Thomas, from a similar distance across the green, he has made nothing today. Even missed a wee tiddler a couple holes ago to lose the hole from an unlikely distance.
He needs a bit of dynamite from those star-spangled shoes that he's wearing. And this would be it if this drops into the hole. This similar range, so let's say 40 feet, Andrew. 40 feet for an unlikely American birdie that would win the hole and bring the match back all square. And everyone stares after it. The Europeans have a little look at one another. And is that to be conceded as well? Yes, it is conceded. 2 putts conceded. The hole is halved in par 4s, and the Europeans remain 1 up. Andrew?
Yeah, we got a good match going here. We got to get something out of the American team. Hopefully we can keep getting some birdie putts, start hitting some greens. We're missing greens, putting pressure on their putters. So for the American side, fairways, greens, birdie putts to come, I hope.
So there we are. That is Andrew McGee, multiple winner on the PGA Tour. And we have completed 10 holes with this match. And the European pair, Rahm and Hatton, remain 1 up.
And myself and Katrina will see you very shortly when you head towards this 12th green, which we're standing by just away to my left, the 13th tee, a par 5, 608 yards hole, the 13th. We're going to go back to the par 4 7th, which is over 500 yards, Ian Carter.
Yes, and Victor Hovland with a lovely potential approach here from 190 odd yards out from the right side of the fairway. Brilliant tee shot from Bob McIntyre, and the Americans are in the Greenside bunker with a lengthy bunker shot to come, and Hovland's hit a beauty in there just to the left of the flag, so advantage Europe in this 7th hole. Remember, the Americans of Schauffele and Cantlay are 1 up here after 6 holes. It's been very nip and tuck, some excellent up and downs. The Europeans really have shown a lot of grit to stay and keep the arrears at just a single hole. I think it's fair to say the better golf has come from Schauffele and Cantlay, but now a real opportunity, you would think, for levelling the match up.
Yeah, big time. They've missed it right. He's got about a 25-30 yard bunker shot. Very difficult. One of the hardest shots in the game. And you've got and the Europeans here. I mean, Victor's hit an unbelievable shot for around 200 yards. It's the Europeans in the driving seat here.
Yep, so who knows, it might be that the one remaining splodge of red on the leaderboard, Mark, might get scored off here, because certainly at this stage on hole 7 it is advantage Europe.
Jamie, you've been part of a European winning Ryder Cup team, and I know you're with the group where there is the only red on the board at the moment, but you're seeing the scoreboards and the big screens like everybody else. What do you sense about how the atmosphere is around this place compared to that first 45 minutes? So
it's gone very quiet, really. The crowd can't be happy with their team getting slowly pumped on the quiet, and these boys at this last match are staying in it really well, and they look like they're just about to sort of really kick into gears. And wonderful tee shot from Bob round the corner to set up Victor, who's hit a great iron shot to 12 feet.
A private jet just flies overhead above the Bethpage Black course. There's been a few helicopters flying around as well, and a little bit later on, for when the 4 balls get underway, we are expecting the President of the United States to arrive. Let's go to Kat. Where are you? What hole are you on?
We're on the 10th, Mark, and I've just seen the best fancy dress of the day. 2 gentlemen in full inflatable American bald eagle costumes. It's going to get very hot in there later. And just seeing Russell Henley's ball arrive right in the centre of the green here on the 10th. The green's a little bit like a pedestal that's been draped in a green tablecloth. It's raised up high from the fairway, and Henley has floated the ball up and over and into the heart of the green, about 30 feet or so from the pin. But that gives a really good target to Ludwig Aubert to try and get inside.
He's got about 220 yards on this 500-yard par 4, one of the toughest holes on the course. So really the target's middle of the green, and just try and keep the pressure on the Americans at this stage.
So Ludwig Aubert about to hit this second shot. Ian, we're going to be coming to you next. I know you've got action elsewhere, but just watching the little white ball of Team Europe heading up towards the flag here. Oh, and it creeps on the front edge. That is a very long putt to come for Team Europe. They're about 50 feet or so from the pin, with the Americans at 30 feet. Ian.
Here on the 7th, it's Xander Schauffele with the 3rd shot for the American pair from the bunker to the right of the green. Probably a 35-yard shot here. Tough one, with the Europeans sitting pretty on the green. Both captains here, Luke Donald and Keegan Bradley, watching as this is played very, very nicely by Xander Schauffele, flying it almost all the way to the flag. The ball just dribbling out to pin high, and he's put it to 6 feet. Super shot.
Yeah, very good. And there's still a lot left to do, but in those that lie on slightly on the upslope, it was a very good shot.
And what would you say, 15, 16 feet, something like that for the Europeans for this birdie for Bob McIntyre that would level the match?
Yeah, and it's quite a flat putt, and you know, the Europeans are due a putt. If there was one to hole, this would be it'd be a great turning point, and turn the match around and kick it on in the other direction.
Now this is interesting, because Luke Donald, as I was saying, is here, and he's having a lengthy conversation now with Shane Knight, the caddy of Victor Hovland, and I would imagine he's getting a briefing on what's happened in this match so far, what's going well, what's not going so well.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's tricky, but just get an angle on this putt. There's not much in it, really. The good thing, it's slightly uphill as well, so the lads have been talking, they know what they're doing, and Bob's got a good line on it. He's just lining it up now to hopefully slot it in the middle of the hole.
Well, if he does, it would level this match on the 7th green. Around about 15, 16 feet. Fantastic drive from the Scot. Superb approach from his Norwegian partner, Victor Hovland. And now Bob McIntyre, 29 years of age, from Oban on the west coast of Scotland. Right here on Long Island, New York, has the chance to level this match up. Gives the ball a firm wrap, heading towards the hole. And will it drop? It needs to turn. No, not quite enough. And he opens the door for the Americans to potentially grab a half and maintain their lead.
Yeah, close, just needed hitting, but again, it's one of those, the Americans got a really tricky putt here to get the half, and you don't really want to just start racing them by, so, you know, it would have been nice if it was a little bit more pace on it, but it's by the hole, it's a 4.
OK, let's very quickly go to James Gregg.
Well, if you need it back, Ian, do shout up. McIlroy taking another look here at this birdie try at number 9. Remember, he and Tommy Fleetwood 5 up over Morikawa and English. This, though, will be a little tester again for McIlroy. He's holds so many of these. In fact, let's go back to you, Ian, whilst McIlroy deliberates.
Yes, because we're into the Cantley shoe shuffle, which means that the ball is imminently going to be moving towards the hole. Very light grip on the club. And now Patrick Cantley sends this forward for a half. Will it drop for the Americans? No, it won't. It's the first drop shot for them. It's the first dropped hole for them. And this match has gone all square, and it means there's no red on the board at all as we now go to James Gregg.
A little flicker of hope, potentially. You can hear the grandstands, the bleachers around this 9th green, just getting a little bit excited. At the moment, they haven't had much to get excited about in this 3rd match here in the foursomes. McIlroy and Fleetwood's birdie try that was struck by the Northern Irishman just caught the lip, Sean McKeel. And now this is an absolute must-make to try and narrow the deficit as we head towards this homers half, back to 4 up in favour of the Europeans.
Well, this would certainly do a lot to settle them down. It's the first time we heard chance of USA besides the first hole. So Harris is he's got a good look at it, but not too much, about 6-7 feet, pretty straight.
A tall, very tall figure indeed is Harris English, runner-up at the USPGA Championship, runner-up at the Open Championship, knows a thing or two about how to play the game this season. And in she goes. It's just a second birdie of the day for this USA pairing. To the turn, we'll move towards the back 9 with Fleetwood and McIlroy 4 up in this match, headed towards the 10th tee. Catherine Downs.
As a man to my right on the 12th green with a Stars and Stripes t-shirt on, carrying a Stars and Stripes flag, runs the length of the crowd and gets the biggest applause we've had so far here on the 12th. Cat.
Big scoreboard away to the left here on the 10th green. Just saw that flash of red snuffed out in the bottom match. Big stripes of blue in the top 3 matches. Chance here though for Scotty Scheffler to win the hole. Fitzpatrick and Aubert 4 up against Scheffler and Henley. This from 30 feet for the world number 1 to get one of the holes back. This would be very useful indeed for the world number 1, but no. A swish of the club in frustration from Scotty Scheffler. His head is bowed. The body language between these two is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's been given, so it's a solid par 4 on this hole, but definitely not feeling it right now. I think they're sensing that they're on the brink here. They need to turn it around fast. They've only 8 holes to go after this. They're clutching at straws to see if Aubert is going to make this, but it's only 3.5 feet on these greens. I think he'll be in good shape.
So needs to make this 3.5 feet. John, what have you got?
A long birdie putt for Jon Rahm up the slope at the 11th, and I'm not sure it's going to get there. There is applause, actually. He has judged that pretty well, but there is a chance for the Americans now after an excellent approach shot from Justin Thomas. Bryson DeChambeau will have a 10-footer or so to win the hole and bring this match back all square, Cat.
Mistake from Ludwig Aubert, rolls in that par putt. The hole is halved in pars, and so Team Europe here in the second match remain 4 up as we head down the 11th.
Let's just give you the overall picture at the moment on this opening morning of the 45th Ryder Cup at the foursomes. In the top match, Europe are 1 up, but the Americans have a chance to bring that back to all square. In the 2 middle games, Europe are 4 up in both of those, and the final match is all square. Opportunity then for DeChambeau and Thomas to get this back and get that blue off the board there. John?
Yes, I don't know about you, Mark. I sense that this New York crowd are looking for any little spark of inspiration. As I just heard someone say as I was walking down the 11th, the crowd's gone dead. But the Americans now with Bryson DeChambeau, Andrew McGee, the chance to create a bit of noise.
Choppers, I just have to. You drive for show. And Bryson, here, you're putting for dough. Let's go.
Money has been a theme of the week, Andrew, hasn't it? So, this for, well, first and foremost, American pride. This to bring the match back all square. After a lovely shot in by Justin Thomas to the back of the green, Bryson DeChambeau on this slightly raised green, feet wide apart. They need this, the Americans, to claw their way back all square in this match. The ball on its way. And instead, New York groans, Andrew.
Oh, it's the groans. They both... Oh, he's... Thomas reaching his pocket for his lucky coin. They both have a little bit left. Oh, Thomas is out. Putting first. This is trauma.
Not being conceded. The Europeans have not conceded the Thomas putt this time. They're keeping them guessing, aren't they? Sometimes they concede, sometimes they don't.
Yeah, he's going to have to show them that he can make a few of these before they concede the next one. Justin Thomas, 3 feet. Never easy.
Well, this is where this match really changed, when Justin Thomas missed a 3-footer at the 7th. This is the 11th, and the Europeans have said to Justin Thomas, OK, you've got to finish this off. So this to halve the hole, which he does. It rolls in, and actually that was from a little further. You know, they had every right to ask him to put that out. That was 3.5, 4 feet.
Longest make yet, so maybe that's some confidence, huh? 3-footer.
And actually, the Europeans also have not had their putt conceded. So now Tyrrell Hatton is being asked to hold from, I mean, this can only be 3 feet.
You can see what kind of match this has turned in. There's going to be no more gimmies now that we're making a swing into the back 9 and the 11th hole. We're just seeing the last putt on the 11th and then the big 12th coming up.
All manner of aircraft crisscrossing the skies above Long Island. Down at ground level, Tyrrell Hatton drops it in. And that is a hole, the 11th, halved in par 4s, and the Europeans, Rahm and Hatton, remain 1 up. So 1 up after 11, Ian, in the top match.
And in the bottom match, it's all square. We're on the par 3/8, and both pairs have hit excellent tee shots. Hovland for the Europeans, creating a birdie opportunity here now from no more than 12 feet for Bob McIntyre, and just a fraction shorter putt to come for Patrick Cantlay after Xander Schauffele's equally good tee shot. And here is McIntyre putting for the birdie, having just levelled the match, and it's stayed above ground. So a chance coming for Cantlay, and at last, some noise for the USA. There's been no atmosphere out here with this match at all so far.
No, totally flat. The thing is now that Bob's obviously, these guys have both hit fantastic tee shots to more or less the same spot, but Bob's just slid it by, and now Xander's seen his putt, watched his line, and now he's over this, he knows exactly where to put it.
And this green nestling just beyond really the only water hazard on the golf course, and it's as calm as the proverbial mill pond. There's not a breath of wind, it's muggy, and the sun, milky sunshine, just peeping through, creating very pale shadows now, and the intensity just coming up almost to match the moment this for the United States. They desperately need some red on the board. Spectators standing on the dune-like mounds just either side of this green, and they watch the two-time major champion, his partner here, as he gets ready to putt, sends the ball forward. Schauffele, and into the hole inevitably. What a response from the Americans. They lost the 7th, they've won the 8th, they put red back on the board, and the American support staff all waving their arms now to encourage some noise, to get some atmosphere at Bethpage Black. They've got red back on the board. They're going to the 9th. Cantlay and Schauffele leading 1 up against McIntyre and Hovland.
And all of a sudden, further down the course, you just get a little bit of a buzz from the American fans round here at the 12th, where there is a small grandstand behind the 12th green, and they are maybe 5-6 deep either side of the 12th fairway, and certainly in front of the big screen just away to our left, so to the right of the green as the players play it. They are maybe 10 deep there, Katrina, at the moment, and they needed that. They just needed a putt from one of their players to go in first of all, and then for the red to go on the ball.
They did, didn't they? That's the biggest cheer we've heard since we've been standing here, and they need something. I mean, DeChambeau had a golden opportunity in that last hole. He'll be wanting to get this crowd into it, wanting to do something, so we're waiting here for them to come up the 12th.
We are back down the 12th. I think Europe, John Murray, have gone into the rough, have they, with their tee shot?
Yeah, it's just a light rough. I think it's okay in there. It just hopped up. We're about 30 yards short of it, but I don't think there's too much peril with that, Andrew.
No, this rough is playable. Keegan Bradley's a great idea to make the course playable this week, shooting for lots of birdies, and we've seen some, not a lot in this group.
And the next ball, I think, yeah, it's just on the edge of the fairway. So that's the picture here at the 12th with the Europeans one up in this match.
Another helicopter goes overhead as the sun starts to come out here in New York, and the cloud is just starting to break. It's been a warm, at times muggy morning, but the sun we haven't really seen, apart from on that first tee when there was a glorious sunrise earlier, and that first tee was bathed in sunshine. But since then it's been fairly overcast. But now, as we approach mid-morning here in the United States, we're just starting to get the sun breaking through. Kat, what have you got?
Just seen Scotty Scheffler's second shot into the 11th here, and the crowd yelling at it to get up as it flew up towards the green. It did. It put on the brakes about 35 feet or so from the pin, right into the heart of the green here on the 11th. Funny moment though, as we were walking up the side of the fairway here, the big screen was showing that birdie putt for Xander Schauffele, and he was standing over it, and all eyes were trained on that. Could he get a splash of red on the board? And then they turned it off and just put the scoreboard up, and everybody groaned. But then they saw that little stripe of red appear. Xander Schauffele and Patrick Cantley one up then in that bottom match, and there was a cheer from this American crowd, this New York crowd, who were predicted to be so noisy, so rowdy, so hostile. Well, they've been silent so far from what they've seen from Team Europe, and particularly from Matt Fitzpatrick and Ludwig Aubert, who are four up here as they play into the 11th. Oh, and Matt Fitzpatrick flirting with the back edge of the green here, and the ball just puts on the brakes before it tumbles down and clings on to the back edge. Great shot in from Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, really aggressive coming out of the rough. I think he was maybe a little worried as it was flying to the back of the green, but great opportunity for another birdie here. Scotty Scheffler from the middle of the fairway, 150-ish time. Really not a good shot. He kind of leaked it out there into the middle of the green. It's no damage, but he was definitely not happy with that. So advantage Europe on this 11th hole.
Two Americans walking up the 11th fairway now. There's about 3-4 feet between them, both with their heads bowed. Scotty Scheffler, well, that's how he plays, doesn't he? And Russell Henley, well, I'm not sure he's particularly enjoying his Ryder Cup debut, but the two of them walking up to the green now. Aubert and Fitzpatrick deep in conversation with their caddies. Four up at the moment as they approach the green on the 11th mark.
Morikawa and English pulled one back on McIlroy and Fleetwood on the 9th. They're four down. Can they get on a roll? James?
Well, it was a very nice little jab back, wasn't it, headed towards this homeward half. I'll be honest, striding up the 9th fairway, Sean McKeel, I was wondering how many holes we were actually going to see of this back nine.
You said it absolutely right. When they walked off the 8th green and they were walking up to the 9th tee, both Colin and Harris, his head were dropped. But they needed that putt. That's the first high five we've seen. And now they're back in it. Rory and them have a
30-footer, something like that. They've left themselves up the hill here at number 10. McIlroy not quite sure on the clubbing. He selected one that left him below the hole, so an uphill putt here for Tommy Fleetwood to come. Now, this European pairing are obviously, they're famous. They were the worthy favourites for this match as well, and of course Tommy Fleetwood's last appearance on US soil was winning the Tour Championship. The birdie try on the way up the hill. The speed is very good, and that's going to be conceded. It'll be a very stress-free par. McIlroy won't have to putt his, but Team USA, this is a decent chance. But Morikawa, I feel, Sean, needs to get his putting boots on.
Well, they need to hit a good iron shot. I mean, we've seen the iron shots from Team Europe, and the American team just needs to start hitting it a little bit closer to the hole. Last hole was inside 6 feet. This is 502 yards, so you're hitting 3 iron from back there. He's got a good opportunity, but you can see Team Europe. Do they play more aggressive, or do they try to just make pars to make the Americans beat them? And that becomes the strategy as we get closer to the clubhouse.
I think sometimes it's harder to just keep halving the holes than actually keep winning them, isn't it? So anyway, with that in mind, Morikawa ready to putt. He has had nothing at all to really shout about in this match so far. This is a birdie try up the hill to squeeze this match back down to 3 up in favour of Europe. He steadies himself now, does Morikawa, and his silence all around this 10th green. The ball on its way. He stays down on it, which is always a sign that a player likes it. Oh no, it's going to cling onto the lip. Cat dance.
Well, this would be a big moment here on the 11th green. Russell Henley's birdie attempt left well short, tentative effort from the rookie up the sloping green here, so it's come up 4 or 5 feet shy. The world number 1 Scotty Scheffler is pacing around it, but before he'll get a chance to put putter to ball, an opportunity for Ludwig Aubert to take Team Europe 5 up with 7 holes to play.
Yeah, this is a fantastic opportunity to pretty much close the match out. It's got about 15 feet, dead straight. Nothing really to worry about, just start it on a good line. And again, the greens are so pure, he'll know pretty quickly if he's going in or not.
Light breeze just tugging at that smoky blue shirt with the bands of yellow and blue around it. The ball on its way. Everyone stands, everyone stares. It's curving round towards the hole. Oh, it's not dropped. It's not dropped. It's gone past the hole.
That was a little aggressive, a little bit clumsy there from Ludwig. Maybe got caught up in the moment, but certainly not what he wanted to do. And Fitz has had to take a long walk now back to mark the ball. And now they've both groups got maybe 3-4 feet each.
3-4 feet for par for both Team USA and Team Europe here on the 11th. And really, the Americans and the American crowd here will be thinking the world number 1 really needs to halt the momentum here. They can't afford to lose the hole here.
No, they can't afford any mistakes from here on in. They've got to just keep trying to put the pressure on Team Europe, which is pretty hard to do the way they're playing at the moment. But this is obviously absolute necessity.
Standing in a huge crowd inside the ropes here, I can see the wives and girlfriends of the European players. They're wearing sensible looking navy blue Wellington boots to keep their feet dry in this dewy morning, which is just about heating up now as the sun peeps through the clouds overhead. All eyes now trained on Scotty Scheffler. 4 feet to save par on its way to the hole, and in it goes. And that asks the question now of Matt Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, this is one of the things you do not want to do in these situations, is to give any break in your armour, and certainly Ludwig's left him a lot of work to do, but again, it's only 3 feet, so knock this in and move on, and it's all good, but it's just a little bit of extra stress that you don't need.
Yeah, there's some smiles on the faces now of Scotty Scheffler and Russell Henley. They're standing off to the left-hand edge of the green, and they're just having a little bit of a joke, just letting a little bit of that tension out of the shoulders and the muscles of the US team. 4 down on this 11th green. And is this the moment they get a hole back? Tester here for Matt Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, just stood over it right now. Eyes goes back and through, straight in. No messing around. Little fist pump and move on to the next.
Yep, still 4 up Fitzpatrick and Aubert against Scheffler and Henley. We're going to the 12th mark.
Yes, and chance of USA ringing around the 12th green as they welcome Bryson DeChambeau and Justin Thomas here. John Murray just to my right with Andrew McGee alongside him.
Yes, so the Europeans 1 up in this match, but as we say, Andrew, this is nip and tuck. But the Europeans safely on the green, and the Americans just off the back left.
Yeah, we keep seeing the same movie over and over. The Americans just missing greens, having these little chip shots and leaving themselves, 3-footers. And if you leave too many of those, you know what happens, John. And conversely, the Europeans have a good look at birdie from 18 feet below the hole.
So from our position here, just down the back of the slope, at the back of the green, right up against the red awnings at the bottom of the big grandstand, with hundreds of faces and actually hundreds of phone screens up, as Justin Thomas chips that out ever so delicately and rolls it just by on the right-hand side. What a beautiful touch.
Wow, face was wide open. He just took a full swing, soft hands. I thought, oh, no, too much risk involved. Lovely shot, Justin Thomas.
Well, they're doing their best now, Andrew. All those people, look at them up there behind us. The phones have gone down, and instead the mouths are open. But the way is open for the Europeans here. I mean, it's a lengthy-ish putt. This will be what, 20, 25 feet, but it's a chance.
It's definitely a chance. Of course, I didn't quite think of that. The cell phone in the hands is why the American fans aren't louder.
Is that why?
That must be. You just said it.
Do you think that? Do you think it is? Anyway, there is a chance for Europe here, but Ian, you have news.
Well, news of second shots into the 9th, and very shortly a chip for Bob McIntyre. Victor Hovland's approach was nearly very, very good. It just caught up in the collar of rough, just short of the green here on the 9th. The American's safely on the green and will have a birdie putt of around about 18 feet. And here is Bob McIntyre, who's fancying holding this. He's taken the flag from the hole, and he's got to just find a way to play this chip shot. Interestingly, he's going to step to one side because the Americans are that little bit further away, and it's going to be Cantlay's partner Schauffele to putt for birdie very shortly. Let's go quickly to John.
Yes, Rahm and Hatton have been working together in discussions together, and he's just backed off because there's an insect, and I think the crowd here think that's an imaginary insect.
Wow, that's the most emotion we've seen today. Tyrrell Hatton back over it after swishing the little insect.
Might have been a tick. They're all the rage here at Bethpage. Ticks. So Tyrrell Hatton now is ready. So this for birdie, this to win the hole, up the slope. He's staring, and it's in! What a putt that was! Europe 2 up, Hatton and Rahm 2 up.
Oh, that's the dagger. That's the dagger. The Americans thought they'd steadied the ship, but no. Hatton, lovely 20-footer.
That was a big tick for Europe. Rahm and Hatton 2 up after 12 in the top match, Ian.
Thank you very much indeed, John. Well, back here at the 9th, we've seen Xander Schauffele putt for birdie, and from around about 18 feet, he's put it 3.5 feet past the hole, and so there's a chip here to win the hole from just off the front edge of the green for Bob McIntyre.
Yeah, this is very holeable, this one. He's not got long at all. He's probably got about a 15-foot chip just off the green, so this could be... could chip this one in.
Well, let's see. Here he is, club face wide open, bumps it forward onto the putting surface. Ball releases towards the hole. Hovland urges it to keep rolling, and it finally comes to rest just short. I think that will be conceded, but we'll wait and see. Yes, it has. It's been picked up, and it's a par 4 in the bank for the Europeans in this bottom match. And now there are jeers because the Americans are being asked to putt this, quite rightly as well, because it's 3.5 feet here. And remember, they're 1 up in this match, and it's Patrick Cantlay who has to hold this for a half.
Yeah, I mean, they're booing because we haven't given it, but this is nowhere near a gimme. This is a tricky little putt, a little bit of right to left, 3.5 foot up the slope.
Over it now for the American, 33-year-old from Long Beach, California. This to preserve the advantage. And he's over it now, sends the ball forward and into the hole, just in the side door there. And the hole is halved in par 4s. We go to the turn here, 9 holes played with the American pair of Xander Schauffele and Patrick Cantlay. 1 up on the European pair of Bob McIntyre and Victor Hovland. 9 holes to go.
And that continues to be the only red on the board at the moment. Herbert and Fitzpatrick 4 up, and they're about to come down 12. McIlroy and Fleetwood 4 up, they're going down 11. And Rahm and Hatton in the top match are 2 up on DeChambeau and Thomas as they go down 13, and they're just teeing off 13 at the moment, the par 5 13th, over 600 yards. But Katrina Matthew, this is such a pivotal game right at the top, and it sets the tone for everything else, really. And they were chanting USA, USA as they came up. They probably thought with the length of the European putt that they were going to get off here with a half, and it just took the wind out of the sails, didn't it, of the crowd, if nothing else.
It did. I mean, as they walked onto the green, as you say, you could hear the USA, USA chant. And then when that putt went in from Tyrrell Hatton, there is a little kind of section of Europeans who were cheering away there. But we watched Keegan Bradley was just in front of us, just at the side of the green, and he knows how important this game is.
And Andrew McGee as well, as you go up 13, the fact that, and Luke Donald's with this group as well, and he's got his shades on and he's walking down the middle of this fairway now, and Keegan Bradley is further ahead, maybe 20-25 yards ahead at the moment on his own, with a state policeman accompanying each captain. But Andrew McGee, the whole drama of the Tyrrell Hatton putt as well, the tick and stepping away and the crowd booing, in the end it silenced them even more.
Yeah, this has certainly turned in this first match as ever important to get that first point on the board. I think that's why you're seeing the captain circling the 13th hole, 2 up, just a few more guys grind it up, and we can get a big blue number on that board, which will fire up everybody behind us.
I think that's the first time we've seen the two captains with this match, isn't it, Andrew, since the first tee?
Yeah, I haven't seen them. That's right. We've been seeing the assistant captains, and that shows you how important this match is.
Both safely on the fairway here on the par 5, Mark. Europe 2 up in the top match.
Andrew, if you're Keegan Bradley, are you saying anything to your duo at the moment, or are you just letting them get on with it?
I don't think there's really anything you can say. It's early. You know, we're not the greatest foursomes group in the world, but there's lots of time to get this back. But let's grind it out. Try to win a few holes, one shot at a time, blah, 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 blah. You know the deal, chappers.
I do know the deal. What did you just spot, Katrina?
Keegan Bradley there just waited for the two players to come up, and he's just having a little chat with them, giving them a little fist pump, trying to get them going for these last few holes.
Andrew, just one thing. The last 5 Ryder Cups have been won by the team that took the spoils in the foursomes on day 1. So is that still blah, 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 blah?
No, that's good for your side, chappers. It's very, very good to take a lead and demoralize your opponent in any sport.
Massive cheer here for an American approach on the 12th. Cat.
It's a European approach, actually, Mark. Yeah, Russell Henley, with a little bit of adrenaline pumping through his arms, has overshot the green here. His ball has nestled down into that rough just around the toes of the spectators. But Ludwig Aubert, wow, he has taken the opportunity there. The Americans have left the door open, and he has barged through it, and he's put them to within 5 feet.
Phenomenal shot coming out that rough. They've done a great job, this team, of judging the distance coming out of the rough, and that's pin high, 4 feet, just to put the pressure right back on the Americans, and it's looking pretty bad for them right now.
Yeah, could have been the sucker punch there, struck by Ludwig Aubert. James.
And here we are on the 11th green, and this is an opportunity for the USA pairing of Harris English and Colin Morikawa to yet again just chip back into that ludicrous lead that Europe had through 8 holes in this match. This to get it back to 3 up from around 15 feet straight up the hill, and the big man from Georgia rocks his shoulders as he sends the ball towards the cup. You can hear the grandstand. They knew that one was never online. They didn't get all too excited about it. Now, what has to happen here is for Tommy Fleetwood to just make sure that they don't hand a hole to Team USA here. From a Europe perspective, that's the case here, Sean.
Well, absolutely right. I mean, you got to look at Harris. You got to figure you got to make birdies, so he's got to go for it. But now he's put another 5-footer in his hands. So it's yeah. Well, he's going through his routine. It's the first time I've seen Colin Morikawa do aim point. And we know how much he's struggled with his putting over the years with different putters, different grips. He's gone to the claw, the saw, all these types of things. But that is a tricky putt. When you come up over a hill from a low spot into a plateau, it's very difficult to get the speed right.
The match referee is actually stepping in here because there's a conversation to be had between both Fleetwood and Morikawa, who will line up their respective par putts, saying, well, who is it to put first? Who's further away? But ultimately, they pointed to the coin of Colin Morikawa. So pressure seriously on Team USA here. Europe, by the way, have gone 3 holes without a birdie. That's their longest stretch in this entire match without putting a red number on the board of their own. Just a reminder, McIlroy and Fleetwood 4 up on this 11th green. Morikawa has this for par to make Tommy Fleetwood have to hole his for his par 4 to keep the score at the same level. Now, the American world number 8, 2-time major winner, dead still, ball on its way, in she goes. That was a nicely struck putt. He'll be pretty pleased to have seen that one drop in.
Well, we haven't seen Tommy have to make too many putts, so it's going to be interesting to see him, how he handles this one. This is no gimme. This could affect the match. This could really change the momentum for the Americans.
That's the case, isn't it? Look, all the putts that we've seen is McIlroy. He's been the one who's knocking them in now. Fleetwood, it's a really, really testy little one, this one. Don't give anything away when you don't need to. And the long locks flow down onto that white collar of his on this sky blue top that is dead still. Now the ball rocks, and Fleetwood rocks as well. We're going to rock and roll towards the 12th. Cat Downs.
And Scotty Scheffler was just eyeing up this little chip. Russell Henley has put him through the back of the green here on the 12th into that really juicy, moist, rough. The dew still just beginning to burn off as the sun picks up the heat, and thousands of people surrounding the world number one now with their arms high in the air, holding their smartphones up to get a glimpse of this. And it's the kind of thing that we've seen Scottie Scheffler do time and time again when under pressure. He's been able to hole out from around the greens, and this is the kind of shot that he finds tasty. It's just through the back, looking to lift this up and over the lump of the green, and then it's going to release and move down the hill, up and onto the first cut. Oh my goodness me, it hasn't made it onto the green.
Yeah, I think he was in between two minds how aggressive to be. He had to open the club face up and throw it way up in the air as he was a bit short-sided, and I think he kind of got caught in between the two, tried to just land it on the green and roll it down, and this rough, even though it's not that thick, it's still you've got to be quite aggressive through it, and just didn't execute at all. So this is pretty much looking like 5 down with 6 to go.
And there's very little chance of coming back from that. I mean, the Americans have just won 1 hole in this match all morning.
Well, the Europeans have done everything that you need to do in foursomes. They've been in play, they've hit nearly every green, I think maybe every green. Missed 1 actually, and 4 under, I think. So bogey free in the foursomes through 12 holes is solid, and you're never going to be far away doing that. And the Americans just haven't been clinical enough.
Haven't been clinical enough and haven't lost their turn. Scottie Scheffler leaving that chip from the rough well short. This from 15 feet or so on the first cut, the collar of rough that encircles this undulating, sloping 12th green. Russell Henley giving that one a good go, but it horseshoes out. It's going to be a bogey for the Americans.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the best putt he's hit all day as well. I think you can see shoulders down, a little deflated. A little bit of talk from Scotty, but they know that that's all but done by now.
And the flag stick is put back in the hole. Europe won't even have to putt this one. Matt Fitzpatrick is just going to do it just for a little bit of practice, but that's it. 5 up with 6 holes to play, and there's very little hope left for the Americans in this second match out on the course.
Ollie, let me give you a stat. And this is not just reflective of Scottie Scheffler, but American world number ones have lost 5 straight foursome matches at the Ryder Cup going back to 2010. So Woods in 2010, Dustin Johnson in 2018, and then Scheffler's 2 in 2023. And also world number one since 1999, the top ranked player in the Ryder Cup field, so it doesn't matter whether they're American or European, have won just 38% of their matches. There is this perception that you come in as world number one and demolish everything before you, and that just isn't the case.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, right? Like, you're world number one, you come in wanting to lead the team, you know you're the figurehead, you know you have to be a leader, and that doesn't always suit those players. And especially in foursomes, where you're thrown into a team environment, you kind of got to put an arm around someone else. And on the flip side of it, when you're playing with the world number one, it kind of puts you under a bit more pressure too, because you know they are expecting you to perform. So it's not straightforward, but you would still expect a bit better performance than that.
I will let you walk down 13. Do you think it changes the mindset of of the person who's matched up with the world number one?
Yeah, I mean, I think you've got to probably have the right person with the world number one. I mean, it's not easy to get to world number one. Golf's such an individual game. They've got to really be quite selfish, really, to get to as good as that and be that. So to suddenly have someone next to you is quite different for them. So I think you've got to have someone. I mean, obviously Russell's a good friend of Scotty's. It's not happened. Has Russell just been a little bit nervous, not done his usual putting so well? So sometimes it just doesn't work out.
Let's go up to the 13th green. John Murray.
Yeah, the last of the par fives on Bethpage Black, and both the Americans who missed front and right and the Europeans who are off the back left of the green. Both teams are there in 2, and Bryson DeChambeau, who I'm told the Thomas approach shot actually bounced and hit one of the marshals, the on-course marshals. So Bryson DeChambeau was right down the slope, and he's managed to chip it out of there up onto the green. He's up on the right level, but still probably 15 feet away.
Yeah, advantage European team here. Jon Rahm with a pretty straightforward pitch shot. Just 8 foot in the air, hit the edge of the green, release it up. This could be a gimme. This could be a problem for the U.S. team because they've got 15 feet for birdie staring at them.
So Jon Rahm now, just down the slope at the back of the green, just sends it up into the air and it lands on the green, and it's rolling down towards the hole, but not quite as close as Andrew predicted it might have been. He's left that 7 or 8 feet away, so birdie putts to come. To Ian though first.
We're here on the 10th. The Americans are shouting encouragement to Patrick Cantlay as he pitches onto the green. Third shot on this par 4. It's advantage the United States here because the European pair of Bob McIntyre and Victor Hovland, who are 1 down in this match, they found the greenside bunker short left. It was a long bunker shot, a difficult one for Hovland, and he flew it all the way over the green. And so Bob McIntyre is going to have to chip with the 4th shot from the collar of the rough, and Cantlay's chip up to probably 6 feet from the hole, maybe just inside that, is obviously putting them in an advantageous position. So we'll be having that McIntyre chip very, very shortly, John, but back to you.
Yeah, Justin Thomas is down on his haunches looking at this putt from behind the line. So the Europeans 2 up in this match, and the Americans now, it's reaching that stage of this opening foursomes, the 13th hole, where the Americans will know that they need to take the chances. So this for birdie, this from 15 feet. Justin Thomas steadies himself and sends the ball towards the hole, stands stock still but misses it on the right, and the Europeans will have a birdie chance and a chance to go 3 up here, Ian.
Here on the 10th, McIntyre just shy with his chip, and it's a conceded bogey first drop shot for the European pair, who are 1 down in this match against the Americans, who've got a par putt to come now for Xander Schauffele after that chip from Patrick Cantlay to go 2 up, and America need this.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy. It was a very difficult bunk shot from Hovland, but the Americans are in a serious driving seat here. Bob's hit a lovely chip back as Hovland's flown the green, but they've got a 4-footer for the hole.
Let's go back to you, John.
Tyrrell Hatton steps forward now. So this to win the hole, and this to take Europe 3 up in this match. For much of the early stages, Europe were 1 down, but they've turned it around, and this is a chance to take a grip on this match from Tyrrell Hatton. A grip on the match and a punch of the fist, Andrew McGee. 3 up, Europe. We'll get a word from Andrew in a moment. First, Ian.
Yes, because Xander Schauffele has this putt here now to go 2 up for the Americans in the bottom match. He's over it now. The bright sunshine casting a vivid shadow. Motionless he is until he rocks those shoulders, sends it forward and into the hole. And a rare American cheer here at Bethpage, because that par is enough to give daylight to Cantlay and Schauffele, who holds that par putt. They go 2 up now in the bottom match against Bob McIntyre and Victor Hovland.
So Rahm and Hatton at the top are 3 up on DeChambeau and Thomas, and they have 5 to play. Aubert and Fitzpatrick are 5 up, and they have 13, 14, 15, 16, they have 6 to play. And McIlroy and Fleetwood, as they come down at 12 in front of us, and they are on the green, are the Europeans here. They are 4 up. So keeping, as far as the Americans are concerned at the moment, Katrina, their main aim is keeping that red on the board at the bottom match, because all of a sudden we talked about the importance of the top match for the momentum. That's drifting away from the Americans at the moment. They've got to keep the red on the bottom.
Yeah, the Europeans have really taken that first game by the horns. Sorry.
They've taken it by the bull.
Wow. My goodness, getting excited here. But yeah, I mean, I think this bottom game now is crucial for the Americans.
To be fair, if I was to pick 2 golfers on the European team who could take the whole bull and not the horns, it would be Rahm and Hatton. It is BBC Radio 5 Live. We're live in New York at the 45th Ryder Cup in glorious sunshine.
Yes, you're listening to BBC Radio's coverage of the Ryder Cup. Shots of the American basketball great Michael Jordan on site at Bethpage, watching the golf. Not best pleased with the way it's going for the USA at the moment in the morning foursome session. You're listening to us out on the golf course on RyderCup.com as well. Blue skies and bright sunshine, and holes running out in the top matches for those American pairings. Tyrrell Hatton's just hitting a tee shot for Europe on the par 3 14th. So Rahm and Hatton 3 up with 5 to play against Bryson DeChambeau and Justin Thomas, who brilliantly won the first hole in the match with a birdie, but have been up against it ever since. Ludvig Åberg and Matt Fitzpatrick 5 up with 6 to play on the world number 1, Scotty Scheffler and Russell Henley. Rory McIlroy and Tommy Fleetwood, they're playing the 12th, so 7 for them to play. They're 4 up on Colin Morikawa and Harris English, and that all-important match for the USA down at the bottom with Xander Schauffele and Patrick Cantlay having won the 8th and won the 10th with that par putt being rolled in. They are 2 up in that bottom match on Robert McIntyre and Victor Hovland. Not since 2004 at Oakland Hills have Europe won an opening session of the Ryder Cup in the USA. They are on their way to doing that at the moment. 3 up in the top match, 5 up, then 4 up, but 2 down for Europe in the bottom match out on course. So Tyrrell Hatton has hit that tee shot there on the par 3 14th for Europe. He's taking a big swig of a drink at the back of the tee. This is a long par 3 over a valley. The green splashed in sunshine. The green which turns from left to right, quite shallow, big grandstand at the back of it. And Justin Thomas needs something quite special. And he was just about to strike the ball there, and he's backed off. Important moments, important decisions to be made, and they are coming thick and fast for these two teams in the morning foursomes at the Ryder Cup. So Europe up in 3 matches. They are down in the bottom match. We'll hand you back to our on-course team here
with Mark Chapman
on BBC Radio 5 Live.
It's come to the stage wherever you are in the world, you will always hear a shout of "Go on, Tommy lad." James Gregg.
And the ball on the way from the putter face of the man from Southport, and that should leave Rory McIlroy with a foot or two for a 4 here at this par 4 12th. And their strategy, Sean McKeel, US PGA champion in 2003, alongside me for this match, was let's just not do anything silly here. Let's just get this over the line. And it seems to have paid off here at 12.
I think we've reached that point. I think in the very beginning, it's make as many birdies as you can until you run out of holes. You know, the strategy has definitely changed. You saw that on the last hole, playing safe. Rory hit a great iron shot in here. All he needs is a 2-putt. I mean, you can't be having 25-footers to tie holes in alternate shot and expect to win.
Well, that is a result of the American pairing of Colin Morikawa and Harris English realising that, as Sean said, they are running out of holes. And that's perhaps why the aggressive play that we saw here at number 12 came to fruition. They went straight at the pin. They were a club short. Into the bunker it went. And now Harris English is left with, well, a fairly meaty par putt up and over a little ridge as well, right in the middle of this 2-tiered 12th green for a par 4, and likely to halve this hole and prevent them from going 5 down from 25 feet. It catches the left lip. Nothing going. The silence is deafening from a USA standpoint. Thousands of spectators all around this pinch point of the golf course, and Rory McIlroy will have no more than 2.5 feet at the absolute most to send Europe, this European duo, this dynamic pairing, the famous Fleetwood Mac combination, where they went 2 from 2 in Italy in the foursomes, 5 up with 6 holes left to play here on day 1. So the Northern Irishman once again struts up confidently, the putter resting nicely behind the ball now. One final little flick of the blue cap towards the cup, and
just absolutely pure stroke. And we saw that at the very beginning, and I told you, if he made the putt on 1, look out. I mean, his stroke is just precise.
Fleetwood and McIlroy have both had the year of their careers so far to date. A first win on US soil for Tommy Fleetwood, McIlroy completing the career Grand Slam, and they are both, Mark Chapman, well on their way to helping Europe to a vital point in pursuit of their biggest achievement in the game.
They are 5 up with 6 to play, as are Åberg and Fitzpatrick. Further up, the 13th against Scheffler and Henley. Win this hole, they get the first point on the board. Kat.
They do, yes. Is this where we're going to see the last of the action in this second match out on the course? It's been a superb performance so far from this new pairing of Matt Fitzpatrick and Ludvig Åberg, but desperate to keep the match alive. The rookie Russell Henley firing at the flag here. He's gone right at it. Oh my goodness me, could he hole out from the fairway? No, he doesn't. It just sucks back. but it's a superb effort from Henley just when the Americans needed it in this match, Ollie Wilson.
That was a great shot. Yeah, you could be really aggressive there, a little backstop, and obviously had to do. Aberg a little bit short. He was slightly obscured from the front bunker, so quite awkward to get it up on that top tier, but fantastic response by the Americans, just trying to claw this game back and try and extend it every hole they can.
John, out to you.
At the 14th, the par 3 14th, two terrific tee shots played by Tyrrell Hatton for Europe and Justin Thomas for the United States means that they have birdie. It's a birdie shootout yet again, and it is Bryson DeChambeau to go first. This from the 12 to 15 feet range. Bright sunshine now here on Long Island, east of New York, and the Americans in a right hole in this match. Bryson DeChambeau, they need something to drop for them. On it goes towards the hole, and there, that's what they needed. A punch of the air from Justin Thomas as he stands and watches, and a massive uppercut from Bryson DeChambeau too. Well, slaps on the back, DeChambeau and Thomas, but the Europeans still have a chance from a similar range to halve this hole.
A must make from Bryson there to keep this, to have any hope at all. And now to watch Jon Rahm, can he just stick the needle right in him again here? Let's see if I'm closer than the one Bryson made. 1, 2, 3 practice strokes.
Well, that is the most animation that we've seen from players on the course at this Ryder Cup so far. True animation from DeChambeau and Thomas, which actually tells its own story. That tells us how much they needed that. And this would rock them right back on their heels once again if Jon Rahm is able to find the bottom of the cup with this one. This from 10 feet. Rahm for birdie to follow the Americans in. It's in! What a response! Wowie! That is great play, that is great sport here in the sunshine, and very understated from Rahm. A low 5 with Hatton, and Europe, Rahm and Hatton remain 3 up in this match with 4 to play. Kat.
The drama continuing up there on the 14th green. Here on the 13th, birdie putt for Matt Fitzpatrick. It misses, and you can hear the boos and the jeers in the crowd. This match is still alive. A superb approach shot from Russell Henley. Didn't need converting. The putt was conceded. And on we go to the 14th with Matt Fitzpatrick and Ludwig Aubert still in the driving seat. But Scheffler and Henley have done what they needed to do to survive on this 13th hole.
Yeah, at this stage they've just got to try and extend it because you never know what can happen, but that was the first bit of life we've really seen from the American team, putting some proper pressure on the Europeans and obviously try and feed off some momentum from elsewhere around the course.
Just the second hole of the day one for Scheffler and Henley is the comeback on, Ian.
Well, here we are on the 11th, the only match where the United States are ahead. Xander Schauffele and Patrick Cantlay 2 up on Bob McIntyre and Victor Hovland. And it's Schauffele who is putting first. Cantlay's approach spinning back, and this is a good 35, maybe 40 feet for birdie. And then we will see the European putt from a little bit inside that. Here comes the putt of the American up the hill, heading towards the hole. The crowd willing it to disappear, but it won't. And it's tough to say how far away that is, but it is being marked by Patrick Cantlay, so it's not been conceded. And next up is Bob McIntyre. Jamie Donaldson watching this match. You know, if Europe could snatch a half out of this, they're 2 down after a 10 at the moment, then that really would turn it into an extraordinary morning for Europe.
Yeah, I mean, if there's ever time to hold a putt, it's now. I mean, this is a big putt from Bobby here, and they both hit really good shots in it. And there's just so much spin on the ball. These greens are so receptive. But this is an important putt at this point of this match.
Really sense from the crowd that they recognise the importance of this match. They can see that leaderboard with the Europeans 3 up in the first match, 4 up in the second match, 5 up in the third match. The only red on the board is 2 up for Schauffele and Cantlay, but that could be halved. Those arrears could be halved here for the Europeans. It's Bob McIntyre, he's proud all over this putt with his aim point feeling the line with his feet, and then he holds the putter out there in front of him. Now he's just standing at right angles behind the ball, swinging it one-handed with his left hand, with his right hand across his chest, and now he's ready to approach the putt. 2 last wafts of the club as practice swings to feel the pace here. This for the win from around about 25 feet for Bob McIntyre, sending the ball up the slope. He looks interested. Will it drop? No, it doesn't. And it looks like we're going to have a tense couple of knee knockers here on the 11th.
Yeah, there's a lot of meat left on these 2 bones. Both have got testers. Americans is uphill where ours is down, so it's in their corner at the moment.
It's tough to say who is going to be putting first. It looks like it's the Europeans, yeah. Bob McIntyre was quite aggressive there, and he's left his partner with a bit of stress here.
Yeah, it's a proper knee knocker. Downhill, looks like about 4.5-5 feet down the hill. Not what you want to need, but he's got to hit an aggressive putt at this time in this match. You know, it's the 2 down. Could have done with that one just going in, but now he's left Victor a little bit work to do, but I'm sure he'll roll it in.
And he's taking every care with this. He also uses the aim point, which is that way of feeling the contours of the green by straddling the line of the putt and feeling in your feet, trying to gauge just how much break there will be on the putt. And very carefully now he puts the ball down. He's got a line on that ball, and now down on his haunches just to make sure that that line is exactly where he thinks it should be. Crucial putt this in this bottom match. 2 down Europe need to hole it to make sure that they don't go 3 down. Over it now, putt ahead behind the ball in the bright New York sunshine. Victor Hovland for Europe sends it forward and misses, and it's back-to-back bogeys, and that's run on as well. And you can hear the crowd. You can hear the crowd, and the Europeans haven't lost their turn here. USA! And Bob McIntyre now calling Patrick Cantlay in to say, who is it? Oh no, he's saying, you need to move your marker. Well, little moments of drama playing out here on the 11th green. A reminder, Rahman Hatton 3 up after 14 against DeChambeau and Thomas. That's in the top match. Oberg and Fitzpatrick, brilliant against the world number 1, Scheffler and Henley. They're 4 up after 13. Rory McIlroy and Tommy Fleetwood 5 up after 12 against Colin Morikawa and Harris English. But it looks like Europe are going 3 down in this one, and they will do if Bob McIntyre misses this. This is the 3rd putt on this hole, and in it goes. The right edge of the hole grabs it. So up steps Patrick Cantlay. Much shorter putt, probably only a couple of feet, maybe 3 feet, something like that, Jamie. This to go 3 up.
Yeah, they're looking like 3 up here. I mean, this is as easy a putt as you're going to have on the green. It's dead straight up the hill.
And he goes down on his haunches. Grey caps for the Americans today, blue shoulders, and then white and navy blue horizontal stripes beneath the red stripe that goes right across the chest. Navy blue trousers, white shoes with navy blue stripes. Very patriotic for the United States in their outfits today. And here comes Cantlay, this to go 3 up on the 11th green for the United States in the bottom match. Just a short par putt after 3 putts by the Europeans here for back-to-back bogeys. This match seems to be swinging America's way. In it goes from Cantlay, and confirmation. They do go 3 up as we go to Catherine Downs.
Oh my goodness me, that's the moment of the match for rookie Russell Henley from 30 feet. He had to drain that one because the Europeans are just 4 feet away for a birdie that would have won the match if they can sink it now. This putt takes on a whole new complexion for Ludwig Aubert. It was going to be a match-winning putt, but Russell Henley has sunk that birdie putt from miles away.
That was unbelievable. The first proper putt he's hit that got to the hole, dead weight. A huge moment to put the pressure on the Europeans, and this 4-footer has now become a little bit longer. Certainly don't want to miss any opportunity to get it in and move on onto the next.
They're fighting for their survival, Scotty Scheffler and Russell Henley. They won the hole on the 13th with a birdie, and now there's a birdie putt for Ludwig Aubert, which was going to be to win the match, 5 and 4 here on the 14th green, but now he needs to see this disappear below the surface of the green. Absolutely stunning tee shot once again from Matt Fitzpatrick, who hasn't missed a beat today, to put his partner to inside 4 feet. Vivid black shadow cast by the tall Swede as he just goes through his pre-putt routine and now slides the big head of that mallet putter behind the ball. He's going to putt through his shadow towards the hole and in. It's birdies apiece, but there's a guaranteed half point for Europe on the board. They're 4 up with 4 holes to play, but what a moment for Team USA, Scotty Scheffler and Russell Henley, and what kind of momentum can they take into the closing 4 holes here? Can they keep this match going?
Kat, thank you. Back with you as they go up 15, further ahead on 15. John Murray and Andrew McGee watching DeChambeau and Thomas against Rahm and Hatton. And Bryson's tee shot went way right, John.
Yes, the Europeans 3 up with 4 to play. For the first time this week, I've hiked with Andrew up to the halfway up the hill to the back of the 15th in the sunshine, and we're now staring back down the hole, and an avenue of supporters has opened up, and Bryson DeChambeau, his tee shot ended up underneath the rubbish bins up against the grandstand.
Well, they played like rubbish so far. Not done yet, John. Let's keep our dauber up here. Let's see if Justin Thomas, he's way to the right there in the shadows of that huge grandstand. Can he pull the right club? Can he get the right club up this, what is that, 50, 60 feet uphill elevation to a pin right on the front of the green? Very difficult to get this club collection. And of course, the European team in very good shape. Winning this hole, they'd get a point on the board.
Yep, so we'll let you know what happens, Mark.
All right, let me jump in because McIlroy and Fleetwood could get the first point on 13. James Gregg.
Where they are 5 up. They've been brilliant. 5 front 9 birdies. In response, Team USA could only manage a couple. They then dropped a shot at the previous hole here, and there we are. We're 5 up with 6 holes left to play. They win this hole, they win the match. They've been brilliant.
Well, the Americans had an opportunity there with Rory's tee shot in the rough there and then having to lay up. But the Americans just couldn't capitalize. I mean, that's the thing about the rough around the greens. It's just kind of going every different direction. It's wet, it's thick. You get the pin in the back. So typically your mindset is, I'm just going to, pitch it out there, let the ball roll. They're just not seeing balls really roll up to the hole. And so they're going to have to start flying the ball, maybe adjust their strategy a little bit. I'm not liking where the pins are set. As we've talked about with all of the pins in the back on soft greens, you typically don't want to put them there. It's like we're talking, if it's downwind, you don't put them in the front. And the Americans have had a tough time. The European team, particularly Rory, has hit his irons magnificently. I mean, it's about distance control. And they've had a lot more opportunities to make birdies than the Americans, and it shows.
Tommy Fleetwood now then has a birdie putt for he and Rory McIlroy. And if he were to knock this one in, it would mean that Morikawa has to hole from the American standpoint to keep this match going. The man from Southport, the season-long champion in the States, remember, steadies himself for this 15-footer. He stays down on it. He likes the way it's looking. Oh, it catches the lip. The knee bend from Fleetwood. That was oh so close. And now Morikawa, down on his haunches, will feel the weight of the United States on his shoulders here. I mean, quite simply, Sean, you've just got to throw everything you can at this.
Yeah, you just don't have any other option. I mean, this putt has to go in. You can't let it end here. Just play for some pride, maybe work for something for this afternoon. But he absolutely has to make this putt. And we've not seen him hole one yet from 20 feet.
There are 5 holes to play after this one. This would bring the score back to 4 down for Team USA. Maybe still a flicker, a glimmer of hope. And that one catches the lip. The ball whispered its way across the green, but the hole whispered back and said, no, no, no. McIlroy has a bit of tidying up to do, I will say, from around 2.5 feet for his part to ensure that they are 5 up with 5 to play. And that would, of course, Mark, guarantee a first half point on the board for Europe.
Let me, Bergen Fitzpatrick are 4 up with 4 to play as well. So that's going well for those two. And in all that time we were listening to that, Justin Thomas still hadn't played. John, has he now?
Yes, he has. From under the bins and up against the grandstand, he took a drop. So his second shot for the United States came right up here, this huge elevation on the 15th, and it landed on the back left of the green. So on the back left here, the hole is right at the front of the green, and the Europeans have landed it on the putting surface. Tyrrell Hatton on the right level, that lower level, and it is very much advantage to Europe, and indeed this could be where this match finishes. But James Craig.
And it is going to be at least a full point on the board, even if everything went catastrophically wrong from here on in for Team Europe. It doesn't look likely, but Team Europe in this third match, Fleetwood and McIlroy, are 5 up with 5 holes left to play, headed towards this 14th tee, and it just seems inevitable now.
Okay, so McIlroy and Fleetwood 5 up with 5 to play. Bergen and Fitzpatrick are 4 up with 4 to play, and Rahm and Hatton could be close to closing out their game against DeChambeau and Thomas on 15. Here on 12, this last group, Ian Carter, as the cheers come in for an approach here. This last group's just a little bit lagging behind.
Yes, it is, but that's a fantastic shot, and those were European cheers for Bob McIntyre, who's just hit a wonderful approach in to around about 10 feet, something like that, on this 12th hole. But as you say, Europe are lagging behind here, and they've donated the last 2 holes. Loose bunker shot on the 10th, 3 putts on the 11th, and that's what's given clear daylight to Patrick Cantlay and Xander Schauffele. And they are 3 up here as we get ready to see what the response is to that wonderful approach from Bob McIntyre. And here is Xander Schauffele with this second shot for the United States now from the right edge of the fairway, round about 180 yards out. Launches into it and watches intently. Packed grandstand behind this green, and he's missed to the left, and he's nestled down just into the rough left of the green, short-sided, because the flag located just 4 paces off the left side of this putting surface.
Advantage Europe here on 12. John.
So on the 15th, the Americans right towards the back of the green in 2, and the Europeans down on the front of the green near the flag, probably 15 feet, also in 2 shots. If the Europeans win this hole, this top match, this first match at this 2025 Ryder Cup will be over, and Europe will have won it. So the Americans, with a tall order in front of them, DeChambeau and Justin Thomas. Andrew McGee.
Yeah, this would traditionally be just a lag putt, but they can't afford that. They've got to expect the European team to sink that putt and close them out here. So this, of course, has to go. Where they're going to go.
It's got to be 50 feet, hasn't it?
It's to a ledge and then straight down the ledge, picking up speed. This is a defensive-minded putt. Let's see if Bryson has any of that in his mind, because I don't think he can be defensive. Do you?
Well, he can't afford to be, can he? But that's, they say, not in his nature.
Not in his nature, but he has to get it there. But he can't blow it way by. Chances of the European team making that putt, what do you give it? 50-50?
Yeah, 50-50. Okay. Maybe, yeah, about 50-50. But for the United States, I mean, this is such a tough putt, because we're standing right up through the back of the green on the slope, and it is a severe slope from back to front, and halfway, round about halfway across the length of this putt, there is another slope which takes it further down. And to judge this, apparently I'm told it's 63 feet, this putt.
Oh, look at that. And Justin Thomas is nowhere with Bryson looking at this. He's kind of looking at his own. What's he doing with his hand? He's kind of mimicking what he thinks he's going to do to himself, because he has not had one word with Bryson. You don't think there's a bit of a rift in the team, do you, at this point?
Well, there wasn't a rift on the team on the last green, I know that much. When we saw the slapping and the fist bumping, they had to make that one, but they're right up against it now, this strong American pair. the pair that Keegan Bradley put great faith in. But the Europeans are 3 up in this match, and the Americans are really scrambling here on the 15th. And Bryson DeChambeau from over 60 feet. He's ready now. Straight arms, head over the ball, touches it on its way. Now, how has he judged this slope? It catches the top of that next slope and rolls on down towards the hole. It gathers pace, but it's going by on the right-hand side. Still going. I mean, it's very well judged to 6 feet. I'm not sure he could have done much better than that. Ian.
Here on the 12th, magnificent chip from Patrick Cantlay. Just swished the wide open face of his wedge underneath the ball, landed it onto the putting surface, used the slope to allow it to trundle down to the hole side, and so it's a par 4 for the Americans, who are 3 up in this match. But Victor Hovland has a real look at birdie. Jamie Donaldson, that was an approach from Bob McIntyre that was right from the top draw, and it got better and better the closer we got to the green.
Yeah, it was an incredible shot. This pin's cut tight on the left-hand side, and he's gone straight at it. He is 3 down.
Let's go to James,
where Rory McIlroy and Tommy Fleetwood are safely onto the green at the par 3 14th hole. It's only a short par 3, Sean McKeel, and I think that Fleetwood probably had grand designs on pitching that over the pin and dragging it back towards the pin.
Yeah, the only place you couldn't be here was short, and he aired on the right side. Maybe took a half extra club. To me, probably a hard 9, maybe a small 8. Short does nothing. Long doesn't hurt you.
John Murray, over to you before McIlroy strikes this birdie putt.
In this warm sunshine here, this is Jon Rahm over his birdie putt for Europe. And if he holds this from 16 feet, that will win the hole and win the first point for Europe at this Ryder Cup. He touches it on its way. It's curling down left to right, but it will pull up short. But the Americans still have to hold their putt to keep this hole alive. James.
5 up, 5 to play. That's the score in this third match here. The 14th green is where Rory McIlroy stood over a birdie putt that will break a little to his left-hand side and will be treacherously fast. It's on its way now. It catches the apex of the slope. McIlroy's eyeing it up. He steps after it. Ooh, the knee bend. The jeers from the Americans. That, though, just a 2.5 footer to come back up the hill for Tommy Fleetwood. Back to you, John.
So Justin Thomas now has to hold this putt 5-6 feet to keep this match alive. If he misses it, Europe have claimed the first point at this Ryder Cup. In these morning foursomes, Thomas steadies himself over the ball once again, is ready now and rolls it by, and he stares after it, and he cannot believe it, Justin Thomas, that did not drop. And that means that Europe have claimed the first point at this 2025 Ryder Cup. Rahm and Hatton are winners, 4 and 3. The hats are off. The hands are being shaken. What a start for the strong pair from Italy. They're doing it again in the United States here at Bethpage. Andrew McGee.
Yeah, they deserve the win. They birdied holes. They put pressure on the Americans. They hit the fairways. Americans were in the rough too much. They were missing greens, had chip shots, had 3-footers, 5-footers. They gave away a few. Europeans deserve to win.
1-0 to Europe. James Gregg.
And it could be 2-0 to Europe shortly if Harris English doesn't knock this birdie putt in from around 15 feet, from left to right, across the green. Oh, my goodness me. Are we going to see a concession here? I wonder. No, we're not. Morikawa will plough onwards. 4.5 feet he's got for his par. He's hoping that after he knocks his in, Fleetwood will miss the par putt for Team Europe.
Yeah, we saw all day that just the Americans just couldn't hold anything. They hit some good putts, but just couldn't get it close enough to the hole to really have any realistic chance.
So blue on the board already. We're going to guarantee ourselves another half point at the very worst in this third foursome. Colin Morikawa not wasting any time. This one maybe just completely in vain, even if it does go in. 3 feet straight back in the direction that it came from. And that one does drop in. So they are going to want to see this in from Tommy Fleetwood. And there are the roars of encouragement from the Europeans all around this brilliantly packed grandstand. The sun beating down. And this is quite the occasion. The stage is set for Tommy Fleetwood to deliver yet another foursomes point for Team Europe. So far he's played 4, won 4 in his Ryder Cup career. This is 4th appearance for Team Europe, alongside golf's newest Grand Slam winner, Rory McIlroy. Steadies himself now, does the man from Southport, and the ball
finds the bottom of the cup, and Fleetwood and McIlroy, the chorus of Europe, in perfect harmony here on this opening morning. A duet that was in full flight, turning foursomes into a symphony of might. Sean McKeel.
Well, I mean, how do you compete with that? I mean, that was spectacular golf. Really, the Americans didn't play too poorly. They had 1 bogey, but the Europeans played absolutely flawless. Again, they started out hot, which is the goal. Let's just get off and start making birdies. And then they were fortunate enough just to hit some quality iron shots in the end, make a few 2-putts to get the victory.
6 and 4 the score. A wonderful performance as McIlroy and Fleetwood shake hands with their forlorn US opponents, who themselves clasp hands. And, well, the inquest will begin, because as we discussed earlier on, these guys were ranked 132 out of 132 possible combinations in the foursomes for Team USA. Questions to be asked of Keegan Bradley, but whatever questions were asked of Europe's favourite duo in this alternate shot format, they've answered them. An absolute pasting in this third match. McIlroy and Fleetwood delighted.
5 and 4, they beat Morikawa and English. Rahm and Hatton win 4 and 3 against DeChambeau and Thomas. Ian Carter and Jamie Donaldson, Ryder Cup player, here on 13. Let's just tidy up what happened on 12. And what's also happened with the tee shots here on 13.
Well, more good news for Europe, because exactly the response that was required. Despite Cantlay's excellent chip and the conceded par 4, Victor Hovland fully capitalising on the brilliant approach of Bob McIntyre and making the birdie, only the second birdie of the round for the Europeans, but they had to win that hole, you feel. They did, and they're now only 2 down, with the momentum that is gathering on that board as well for Europe. This match is not done by any stretch of the imagination. Both tee shots, Bob McIntyre has gone way left and the Americans have gone way right, as we go to John Murray.
Yes, we have John Rahm and Tyrrell Hatton live on the BBC. That's not bad for starters, John.
No, not at all. Not the first few holes we expected or that we wanted. You know, I made some very poor swings, and Tyrrell really kept us in it. And then I think we got fortunate on 6 and 7 to be able to have shots towards the green and have birdie putts, out of all things, actually putts to win the hole. But then from the 8 on, you know, I think we both found our stride. We both got comfortable and played really, really solid golf.
Yeah. And Tyrrell, for Luke Donald to have said, I want you two to go again together, carry on the momentum that you gathered together in Italy, and you've done just that, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, it's quite an honour to lead the line with John again. Yeah, we knew it was going to be so noisy this morning, and a pretty tough atmosphere for us to play golf in, but we kind of dug in, and we weren't too far behind through the opening 6 holes, and then, yeah, I guess we settled into it a bit and started playing some nice golf, and yeah, just really happy to win our point.
Yeah, very well played, the two of you. Thank you very much. John Rahm and Tyrrell Hatton, 4 and 3 winners against DeChambeau and Thomas, and good winners as well after losing the first, but that was the only hole that the American pair won.
It was indeed. And Tyrrell Hatton there, Katrina Matthews-Solheim, Cup-winning captain, said, we settled into it. I mean, they did more than settle into it, didn't they?
They did. They ended up playing some great golf. You know, I think they made about 6 birdies on their round today, which in foursomes is tough to do. So, I mean, they've played well. I think the worrying thing for Keegan Bradley and his team is the margin of the victories we've had so far.
And, yeah, 4 and 3 and 5 and 4. The second match, Europe are 4 up with 4 to play. Kat.
The third shots of both teams into the par 4 15th here, both of them finding the rough down the left-hand side. Very tricky second shots out of the thick stuff just at the foot, the feet, the shoes of the spectators down that left-hand side. The Americans managed to muscle it out. Scheffler putting Russell Henley on the steep banking that comes up to this elevated green, and the ball of Matt Fitzpatrick, he gouged it out of that rough, muscled it down. It thought about bouncing over the lip and onto the green, but it was eventually just snatched back down into this enormous gaping sand bunker with this hugely steep side. I mean, it must be 20 feet below the surface of the green. It's vast.
It is. It's enormous. And I actually thought that the Americans had the advantage because they had a backstop, but Henley's played quite a clumsy shot and flown it completely over the top of it, so lost the advantage he had. So now Oberg's got a deep bunker shot and advantage back to Europe.
Yeah, a really tricky putt coming for Scotty Scheffler on the steep slope coming back down. Oberg picks the ball out of the sand, flies the flag. Didn't have much green to work with, but he's done a pretty good job of that. He's about 15 feet or so from the pin.
Yeah, that looked like he was just playing safe, taking all danger out of play and giving Fitzpatrick a chance to close this out right here.
And remember, the Americans have to win this hole to keep this second match on the course alive. The Europeans currently 4 up with these 4 final holes left to play. A guaranteed half point to come for Luke Donald's men. But is this where they close it out? Matt Fitzpatrick just taking the ball from his caddy, Dan Parrott. He'll be the one to take the putt for Team Europe that could clinch the 3rd point of this opening morning, the 45th Ryder Cup for the Europeans. But first it'll be the world number 1, and this is such a difficult putt, isn't it? And it's not the kind of putt that Scotty Scheffler would have hoped for, trying to keep the match alive here on the 15th.
Well, it's not, but the fact that it's so fast, it doesn't really matter. He can give it a go because it has to go in, really. So that part of it is not too bad, but the fact that there's probably a 3-foot ridge to come down, there's a little bit of slope in there, to match it all up is going to be hard, but he is the world number 1.
And he is taking this putt in sections, just 3-foot sections. He's lining up the line, and then he moves back another 3 foot, and then he moves back another 3 foot, and back another 3 foot. It is about 25 feet, I'd say, maybe just outside that, and down this steep slope. Big grandstand to the back of the green there, where a huge Swedish flag is spread out across the knees of a bunch of spectators. It's got Ludwig Oberg's name written across it. Stars and stripes draped everywhere, as you'd expect, and all eyes trained on Scotty Scheffler, the centre of the green here. Steep slope, dark shadow cast by the tall world number 1 from Texas. And this important putt to keep the hopes of the US side alive in this second match. It's tiptoeing down the slope. It just needs to bend round to the left. Oh, and it won't. Disobediently, it won't. It stays straight as it comes down the slope of the green. And Matt Fitzpatrick picks up the ball of the American side and chucks it back to the world number 1. But now there's a putt for Team Europe to claim the 3rd point of the day, Ollie.
Yeah, it's obviously 15 feet. There's quite a lot of break on it left to right, but it's not one that he has to make, so it's a nice position to be in, just to roll it down there. And as he was walking up the last couple of holes after his hit shots, he's been looking over to the European inner circle with huge grins on his face, so he's feeling pretty good. And I think this one, I wouldn't be surprised if he knocks it in.
Couple of putts then to win the 3rd point for Europe. Matt Fitzpatrick with the first attempt here from just outside 15 feet across the green, curving around towards the hole, and in it goes for Matt Fitzpatrick, and he gives an enormous swipe of the fist and a huge bellow for the Englishman. And Bethpage Black is turning blue in the Friday foursomes. Handshakes all round. Luke Donald is straight in there to shake the hand of the world number 1, but the hat is off the head of Scotty Scheffler. Another heavy defeat for Scotty Scheffler in the foursomes. That record defeat for him and Brooks Koepka against Ludwig Aubert and Victor Hovland in Rome. And now Aubert's done it again, and Scotty Scheffler, one of the big guns for the US, failing to fire on the opening morning of the Ryder Cup, Ollie.
That was, well, they certainly failed to fire, but the European performance was perfect. It was did exactly what you have to do in foursomes. They kept the pressure on all the time. They allowed nothing. They made the Americans earn everything, and they really couldn't come up with the goods. They put on a little spell at the end there. They started a little bit of life coming, but it just wasn't enough, and it was far too late.
3 points on the board then for Team Europe in this opening session of the 45th Ryder Cup. We're going to scamper off and try and get a bit of a chat with Ludwig Aubert and Matt Fitzpatrick. They're absolutely flying. Handshakes, high fives all round as we head to the back of the green on the 15th.
I am so pleased for Matt Fitzpatrick. I am so pleased for Matt Fitzpatrick, and we're stood here at the back of 13 and Keegan Bradley is 10 yards to our left, arms folded, watching his final pair come down 13, the only red on the board, and Rory McIlroy is stood a further yard to Bradley's left. All the pressure is on the American captain at the moment. Can Europe make a charge here in the final match? Ian Carter.
Well, Bob McIntyre and Victor Hovland won the 12th to get it back to 2 down, and here we are on the longest hole of the course, the par 5 13th, and both pairs, having missed the fairway, Europe to the left, America to the right, have laid up to leave wedge shots here, but they're very difficult wedge shots to come in. Jamie Donaldson just talking to me off air, saying just how difficult it is to judge, because if you put too much spin on this, it'll scoot back. Too little and it'll skip through the back of the green. And here's Bob McIntyre, and this needs to spin back, and it does spin back, and that is a really, really good shot, and it's got Jamie Donaldson alongside me purring.
Yeah, really, really good shot. Back in this match, he's hit an absolute ripper here. Very tricky green slopes front to back. Very easy to get too much spin on the ball, and he's played it beautifully with not much spin to just finish 8 feet above the hole.
The final round of applause that you could hear there whilst you were talking to Jamie, the last person applauding was McIlroy.
Yeah.
Hands above his head, applauding.
Absolutely, and that's the spirit of this European team, and it's been Europe's morning. They've won the session. The question now is by how much. 3-0 up already as the third shot comes in here now, and that looks like it's been duffed by Xander Schauffele, and that has come up way, way short, and that's going to leave a 35-footer up the hill.
Yeah, well, he's just simply duffed that. Looked like a long swing, bit of decel, no hit on the ball, and it's on the front of the green with a long putt left up the hill.
And that's the result of the pressure applied by McIntyre's brilliant shot.
Yeah, a really aggressive shot as well from Bobby. Very easily to go long here, got a back flag. Bobby's hit just a brilliant shot. Last 2 holes, hit a great shot into the last. Another one here to put the pressure on the Americans.
So here we are, Mark. This is now turning very serious for the Americans. 3-0 down here. Yes, they're 2 up in this match, but real momentum about the Europeans right now.
Points already for Herbert and Fitzpatrick. We're trying to get some reaction to that. Point as well for McIlroy and Fleetwood. Point for Hatton and Rahm, who have become only the second European pair to win their first 3 foursome matches together after Garcia and the current European captain himself, Luke Donald, who won their first 4 foursomes together in 2004 and 2006. And the American advantage in the final match could be cut here. They will go first. Ian.
They will indeed, and they'll do it from distance, and there's a drone overhead that just elevates itself in instalments, actually. What a view that must have. The camera on that over this green as Joe LaCava, the caddy of Patrick Cantlay, puts the flag, bright, brilliant white flag, the pole and the flag with the number 13 on it. The par 5. This is for a birdie, and it's a huge putt up the hill.
Yeah, it's a biggie. It's a long putt. There's not much in it. Pretty straight. It's pretty simple as it goes. As far as a long putt goes, it's as easy as it can be, really. But the pressure's on this game.
It really is. The pressure right on the Americans. They've lost the first 3 matches so far today. Cantlay and Schauffele in the bottom group match here are 2 up. But the Europeans are in close after McIntyre's approach. They'll be looking at a much more likely birdie putt very shortly. So here is Cantlay now, intently staring at the hole, eyes fixed on it, and then smartly the head comes back, and then he swings the arm, sends it up towards the hole. It's turning to the left of the hole, and it's gone on by 2.5 feet. That's one of those where you'll just think about whether you're going to give that.
Yeah, you'll certainly see what's left. I mean, that again, it's not a gimme. It's 2.5 feet. It's a little bit of left to right in it. It's downhill. You can wait on it, mate.
You can see Keegan Bradley standing, arms folded. He's in deep conversation with Joe LaCava, Cantlay's caddy. And, wow, what's going through the mind of Bradley right now? His team are 3-0 down after a brilliant morning for Luke Donald's lineup from Europe. And now Victor Hovland. It's a delicate one, this, probably 6.5, 7 feet.
Yeah, pushing 8. I mean, it's downhill. There's a little bit of pace in it. It's quite a quick putt. Not easy by any stretch of the imagination, but a great one to hole at this time in the match.
Especially after holing the one he did on the 12th. He walked that in very confidently.
Very confidently. Love to see him walk this one in as well.
Well, it's a slightly different putt because it is down the hill. You can't afford to be aggressive and then leave a nasty one coming back. The Americans look pretty certain to have made their par 5. This is for a birdie here on the 13th. And if this goes in, then the American advantage, which a few moments ago was 3 holes, would be down to 1. So Hovland with the bright red grip on his putter. Grips halfway down that extended piece of rubber at the top of his steel shaft. And the putter head then goes behind the ball. Victor Hovland now looking to cut the arrears even further. Sends the putt on its way delicately down the slope, watches and clenches his fist in celebration as the ball disappears. It's a brilliant birdie. It's back-to-back birdies for Europe, and they've come from 3 down to now just 1 down as they go to the 14th tee.
Jamie Donaldson.
Well, just unbelievable. I hoped he walked it in, and he did. He just rammed it into the middle of the hole, strided after it. Another hole won by Europe. On we go.
On we go. Let's get through this crowd and keep walking. Katrina, there's a player coming through, so we'll just move. We'll wait for Xander Schauffele to go back. And his caddy's gone past. Now we can go. In the first 3 matches that Europe have won, you talked about the margins that they've won. Americans have won 4 holes in those 3 matches.
Yeah, that's a worrying statistic for them to have only won 4 holes in 3 matches. And I mean, I know the Europeans played well, but these are your top 12 American players. You expect them to go out, make some birdies, get this crowd going, and they just haven't done it. You can sense the crowd are just willing something to happen.
They are. Europe in this final match have won 2 holes on the spin. The Americans are just 1 up. Whilst we wait for the tee shots here at the par 3 14th, let's hear from Rory McIlroy and Tommy Fleetwood after their 5-4 victory earlier.
Congratulations, the Fleetwood Mac reunion concert has went pretty well. How much did you enjoy that out there, Rory?
Yeah, I've been looking forward to doing this again since that last putt dropped in Rome. So, or at least since Ricky gave Tommy his putt on the 16th green. It's been amazing to be a part of another European Ryder Cup team, to play alongside this guy. You know, he's one of the best players in the world, and to know that I have him by my side, you know, it frees me up. I can play with ultimate trust and ultimate freedom, and you know, you saw a little bit of that today.
And Tommy, considering what has happened in the foursomes in the previous matches, how important a focus was this for you all going out?
Yeah, of course. Foursomes is a very tough format. It's Friday morning of the Ryder Cup. You want to, I think we talk about fast starts a lot. I think Luke has always drilled that into us since being captain, and that's what you want to, that's what you want to do. That's the ideal, and so far so good. But we have a lot of great players and a lot of great partnerships, and it's one part of the journey is done now.
Another while to go. Congrats.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ian, I can't hear anything. It's so loud back here towards the 14th tee. So I'm assuming that interview is finished.
The cheers are for Europe, because that's an excellent tee shot into this 149-yard par 3 14th from Victor Hovland, and he's set up an opportunity here. I'm guessing we're a long way from it at the moment, but probably around 15 feet for birdie for 3 in a row. So the pressure is mounting all the time on the Americans, and Patrick Cantlay, who is now ready with his tee shot from the teeing ground. People standing 5-6 deep on a mini grandstand behind this tee. There's the tee shot climbing into the clear blue skies and landing on the green and spinning back, and that's a super shot from Cantlay as well. From here, and we're about 50-60 yards short of the green, I would say that it's the Americans who are marginally further away, but both pairs have got the ball
their balls onto the green. Both will be looking at birdies, and remember, the Europeans now only 1 down in this match, having been 3 down 2 holes ago.
Jamie Donaldson, the turn, and I know you're marching ahead of Ian, so I'm deliberately asked you a question so Ian has to run up a hill to catch you up. But the turn around here has come quite quickly, hasn't it?
It has, yeah, but it kind of felt it was going to at some point. I mean, they've played so well the last 2 holes, the European boys, and Victor's hit a great shot here. We've just got closer to the actual green, and he's hit a really aggressive shot within about 12 feet from the hole, just on the Americans, about 15, 16 feet away.
Andrew McGee has made it back to the commentary box ahead of the afternoon 4 balls, which will be announced a little bit later on. If you're Keegan Bradley, what are you saying to your players at the moment, Andrew?
I don't know what you're going to say. I'd almost be just quiet. They know they've taken a beating, and this avalanche has just picked up speed towards the bottom of this hill, and the American players just look dejected. I'm looking at the TV, and I was like, I don't know what you say. I mean, what? Hey, it's early. Let's go. I mean, I don't know. It has to come from these guys. I don't think this is a captain thing. This is a player thing.
You would agree, would you, Katrina, as a Solheim Cup captain, that it has to come from the players out there, really?
It definitely has to come from the players a little bit, and the 4 who haven't played this morning, they're just going to be chomping at the bit to get out there and try and turn this score around.
Ian.
Yes, Mark, we are. We're on the green. Where are you? I mean, you've been much slower than me. I can tell that. Oh, there you are. Not too bad.
The battery packs are pulling my shorts down a bit, so I forgot to wear a belt. So
oh, did you?
It's just a little bit
That's what happens when the alarm goes at 3 in the morning, isn't it?
Should have really worn a belt for everybody's sake, really.
So to give you sort of concrete on the speculation, it will be the Americans to putt first here. And actually, what we found out when we got to the green is that the ball of the Europeans, Hovland's tee shot, just skipped off the green by a matter of inches. Now, it's only 15 feet away from the hole. It's a great opportunity, but how does that affect the putts you would imagine for Bob McIntyre?
Possibly is the answer. We can't see quite whether the angle of the grass is. If this is running down the grass, he's only just off maybe by 3 inches. So, it depends on where the grass is lying. Let's hope it's running down the putt and he can hit it on line in the hole.
Yeah, well, let's see. Xander Schauffele with the grandstand behind this green, jam-packed. The Americans ready to will this into the hole from probably 22, 24 feet, something like that. And he has that very familiar putting style, the shaft of the club very, very erect as he sends this one forward towards the hole. Has it got the legs? It's just trickling away to the left. That will be conceded. It's a par 3, but now Bob McIntyre is looking at a putt from just off the green that would level this match 3 holes after being 3 down.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. This is just huge. If he can get this one, it's just a colossal momentum swing, 3 holes in a row. But let's not get ahead of ourselves here. This has still got a little bit of length on it, and he needs to hit a good putt and hope that fringe doesn't affect the line of the putt.
It's the only match on the course. I can see Luke Donald yomping up the hill from behind the green to catch up with this, and one of his assistants, Jose Maria Olazabal. When there's only one match on the course, everybody starts to gravitate. It's jam-packed inside the ropes here. Donald with his shades on just marches past us. Jose Maria Olazabal just claps his arm on his shoulder of Alex Noren, who's been with this match. Now the captains and vice-captains are going to have a conference, and they'll choose to do it right in front of me. So I can't see what's going to happen with this putt. So I'll just move to my right now. So much movement, so many people. Yes, that's right, Mr. Photographer Man. You just get into that line of vision for me as well.
And now we're ready. This is Bob McIntyre. This to level the match from 15 feet, from inches off the green. Sends it forward, heading towards the hole. No. It's just missed on the right edge. He's been aggressive as well. The Americans will want to see that putt for par.
Yeah, they will. It was in a great putt there. It's just missed. It's just run past the edge of the hole. Really good putt from that position. But he's got a little bit of work to do. He's gone about 3.5 feet by.
And the error on pace potentially caused by the ball just not being on the putting surface.
Yeah, sometimes you try and hit it through. I mean, obviously, if it's growing in a little bit, you try and give it a bit of a whack, and then it shoots out, pops up and skips on with topspin, which is obviously looks like what's happened there. But at least it's an aggressive putt running at the hole.
So, if you've just joined us on BBC Sounds and 5 Live, Jon Rahm and Tyrrell Hatton beating Bryson DeChambeau and Justin Thomas 4-3 in the first match. The world #1, along with Russell Henley, Scotty Scheffler, going down to Ludwig Aubert and Matt Fitzpatrick 5-3, and Rory McIlroy and Tommy Fleetwood 5-4 winners over Colin Morikawa and Harris English. The first 3 points have all gone to Europe. They've won the session, and this is the only match on the course. And I have to say, it hasn't been at all hostile for these Europeans. They have silenced the American fans pretty much throughout this extraordinary morning session. And now Hovland has to make no mistake here from 3 feet to maintain the position of being only 1 down in this match. He's over it now, sends it forward and into the cup, and so it's a hole halved in par 3s. We're going to head over the road and to the hole they call Mount Olympus, the 15th. That's next on this match, the only match left on the course, Mark, and it's the Americans of Cantlay and Schauffele who lead it by just the single hole against Victor Hovland and Bob McIntyre.
You did very well there, Ian, because if there was anybody around that green that could stand in your view, including the European captain, they did stand in your view.
You have to bob and weave like you're a heavyweight boxer. And no one ever used that analogy for me.
No, that's true, they haven't. Just listen to this noise. We're about a yard away from Cantlay and Schauffele and Keegan Bradley as the 3 of them walk together, and this is the noisiest cheers that the Americans are getting at the moment. But as Ian has said, as somebody waves an Irish flag just opposite, and we wait for Victor Hovland and Bob McIntyre to come through, and they do that right at that moment with Jose Maria Latabal right next to them. But we've seen every match come through. We've walked the course a bit, Katrina, as well. And I mean, look, there are a few pantomime boos here as the Europeans come through. But apart from that, there hasn't been anything, has there really?
No, there hasn't. I would say the crowd's been very, very good so far. I mean, as they were saying, they've not had much to cheer about but yeah, the Europeans are making more noise at the moment.
And there are a lot of Europeans here, and certainly around the 12th earlier when the Europeans were hitting their approaches into the 12th, the loudest cheers were for them, weren't they?
Absolutely. I mean, we were standing there watching all the games go through, and yeah, the Americans are just kind of looking kind of shell-shocked.
I particularly liked as well when we were around the 12th, as there's another private jet goes over here, but when we were
actually Air Force One, it looks.
Was that? That wasn't Air Force. Was that Air Force One?
Well, it was white with the blue. Who knows?
I don't know, that was Air Force One. Ali, where are you?
Standing in this grandstand, this massive grandstand behind the first tee, and it has suddenly got buzzing. That jet, Air Force One, I believe, has flown overhead. The President Donald Trump is on his way. The American team certainly needs some inspiration from the country's leader. That last match out on the golf course, all eyes focused on that, but this grandstand is packed to the rafters again. They might see this last match come to the 18th green, and the President of the United States will be landing shortly. He'll be on his way too.
I mean, strictly speaking, Katrina, it is a private jet.
It's a private jet, you were absolutely right.
The other thing that I was noticing when we were by the 12th as well, everybody has their mobile phones up ready to take their pictures and so on and so forth, and there were 2 Europeans with 2 old-fashioned blue plastic periscopes that had English and Irish flags on, and that was their way of being 5 or 6 back in the crowd and seeing the shots.
Yeah, they're the kind of things I remember seeing at the Open. You see they had the yellow little periscopes you used to see in the past. A good idea.
We're ready for the tee shots on 15. The US 1 up.
Monster par 4, this one. As I say, they call it Mount Olympus because the green sits 50 feet above the fairway in the distance as Bob McIntyre, the left-hander, launches into his tee shot. He watches a little bit anxiously to see where that lands, and it's just in the semi-rough down the left-hand side. So a nice position
there for Bob McIntyre for the second shot, which will be hit by Victor Hovland. And next up, it is the tee shot of Xander Schauffele. And he is just sizing it up from behind the ball, getting himself ready. And now the club head behind the ball. Driver out for the world number 3, Xander Schauffele, winner of the US PGA and the Open Championship last year. And he needs to play like a major champion to protect this one-hole lead coming down the closing stretch of holes. Launches his way through that beautifully balanced swing from the American, but it's going left, and it's bounced, and I think it's hit the hoardings and bounced up into the rough, off the hospitality hoardings, and the spectators are scattering around that ball, way left. It'll be trampled down grass, but that is a big miss from Xander Schauffele off the 15th tee.
Yeah, a bit of a shocker. Pressure's on. You know, the boys are on a real big comeback here. It's just got to him, and it's, you know, it just shows, doesn't it, what can happen in this event. And he's hit a big snap hook against the boarding, and you know, it looks pretty thick over there, to be fair.
And Jamie, is that the pressure that is being exerted by their opponents who've won 2 of the last 3 holes, or is it the fact that their teammates have lost the first 3 matches, or a combination of the 2?
Yeah, it's a bit of everything, Ian. A bit of everything.
5 yards higher, and that would have gone over the white picket fence in the hospitality and landed in that tent, and it hit the red hoarding, so it's just below that picket fence, Katrine.
Yeah, that would have been heading over to the 16th fairway.
It would. Advantage Europe at the moment. It is 11:05 here in New York. It's 4:05 in the afternoon back in the UK, with Europe 3-0 up in the morning foursomes, with this final match out on the course where the Americans are 1 up. We will just pause and take a latest news update.
Yes, you're listening to BBC Radio's coverage of the 45th Ryder Cup in the sunshine on Long Island, New York. It is hotting up out here in terms of the temperature. It is hotting up in terms of the atmosphere as well. I'm standing at the back of this giant grandstand behind the first tee. The afternoon 4 balls local time will get underway in about an hour and 20 minutes time. But at the moment, all attention is focused on that bottom match, the last foursomes match out on course, with the American pair of Xander Schauffele and Patrick Cantlay currently 1 up on Robert McIntyre and Victor Hovland as they make their way down the 15th. But Schauffele's drive went way left into that hospitality pavilion that runs up the side of that 15th hole. So we're going to have to wait and see what he has to deal with. Europe leading 3-0 in terms of points on the board so far. Jon Rahm and Tyrrell Hatton, 4 and 3 winners over Bryson DeChambeau and Justin Thomas. Ludwig Oberg and Matt Fitzpatrick, 5 and 3. They beat Scotty Scheffler and Russell Henley. Only Matt Fitzpatrick's second point earned in a Ryder Cup. And Rory McIlroy and Tommy Fleetwood, they really got it going, came charging out of the blocks on the front 9, and they were 5 and 4 winners over Colin Morikawa and Harris English. So plenty to play for in the last match out on the golf course. Up on the big screen away to our right, we have just seen shots of the American captain Keegan Bradley giving his latest thoughts on proceedings, trying to put a brave face on it, obviously thinking about his afternoon pairings in the 4 balls as well. 3 rookies yet to get started in this Ryder Cup for the USA. The US Open champion JJ Spawn, Ben Griffin, Cam Young as well, and Sam Burns, who played in Rome 2023. And to add to the excitement, that incredible sight of Air Force One, hundreds of feet above us, came roaring over in the bright blue skies above the 18th green here at Bethpage Black. So just to add to the drama and the hullabaloo, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, is on his way, and we expect him in these grandstands around this first tee, 18th green, probably in the next half hour or so. You're listening to us out on the golf course. Thank you for your company. We hope you're enjoying the coverage in the golf so far. You're also listening to us on RyderCup.com around the world. I'm looking at a big screen away to my right-hand side, about 50 yards up on the right from the first tee. I can see Patrick Cantlay and Xander Schauffele deep in discussion. The American golf ball is there in the rough on the left-hand side. Big match, important match. Europe 3-0 up so far in the morning foursome. Schauffele and Cantlay 1 up on McIntyre and Hovland. They are on the 15th, and we will be handing you back to our commentator
on BBC Radio 5 Live.
Yeah, we are live at Bethpage Black in New York for the 45th Ryder Cup, and we have just come up, Katrina Matthew, up the 15, which is called Mount Olympus, and that is some hike up from the fairway to the green.
It is. I think it plays 13 yards uphill, so it's a big. They won't be able to see the green from down where they are.
There are a lot of people panting up here, Ian Carter.
There are.
Are you one of them?
Well, I was, but the recovery rate has surprised me, to be fair. As we're waiting to see the second shot here from Patrick Cantlay. It's not on the green. It's after the... Hovland has missed the green. Hovland played first. We're looking from right up at the top of the green, back down there, and my eye was actually on Cantlay, and he's come up short, and this flag is tantalisingly positioned right on the front of the green, so that will be a very, very difficult chip to come.
Guy out of the way too, please. Thank you.
And that's the sound around Patrick Cantlay now as he gets ready to play from the left rough. So the advantage has swung potentially to the Americans here, who are one up in this match as it stands at the moment, having lost 2 of the last 3 holes. Europe having won the first 3 matches out on the course. This is the only action. We've got the afternoon 4 balls to come, and they will be conducted, we're expecting, in the presence of the President of the United States, Donald Trump. Now, this isn't lying particularly well, is it, Jamie?
No, it looks like it's in a little bit of the heavy stuff here, and quite easily to get a bit of a jumper up here. So we'll just have to see. He's over the ball now.
Yeah, Clubhead just waggled behind the ball. Horseshoe of thousands of fans around him, and he'll be hitting dramatically up the hill. The green 50 feet higher than the fairway, and now the crowd willing it to land on the green, but it's come up short, and both pairs have missed the green, and the place not to miss is short given this pin position.
Yeah, we've got a pin here tucked right at the front of the green, and it's a really steep hill, and the last thing you can do is be sure there is a little bit of a downslope behind the flag that you could possibly bring the ball back down, but it won't come all the way down to the flag.
So the story of this match, the Americans going 1 up after 2, then at the 7th, a bogey from the American pair meant that it went back to all square. They responded with a birdie at the 8th, and then really the Europeans very sloppy on the 10th and the 11th to fall 3 down, but then back-to-back birdies from Hovland and McIntyre got it back to just the 1-hole deficit. They both just halved the 14th in threes, par 3s, and here we are on this terribly difficult par 4 15th. And the players just emerging onto the green. Bob McIntyre leading the way, Victor Hovland just behind him, and he is surveying the scene as he goes back to his ball, which is only a fraction short of the green.
Yeah, it's further up than we actually thought. This is not too bad. He's on a big upslope as well, providing the lie is half decent. He could even actually hold this.
Well, there we are, bold stuff. You've got the European blood pumping through your veins, haven't you?
Oh, we're all absolutely bouncing here. I mean, what a day's golf. 3 up so far, and this match is turning around and momentum's fully on our side.
It really is, and just stressed looks on the American faces. I can see Gary Woodland and Brant Snedeker, 2 of the vice captains, along with the captain Keegan Bradley. He's here. The captains have to start thinking about getting their pairings in for the afternoon 4 balls. Are they going to play all 12 of their players? That's the luxury that is now definitely available to Luke Donald after knowing that his team have won this session. The only question is by how much. And now is Schauffele sizing up his chip. He's got about, I don't know, 7 yards, something like that, to the surface.
Yeah, but the good thing is he's slightly left, so he's got a bit of green to work with. You know, this is it's a good chance of getting this up and down, to be fair.
So here comes Schauffele. Oh, he's got too much of that, and that won't spin, and it's gone long, but then it will catch the slope, and that will allow it to come down. Daring shot from Schauffele. It wasn't the spin, it was the gravity, and he used the slope to allow the ball to come down to 4.5 feet.
Yeah, that's the hill I was talking about before. It's gone up, come down, but it would never take it fully down to the hole. So it's still advantage on our side here. Just all depends on the lie that Bobby's got.
And the ball looks like it's significantly below his feet as well, sharply uphill.
Yeah, pretty much straight uphill, and it doesn't look like there's any break when it hits the green. It's slightly uphill to the hole, so it's all in his favour. Like I said before, it just all depends on the lie.
And so he has a look. He's sized up the line. He fancies holding this. It's a chip from, well, the length of his shin below the putting surface, because we can just see his knees poking out from where he is standing, and then the rest of his torso, and now he's ready to go. Glove on his right hand. The left-hander pops it up, giving it a bit too much, and that has just skipped by the hole, and they're pretty much equidistant apart, and both real high-pressure putts to come.
Yeah, very difficult putts as well. These are 4.5, 5 feet down the hill with break and quick putts, so this is the test of the better putter.
Francesco Molinari with a quiet, modest smile as he just catches the eye of his captain, the sunglass-wearing Luke Donald. And there's a meeting of minds. Francesco Molinari, Eduardo Molinari, Jose Maria Olazabal, and Luke Donald, who's standing looking very comfortable, hands on hips.
Oh, he'll be absolutely bouncing. I mean, it's obviously down to him, the selection, the pairings, the timings, how they've gone out, which order they've gone out in. It's obviously worked so far. We can turn this game around now. It's a very successful day.
Europe leading by 3 points to 0 after winning each of the first 3 foursomes matches this morning. BBC Sounds and 5 Live at Bethpage Black. And it's Patrick Cantlay who will be putting first. What we're saying, 4.5, 5 feet?
Yeah, it's about 4.5, 5 feet, exactly what you said, Ian, but it's just a stinker. It's a proper downhill, left to right, quick putt.
So Cantlay, who has done so many great things for the United States wearing Ryder Cup uniforms, one up in this match, needs this putt. His captain watches, his partner Schauffele watches. And now the ball makes its journey delicately down the slope and misses. It's missed to the left. He thought it was going to borrow more from that left-hand side, and it's going to be a bogey for the Americans. Cantlay picks the ball up and step forward Victor Hovland. This putt from 4 feet is to level the match.
It is indeed, and he's had a couple of rippers in the last few holes, so he'll really fancy this now, watching Cantlay roll it by. It is a tough putt though, it doesn't change anything, but he'll be buzzing for the opportunity to get this match back to all square.
The lightly bearded Cantlay shakes his head, hands on hips. Can't believe that he missed that putt. His partner Schauffele comes up and says, come on, we need to keep this together. Meanwhile, Victor Hovland, impervious, is standing both feet aside the line, feeling in those spikes the contours that he has to negotiate. As Jamie Donaldson said, really slippery putt down the hill. How hard do you hit it to get the contour to make it move from left to right? Cantlay hit it too hard. It's a slightly different angle. It's a very similar distance. And if this goes in for Europe, it's all square.
It is indeed. I mean, it's just a little bit straighter than Cantlay's putt. He's over the ball now, ironing it up.
And here he goes. Just creeps in closer to the ball. This to level the match for Victor Hovland from 5 feet on the 15th. The ball is on its way, heading towards the hole, and in! And in it goes for Europe! And they've come from 3 down to level it with 3 to play. Brilliant stuff from Luke Donald's team. And Victor Hovland holds his nerve after the excellent work of McIntyre. And my goodness me, all the momentum is with Europe right now. 3-0 up on the board, and now all square as we head to the 16th in the only match left on the course.
Katrina Matthew, we were right behind both those putts, and look, both of them were tickled, weren't they? Both of them had to be tickled. But if you can do it, the Hovland one was tickled with a bit more confidence.
It was tickled with a bit more confidence and on the right line. Yeah. Cantlay's just always looked left from the moment he hit it.
Let me ask you about this final match at the moment, because it's quite difficult to explain just how many people are with this game. Not outside the ropes, inside the ropes. They've obviously got friends and family. There's media here as well. But as they came up 15, then there must have been 6, 8 buggies behind them with various members of the Americans and the European teams on. When everything was on one match in a session, did you like virtually all your backroom staff to be with them, or did you want to give them a bit of space?
No, I think you want everyone with them, everyone there to support them. I mean, you know as a player when everyone comes to your game that, yes, everything else is finished. They've seen the scoreboards. They know they need to win this game, and I think that caused the hook off 16. It's a combination of the pressure.
Is that what you wanted, Jamie? You want everybody at your match? Oh, I haven't got Jamie at the moment.
You've got me. Yep. Go on, say again.
Did you
Sorry.
want everybody at your match, as there are, as sort of this match has? You know, all the buggies with all the backroom staff following it, and there must be over 100 people inside the ropes at the moment.
Yeah, it's all gone mad. I mean, at the end of our Ryder Cup, obviously everybody did turn up on my match, and but you just got to concentrate on your game. Whoever's there, whoever's inside the ropes, how many people are hanging around you. Concentrate on your game, win your match.
Andrew McGee, you're in the commentary box at the moment as we wait for the 4 balls to be announced. The other thing here now, with this last pair, for the American point of view, all the pressure is on them, partly because of the scoreboard and partly because of the lead that they had.
Yeah, this one's melting away here quickly at the end. I just don't... Alex Maselli, my great friend, just came in and sat down, and he said, ooh, this isn't good for the red team. So let's see if they can just salvage one. Hit the fairway here. I'm watching the screen. Very important to play some golf. In our match this morning, they weren't playing golf. They sprayed it. They missed putts. They chipped too much, and that just adds up to a loss.
They have to get a half out of this, don't they, at the very least, the Americans, Andrew, you'd say?
Get something, get a point right, and then hopefully this afternoon, I don't think Keegan Bradley can say anything to these guys. I don't know what he'd say. Go get them, try to keep your head down. I have no clue how he's going to change this. It's up to the players.
I'm sure people listening will have heard this during the week, but did you notice who was on one of the buggies as we walked past?
Yeah, I thought John Frank was... I've got a nice little smile from him.
What a lovely week he is having. Just sat on the buggy, driving. Which of the Molinaris is he driving around, Eduardo or Francesco?
I think it's Francesco he's good friends with.
Driving Francesco Molinari around. He's in the New York sunshine and he's watching Europe currently leading 3-0 and all square in the final match as we come down 16 in the Friday foursomes, waiting for the 4 balls to be announced. Ian Carter.
Yes, they'll be coming in 20 minutes from now. I've got to be honest, Mark, we're battling our way down this 16th, and as you were detailing, it's just so many people inside the ropes here. I can't actually tell you what's happened with the tee shots here.
I can, because we're by them. So both balls are on the fairway. One just towards the right, one just on the left, and there's maybe 10 to 15 yards between them distance-wise.
Yeah, both in perfect position on the fairway, on the short grass. You know, they can lift it, they can clean it, and get a good shot into this hole.
There you go. Are you with us?
Yeah, brilliant. No, good stuff. That. Thank you very much. It's just absolute bedlam. You know that as we were coming down that slope, you've just got to be so careful because it's damp underfoot, and this 16th hole runs in exactly the opposite direction from the 15th. So having done that 50-foot climb up to the green, you do the 50-foot climb back down the green, and or back down from that level, and obviously you lose sight of the players on the tee, and there's just so many people who are inside the ropes here. So well done yourself.
I think that was really no problem.
I think it was Katrina that probably did it for you.
Exactly, no problem at all. We're sprightly, Katrina. We just move like gazelles. There we are.
Well done. I've said well done, and I'm not saying it again.
And now we got so carried away with ourselves, I just tripped over Katrina and trod on her. So there we are. Right, your view of those tee shots, Jamie Donaldson.
Say again.
Your view of those tee shots.
Yeah, they're both... I'm just tripping Ian up on the old wire here. Nearly sent him flying down the hill. Legs are a little shaky as they're coming down that big hill. Both in real strong positions, both on the fairway. The pins at the back, so they can both be quite aggressive here.
Yeah, and it's the Europeans who have got the longer drive. They've hit it right down to the left-hand side. And so an excellent tee shot from Victor Hovland. It'll be Bob McIntyre to play the second shot. And he walks up and he marks the ball so he can clean it and place it and get ready. And you know, as the angles go, it's not that crucial because there is so much green to work with, but there's slightly more favourable angle coming from that left side to that back right hole location.
tiny bit. There's hardly anything in it really, because that pin is pretty central in the back portion of that green. So both can be, relatively aggressive. You certainly don't want to be going past it, but there's room to play with.
Just a wider point about this course then, Ian, and you've walked this course over the course of the week. I go back to 2 years ago when we were in Rome, and there were a couple of incredible signature holes as we came home, the 16th being the one that sticks in my mind with the water and so on and so forth. Would you say there is a signature hole coming down this closing stretch or not?
I would say the 15th. I mean, the 17th is a tantalising par 3. The 18th, let's be honest, is a little bit meh. I mean, it's dead straight. There's plenty of room, bunkers either side, but not much else going for it. But with the Ryder Cup, so many holes are decided on 15, 16, 17 that they're pretty good holes to decide them, and this 16th is pretty decent. Spectacular drive down from the top of the hill, and then it's pretty flat. But the thing is, this is downwind off the left, it looks like to me, but the flags are more animated than it feels at ground level.
Yeah, he's over the ball now. The only thing he doesn't want to do is get a little bit of adrenaline, because he's been fighting a little bit, Schauffele, and go long.
He's over it now. Second shot from around about 150 yards in the middle of the fairway. Three-quarter backswing, accelerated through the ball, high trajectory, flying through the clear blue skies, landing on the green. The American fans love it. Super shot from Schauffele, and he's put it to maybe 15 feet, something like that. Excellent stuff.
Yeah, really solid shot. Yeah, the pressure's been on them. Everything's been against them. The Europeans have won the last 3 holes. The crowd, you can hear them now cheering, fighting for something, scraps on the table at the end of this first morning.
They are chanting, they are trying to get behind their side, but I have to say this is one of the most subdued crowds that I've seen at an American Ryder Cup. I mean, obviously things have gone against them in the first 3 matches, and very convincingly, but there's not been any of the hostility that was so telegraphed in the build-up to this match. Nothing's really got the crowd going, and now it's Bob McIntyre who has to try and reply in kind. This match all square, Europe having won 3 of the last 4 holes to come from 3 down. McIntyre sends it on a slightly flatter trajectory, but it looks good. It hits the green. Oh, it's superb. Excellent shot from McIntyre as well. And both pairs are looking at birdie opportunities here at the par 4 16th.
And Victor Hovland applauded him there, didn't he? Did you see that?
I did, I saw that. He liked that. They're right into this game. As you say, coming back from 3 down, all the momentum is with them, and I would not put it past Victor knocking this in.
So Victor Hovland has putter in hand, maybe just 3 or 4 yards to his right, and 3 or 4 yards behind him is Luke Donald. Luke Donald looked at Victor Hovland. Victor Hovland looked at Luke Donald. There was no emotion on the faces, and they just kept walking. And just in front of Victor Hovland is Keegan Bradley, just talking into his little gadget thing.
Yes.
To talk into.
His walkie-talkie.
But you'd have thought I'd know the word for that, wouldn't you? Really?
Yeah. I'll tell you one thing, Mark, that really struck me listening to the interviews that the other guys have done with the winning European pairs. No one getting very excited, all very matter of fact. Yeah, this is very calmly what we expected from our foursomes pairings, because we're very good at it, and we're not getting carried away.
And we're going to hear from Matt Fitzpatrick in a little while, who alongside Ludwig Aubert beat Scotty Scheffler and Russell Henley 5 and 3. Well aware that people may be getting into their cars and travelling home from work, getting an early finish on a Friday, so might not know exactly what's happened. Well, Rahm and Tyrrell Hatton lost the opening hole of this morning's foursomes to Bryson DeChambeau and Justin Thomas, but it turned out to be the only hole that the Americans won, and Rahm and Hatton won 4 and 3. Aubert and Fitzpatrick 5 and 3 against the world number 1 and world number 3 Scotty Scheffler and Russell Henley, and then Rory McIlroy and Tommy Fleetwood beat Colin Morikawa and Harris English 5 and 4. This final foursomes match is all square, and we are on the 16th green. Ian.
And the players have arrived at their balls, and both, well, we're at Greenside now, Jamie Donaldson. We can confirm they were 2 fantastic approach shots from these players.
Yeah, wonderful shots, both of them. Xander hit a great shot in first, put the pressure on, and Bobby just hit a lovely shot in afterwards, a slightly lower flight bit of chase on it, moving it up the green a little bit. Beautiful shots from the pair of them. The Americans slightly got the advantage. He's slightly closer, but it's Europe to go first, so this is a big putt to put the pressure on.
Certainly is, and Victor Hovland on this back nine has found his putting boots. He's holed 3 really good ones.
He has. That hole must look like a bucket at the moment. The last 3 holes, 3 big putts to get this game back to level, so he'll be eyeing this up thinking there's only one way this is going to go.
15, 16 feet, something like that, up the hill for Victor Hovland, who on the front 9 hit good putts, but they just shaved the edge of the hole. And then on the back 9, from the moment that they went 3 down, his putter has been on fire, and as a result the Europeans are back to all square. Just 2 holes to go after this one. Here we are on the 16th green. Thousands of eyes staring as Hovland gets ready for this birdie putt. Sends it on its way towards the hole, looking good, but just shaving the right edge. It turned from left to right, and that has been picked up, conceded by Cantlay. Par 4 in the bank for the Europeans, but Cantlay can put him and Schauffele 1 up with 2 to play here. And what's he got, 10 feet?
Yeah, 10 feet, a little bit of right to left, a little bit of uphill. It's big. It's advantage of back to the Americans here. This is a very important putt that could make all the difference in this game.
And it's slightly longer than the one he missed on the 15th, but it's a whole lot easier because it's up that slope. A little bit of movement from right to left, as Jamie Donaldson says. He looks very confident over it. The bearded figure, the man they call Patty Ice, Patrick Cantlay from California for the United States, to nudge ahead in this bottom match once again. Sends it forward, it's turning away, and it stays above ground, and it's all square with 2 to play. And that was a real chance, one you feel the Americans had to take.
Yeah, they did. It was, that's probably the worst putt he's hit all day. Never ever started on line. Puts right to left, starts it straight, misses left. Big pull.
There are some nerves out here, Andrew McGee, aren't there?
Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't quite pick that up, but yeah, I'm not sure if he pulled that or misread it. I think he misread it because he probably thought it was going to go right. And it just stayed left. He has to make those. Maybe we're saving him, chappers.
Yeah, and also probably has to make them, given the Europeans open the door, really, there. It is, it's absolute bedlam down here. The crowd are probably 10 deep. They're about 6 deep inside the ropes as well. Andrew, thank you. We'll talk to you in a little while.
Excellent.
As you get ready for the 4 balls, let's get some reaction as we wait for the tee shots on 17. Matt Fitzpatrick along with Ludwig Aubert winning 5 and 3 earlier against Scheffler and Henley. Here the 2 of them are.
Ludwig, the Olays are ringing out around the green here on the 15th. This is a new pairing. Tell me what was working so well out there.
I think obviously we play well, both of us, which always helps. But we also get along really good. So Matt's a great guy. I enjoy hanging out with him. And foursome can be a little tricky sometimes. The dynamic is a little tricky, but I felt like we handled it, really well today. And pleased with the result, obviously.
And Matt, what a putt to finish it off. Your first point in the foursomes. I know this is all about the team, but on a personal level, how important and special was that for you?
Yeah, of course. Obviously, there's, for me, this is a special week for many reasons. Obviously, there's a few things in my own mind that I want to obviously achieve as well, given my history in this event. But it's much easier when you've got a partner like Ludwig. The trust is very easy. Just step on a tee and know it's going down the middle. So, we've had a great morning. I felt like we played very, very well and definitely deserved it.
Could be the start of something special. Thank you both. Well done.
Well, that was Matt Fitzpatrick with Ludwig Aubert. There's just been a huge boo here by the crowd aimed at somebody who shouted something as Bob McIntyre approached the ball and was about to take his tee shot, and the whole crowd turned on whoever shouted and booed them. I'm going to be quiet now because I'm right by the tee. So Ian, you're further up 17.
Couldn't hear you, but I can now. And here we are with Bob McIntyre and his tee shot having backed off there. There was a stray shout, and he just very composed backed away from that. This is the par 3, 17th, sends the ball up towards the green. And the Americans are cheering because that has missed the putting surface, Jamie Donaldson.
Yeah, it's high floating. It's quite gusty around here. I don't know if he's missed the wind or didn't quite get it, but the ball was high floaty going in the middle of the green. It's dropped in the bunker, so this could even be plugged. I'm hoping it is.
So next up, it's going to be Patrick Cantlay, and Xander Schauffele, who is ready to go with his tee shot. Lightly bearded figure, another Californian from San Diego. And over it now is caddy Austin Kaiser, lazily leaning on the driver in the big American bag. Par 3 here, 168 yards. And there goes the tee shot high into the sky. The Americans willing it to land on the green. And it does, and it does. And so advantage USA here, because a difficult bunker shot to come for the European pair. And the Americans have found the putting surface. Excellent tee shot there.
Yeah, Schauffele's hit a fantastic shot straight at the flag. There's no messing. Momentum's against him. He's come up with a trump card there. Hit an absolutely wonderful shot.
And if the Americans can win this hole, they guarantee themselves half a point. They guarantee themselves something from this opening session, which has otherwise been utterly dominated by the European visitors.
And this is the first time, Katrina, that we've heard them as pumped up, this crowd, as they are. They had a shout on McIntyre's backswing, which the rest of the crowd then reacted to and booed as we were explaining. They've barracked him after he's taken his tee shot. They're pumped also for their American pair. And actually it shows more what a good job the Europeans did in the first 3 matches to silence them, because when it's tight, or when they may be in the lead, they are up for it.
Absolutely. When it's tight there, I mean, you heard they just erupted when McIntyre's ball went in the bunker right behind us, saying, "In the bunker, my Bobby." So yeah, I mean, you can see that just shows how crucial it is for the Europeans to get leads in some of these games.
They will be going down 18 whatever happens, so I would imagine, bearing in mind the 18th green alley and the first tee are right next to each other here at Bethpage Black, it is rammed up there.
Yeah, I mean, for a couple of reasons, Mark. Not only because this last match of the morning foursomes is definitely coming up the 18th, but also because, when was it, say half an hour or so ago, we saw the white underbelly of Air Force One come roaring overhead. We've got helicopters buzzing up around us in the sky. Lots of men in dark suits walking around behind the 18th green, behind the first tee. A very visible police presence as well. And a big it's a 5-panel, like a big bay window of like thick and toughened glass that has been erected just in front of the grandstand I'm standing in, and just behind the first tee in the 18th green. So at any moment Donald Trump may appear through that players tunnel and make an appearance in front of these stands. When that tee shot on the 17th from Bob McIntyre went in the bunker, when that was confirmed, huge roars went up around the grandstand here behind the first tee, behind the 18th green. So I would say it's a fever pitch at the moment. We're going to get drama on the golf course, and we're going to see something I don't think we've ever seen at a Ryder Cup as well, with a sitting president turning up very shortly. Ian,
he's got a lie. This isn't too bad.
Well, here on the 17th, Victor Hovland has arrived at his ball for this bunker shot, and if it's lying okay, it shouldn't be too tricky for the Norwegian. Addressing it now, second shot on the par 3 with the Americans 16 feet away after a brilliant tee shot from Schauffele. The ball comes up, skips by the hole from Hovland, and that was pretty decent. He's put it to 6.5, 7 feet.
Yeah, it's 6.5, 7 feet. You know, it's probably, it's not his best, but it's pretty good. He's got a chance here to put the pressure on and see if he can make that for par.
I tell you what, this match has been a slow boiler, hasn't it? But it's an absolute epic contest now.
Yeah, it's really going off now. It was a little bit slow to start the day, but Victor was hitting so many good putts, and he just weren't quite going in. The back part of this match, when the pressure's really been on, he's been making them all in the middle. The last one just slid by, but he's putted way better on this back nine.
How many thousand people do you think are around this green?
Yeah, there's so many people here now. This is just wonderful scenes here at Bethpage Black. Amazing.
I reckon there must be 10 to 15,000 people, because the grandstand behind the tee and the elevated area around that, they're standing 20 deep, and then the whole hole is encircled by that kind of measure, and a grandstand behind, hospitality to the right, hospitality to the left, hospitality back right. Goodness gracious me, so many eyeballs here on Patrick Cantlay of the United States. This to go one up with one to play. This is for birdie on the 17th green. It'll move from left to right. He's aiming well to the left. He's missed decent putt opportunities on each of the last 2 greens. He's desperate to make this birdie, and you'll know all about it if it disappears from just over 20 feet. Over it now, pulls it to the left, lets it turn to the right, heading towards the hole, and stopping on the edge of the hole.
Yeah, it's one of those that you can't really be too aggressive with, because the Europeans have still got quite a lot of work to do. He's hit a great putt, was tracking all the way, but it's just not quite got the legs. It's a big putt now coming up from Bobby Mack.
Yeah, remember the first of the par 3s, and he holed that 15-footer. That was so important in those early exchanges. Here he is on the last of the par 3s with a putt that's a little bit shorter, but a whole lot bigger.
Yeah, there's another big one. Yeah, that one early on, you know, it just stayed him at 1 down, didn't it? You know, this is another one. He's, like you're saying, exactly the same. A must make.
He's down on his haunches and he's looking at it from the side angle, and now he'll take every care over this. And it's bedlam round here. They are chanting, they are singing, and Bob McIntyre is in his own little bubble. It's the stray shouts that put you off, and he did so well to back away as he did when that lone shout came on the tee, aborted his takeaway and reset himself. Well, here now, quiet descends on the 17th green. This for a half, this to go to the last all square. This from 8-9 feet, sends it on its way, misses to the left, and the United States are guaranteed something from this session. They can't be beaten in the bottom match. Cantlay and Schauffele have gone 1 up on the 17th against Hovland and McIntyre. A bogey 4 for the Europeans, and it means they have to win the last to grab a half and make Europe unbeaten on the first morning here.
And as we walk up this walkway, Keegan Bradley just ahead of myself and Katrina, and he is waving his arms in the air, and he is trying to get this crowd going as the players move on to the 18th tee, and they are pumped. And I keep going back to it, Katrina, this is what happens when they have the chance.
Yeah, the atmosphere now, it really is electric. That's the biggest cheer we've heard all day. Can hardly hear anything in the headphones now.
No, to be honest, I'm just guessing when somebody stops talking and then starting again. It's different now, Ian Carter.
It is very different. There is something for the Americans to cling to, and they've had precious little. All of it has come from these two, and they are a tried and tested combination. Yes, they lost both their foursomes in Rome 2 years ago, but they have delivered more than they failed for America. And you can see why Bradley wanted them out last in this group, and that was a vital win there. And obviously the bit that let Europe down was McIntyre's tee shot. Ultimately, he missed the green. The Americans found the green. They made their par, and that's why they're 1 up with 1 to play.
And Alex Maselli, who is back in our commentary box, US golf journalist, there's an element of relief out here as well, because it means that the USA will have something on the board at the end of these foursomes.
Well, I think, you know, if you were Keegan Bradley, you must have thought about what happened with Zach Johnson in Rome, and you had no solution for that after it happened. So yes, I agree with you, Chappers. I think the other thing is that if you're going to lose this match and you're America, you wouldn't like to have lost it at the 12th or 13th hole, because you've given now the Europeans or the Americans a time to get involved, as you said, with the fans, and I think that's something that wouldn't have happened if this would have been done much earlier.
Yeah, that's the big thing, Ollie Wilson, at the moment. When you were out here on the course, it was all very flat, wasn't it?
I was amazed at how quiet it was. The crowd certainly hadn't turned up this morning. You kind of expect them to be rallying around considering things weren't going well for the players, but they just never did. So I guess now there's a little bit of red momentum coming up on the board. They're starting to get going, but been very disappointed with them so far.
So Patrick Cantlay has teed off on this closing hole, down the hill 411 yards and then up the hill to the green, and he's found the fairway with his tee shot. And next up, with driver in hand, it's Victor Hovland. Europe have to win this hole to grab a half point and make Luke Donald unbeaten after the opening sequence. There goes the tee shot, peeling away to the right. There are bunkers down there, there's thick rough down there as well, and it's hard to say exactly where it has landed, but it's way right of the fairway, seas of bunkers and thick grass down there as well. It's in the rough down the left-hand side, so advantage America on the board in terms of this match, and advantage in terms of the context of the closing hole as well.
Yeah, it's a dead straight hole, this one. Beautiful looking golf hole, and the Americans have hit a solid shot down the left, and sadly Victor's just peeled it off right, and it's all in the lap of the gods now. We'd have to wait and see if he's got some sort of shot, but they need to make a birdie.
Absolutely, and Jamie, we've got to do a massive yomp now to get into position for this elevated closing green to see where those balls are going to land. But it looks very much as though, as it stands at the moment, Mark, the Americans are going to grab a point from the final match.
And that would leave the foursomes at 3-1 and would just give a little bit of momentum for them going into the afternoon four balls, Katrina.
Definitely give them some momentum, but I think the Europeans have got to be the happier team. I mean, they're going to be delighted with that start at 3-1. I think in all the kind of thinking beforehand, Luke Donald would be very happy. He'd have taken 3-1.
Alex Maselli, what has surprised you about how this morning has gone, if anything?
Well, I never thought that the fan issue was going to be as big as we've talked about, so that didn't surprise me. I thought the flatness of the fans were something that was kind of interesting. But I think the other thing is the typical U.S. team showing up and then not really showing up, not making putts. I mean, Justin Thomas has a 6-footer and misses a 6-footer. You can't miss a 6-footer in the Ryder Cup.
But actually, what happened in those first three games, really, is that the Americans, we were saying to Katrina earlier, they only won 4 holes in those first 3 games, so the margins of victory were huge. But even if even if you're 3 down and win a hole to go 2 down, you can feed off the energy, and they weren't really doing that either.
You know, one thing we don't do very well, Mark, is we don't step on your throat when we have an opportunity to do that. And the example came in the first match after we won the first hole. What did we do? Nothing. We didn't take advantage of situations we had early on, and we didn't do anything to go ahead and move the number a little higher. 2 up, 3 up. No, couldn't do that. And then all of a sudden, Rahm and Hatton found it out by, I think, the 7th hole, and then they just boat raced us all the way to the end.
Ali, where are you? Are you where you were earlier above the first? Are you above the 18th green? Or?
Exactly, yeah, Mark. I've got a pinpoint perfect view of the 18th green. I'm about 40 feet above it, about 50 yards behind it. Incredible scenes away in the distance. So looking at this hole in reverse, so away up to that 18th tee at the top of the hill, those sort of 3 giant steps, the different teeing grounds that you come down. And all I can see at the moment is just thousands and thousands of multicoloured golf fans streaming left and right this fairway, trying to get into position to see the closing drama of this foursome session. We know that Donald Trump may appear behind this first tee 18th green at any moment, but obviously the spotlight is on those golfers out there inside the fences playing the hole with the American Schauffele and Cantlay 1 up. People still pouring into these grandstands, but it is standing room only. They are tightly packed in, everyone trying to get a view of the action in the blazing sunshine.
Katrina just went out a little look at where the European ball was and how it was lying.
Not good. It was really looking pretty buried in one of the thickest lies I've seen actually this week. The only good thing going is he's not got that far, probably only about 100 yards, but it's a tough lie. He's going to have to really gouge it out.
Ian.
Yes, we had a look as well. So did Jose Maria Olazabal, the vice captain for the Europeans, and he went straight onto his radio to relay what was undoubtedly bad news at that point, because Jamie Donaldson is going to be a tough ass to find the green from there.
Yeah, it is. It just looks like that really thick grass. This could spin the club face. This thing could go anywhere. So it's going to be hard work. But you never know. It's Bobby Mack. Anything's possible.
Yeah, he's standing there. He's looking at his yardage book with Mike, his caddy, and they're working out what to do. We might be able to hear their conversation.
I wanted to pitch 114. That'd be ideal, right?
Or maybe that's the conversation that's going on.
Pretty close to trying to hit that number.
Yeah, he's taken the club anyway from way right of the fairway. The one thing he's got going for him is there's plenty of green.
Yeah, he has actually got a great angle coming into this pin, but if the lie is as difficult as it looks from here, then I don't think it's going to matter.
Been an epic contest, this. The Americans always ahead, pegged back a couple of times. They were 3 up at one stage, but this is the American second shot coming in right now and spun back beautifully. What a great shot. Low 5 there for Xander Schauffele, because he's put it to 8-9 feet, if that, and that is just brilliant.
Yeah, that's a wonderful shot. You know, he's hit it just past the pin, spun it back, beautiful. Absolutely great answer to this European onslaught on this back 9. So Bobby's over it now. He just needs to produce something that he's never hit before here to get it tight and put the pressure on this, 8-foot putt the Americans have got left.
So McIntyre, I'm surprised on the angle it looked like he would be hitting first, and then up it came. He's thrown everything at that, but he can only get it as far as the bunker, and this is very, very close to being closed out now, because Victor Hovland will have to play from the bunker, a bunker shot of around 25 yards, and if it doesn't go in, I think they'll call it quits, because the Americans are 1 up here. Looks very much as though this session is going to be won by Europe by 3 points to 1.
Yeah, it was as tough as we thought it was, and he's given it an almighty larrup, and it's just not come out at all. It's gone, sort of 2/3 of the distance that he had, so he's got a really long bunker shot, and yeah, like you say, Ian, it's got to go in.
And we can see from our position the glass that has been put into place for presumably where Donald Trump, the president, will emerge at some point. And he'll emerge behind that glass. We've seen Secret Service agents as we've made our way up to the 18th. And maybe the presence of the president is potentially going to inspire an American fight back, and maybe that is starting with this match.
Shall I give you the afternoon 4 balls?
Yes,
as we wait for this shot. So first out will be Scotty Scheffler and JJ Spawn, and they will take on John Rahm and Sepp Straka. Then Ben Griffin and Bryson up against Tommy Fleetwood and Justin Rose. Then Cameron Young and Justin Thomas again against Ludwig Aubert and Rasmus Højgaard, and then finally Sam Burns and Patrick Cantlay will take on Rory McIlroy and Shane Lowry. So just looking at that, that's all 12 men on both sides will have featured by the end of the first day.
Thanks, Mark. Well, here is Victor Hovland, and he's got to hold this, and he's way below the level of the green, 25 yards, sends the ball up onto the green, and the ball puts its brakes on, and that's 3 shots played by the Europeans. And I wonder, would you call it quits here, or would you just wait and see the European or the American putt for birdie?
You kind of should, really, but if you could let them see 1 point. It depends on who's on here, but you're pretty much close to picking it up, yeah.
Well, it doesn't look like that's going to happen with Bob McIntyre. He is marking his ball. The Europeans haven't lost their turn. Certainly if he misses this putt, it will be all over. But if it goes in, well, it'll just ask the question of the Americans, but they'll have 2 putts to win, and it's very hard to envisage professional golfers 3-putting from that position in terms of the scoreboard as well. But McIntyre is going to give it absolutely everything.
He is, and it's an absolute must. If he doesn't make this, it's just a pickup. But I think you're pretty much there anyway, really, because the Americans are so close to the hole.
Yeah, it was a brilliant approach in from Schauffele, and it's Schauffele and Cantlay very sportingly holding their hands up and saying, let's have best of order here for Bob McIntyre, as he putts now to try and make the par. for the European team. Sends the ball forward towards the hole, and it misses, and that will surely be that. The caps come off, handshakes, McIntyre to Cantlay, Hovland to Schauffele, and the crack pair of the Californians, Cantlay and Schauffele, have delivered for the United States. And for once, the music strikes up in celebration on this dramatic morning, which was so dominated otherwise by the Americans. And if you were born in the USA, you've only got one match to celebrate. It was the bottom one, and it has been won by Schauffele and Cantlay. And I have to say, I think they deserved it. They withstood the comeback, and then they closed it out very well.
And actually, that would be the message from Keegan Bradley to the rest of his team, isn't it? They went from 3 up to all square and 4 back, and he needs a little bit more of that.
He does. I mean, that was 2 quality shots they hit coming down the last. Just showed their class. I think the 2-time major champion and Schauffele, hitting a great shot in there on the last.
Jamie?
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good game. They did fight back. They got so close to just getting right back into it and stepping up on the 17th. The putt, what didn't go in, and then it all changed, and then it's just, they've managed to get a point on the board. So, it's 3-1, not 4-0. If it had been 4-0, it would have been a world of pain for them, but it's still not a great place for the Americans and a great start for the Europeans.
So many stats point in Europe's direction after that first session.
Yeah.
I could read so many out. I mean, going back to 1991, teams that have earned at least 3 points in the first session have then won the Ryder Cup 7 times out of 8. I'm happy to walk, but I have no idea where we're going. And with all, I never thought I'd say this, I don't really want to get in President Trump's way.
No, but I'm going to go down this way and see if I can get an interview with the players here. Don't know whether it's going to be possible, but we'll give it a crack. But you're right to highlight that statistic. Winning the foursome session on the first morning, more often than not, equates in overall victory by Sunday night.
And also, an away team winning the foursomes is so hard to do. In previous 4 Ryder Cups, the home team had won the foursome sessions by a total score of 24.5 to 7.5. Shows how hard that is to do.
It just shows how momentous that morning was. I mean, the level of the victories, as you say, 5 and 4, 4
I've got
and 3s.
Patrick and Xander with me now.
And the Americans are really, and I'd expect them to. They're going to come out firing this afternoon. Scheffler is not going to want to be well beaten again.
I'll read those pairings again for you, but it does show what they've achieved so far.
It does. It's unbelievable. I mean, the foursomes is a great form of golf. It's such a pure part of the game. And, it's just great to see, and it's one of those that if your rhythm goes playing foursomes, it's the hardest format to get it back. And, the lads have just performed unbelievably today to get this 3-1 lead in this first morning.
So McIntyre and Hovland will both be rested this afternoon. Tyrrell Hatton rested this afternoon, and Matt Fitzpatrick rested this afternoon. So they're the 4 who'll sit out.
Yeah, I mean, I think Luke Donald wanted to get everyone playing today. It'd be really tough not to play the first day. So I mean, at the end of the day, I know they've played really well this morning, but you've got to sit some people in the afternoon to get the other ones out there.
What impressed you the most then this morning, Ollie, in the bigger picture?
Yeah, I just think the European team came out, as I said the other day, yesterday, within the camp they were feeling very, very confident, and I couldn't help but it was a bit contagious, to feel how confident they were, and they came out on the course, and that showed. They played great, they got off to a great start, and those first 5 holes so important, and they just got off to that great start.
Okay, I'm just going to jump in. Ian Carter live with the American duo.
Yeah, Patrick Cantlay and Xander Schauffele, many congratulations, guys. You really delivered when your team needed it.
Yeah, nice to be out there with Xander. We love playing alternate shot together, and nice to get a point on the board going into 4-ball.
Xander, it was a really tense contest throughout, wasn't it?
Yeah, Pat and I had to kind of lean on each other pretty hard throughout different parts of this match. So it's never great to lose a big lead, but it's nice to finish off this way.
Yeah, Patrick, when you were 3 up, cruising in a sense, but then pegged back to all square, what were the thoughts then?
Yeah, we've been in that spot plenty of times.
and we just stuck to our process, hit a bunch of good shots coming down the stretch.
Yeah, and to respond in that way must give you so much confidence.
Yeah, I mean, it's not about us here. We saw a lot of blue on the board, and we know it's crucial to get a point, and it's nice to get one late going into 4-ball.
And I'm asking you to speculate here overall, what do you think the mood, guys, will be in the American team room after that session?
Fight.
Yeah, we'll be good to go.
Good to go and fight. Thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Ian Carter with Patrick Cantlay and Xander Schauffele. Fight and good to go. Would you agree, Alex Maselli?
Well, I don't know if I agree. I mean, what I saw in the first 3 matches wouldn't necessarily lead me to believe that, but we're all pitting our hopes on what happened, if you're an American, on what happened in match 4. Katrina said she expects the Americans to come out fighting. I think that's probably true, but the question is, do they have the firepower to be able to overcome a European team that clearly is a more cohesive team than what the U.S. team is?
For all the talk of Patrick Cantlay and what happened in Rome, he has, and also why he wants to play this event and everything else that goes with it, he has some steel, doesn't he? I mean, I thought that with how he handled himself in Rome on the Saturday and the Sunday, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think that's
on that Sunday, and it was incredible, wasn't it, to see all of that noise and the hats off and the singing that went on, the taunting that went on, way more atmosphere than we've had here at Bethpage today, and he stood tall in that and he delivered, and that's why he was a captain's pick for this American Ryder Cup team this time round.
He is a captain's dream, isn't he? I mean, and maybe dream and Patrick Cantlay don't often go together in the same sentence, because he can be a divisive character, and his style of golf and his slow play is not for everybody, but as a captain you need people like that.
You do. He's kind of like an Ian Poulter for the Europeans. You need someone who's probably going to kind of rile up the opposition. His nickname, Patty Ice, I mean, no, he kind of lives up to that billing, doesn't he? You know he is going to probably deliver for you.
Alex Maselli, is he going to be crucial?
Well, I think everything's crucial at this point. When you're down 3-1, I think everybody has to step up. I think what's more crucial is to see Scotty Scheffler show up. Because, you know, you're world number 1, you've been world number 1 for a while. Everybody, meaning on both sides of the Atlantic, look up to you. And when you don't show up, I think that only buoys what the European team is doing. So I think if Scotty Scheffler showed up and could win a point in the afternoon and then do something tomorrow morning, that would be a huge thing for the Americans.
Why do you think that becomes a thing in quite a lot of Ryder Cups with the world number 1 or the top ranked player, that quite often, more often than not, they struggle? I had the stat earlier, I think it was something like they've won 38% of their matches as the highest ranked player in a Ryder Cup.
Well, I think, you know, I don't, you may have a better feel than I do, Chappers, on what it's like to be world number 1, but I think they put a lot of pressure on themselves because they are world number 1. And as much as Scotty Scheffler talks about the fact that, I don't think about this and I don't think about that, I think that's garbage. I think he thinks about all of it, but he's not going to necessarily articulate it to us. So I think, you know, the pressure of trying to win a Ryder Cup, the pressure of, you know, trying to help your guy around and make sure that everything works out well. I mean, Tiger didn't care about that so much. Scotty Scheffler is a different kind of individual, and I think in his particular case, I think he has these feelings about, okay, I need to lead, but I don't want to be seen leading. I don't want people asking me about leading. It's a huge conundrum for him, I think, and we see it. I think he's, you know, his foursome play is just atrocious, and there's really no explanation, because you see the guy winning tournament after tournament after tournament. You're like, oh, there's no question that he'll finally figure it out. Well, here we are in 2025 after the first morning's matches, and he still hasn't figured it out.
I mean, both teams like to have motivational speakers, you know, the big 4 in men's tennis, Djokovic, Federer, Nadal, Murray, all gave motivational speeches. Owen Farrell has as well. Has Keegan Bradley asked you to go in and give a motivational speech, Alex, to the team?
I don't think that's Keegan Bradley's deal. And to be honest with you, when Andrew McGee was in here earlier, he thinks he should just say nothing. Go have lunch guys calm down, get something to drink. And, I mean, these guys have been doing this for a long time. They pretty much know what the deal is. They know that they got to go out there this afternoon and perform. And if they don't perform, then I guess they'll be the losing team in 2025.
See you later, Alex. Alex was certainly US golf journalist with us on 5 Live Sports. So the morning foursomes are done here at Bethpage Black in New York, and there's now hardly a cloud in the sky. Gorgeous, gorgeous afternoon on the way here, and it has been a lovely morning for the Europeans as well. After the foursomes, they lead 3-1. The 4 balls get underway in about 20 minutes or so. So we'll do a little bit of golf on Sports Extra 3. Drive coming here on 5 Live for the next half hour to round up all the day's news. Then we'll be back on 5 Live. Here's Chris Warburton.
The Voice.
So here we are on Sports Extra 3 here on the BBC and with the On-Course Radio as well. Now, still with me are Alex Michelli and, of course, member of our team, former European Ryder Cup team member Ollie Wilson. And look, we're going to dissect this stuff continuously for the next 20 minutes or so. We'll go into the 4-ball pairings shortly, because we did give those out with Chappers a short while ago on 5 Live. Look, initial thoughts, we've already given them. I'll give you a stat. The last time Europe won an opening session of a Ryder Cup in America was 2004. Ollie, you watched Scheffler and Henley against Oberg and Fitzpatrick. I mean, how good were that European pairing in that?
They were brilliant. They did everything that they needed to do. They came out, played solid, they actually didn't hit that many fairways, but they played well, but their approach play was phenomenal, and their putting was great. They did exactly what they needed to do, took advantage of those first 5 or 6 holes where there's birdie chances. And it was just great. They just applied the pressure on the US team. And I actually thought later on in the round, I thought the setup of the golf course actually played into the favour of the European team in that match.
Alex, you've already given your thoughts on kind of what's been a fairly humbling morning for Keegan Bradley. I mean, they've got to be feeling pretty flat, haven't they?
Well, I don't know about flat because of what happened at the end. I mean, I think that can be a motivator. But I want to ask a question, actually, if you don't mind.
Go for it.
Ali, what do you think is the setup in this golf course makes it something that would actually lean towards the Europeans versus the Americans?
Well, in that particular match, in number 2, Scotty Scheffler obviously hits a lot of fairways. Russell Henley is short, but hits a lot of fairways. Ludwig Oberg bombs it and he's straight, but they actually, in that group, they actually missed quite a lot of fairways. But they were so far in advance past the Americans that they took advantage of it. They were going in with shorter shots, and the rough wasn't a problem. And the fact that the rough is cut down so much, it's not putting that much importance on hitting the fairway.
Now, I should just interrupt you both, gentlemen, because on the first tee we can see President Donald Trump. He's joined by his granddaughter Kai, who is a very talented young amateur golfer herself down in Florida. He's there, he's got the blue jacket on, no tie for him today, sun shining down. He's taken the cap off his head and just shaking hands with some dignitaries there. So all of a sudden, lots of whooping and hollering there on that first tee. Ollie, have you ever played golf in front of a president or a bit of royalty or anything like that? I can imagine it's something a bit different that these guys are going to be experiencing.
I'm trying to think back to 2008 at Valhalla. I can't remember if the president was there at that time.
Okay.
But there was, I don't think he was, but there was a lot of, I remember Michael Jordan on the buggies. I remember all the sort of crew of the US team. They were all there very close, trying to make an impact, like getting quite close to the Europeans, asking to be, needing to push them back, get them out of the way. So in terms of that, more and more people close by trying to make you feel uncomfortable. But I can't say I've ever played in front of the president.
Okay, Alex, what will this do to the US team? What will it do to the crowd?
Well, I mean, the crowd, obviously, there'll be some interest in the fact that the president is here. It's the first time I think a sitting president has ever actually been at a Ryder Cup. But I think ultimately it doesn't really change anything about this. I mean, at the end of the day, Donald Trump is not making any putts out there. He's not hopefully he's not going to be putting any tariffs on anybody for playing poorly. So the hope is that, you know, as Keegan Bradley says, the hope is that for some reason Donald Trump here is going to be something that's going to invigorate his team. I'm not really sure how. I think I'd rather have a guy making a 15-footer than Donald Trump being here.
Well, that's something that Keegan Bradley needs to hope for himself this afternoon. And well, there he is, President Trump in an enclosed glass box just behind this first tee. A packed out grandstand as the US national anthem is being belted out, caps over the hearts on the chests for all the Americans in the stand, and you can see some European fans as well, all stood up in respect of that US national anthem. So, if you are on the golf course, or maybe you are listening from a far-flung corner of the globe, welcome along to our coverage. I hope that you enjoyed the morning session, even if the result didn't quite go your way, and if it did go the way that you were hoping for, well, even better stuff. Now, we're just going to talk about some of these afternoon pairings whilst we have a moment. So, Team Europe will have had all 12 players out there on the golf course, as will Team USA as well. So those players who were missing from the morning session, Justin Rose and Rasmus Højgaard, come in. We'll run through the exact pairings in just a moment as we hear a big fly pass fly straight over our studio, and that is very loud indeed. What jets are those, Alex?
Our tax dollars at work right there.
Well, it made quite the noise as it thundered overhead, and I think that's a nice treat whilst we're in a bit of a lull here, whilst the players go and get themselves a little bit of lunch and dust themselves down ahead of this afternoon session. So whilst all the festivities go on the tee, let's run through those afternoon four balls then. So the world number one Scotty Scheffler partners the US Open champion JJ Spawn, 3 majors between them in that particular US pairing. They're up against Jon Rahm and Sepp Straka, who comes in for Europe. He sat out, of course, in the morning session. Initial thoughts on that particular?
And from my standpoint, I think Straka is still trying to deal. I mean, just had a baby, was home for a while, hasn't really played very much. You know, obviously Jon Rahm is Jon Rahm, but I really do like the Scheffler-Spawn thing. I think JJ Spawn has been playing well. I've heard that they pretty much gel together, Scheffler and Spawn, so I think that might be an American advantage. But you know, you can't discount Jon Rahm at any time.
And you need birdies, don't you? And that looks like a ripe pairing, Ollie, from a European standpoint.
It does. I mean, to be fair, all 4 are, you know, some of the 4 best ball strikers in the world of golf. So there's going to be a lot of greens hit, a lot of chances. The Scheffler-Spawn pairing, I do like. That worries me a little bit. I think JJ Spawn's got something that he could deliver pretty big this week, which is slightly worrying from a European perspective. But you know, Sepp Straka, I think, yes, he's not played loads coming into this week, but I don't think he'd be going out with Jon Rahm first in the 4-ball if he wasn't in good form and looking strong. So that's promising that he's in that position.
I mean, he's a Ryder Cup rookie, JJ Spawn, isn't he? And he's obviously had a career-changing year, winning that US Open and been in great form all year, really. He could have won 3 or 4 times. All that kind of goes out the window, but it's a different entity, the Ryder Cup. You played in the Ryder Cup yourself. I mean, it's all right having a major championship under your belt, but you're partnering the world number one here in a really important match, you know, because that's going to set the tone for the rest of the session.
Yeah, I mean, my college coach, Josh Gregory, coaches him, and I spoke to him about him, and he was very complimentary, as he would be, obviously, but he was saying that he loves the big occasion, he doesn't fear it, and he's sort of thriving now. And I think the fact that him and Scheffler get on so well, he feels comfortable around the world number one. And that might help Scotty as well, just feeling like he doesn't actually need to pull somebody along with him. So, I just think for various reasons that's a very strong pairing. But, you know, Jon Rahm played well today. Straka, great ball striker. I think number one in most of the stats So it's going to be a good game, that one.
So that tees off in just under 10 minutes' time. In fact, no, that's a lie. 14 minutes' time. At 12:25 p.m. local time. Match 2, another rookie, and partnering Ben Griffin will be Bryson DeChambeau. We asked Bryson DeChambeau yesterday, Alex, what kind of a role he felt that he had to play in that US team. He said he would do anything that's required. He obviously had the star match or star pairing earlier on. That didn't really go exactly how he would have hoped it to. In terms of the afternoon, he's now got to kind of carry the can and get Ben Griffin into the swing of things in terms of a Ryder Cup.
Well, Ben Griffin has been chomping at the bit to get out here. So I think in some ways, if you're Bryson, your job now is to kind of tamper him down a little. You don't want to get too emotional too quick because you don't want to fade down the stretch. So I think he's just got to take it one shot at a time kind of thing, even though it's the first hole. Bryson, on the other hand, he has to understand, A, that he's playing 4-ball now versus foursomes, so he needs to make birdies, but at the same time, he can't be so aggressive that he puts himself out of the hole and leaves it to Ben Griffin. I mean, the one thing that anybody knows when you're playing 4-ball is that the fact that you want to put 2 balls on the green and you want to get each of you to have a chance to make birdie, and that's very, very important.
Yeah, I would agree, but just with him being a rookie, I really like the US rookies. I don't think they're proper rookies. They're more than capable, and I think that was a mistake leaving them out of the foursomes. So it's good to see them playing in the 4-ball, and I expect the rookies to perform really well this afternoon, including Ben Griffin.
It's not going to be easy. I had the pleasure of walking around and watching that Fleetwood-McIlroy pairing. Fleetwood is involved in this second match. He partners Justin Rose, who is an experienced hand, at the very least, Ollie. That's quite a formidable European pairing, isn't it? And the way Fleetwood played earlier, I mean, it's hard really to see who's the supporting role in that. They're both going to be going straight at it, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, you would always put Rosie as the leader. He's the leader of the whole team really, with his experience. But Tommy's stood up and obviously tour champion. There's just a whole lot of pedigree in that group, so I think they'll be pretty excited to get out there with each other, and they'll just be supporting each other and just go and play their game. I think they both know, the strategy out there. They're just going to have to make some birdies. So, again, really strong pairing.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. In match 3, Cam Young makes his debut alongside Justin Thomas. Ludwig Oberg, Rasmus Højgaard, the Danes' debut. Cameron Young, a New Yorker, Alex, playing in New York. What is it that you like about him in terms of, being part of this US team?
Well, I think, first of all, he's always been a really good professional, just couldn't find a way to get it over the line and win a tournament. And then when he finally did, you start seeing all the positives that he has, going back to when he used to finish all these runner-up finishes, just not figuring it out. So now he comes to New York. He loves New York. He's from here. His dad's a PGA professional. I mean, the whole pedigree kind of thing just kind of fits together nicely here. And he's a strong player. I always said it. You look at our rookies, and they really are not rookies. And he's an extremely strong player. And I think the thing is that he may be the one that has to pull Justin Thomas along after watching what I saw this morning versus Justin Thomas having to pull him along. And if you're going to pick any of the 4 European pairings that you have to play against, I think this is the one that's probably the most suspect. So I think if you're an American team and you're Cameron Young, you're like, well, I got a really good chance here.
Yeah, is that the way you see it, Ollie?
It is. I'm excited to see Rasmus Højgaard get going.
It's made for him, the 4-ball as well, isn't it?
It's made for him, the course. And to be fair, watching Ludwig play today and hit the driver, it's made for him too. So it'll be fun watching them two off the tee, just launching it down around the course. But I think Rasmus is, I know he's going to be nervous. He's so excited to have made the team, but he'll be so excited to get going in this format in the afternoon. The crowd's going to be a little bit more boisterous. I fully expect them to turn up this afternoon. I certainly hope they do. And that's kind of part of the fun. So I think, again, strong pairing, but I like the Europeans in that one.
Yeah. I mean, this is the sort of stage, isn't it, where actually, you can hide behind Ludwig if you're not quite up to it, or you're a bit nervous to sort of feel your way in a little bit in many senses. But he's had the pleasure last time of sitting on the buggy and watching his twin brother Nikolai at Marco Simone. How important is that? The fact that he's been in there and amongst it and knows what it's all about. He sat on a buggy with Thomas Bjorn, he watched his brother do battle, and now it's his turn. So how was it important that he was in Italy or not?
I mean, it helps. It all helps. It just makes you feel part of the team even more so than you would normally. The fact that they're so close with Thomas Bjorn, who's been a part of the Ryder Cup for almost decades, it all plays a part. He's going to be feeling comfortable, but he's still going to be nervous. But he's got the game for it, and I think he could go. He could be very exciting to watch.
Just seeing some pictures of Gary Player, who is a neutral, I suppose, when it comes to the Ryder Cup, on that first tee. And we see Keegan Bradley now, I think, just looking up at that huge 8,000-seater grandstand that is, well, a humongous horseshoe, a really, really daunting thing, actually, for the players to see as they walk through that 100-yard tunnel all the way underneath the grandstands out there to lots of spectators who, by now, as we would say in the UK, very well oiled. Alex, the atmosphere, I must say, actually, having been out there for that match, I was expecting New York raucous crowd. They've got a reputation to uphold, and I didn't really see a great deal of it this morning.
Yeah, I agree with you, and the question is what reason that is. Is it because we weren't playing well? Is it because, part of the reason I would say here is this is one of these places that's a hard golf course to walk. And a lot of people may decide that they're not going to really go out there, far out there, and walk and see what's going on. There could be the part of the fact that we talked about this ad nauseum about the fan interest and how they're going to be maybe over the top. Then most fans are like, okay, all right, we'll try not to do anything crazy. I don't really know what the reason is, but I do know that a supportive fan base is something that could help the Americans in the afternoon. And if we don't get a supportive fan base, it could be more of the same of what happened this morning.
What surprised me about the crowd this morning was obviously it wasn't going well for the US team. But I didn't hear one real sort of cheer, supportive shouting comment to the US team to get them going. It was just sort of accepting it. And that really surprised me. I thought there'd be people just trying to rally them along, but I never really heard that.
Well, we're not very good at chants.
Well, I've heard that. They're probably better to stay away
and
from
I think
that.
we proved it. I think we proved it today again.
Well, maybe this afternoon is the time. We've still got one other match to kind of just look at quickly. So that fourth four-ball match, which gets going at 1:13 p.m. local time. Sam Burns and that man Patrick Cantlay up against Rory McIlroy and Shane Lowry.
I had heard out of the European camp that Shane had not been playing that well. And there are a lot of people that question maybe why he is or isn't on this team. But when you put Rory McIlroy with Shane Lowry, you put together one of the most powerful duos there is on the European team. So as much as I heard Chappers talk about how he liked Cantlay, I think this is a knockdown, easy 1 point for the Europeans in my mind.
Well, I like that. I think it's going to be fiery. I think there could be, last group out. The fans are going to be well-oiled, as you said, by then. I think coming on that back nine, there's going to be a little bit of fire going on.
Well, and you got Joe LaCava.
Exactly. So thinking back to Italy, there's some history there.
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
Let's reignite that.
If those of you don't remember, Joe LaCava was Patrick Cantlay's caddy, and there was some incident on Saturday afternoon on the 18th hole that kind of poured over to the next day, actually, really. But it was not the first time, but was an unusual time to see Rory McIlroy pretty upset with what was going on. And this also connected up to the whole hat thing and players getting paid. And, we don't want to go through that. We don't want to relive it again. But the most interesting thing about all that is that the guy that got the brunt of it was a guy that wasn't even involved, which was Bones Mackay. So anyways, that being said, yes, you're right, Ali. There could be some fireworks, but I think at the end of the day, that group, that European team is going to be very formidable.
well, we're seeing the first of the European pairings trot their way through underneath the grandstand, that 100-yard walk where they'll be able to hear everything that's going on, and they're greeted, of course, by boos, but also with a handshake from the US captain, Keegan Bradley. And there they are, Sepp Straka and John Rahm, and they look businesslike. They're standing shoulder to shoulder as they stride onwards towards that first tee. Rahm with a very satisfied look on his face.
I don't understand why they're not genuflecting when they walk past the president. Isn't that something you should be doing?
I mean, you know, from a European standpoint, why would they? Why would they, Ollie?
I think they're just in the zone. Just don't want to get distracted. You don't know where that's going to go if they address the president.
As Bob McIntyre said, well, he's just another spectator.
Absolutely.
Sure how that went down, Alex, actually, amongst the US contingent.
You know, I didn't know that Bob McIntyre had that kind of common sense about him. I thought that was a great comment, to be honest with you.
It was. I mean, you know, from a European standpoint, I suppose that's one way of viewing it. We'll leave it at that. We see JJ Spaun and Scottie Scheffler there again, standing shoulder to shoulder. Spaun has his putter in his hand, presumably not anticipating Scheffler to drive this first green, or indeed himself to knock it on this first green, with it being the 4-ball format. Presumably that's just from a final few finishing touches to his game before he heads out for his Ryder Cup debut. Let's not forget that. And I think the crowd have detected that the US players are nearly at the end of the walkway. Fist bumps all round. There is Joe LaCava. There's Ted Scott, the two caddies for these US players. And there we have it.
Does JJ Spaun smile?
Well, he's going to have to at some point, Alex, isn't he? If we're talking about body language.
See, Scheffler just pointed to the president. JJ Spaun.
Was JJ just dancing to the president then? Yeah. Was that a little jiggle aimed at Donald?
Well, there we have it. So, caps off, clasp fists between Spaun, Scheffler, Rahm and co. And all the pleasantries will be put to one side very shortly. Now, just thousands of spectators lining that first fairway all the way down the left-hand side, and the packed grandstand as well just behind. It looks to me like that tee... oh no, we're on the same tee as earlier on. I thought they can't move it any further forward, can they? That would have been an interesting element to it.
Well, there is a tee further forward, but I don't think they've moved it any further forward. I think it's in the same position, which is about 30 yards further forward than it normally is when it's here. So guys have been able to drive it way over the corner, and if the wind's favourable, players like Rory and DeChambeau can actually knock it on the green. But at the moment, there's not a whole lot of wind, and they're going to be all trying to just hit it 50, 60 yards short of the green and leave a little flip onto the green. So as far as Ryder Cup tee shots go, it's not the most stressful.
And that actually has probably helped both teams just easing their way in. We certainly saw that earlier on. Now, we are going to hear both players being introduced onto this first tee. Here we go. Well, that's Team Europe, and boos predictably coming from the 8,000 strong crowd in the grandstand, and all those engulfing the side of that first. Now, Scheffler has his arm around a very steely-faced JJ Spaun. And look, Ollie, Spaun is no spring chicken. He's in his mid-30s. He's been a journeyman player. He's had to drop all the way down onto the Corn Ferry Tour and play his way back into the upper echelons of the game. Now, this is the very best year by some stretch in his golf career. And, you know, does that help? Or, you know, the fact that, you know, you thought you might never have had this opportunity, but you know what you know and you're long in the tooth enough to be able to drink it in and enjoy it? Or is it a case of, look, you know, wow, I'd never thought I'd be here, and you can freeze?
I think it probably helps him. He's been around world golf. He's been playing as a professional for a long time. I think it's all adds to experience, and now it's exciting that he's finally got to this point where he's able to come and play at the Ryder Cup.
You know, the one thing I would say is that he's got 3 days where he could really elevate who he is in golf by having a good week. And I think that's extremely important. I don't know if he's thinking that, but it is extremely important and an opportunity for him.
So there's the first tee shot. And that's Rahm. He's cut the corner. He's just into that left-hand rough. That's okay.
The pin's moved from this morning, so the pin's front right now. So whereas this morning the good miss was right at the green, this afternoon actually left is a good miss. So he's got a great angle back to that front flag.
So here is Sepp Straka, Austrian mother, in his second Ryder Cup. He's been an imperious figure, actually, on the PGA Tour. He won one of those big signature events, the Truist Championship at Philadelphia Cricket Club. This tee shot heading slightly left. We said that that's okay, that side, and that is going to be absolutely fine. In fact, you can see most of that ball. Ollie, you played Bethpage Black in the US Open back in 2009. The rough is not penal at all. It's almost sat up, isn't it? It's fine.
It's so thick, it's so lush and consistent that, the ball almost sits. Now, this morning with the heavy dew, it actually did play quite tough. Certainly the first few holes, I think people were getting used to actually having to dig it out a little bit and hit more club, being more aggressive. But now it's dried out. It's fine. You can get to all the greens, really.
Well, hush descends after a brilliant welcome from JJ Spawn onto this first tee. So, the blue trousers, the white trim on the bottom half of the US team tops, and Spawn will be so proud to be wearing it. That, though, is the wrong side to miss that on, and maybe just the result of a little bit of nerves.
I actually think that's probably all right there. It's just carried past that last tree. And it's obviously the short route to the flag, so I think he's only got about 30 yards to that flag, so he'll be able to figure something out with the greens, because they're still not, or whilst they are firming up, they're still pretty soft for what we are used to.
Here is the world number one, Scotty Scheffler, who was on the receiving end of a rather humbling foursomes defeat this morning, but that, as we know, will be well out of his mind now. He's one of the best players at compartmentalising his thoughts, his feelings, what's come before, and just looking ahead to the next tee shot. There it is, on its way, this one leaking way left. I think it might just carry that fairway into that rough. Yep, so his ball alongside the two European golf balls, in fact a little further on than that. That, though, will be absolutely fine. So there we are, that first four-ball match from this afternoon here on day one underway. Now, Alex, how important is it here that the US get some red on the board early from, well, certainly the first couple of matches?
Well, it's extremely important, and usually the captain will put his best team out first to kind of get that started. So in his mind, he's thinking that the Scheffler-Spahn group pairing is their best team this afternoon. So he's going to hope that that's the case, because if you start seeing, blue again, it just permeates not only through your team, but it permeates with the fans, and we saw that as well. So you really need to get something going early. This is a good hole to do it, but most likely you're looking at 2 or 3 that you're going to be where you're going to get to that point. And I think, when we talk about Medina, people that talk about Medina, the realization is that the U.S. lost that because in singles we started losing quickly. I mean, very quickly. The first 3 matches there was a lot of blue on the board, and that was the beginning of the end. And we never could quell that. And that's what can't happen here. You can't have another situation where you all of a sudden you look up and 3 of the 4 matches has blue up there, because it makes it very difficult for the guys to come back from that.
And from a European perspective, Ollie Wilson, I mean, I know we've kind of dissected how brilliant that was, but that feeling, just describe if you can, what you think they'll be all about. I mean, you know a lot of the guys in that locker room, a lot of the caddies and the vice captains and such. They'll be so satisfied with all that prep, all that thought that's got into the pairings and which golf ball they use and all this minutiae. It's all gone to plan so far.
It has, and I know I've talked about it so far, but I was honestly blown away by the feeling coming out of the camp, how confident they were about getting this job done this week. Every angle has been covered. I think most of the players are on those kind of same wavelengths, that they feed off of that, and they executed it brilliantly this morning. And it wasn't a million miles away from keeping the red off the board completely. So it was a great start, and I think they're doing exactly what they wanted to do. The pairings, I think they're very happy with how that lines up. So they've got to just go and do it. But, that's just one session this morning. The 4 balls, we know that the US are usually better. And certainly in this afternoon, we're going to have to get off to a good start and try and quell the crowds, because you do not want to see red on the board and the crowd to get in full flow, because that will make it really hard to win the session.
Justin Ray on social media, who's brilliant golf statistician. Any major golf tournament, you want to be keeping up to date with Justin's stats if you like that kind of thing. He said the last 3 foursome sessions at the Ryder Cup, Europe have won 10 points, USA have won 2. Europe have won 70 holes to USA's 37. Holes actually leading in foursomes matches. Europe 133 holes, USA just 29. You say that the USA are usually better in the 4 balls. They've got to hope that that's the case this afternoon.
Yeah, I think it's imperative. I mean, there's no way around this. You do not want to go into Saturday at a deficit of 4 or 5 or 6 points. And I think the one good thing for the Europeans is that, and actually the Americans have done the same thing. It's one guy that played this morning, and then someone that didn't play in the morning, and that's why it's imperative, because this is not an easy golf course, and it takes a lot out of you. And I think we're going to have some guys who are going to play five matches, but you want to try to minimize that as much as possible. And actually, the Europeans have been good at doing that because they won so early. They're not going to be as tired as they would normally be if they went to 18 holes.
So we've just seen the second shot to that first pitch shot from around 80 yards or so, I'm guessing, from that kind of left corner of the dogleg out of the rough from Europeans Sepp Straka. Just shy of the surface. Next to play will be, in the USA colours, Scotty Scheffler. Ball lie looks okay to me here. Remember that whole location, the front right corner on this 2-tiered green, and the world number 1 looks like he's made good contact with that one, trying to fly it just onto that front edge. Didn't quite fly it as far as he would have liked, but he's going to be putting for birdie from around 15 feet. So there we go, a short walk up to that first green with a putter in hand for the world number 1. Now, with Straka's ball okay, just shy of that green, putter out in hand, it will be, I think, Sepp Straka to play next. Or will it? Yes, it may well be. Spawn, by the way, the only player to have missed this fairway right on this first fairway. Just a little bit of working out to be done here. And yeah, it looks like it will be JJ Spawn. You didn't think that this angle is as bad as you thought, Ollie?
No, I think he got just far enough past that last tree and he's close enough to the green where it's not a problem. There is a backstop, so he can flop this up onto the green. Looks like he's got enough room over the rough. Just opening up a little bit. He's actually gone a little bit lower, but he's played a beautiful shot there. Pitched it just on the front of the green, released up to 3 feet. Really well done there.
That is a stunner. Really, really nice shot. And if there were any nerves flowing through the veins, which I'm sure there was, that'll have settled things right down.
Well, it's always tricky when you come out on the first hole. You've not been playing in the morning, to just gauge the rough. Even though the rough's not long, you're just gauging how hard, and it's always tricky to hit it harder than you feel like the shot requires. So he's committed really well to that, and he'll be pleased with the result.
John Rahm next, and this only a gentle little 60-yard armsy one, I think, trying to fly it all the way there on these receptive greens. Did fly it all the way there. It's just going to release out a little further. Very much advantage Team USA here, Alex.
Yeah, I think what you learned out of that is that if you land in the front, it just kind of killed it and stopped it. Where JJ Spawn landed on the green and released up to the hole, and John Rahm landed on the green, he was just further into the green and again released as well. So I mean, it's starting to dry out there a little, but still, if you're around the surrounds, you're not going to get the same kind of release as you would if you land on the green.
If you're listening on the BBC in the UK, well, you'll know because you've gone away and found us. We're on Sports Extra 3 at the moment. Well done you if you're listening on RyderCup.com, or indeed on course with the little earpieces. Maybe you've spotted us out and about this morning, and well, next time do give us a little tap on the shoulder, as long as it's a friendly one. All our team will be out there throughout the afternoon. You do not need to move anywhere. If you are indeed here in our coverage, we'll be with you all the way through until this afternoon session concludes. The rest of the gang are just getting their kit on and putting the final touches to some notes ahead of what is set to be an absolutely scintillating afternoon of golf. If you are just tuning in, Europe won that first foursome session 3 matches 1. It was a brilliant performance from the meticulously prepared, I suppose, foursomes pairings from Luke Donald, and that first 4-ball match well underway. We'll run through all the pairings again in a few moments from now. Ollie, you played at Valhalla. In fact, we'll talk about that in just a second, because Sepp Straka is wasting no time in giving his birdie try. A nudge here from just shy of this first green, a little right to left of that actually indeed stayed straight. So it may well be good enough. I think it will be good enough for an opening par for the European team. But as we've discussed, JJ Spawn in nice and tight. Bit of a free run, actually, isn't it, for John Rahm from 15 feet or so?
Yeah, it's a slippery one back down the slope with a little bit of left to right on it, but it's nothing to lose. It needs to go in, and as we've said, we've got to keep the red off the board as long as possible. So this is quite an important putt.
Yeah. And we see that second US pairing of Bryson DeChambeau and rookie Ben Griffin with the aviator shades on, looking a little bit like Maverick from Top Gun there, as he always does. Just looking actually perfectly relaxed. He was a joy to listen to in the press conference yesterday. I've got to say, he's always got something to say. He's got a really good perspective on things. Was a former mortgage loan officer. Did that for a few months when he was struggling on the PGA Tour. Alex Misselli's shaking his head here at that.
He's probably financing mortgages now.
After the year he's had, where he's picked up his first 2 PGA Tour victories. Absolutely right. Now, Rahm, this is a big putt here. This one effectively to halve this opening hole in this top 4-ball match, because Spawn in nice and tight. 3.5 feet to go for the US Open champion, perhaps 15 for the big burly Basque. This ball on its way, left to right down the hill. No, the speed beat it, didn't it, that one, Ollie Wilson?
Yeah, I think even with perfect speed on that line, it was still too high. It was probably only left edge, so a bit of a misread. Not the best of starts for us, but this one's not dead for JJ Spawn. It's probably 3.5 feet, but has got a little break on it.
So Bryson DeChambeau, Ben Griffin shaking hands with President Trump and his granddaughter Kai there.
Yeah, Bryson is very tight with the president, extremely so. When they played the LIV event in Virginia, I think Bryson spent at least 4 nights in the Oval Office with Trump.
Oh, wow.
So they know each other very, very well.
Okay. Well, actually, President Trump has walked out of his glass box that he was stood in front of that big grandstand. He's venturing right towards that first tee. He shares an embrace with Keegan Bradley as well. And I bet there's a few nervous secret security officials there. As we head back towards the first green, Scheffler to win the hole. This for a birdie. Remember, Spawn in tight as well, but this had just helped things if he could knock this one in for birdie himself. And that's going to just run out of juice up the hill.
A bit of a weak effort there, considering he's going up the hill and nothing to lose. So not rolling it quite as well. This morning he had a few chances that didn't go in as well, so maybe not quite in tune with the greens so far.
So the stage is set then for an opening contribution of JJ Spawn's Ryder Cup career. 3 feet is what he's got left, and he always has that same expression on his face.
The one where he doesn't smile?
Yeah, that one.
I mean, he's really into it, obviously. But, I think when you've gone through what he's gone through in his career, just the fact that it's just difficult being a professional golfer and trying to find your way and trying to get, trying to find ways to win golf tournaments and play well and so forth and so on, all the things he's done, as he just knocks that one in.
Unafraid of the big stage.
Oh, and what was that?
JJ
Fist
Spawn.
pump, fist pump.
A bit of emotion, Ollie Wilson. What a great start on your Ryder Cup debut, playing alongside the world number 1, 3 feet, put some red on the board.
Yeah, it's a great start for him and trying to get the crowd going. I think he wants to hear them. They didn't turn up this morning. He's trying to get them going and get on their side. So he's feeling it. Great start. But I think, back to what you were saying about the expressions, every professional golfer figures out how they play their best. Some people love getting riled up in the emotion and showing it, and some people feel like they've got to subdue it because it hurts them. And clearly JJ feels like he's got to subdue it and keep more of an even keel.
We are seeing the second of these afternoon 4-ball matches being announced onto the first tee. The predictable boos once again ring around the huge Coliseum for Tommy Fleetwood and Justin Rose. But listen to this noise. Bryson DeChambeau and Ben Griffin just basking in the star-spangled applause, with President Trump continuing to make his security detail incredibly nervous, stood right at the back of that first tee.
You know, I thought Bryson played very well this morning. Justin was obviously the anchor of that team. I mean, a real anchor, not the positive anchor. So I mean, it'd be interesting to see what happens this afternoon, because Ben Griffin is, like we said earlier, he's really wants to play. And playing with Bryson, they supposedly get along pretty well, so it'll be very interesting to see what happens.
I was going to say it's a baptism of fire, but I suppose every debut in the Ryder Cup will feel that way. Justin Rose, who is an experienced, cool hand, his first foray out onto the Bethpage Black golf course that is sun-kissed at the moment here in this Ryder Cup match, sends his tee shot on the way, high into the crystal clear blue sky, straight down for the tee as that ball reaches its apex, and with good reason, because that just takes one little hop and then nestles right next to its pitch mark, right in the middle of that fairway.
You know, Ali, the fact that Spawn makes birdie, he's already contributing. First hole, how much is that a positive? Because, you know, you're just coming out, and you're all of a sudden here you are, and you've just made birdie, and now all of a sudden you put some red on the board.
Yeah, I think it's all these little things that go towards it. You know, at the end of the day, you want a point on the board. Like, the most important thing is just get a point on the board as early as you can as a rookie. And then you break it down into smaller parts. And, you know, now he's contributed. He's played the hole really well. He's got the world number one as a partner, so he's going to be feeling pretty good. That's the beauty of the Ryder Cup. When you have a partner that is so good, it almost takes some pressure off you, because you have such confidence in them. And that's what you've got to utilise and use to find your game and find the performance that you need.
So, Bryson DeChambeau will step up. We saw the tee shot of Ben Griffin, by the way, just wind up in that okay area down the left-hand side there. Just a short pitch left for the Ryder Cup rookie. And this, well, that was a 3-wood for Ben Griffin, you say, Alex? That was, oh, there we go. Okay, well, Bryson leading the US charge, Fleetwood down the left-hand side. Thank you, Alex. Clearly not paying enough attention, being distracted already by all the razzmatazz around that first tee. And Bryson, an almost carbon copy of the tee shot he hit in that foursome session. Quite a brilliant effort from the American.
I guess the president couldn't stay behind his glass, because he's now within 15 feet of the first tee as Ben Griffin gets ready to tee off. Actually, Ben Griffin looks like a Secret Service agent with those glasses on.
Well, here he is then, the young man who's won twice on the PGA Tour this season. One of those, a very impressive pairs event win at the Zurich Classic of New Orleans at TPC Louisiana. And that tee shot is just the one that he would have been envisioning when he went to bed last night. That is a peach, and it plugs into that first fairway. Really nice stuff. 2 US balls in the fairway. Remember, in that first match, Scheffler and Spawn are 1-up playing the second hole. If you are listening on Sports Extra 3 Hour, coverage will continue, and likewise with RyderCup.com. Let's get back to Mark Chapman and the team.
With Mark Chapman on BBC Radio 5 Live.
To Bethpage Black, New York. It is a glorious, glorious afternoon. Plenty of blue sky. The sun is shining. Europe taking a 3-1 lead into this afternoon's four balls, having won the foursomes this morning. Foursomes, of course, alternate shots, 4 balls. Each player plays their own ball. And just like this morning, with the opening match of the foursomes, the Americans have won the first hole. That is Scotty Scheffler and JJ Spawn. They're against John Rahm and Sepp Straka. They won the first hole, so the Americans are 1-up in the first match. The second match has just teed off down the round the first green here. It is an absolute throng of people. Back up on the first tee, the players, the American players, have the president of the country to greet as they come out of the tunnel. James Gregg.
Yes, it was quite the scene, actually, Mark. He's been stood in this enclosed box. You might have heard Ali describing exactly where President Trump and his granddaughter Kai were stood, in front of that huge 8,000-seater grandstand. But I'd imagine, Mark, that his security detail were probably a little nervous, because he actually made the foray out the back of that and went and stood right next to the first tee. He was 10 yards behind Bryson DeChambeau and Ben Griffin as they teed off. Both of the US players finding the fairway with their tee shots in that 4-ball match. Of course, it's a debut for Ben Griffin. You talk about a baptism of fire. How's that? How's that for an atmosphere to hit your first shot in Ryder Cup golf? It was quite the scene. They're up against Tommy Fleetwood and Justin Rose, who were completely nonplussed by President Trump's presence. And yeah, I mean, look, it's quite the scene again. You know, we talk about all the razzmatazz from earlier on when that first foursomes match got going, but it's yeah, I mean, it looks absolutely bonkers on that first.
Well, maybe that was part of the plan, Ian Carter, for Keegan Bradley. If he was going to put Ben Griffin out, then to put him with the man who is the closest friend out of this American team, by all accounts, to the president.
Yes, well, I mean, Bryson DeChambeau actually has a formal role within the American administration in terms of health and fitness for young people. So he actually does have a role to play there. And of course, he was there as part of the victory celebrations on election night as well. But Griffin against and DeChambeau as a partnership has long been telegraphed here. And no surprise that these two are together in that second match.
Let's go to John Murray out on the course. The world #1 had a terrible morning. He and Russell Henley walloped by Matt Fitzpatrick and Ludwig Aubert. He's off to a better start with his playing partner in the 4 balls, JJ Spawn. John.
Yes, he is. We've actually just watched them come through, Mark, so they're now off up the second, but JJ Spawn very much enjoyed his moment when he holed the putt to win the hole. So the rookie, the US Open champion JJ Spawn, was he had a pugnacious look about him, I must say, when he walked past us and through the tunnel that there is between the first and the second. So the US won up in that first match, but for the afternoon 4 balls, I'm going to be with the second match. And I'm just watching now Tommy Fleetwood play his approach from the rough on the left-hand side, 60 yards short of the green. And that is an excellent shot to the front of the green. The flag is fluttering right at the front. He's gone straight at it. And Tommy Fleetwood is within, I would say, 8 feet there. So he's set himself up a birdie opportunity already. It is Tommy Fleetwood and Justin Rose. That is the partnership for Europe this afternoon. While Bryson DeChambeau, who was beaten this morning with Justin Thomas in the opening match against Rahman Hatton, he's been paired with the rookie Ben Griffin, who just 4 years ago was working for a mortgage company. Now he's playing in the first hole at the Ryder Cup. And I'm going to be watching it all this afternoon with Sean McKeel, a winner of the US PGA Championship. And in this bright, bright sunshine, Sean, we're about to see Justin Rose play his second shot at this Ryder Cup.
Well, we just got to see 4 really good drives. And this is where Justin, really his bread and butter is. I suspect he's going to hit this really close. It's just a beautiful day. It's probably 75 yards to a front pin.
The oldest man at this Ryder Cup, 45 years old, rich experience, and he lands it at the front. It bounces towards the hole, but then grips and spins back, and that is an excellent shot as well. Ben Griffin, too, is also on the front of the green. This looks as though it's going to be a classic shootout, but we've yet to see Bryson DeChambeau play his approach shot.
Absolutely, but what's interesting, and I haven't heard it today, is that, we're playing lift, clean, in place.
Yes.
So this morning there were a few missed fairways by both teams, so I didn't get to see too much of that. But now you're just kind of getting a sense of it, just how much spin these players can actually put on the ball, which can be a blessing or a curse. Which I thought in this morning's matches with the back pins, I think the American team really struggled in keeping the ball back on the right level, and everything was coming back, and then they were faced with really long birdie putts that they just didn't have much of a chance to make.
Well, Bryson DeChambeau is right in the middle of the fairway. What is he? 25 yards short of the green. That was how. It was a classic Bryson DeChambeau tee shot on the first. And after losing this morning, I'm sure he's fired up to see if he can rectify the situation this afternoon. And now he has his little pitch up towards the hole. It bounces past, then grips, and he's the closest of the 4 DeChambeau to within 4 or 5 feet.
It was a birdie fest. It's what we talked about all week so far, and we've got 4 really good opportunities. So I suspect these guys are going to have to shoot 10, 11 under to make it competitive.
Yep, so that's it. First green, Mark, and it's going to be a shootout very shortly.
And what you would say, Sean McKeel, as well, wouldn't you, that Europe's objective this afternoon in these first few holes, exactly the same as this morning, is to just try and take the wind out to the American sails a little bit and just calm everything down.
I would tell you, Mark, that we are finding it rather difficult to hear on the first, which may or may not have something to do with the presidential visit. It is the reception is extremely crackly, so maybe we will just concentrate on the putts that we have in front of us.
Are you going down the conspiracy theory route there?
I can't hear you. So it's going to be Ben Griffin to put first. Go Benny, someone shouts from up in the stands. Since he ended up in the team, he's been known as Bethpage Benny, and here he is for birdie at the first, but no, it doesn't drop for the rookie. So that is one chance gone. Four very, very good birdie chances. One down, and we're still waiting for the first. I mean, he has to be nervous. He is a very personable young man, Ben Griffin. I sat in on his media round yesterday, and he's got a real winning personality. And as I've suggested, having worked for a mortgage company 4 years ago, then, he knows a bit about real life as well as golfing life.
I don't think he has to worry about taking out a mortgage the way he's played this year.
Is a very good point. Okay, next for birdie. It's for Europe, and it's Tommy Fleetwood. So Fleetwood bang on line and bang in for Europe. That's the birdie that Tommy Fleetwood and Europe wanted to start out with. And now Bryson DeChambeau has to following in to halve the first.
Well, those were the putts that his partner was making this morning, and they paired up quite well. Now Tommy's finally getting a chance to putt, and we all know how good he is. You don't win a Tour Championship without being able to putt.
That was Tommy Fleetwood winning with Rory McIlroy this morning, 5 and 4 against Morikawa and English. So this is Bryson DeChambeau, and he was the stronger putter this morning. I watched their match out on the course, DeChambeau and Justin Thomas together, and on the basis of what I saw this morning, I'm not expecting Bryson DeChambeau to miss this, but you can't count anything at a Ryder Cup until it's in the hole.
Well, he had a great start this morning, making that 10-15 footer straight up the hill to get things started, but he's too good of a putter to miss this.
So here he is, Bryson DeChambeau, packed with goodness, bulging in all the right places. DeChambeau steps forward in his red, white and blue of the US Ryder Cup team, this to halve the first from 5 feet. On towards the hole it goes, and in, and there we are. The hole is halved in birdie threes, as perhaps we expected. And it's all square after one in the second match out in the 4 balls this afternoon, Sean.
Well, it's going to be quite the adventure to walking with this group. Knowing how Bryson plays is going to allow Ben to play his game. He won't have to force anything, and he can just kind of sit, let Bryson drop the crowd, and he can just kind of play his style of game.
And on we go to the second with them.
And we'll let you go to the second, and as you can't really hear anything we're saying, we won't go back to you. We'll go to Ian and James Gregg watching everything before they head out on the course with their groups a little bit later on. And it's like this morning all over again at the moment, Ian.
It is, isn't it? Fleetwood's looking so comfortable at the moment. Scheffler and Spawn getting off to the flying start, but so did DeChambeau this morning, and we know how that was turned around. So yeah, it's America need to get something going in this session. I think you can't overstate just how big that morning was for Europe to win the foursomes away from home, 3 points to 1. That completely bucks the trend of the Ryder Cup for the last 5 editions of this competition.
It's a format, James Gregg, as Ian has said, that has been dominated by the home side. And wherever the Ryder Cup has been, the home team has dominated that format.
It has, but the last 3 foursome sessions now, obviously this only including Marco Simone, Europe have been specialists at it. They've won 10 points to USA's 2. They've won 70 holes to USA's 37. And in terms of holes actually winning the matches, Europe have won 133 holes in comparisons to USA's 29. So that is a real statement of intent again this morning. It just validates how good Europe are in that alternate shot format.
Okay, let's just take you through. Well, I tell you what, Ian, what do you make of what Luke Donald has gone with for his 4 balls?
I think the overriding thing, he's got all 12 out there. I think, Højgaard against Oberg, that is saying to Ludwig Oberg, you are one of my studs, and we don't need a Justin Rose to shepherd the debutant through. You can see them on the first tee together now, and up against Cam Young and Justin Thomas for this third of the 4-ball matches. Rahm and Straka. I think Straka probably needs a bit of nursing, and Rahm is a very good candidate to do that. And what has become clear as this year has gone on is just how tight, in terms of friendship, Fleetwood and Rose are. So again, that makes absolute sense. And Lowry, if he needs a little bit of pep putting into his step, well, who better than his best mate, Rory McIlroy, in the final group? So each and every one of them makes an awful lot of sense.
Let's just remind you, as we approach 6 o'clock in the UK, of how the 4 balls are lined up this afternoon. So Scheffler and Spawn against Rahm and Straka, and the Americans are 1 up in that group, in that match rather. Griffin and DeChambeau against Fleetwood and Rose. They're all square after the first. Birdies for both Fleetwood and DeChambeau. Then up on the first tee and about to get underway, this is Cameron Young playing his first match, and Justin Thomas against Ludwig Aubert and Rasmus Højgaard playing his first match. And then finally, and this will be at 1:15 or 1:13 New York time, so 6:13 UK time, Sam Burns and Patrick Cantlay. Cantlay having a very good morning, getting the Americans only point alongside Xander Schauffele. They will take on McIlroy and Lowry. What are you seeing? What have you got on the first tee, James?
Well, Ludwig Oberg has, just the miss to this afternoon is actually left. We were talking about right being okay earlier because the pin was in the back left-hand corner of the green. Therefore, you had a favourable angle. Every tee shot that we've seen so far, the players have been favouring that left-hand side, and the tee shot of Ludwig Oberg's was down the left-hand side and into the rough. And Rasmus Højgaard, his first hit in Ryder Cup golf, is an absolute beauty. It's cut the corner. It's probably only 40 paces short of that front edge of the green, 45 paces away from the pin, and that's what the Dane does. Now it's Cam Young, as you can hear, and it's his first taste of Ryder Cup action. And as a New Yorker, born in the Bronx, raised on Long Island, this is very much a home ball game for him. And we talk about the firepower of Bryson DeChambeau. This guy with a little pause, very unique at the top of his backswing. There it is, and then he unleashes one. And how's this one? It's a golf course that he'll know well here, the Bethpage Black golf course, and he kind of jogs towards the right-hand side of the tee. I don't think that was his finest hit, but it's in the middle of the fairway, 50 yards or so back from that pin, just the job. And listen to the noise here for this man.
Justin Thomas.
Despite a humbling defeat this morning alongside that all-Captain America pairing, alongside DeChambeau, Thomas will be hoping to get a little bit of revenge on the European pair of Oberg and Højgaard here. So Thomas, who is a very cruisy competitor in both President's Cup golf and Ryder Cup golf, will not want to lose both of his matches here. Wants to get some red on the board. That's what he prides himself on. He's just peeling a lovely little fade that almost traces the shape of this first hole, and it will just wind up in the right-hand rough. That's going to be okay. It's going to be sat up just absolutely fine. So there we have it. That's the third 4-ball match off and running. The marching down away from President Trump and all that malarkey down towards where you are, Mark.
And just like Ian, the start this morning, the Europeans have pulled it back in that top game.
Yes, they have, and that's really important to just maintain, the reminder that they are there and they're not going to be blown away. And from an American point of view, Alex was making the point earlier, if you get ahead, then you really want to capitalise on that, and they've not been able to do that.
The way they did it as well, I should say, Mark, was a sumptuous chip in from Sepp Straka, the Austrian, on that front fringe, just short left. And, well, the pin was out. He clearly fancied it, and it absolutely clattered into the cup a really nice way for that top match to tie things at the top. And he and John Rahm, I think, finally could get themselves a little bit pumped up. He's not the most animated of characters, is the man from Vienna, but he was there. That is a really nice thing for him, just to settle things down on his first appearance at this year's Ryder Cup.
And the door was opened by a missed putt, I think, from Scotty Scheffler. I'm trying to look at a big screen here in the sunshine back out on the course near the 5th green, and Scotty Scheffler opened the door, and the world number one has had a very difficult start to the 45th Ryder Cup. John Murray. Or maybe not. John Murray at the moment?
Yes, I can just about hear you, Mark. I can just about hear you. We're on the second, and we're just watching the second match out on the course. The players arriving at their tee shots, with Tommy Fleetwood and Justin Rose, the two Englishmen, all square with the rookie and the big star Griffin and DeChambeau. So all square after the first. And again, it's a similar theme, Sean McKeel, isn't it? From down in the valley away in the distance up to the green here, with the hole cut towards the back left, just a few yards on the back left. Then it's target golf, as they say.
Well, since it's not a major championship, the really only difficult part of this shot is really kind of judging your distance up the hill. You know, we've seen a lot of balls spin back, but actually this is more of a collection area, so I suspect you see a few shots just to the right of the flag and drawn into the left.
So we've got Justin Rose, who I think is just off the left side of the fairway in the first cut. So if you're new to us this afternoon on 5 Live for the Ryder Cup, these are the 4 balls. It was the foursomes this morning when there were just 2 balls in play, but a different ball game this afternoon, Sean, with each player playing his own ball.
Well, I mean, it's important to get everybody out there playing, and I think this is the safest play. And I don't think that this is the way that they set up the pairings due to what happened this morning. I just think they wanted to get everybody out, get them a chance to play. And again, I think this is the format that really benefits the Americans.
So Justin Rose to play his approach shot first from the left side of the second fairway. Here it comes. He leans to his left, which indicates that it's going to the right, and actually lands just in front of us here, right at the back of the green. That must be a foot on the putting surface. It leaves quite a significant divot there with these soft greens, and then hops 3 or 4 feet to the left. So that is a long birdie putt that Rose will have here.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really a makeable putt, but again, judging this distance is the most difficult part of the shot, even though they're hitting maybe just a gap wedge into the green. But it's an accessible pin. Here we have a shot on the way.
Yeah,
just to the right.
And it lands towards the back of the green, just a little more than pin high, but again, that is 35 feet. I think that was Tommy Fleetwood who hit that, so the 2 Europeans have played.
When you're 6'5", you can really see that. I'm kind of not seeing everything, but you know, you're gonna see this all day. The better ball is you're just gonna have to make birdies. Like again, I said on 1, you're gonna have to shoot 10, 11, maybe even 12 under to win this match.
So as Sean said, we're right up at the back of the green. The players are out of sight, but we do know that both American balls are in the fairway. So 2 American shots to come up towards the second green in now warm, hot sunshine. Actually, all of the morning clamminess has disappeared, and this first American approach shot lands just over the front lip of the green and lands in the first cut. That only just got over the front edge, that big slope up to the second.
Yeah, we saw that this morning with Rory when he buried it underneath the lip. So carrying the bunkers is really soft, kind of wet sand. That was misplayed. I don't know if it was mishit, but clearly just didn't judge the distance very well. It's probably playing up 10.
But at the first hole, they were all over it. Here, no one has got close. However, there is still 1 shot to play. tall trees lining this second fairway. A huge divot of grass of Bethpage Black comes up, and then it misses over the back left and is off the green. It hops maybe 3 or 4 bounces and right over the hole, but in the quite thick rough off the back left.
Well, that's the direct result of the 2 balls that we see here to the right. That player, of course, I couldn't see who it was, felt like they didn't take on the shot. And then you see what happens when you just misjudge the distance. Just not much of a problem getting this ball up and down. It's a relatively easy pitch.
Well, as you can hear, Mark, the spectators in the stand behind us are doing their best to try and help their team to a fight back, but none of the 4 are necessarily threatening a birdie here. But we will see.
We will, and there's no red or blue on the board at all at the moment. First 2 matches are tied, they're all square. James Gregg watching the 3rd match, approaching the first green.
Yeah, I was keeping an eye on that one as well, Mark, and that 3rd match is Cameron Young and Justin Thomas, and Young with a lovely approach in there. Ludwig Aubert with a nice one as well. He's playing alongside Rasmus Højgaard. So we'll be seeing birdie putts from the 4 players who are involved in that match, the 3rd one out, and then it will be Rory McIlroy and Shane Lowry against Sam Burns and Patrick Cantlay.
Alex Maselli is alongside Ian at the moment, but Ian heads back out onto the course. I'm fascinated to see how Scottie Scheffler plays this afternoon, Alex. I know we were talking about him before there was the little break in between the foursomes and the 4 balls, but the world number 1, with only his own game to think about, with the metronomic golf that he has played over recent months, and consistent golf as well, should dominate something like this, shouldn't he?
Well, he should, Jeff.
This format.
But what you have to understand, the other end of the equation, how many times have we seen the higher player, world-ranked players be on these teams and not necessarily show up?
We've got Cameron Young, Mark, I should say, standing over a birdie putt here at the first, left to right down the hill, 20 feet or so. It's going to be really slippery. The ball gliding across the green glass at the moment, and just going to slam the brakes on slightly shy. Alex, sorry.
No, that's okay. And I think the other end of the equation is as I look at this, Scheffler in some way, if he doesn't really play well this afternoon, do you sit him in the morning tomorrow?
What would you do?
I would sit him.
Wow, Ian Carter, what would you do?
I would sit him. I think that would be a sign of break captaincy. But what I would say is that we're very, very early into the afternoon session, and Scottie Scheffler, he usually has his worst rounds first thing first in a 72-hole tournament, and we've always wanted to have these kind of situations where you want the world number 1 to fire in a Ryder Cup, but it's never guaranteed. Ali.
Time for the Golfing Whisper, the 5 Live Golfing Whisper at the Ryder Cup, 3rd green, drenched in glorious sunshine. John Rahm stands 12 feet away from the hole, birdie chance on this par 3 over the valley. Steep slope in front of the green, you've got to carry the bunkers. Rahm and Scheffler have both done that, and Scheffler's in a little closer. This match is all square as the giant figure of John Rahm settles over this putt, strokes the ball towards the hole. Will it go for Europe for John Rahm? Yes, it will! With its very last revolution, drops in a brilliant birdie from John Rahm. So, Katrina Matthew, time for Scottie Scheffler to try and respond. This has been to and fro already, hasn't it? Spawn's birdie at the first, Stracker's birdie at the second.
Yeah, Rahm birdie the 3rd, well, Scheffler birdie 4, will he birdie 3 as well. But yeah, big putt here for Scottie. After his loss this morning, he's going to want to get this into half the hole.
Yeah, Scottie Scheffler, the world number 1, takes centre stage. So John Rahm, clutch putt there on the 3rd. Brilliant tee shot into 12 feet. Scheffler's in that little bit closer. And if he doesn't make this, Europe take the 1-up lead, having lost the first. Stracker making the birdie on the 2nd to get it back to all square. And as I just look across the stretch of this 3rd green, parked on top of a hill, I can see Rahm and Stracker shoulder to shoulder, tall men, powerful figures, faces shaded under the dark blue caps of Europe. But here's Scottie Scheffler, who knows a thing or two about holding putts. Tall man in the red, white and blue turns the hand into the
claw position on the putter. Settles, sends it on its way for the half. Does Scheffler get the birdie in the half? No, he doesn't. Europe take the hole. So Rahm's birdie from 12 feet wins it for Europe, and Scheffler looks rather puzzlingly at the line of the putt. It didn't drop. We're on our way to the fourth. Europe are one up.
And Europe are on their way this afternoon. The first blue on the board this afternoon. Fleetwood and Rose all square with Griffin and DeChambeau. Young and Thomas and Herbert and Højgaard haven't finished the first yet. I think they may have finished the first actually, and they're tied as well. But back up on the first tee, Ian Carter.
Yes, Rory McIlroy has arrived there, but at the green, let me tell you that Justin Thomas has just holed out for a birdie that ties Rasmus Højgaard, the Dane, off to a birdie start to his Ryder Cup career. So that hole halved in birdies. I think this is going to be an absolute birdie fest this afternoon. And on that first tee now, we have the final group, which is Rory McIlroy and Shane Lowry up against Sam Burns and Patrick Cantlay. You can hear the European fans singing their traditional ole-oles, and it has been quiet from the Americans, but that is because of the job that has been done by the Europeans. 3-1 up after the first morning, and now 1 up in the one match that isn't all square at the moment. Rahm and Stracker after 3 holes against Scotty Scheffler and JJ Spawn. But just to continue that point that I was making about Scheffler as we wait for McIlroy and Lowry to get underway, Alex, you know, we've seen so many occasions where world number ones go in, much vaunted figures, and they don't deliver because it's a completely different discipline that you are going to get when you're playing in the Ryder Cup compared with winning 72-hole tournaments.
Good afternoon and welcome to the first day of the 45th Ryder Cup. This is match number 4, a 4-ball match between the European team represented by Rory McIlroy and Shane Lowry.
Both Europeans smile to the ovation.
Against the United States of America team represented by Sam Burns and Patrick Cantlay.
And these two Americans played together in the President's Cup in the 4 balls a year ago. So no great surprise that they've been paired. Cantlay rock solid for his country earlier on today in winning the only point that's been secured for the United States with that victory over Hovland and McIntyre alongside Xander Schauffele. So it's going to be Shane Lowry who's going to get this match underway. 373 yards this afternoon, the opening hole, the dogleg from left to right. Just over 350 yards to the front of the green. That's the sound of Lowry's shot, and it flies over the trees and goes way, way left and down into the rough on the left-hand side. But a decent angle to attack the hole, which is located right on the front of the green. Now it's Rory time, and Oliver Wilson, well, we'll get your verdict after this shot, but, well, this is within his compass to find the putting surface. I saw him on the range yesterday, fire one 382 yards. And now McIlroy over this tee shot on this 379-yard par 4. Fires it away over the trees, heading towards the green. Has it got the distance? The ball lands just short of the green. What a shot from Rory McIlroy.
Just the 370 yards down there today, so pretty handy. Just trying to cut one in there. Easily the longest player on the European team, but off to a great start there.
And McIlroy now on 19 Ryder Cup points, so just 1 behind Jose Maria Olazabal, and that would take him up to 7th on the all-time list for Europe. Now Sam Burns, a captain's pick, renowned for his putting, nearly won the US Open this year. Has been one of the more consistent figures on the PGA Tour, climbing back up to 23 in the world rankings. And he sets his tee shot away again, taking on that little copse of trees that marks the corner of this hole, and the ball doesn't quite make it onto the fairway. Instead, it's down in the rough down the right-hand side. Just getting the impression that maybe the lunchtime libations are starting to take some kind of effect.
There's definitely getting some noise coming, right? It's a little bit more atmosphere down there, but we need to get those people out on the course, or the Americans certainly do. I don't know if they're hanging around there too much.
Patrick Cantlay, whose record now stands at 6 wins, just 2 losses and 1 halved match. So that is stellar stuff from the 29-year-old Californian. And here he is now with driver in hand. He knows McIlroy's just a matter of feet away from the putting surface. Nice balanced follow through, but this one going left and coming onto the fairway down the left-hand side, but way shorter than Rory McIlroy. I'm estimating he's got about 60 yards to the flag.
About 60 yards, but I mean that's pretty much where he would be aiming. He's going to be teeing off alongside Rory all day, and it's not the first time he's done that, but he can't get tied up to the lines that he's taken and the distances he's trying to hit it. They're going to be trying to play their own game and make birdie their way.
Well, what we haven't mentioned as well is McIlroy against Cantlay can bring back Ryder Cup memories, can't it?
Yes, it can, and that is from Rome last year and that tumultuous 4-ball match involving McIlroy and Matt Fitzpatrick and Wyndham Clark and Patrick Cantlay on the Saturday afternoon. That was when that news broke that Cantlay wasn't wearing a hat. It was alleged because he wanted to be paid to play for his country, and the European fans latched onto that, started waving their hats, started singing "Hats off for your bank account." Absolutely extraordinary scenes, and of course it all built up into pretty acrimonious scenes on the 18th green as Joe LaCava, his caddy, started celebrating as Cantlay made a crucial putt there, and of course Cantlay and Clark got it home mainly through Patrick Cantlay, and then that led to the fight in the car park, and Shane Lowry having to calm things down and stop Rory McIlroy, who was berating Justin Thomas's caddy, Bones Mackay. Really extraordinary scenes. So who knows what we're going to get this afternoon, but yeah, delicious prospect. McIlroy up against Cantlay
with Lowry there as well, of course,
just the peacemaker, just to hold him back. Calm down, Rory, calm
down. Wait a little while, don't do that on the first anyhow. You don't need to calm him down there. McIlroy off to a good start there, Europe off to a good start this afternoon. They're up in 1, 2 are tied, and obviously McIlroy, Lowry, Burns, Cantlay are just underway. You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Live. We're at the 45th Ryder Cup on the opening day. It's approaching 20 past 6. Orna has the travel.
Thanks, Mark. The M62, so eastbound queues because it's closed between 35 at the M18 and junction 36 at Goole. There have been congestion on all of that surrounding route there. The A614 in particular between Snaith and Howden. The M6 Lancashire queue southbound 35 at Carnforth. It's where the roadwork section is, but causing long delays. There are delays northbound as well, joining the M61. That's at Blaco. It's a pinch point where the M6 and the M61 merge, taking 20 minutes on each side, each motorway. A1M all held, and that's since about 10 minutes ago, really. Junction 47 at Allerton Park. It's because of emergency repairs, but it's causing a queue. The M4 Bringlass Tunnel queue is still there as well. That's the westbound side at 26, taking 40 minutes. And the M20, the broken down lorry, still there. Eastbound at 7 at Maidstone in 1 lane. Orna Merchant, 5 Live Travel.
The Ryder Cup 2025
with Mark Chapman
on BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thank you very much, Orna. It has been a little bit of a chaotic start to the 4 balls. It might have been due to the presence of a certain person on the first tee for the start of the 4 balls. It has made getting around the course that little bit harder with various paths blocked, and therefore it's taken some of our teams just a little while to catch up to their groups. Alistair Bruce Ball, you are very much with yours.
Yes, we've caught them up. We're on the signature hole, as we were told by the course superintendent at the start of the week. This stunning par 5 fourth, which climbs and snakes its way through the trees in this glorious sunshine up towards a green that the players are firing at right now. We are watching John Rahm and Sepp Straka. They're 1 up on Scotty Scheffler and JJ Spaun. They can't actually see the putting surface, Katrina, as they play the second shot into this green. From Europe's point of view, John Rahm hit an absolute screamer off the tee, didn't he?
He did. He carried those bunkers at 290 over the left that Straka just caught and had to lay up out of. But it's a small green. It's like a little pimple up here up the hill.
That's JJ Spaun's second shot on the way. He's turned away from that quite quickly. That's not going to get there, so that thuds down. Little thick collar of rough short right of the green. There are huge bunkers sprawled all around the slope that runs up to this green. Just mark on a couple of the sort of catcalls, amusing jibes we've heard from the New York fans on my walk out here. Tommy Fleetwood was told to take a shower. I think that was something to do with his long hair. And Sepp Straka's just been told he's shaped like a bag of milk, apparently. So that's what we've heard.
He's what?
Shaped like a bag of milk.
Shaped like a bag of milk?
I think not ripped and cut is the sort of the suggestion there.
I've never heard that phrase. Have you ever heard that phrase?
No, I mean, I don't, Katrina, bags of milk. We don't really have bags of milk.
I've never heard of a bag of milk. Maybe it's a New York thing.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to encourage heckling, really, but they're too... and bearing in mind, you know, we are able to be listened to around the course as well, but they are two terrible hecklers, aren't they?
That's a good shot. That's a good shot, Mark, in the background from Jon Rahm. That is the way to respond from Europe's point of view. That is a stunner with the iron from range. Again, we're not up by the putting surface, but that was right over the flag, Katrina. Probably a little bit, I say long, it's on the green and left, but that was terrific, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a high, towering, kind of mid-long iron he hit up there, up the hill. Looks like it landed just left, maybe just a fraction long, as you said.
And as Katrina was saying, Mark, Scotty Scheffler really needs to get it going for the USA. It's a stunning sight we've got here at the moment. We're up standing, actually, on the 5th tee, so we're looking back down the 4th fairway. And they're 7, 8, 9 deep, sort of amassed on the slopes that run down the right-hand side of this hole. Scheffler's hit a terrific tee shot here. He's on the right-hand side of this fairway. Very similar position to Jon Rahm. But at the moment today, so far, Katrina, you never write him off. Not quite had it, just in terms of that last green, trying to respond to the Rahm putt. Classic match play, isn't it? Rahm gets in from a little bit further out. Scheffler couldn't find the putt.
Yeah, he didn't really hold many this morning, and it started again. I mean, as you say, match play first in quite often wins the hole, but he needs a good couple of shots and a good putt. So he needs to hole a putt, make a birdie, do something to get the crowd going and get him going.
A few giant dragonflies buzzing around our heads. Scotty Scheffler is waiting to play the buggy of one of the European vice captains, Jose Maria Olazabal, who knows a thing or two about the cut and thrust of match play golf in the Ryder Cup, is parked in front of us, shining blue, as Scheffler swings that right leg after the follow through. It looks good, slightly left, and it hasn't got the length. So Spawn and Scheffler both short of the par 5 4th, and Jon Rahm is on the green. That's the news from this match, with Rahm and Straka one up at the moment on Scheffler and Spawn. John Murray.
The third hole, the first of the par 3s. Bryson DeChambeau with a lengthy putt, 30 feet, 35 feet. If he holds this, they will go one up, but it is right to the hole side. And it is halved, this hole. Sean McKeel in par 3s, and actually the last 2 holes have been holed with pars, and they have been 2 of the less dramatic holes that we'll see at this Ryder Cup, and the match remains all square.
Well, I mean, this is one of the toughest par 3s, and you see why both Americans played out to the right, because of Justin's poor shot to the left and then Tommy's shot into the bunker. But it's really not a birdie hole. It's probably playing 225 today, so par is a good score of the day.
Yep, so after that dramatic first, when they peppered the hole, the last 2 holes, Mark, have been less dramatic, but I'm sure there are dramas to come. All square after 3 in this, the second match out on the course between Griffin and DeChambeau and Fleetwood and Rose.
Let's go to the final match, Ian.
And the hole being peppered once again. Lovely little chip from Rory McIlroy, almost equidistant to Patrick Cantlay with an excellent approach in there. Shane Lowry came up just short of the green. Sam Burns safely on the putting surface, and so now we have Lowry putting from just off the front of the green, and only 16 feet away. Doesn't quite give it enough, and that ball comes up just shy. That will be conceded, so a par 4 in the bank, and that means that Rory McIlroy can go for his birdie putt. The 2 Americans, Oliver Wilson, are in tight, so McIlroy needs this.
Yeah, any opportunity to keep the red off the board we've got to take, so it's important to get off to a good start here and for him to roll it in. He's been putting well, so just got to continue what he's doing.
And big names are targets, aren't they? And McIlroy is the biggest name in the European team.
He is, and he loves being that person where everyone's aiming at him, so that'll fuel him for the rest of the day and the rest of the week.
So Rahm and Straka ahead in the opening match, the other 2 all square, and then this bottom match here on the first is all square obviously at the moment because it's not been completed, but Europe can get a birdie in the bank here from no more than 5 feet with Rory McIlroy, but the 2 Americans in close as well, and McIlroy's missed that. There was no authority to that at all. The ball disobediently wandering away from left to right, and that has got the American fans going.
Yeah, I don't think he was too comfortable over that. He just took us a couple of seconds longer when he was stood behind the ball, and as soon as his putter had hit the ball, he was out of it. He stood up, looking to the right, and the ball just slid off. So not to the start you're looking for. You want to certainly take advantage of those and hit good putts. Even if they don't go in, if you hit good putts, it's not so bad. But you don't want to be hitting you don't want to be hitting bad putts early on.
So 2 opportunities from close range coming for the Americans. Sam Burns and Patrick Cantlay here to go one up after one, and definitely it is more raucous than it was this morning, with these American fans recognising that their team have to hit back in this afternoon 4-ball session. 4 matches here. Europe leading by 3 points to 1 after the alternate shots this morning. Now the players playing their own ball. Here is the putt from the best putter statistically on the tour, Sam Burns, and with no fuss at all, the American slots that home, and the first hole of the bottom match goes the way of the United States. Burns and Cantlay, 1 up after 1 against McIlroy and Lowry.
And again, we go back to this morning's foursomes, and Rory McIlroy rolled in a putt to take that hole for him and Fleetwood straight up, and that set the tone for that round. I wonder what that missed putt will do for the round this afternoon. Catherine Downs watching Oberg and Højgaard against Young and Thomas.
Yeah, and there was a bit of a whoop when that first splash of red went up on the board for Sam Burns and Patrick Cantlay. Ludvig Oberg and Rasmus Højgaard pairing together here in the 4 balls in this third match out. Both of them long-range birdie attempts, both missing. They're both about 2, 3, maybe 4 feet away from the hole, but it's Justin Thomas who has played the best shot into this second green. An absolute stunner. He's put it to within 4 feet, and as he walked up onto this second green, he just cupped his hand behind his ear as if to say, come on, I can't hear you, I need you louder and louder. And it feels a little bit like they've taken away the crowd who were here this morning, bussed them off the property and brought in a whole new crowd this afternoon. The decibel level has cranked up, and they are thousands deep around this second green. They've flooded down from the first tee in the big grandstand there, and it's as though they are emboldened and galvanised by the presence of their president and the fact that their team are on the ropes after the morning session. Listen to this as Cameron Young drains a birdie putt. Justin Thomas might not need to put his in the hole. He doesn't. Justin Thomas doesn't need to putt because Cameron Young has found a birdie from 35 feet away, and that means that Justin Thomas and Cameron Young are 1 up on the second green against Ludvig Oberg and Rasmus Højgaard. How about that? These two have got some fire in their bellies, Andrew McGee.
Yeah, I love seeing Cameron Young making that putt, not leaving that 5-footer up to Justin Thomas, just in case. But yeah, a little bit of crowd noise. Justin Thomas. It actually sounds like some kind of British soccer fans finally.
All of a sudden, we've got this New York atmosphere that we were hoping for. They've come alive this afternoon, Ali.
Thank you, Kat. Up by the par 5 4th green. Straka and Rahm 1 up on Scheffler and Spawn, and JJ Spawn's just rolled in a 12-footer. Now that is for a birdie for Katrina Matthew, but John Rahm, we actually didn't give his second shot enough credit. He's got an eagle putt to come here from 10 feet. That is a stunning approach.
Oh, it was a fantastic second shot from Rahm. I mean, towering iron shot and just landed so softly. The greens are soft, but what a shot, 10 feet.
Yeah, Scotty Scheffler still had a birdie putt to come, didn't need it. JJ Spawn, we've seen him hole some big putts this year, none more so than the 64-footer at Oakmont to win the US Open. Scheffler and Spawn stand to John Rahm's right. Straka can't do any better than the birdie. And Rahm needs this. This is for eagle from 10 feet to win the hole and get Europe 2 up in this first match out on the golf course. Rahm and Scheffler is a battle we've seen over the last few Ryder Cups. They've played singles in both of the last 2 Ryder Cups. Had a great battle a couple of years ago in Rome that finished all square. He birdied the last Rahm to win the hole. Can he eagle this one to get Europe 2 up? Long shadow stretches out behind him. He just whitens the putting stance a little, settles himself and sends it on its way. Brush towards the hole. It won't drop. And he swings the putter forward in frustration. So Rahm can't make the eagle, taps in for the 4. That is a half. Europe remain 1 up. And again, Katrina, that is match play golf. Our listeners are going to enjoy this over the next few days, aren't they? But you think, Rahm, wow, he's in a great position there. If Spawn misses and Scheffler misses, great chance to win the hole. All of a sudden, spawn holes, and it puts the pressure on.
It is. It just shows one kind of long putt hole can make such a difference to a hole. And as we said earlier, first in just put so much more pressure on John Rahm's putt.
I fancy JJ Spawn as a Ryder Cup golfer a bit, Katrina. From what we've seen of him so far this year, I think he's going to be up for this.
Yeah, I mean, when we saw him in the US Open, he hung in there fantastic, some fantastic putts, as you just said, the 64-footer on the last to win. So yeah, you're expecting anyone who can go out there and win a major is going to be gritty, is going to be steely, and it's going to be tough to beat.
So the par 5 fourth is halved in birdies. Europe remain one up. Rahm and Straka one up on Scheffler and Spawn.
Yeah, Europe up in one, down in two, all square in one. Very, very early days, but all four of them are out on the course now in the afternoon four balls. Let's go to the par 3 third. Kat.
We'll get ahead of them in a minute. Par 3 third then for Justin Thomas and Cameron Young. That was a little bit of an insight into Andrew McGee and I just plotting our exit route from this par 3 that's perched right up on a ridge of land here at Bethpage State Park. Justin Thomas's ball flying towards the flag. Oh, it's just dribbled off into the first cut of rough through the back pin cut towards that back left-hand edge. Cam Young's ball, though, is in nice and close within 20 feet of the pin. So now it's over to Ludvig Aubert and to Rasmus Højgaard to see if they can get one in close. It's going to be Aubert, I think, to hit first. This tall, statuesque figure of the Swede away in the distance. Thousands of people lining the short distance between us here on the green and the tee away in the background. Long tufts of thick rough between us and them. And Aubert is just standing over this one now. It's playing 210 yards, the par 3 now, as he sends it into the bright blue sky. Just little powder puff clouds overhead. On towards the flag for Aubert. And he missed it short and left this morning in the foursomes, and he's put it short and left once again here in the four balls this afternoon. Just missing the green to the left-hand edge. So it's over to Rasmus Højgaard to see if he can do any better.
Yeah, good to see Cam Young, the New York native, off to a nice start, making a long putt, then hitting a really good shot in here. See if he can keep the momentum going and get this crowd going, being the only New Yorker on the American team.
I don't know about you, Andrew, but I can feel beads of sweat trickling down my back. This course is going to change over this afternoon, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to dry out finally, and it's going to make the greens faster, and it's what the players want.
Ball of Rasmus Højgaard on its way. High trajectory towards this par 3, plummeting down now towards the green. And he's played into the very heart of the putting surface. It's good 30, 35 feet or so from the flag. The Americans are in slightly closer, but birdie chances a few here.
Yeah, Cameron Young, I don't know, he could be 12 feet in there, Kat. Let's don't discount that. He had a really nice shot early. We thought it was 2 balls, but your steely eyes picked out. That's his pitch mark, Andrew. Okay.
Digs a big gouging pitch mark. We're just going to stand up now and move into the position that we identified earlier so we can gallop down the fourth. But Andrew, as an American, what do you think of this pairing? Justin Thomas, the elder statesman, a leader, although he's reluctant to call himself that in the American team room, going out with the rookie Cam Young from New York State.
Yeah, I wasn't too happy to see that after doing this match this morning. Justin didn't play that well. He really, I think, missing that 3-footer turned that match completely around. They lost their confidence completely, and the European team gained their confidence. It's a funny thing, when you miss a 3-footer, that can really help the other team without even doing anything.
And how about the other pairing in our group? Ludvig Aubert, who's only playing in his second Ryder Cup. He's picked up 3 points in the foursomes, but he's never won a 4 balls contest. And he's playing with a rookie in Rasmus Højgaard. These two, very inexperienced.
Yeah, but beautiful, big, long swingers. I love what Aubert does with his decision-making. He puts his club down behind the ball and takes it back. You can tell he has an absence of thought. He's already done his decision-making behind the ball. It's a beautiful thing to watch.
But they're one down already. If this slips a little bit more, are they more likely to panic as rookies, inexperienced?
It's just crazy. Oh, the foursomes, the European team's supposed to win, and the best ball is... How does that work? I have no idea.
Chance of USA as we get to the green with Justin Thomas and Cam Young walking shoulder to shoulder up here towards these thousands of fans thronging on this little peninsula of land which is raised high up above Bethpage State Park. And boos as Team Europe make it to the green. There are European fans in here. They are raising their voices. But Ludvig Aubert and Rasmus Højgaard currently trailing by 1
Griffin DeChambeau group have reached the stunning 4th hole. It's a par 5 hole. They're taking on Tommy Fleetwood and Justin Rose. They're all square. We'll go to John Murray very shortly. James Gregg, you're keeping an eye on McIlroy and Lowry and Burns and Cantley. Or maybe he isn't. We can't get to James. You are there, James? No, he's not. I tell you what, John Murray, are you on the 4th? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can hear you. Come in, Mark Chapman.
Because earlier on, I was worried about how this might go for the afternoon if nobody could hear me. Yes. Or if people were just saying that they couldn't hear me.
No, as I said, it's strange. Now we're on the 4th, and it does seem that the tricky reception that we had early in the round does seem to have cleared a little now that we've got this far away from... Let's just say everything that's going on near the clubhouse.
I don't want to be getting you out of a New York jail tonight, okay?
Yeah, the state penitentiary.
I wonder what they'd make of you in there.
I'm not desperate to find out.
What's happening in your game?
Anyway, it's all square. This is Griffin and DeChambeau against Fleetwood and Rose. And at the par 5... The 4th hole, we have Ben Griffin, who hit a terrific shot, actually from the rough down the right side of the 4th hole. I'm just laughing because Sean McKeel's had his headset knocked off just down to our right. It might have been knocked off by Thomas LeVay, but Tommy Fleetwood and Justin Rose are up there near the green. We just need to get into a position to see what the situation is. So it's all a little bit chaotic here, Mark, so come back to it.
OK, we will do, yeah. There are a lot of pinch points on this course at the moment. That is what it feels like. Let's go back to Kat, who is watching Oberg and Højgaard. Now, they're on the par 3/3, so this should be a little bit easier to navigate. For us, that is, not necessarily for the golfers.
Slightly easier, and I can hear you much more clearly now. I concur with John as you get further away from that first tee in the presidential party. The airwaves do clear as Højgaard sends this long-range birdie putt across the green. Really good effort from the Dane, just coming up slightly shy, but he should have that one conceded. Just pointing to the ball, and Cameron Young just asking, is that okay? Can I pick it up? He can. He is in for a par then. And now an opportunity for both Americans to birdie this 3rd hole and to take a 2-up lead in the early stages of this 4 balls. How do you see these putts then, Andrew?
Justin Thomas up next. Didn't make anything this morning. Is he going to turn it around, Kat, do you think? Is that how golf works?
He looks pumped, though. I think, that bitter loss.
Oh, because his partner just made that long putt, and he kind of looked like he pumped it. Let's see.
He put it in
Thomas
close there.
Over it. About 30 feet, 28 feet away. Big split grip, right finger down the shaft. Scoots it up, a little forward press, ball's on its way. No.
Doesn't drop, but there's another chance for the US team here because Cam Young is the last to putt, which obviously means he is the closest to the hole. I'd say this is inside 20 feet, and this one looks quite a flat putt.
Well, he's got his partner in for par, so he can definitely give it a go. Not that you want to smash it, but he has a free run here. This is where you want to be as an American. This is a defensive place for the Europeans. I have a good friend, Willie Wood, I play lots of golf with, and I hate it when he's at this position because he makes it every time.
A bit of a free knock then, really.
It's a free knock.
Free knock for Cam Young. He's got some leeway here to really go for this. The New York State native. He's got curly black hair that he's grown longer for this Ryder Cup, cascading underneath the base of his cap, Tommy Fleetwood style, and then a thick black beard, tan skin, tall, long legs encased in navy blue trousers, and then they've got these navy blue and white striped lower halves to their t-shirts, a band of red around the chest, and then a swathe of navy blue across the shoulders. That's the outfit for the Friday 4 balls as Cameron Young sends the ball across the green here. And as you can hear from the crowd and the reaction, it does not drop. So the hole is halved in pars, and it's just one up for Team USA. But a brilliant start for Justin Thomas and Cameron Young. They've really harnessed the energy of that first tee, the presence of Donald Trump, and they've got the American crowd bouncing here. One up as we head to the fourth, John.
Oh, Tommy Fleetwood for eagle at the par 5 fourth. His ball was just on the left side of the green. He gave it a good go, Sean McKeel. There's a little twitch of the knees as it was getting close, but it just rolled by, and that hasn't been conceded. He'll mark it, but it's very close.
Oh, he won't have any problems with that one, but that just kind of ties into what he was doing this morning. You know, Rory kind of stole his thunder from putting. We saw a few lip outs from Tommy, but now he seemed to have settled in.
So Justin Rose and Bryson DeChambeau also have eagle chances, but also from a similar range. The hole is right towards the front of the green here, this raised green, and Bryson DeChambeau is right at the back of the green, just a few yards away from me, the big man. Those absolutely massive forearms and this long-handled putter with its thick grip, which is appropriately coloured red, white and blue. It's right stuck to his left forearm now as he puts across the whole length of the green now for eagle. Watches after it. It's right to left and still rolling, and then just pulls up short, and he turns and he puts his hand on the top of his sort of grey baseball cap and wonders how that didn't have the extra rolls in it.
How could you be disappointed with a putt like that? But you know, at this level, guys expect to make every putt.
So that's that is conceded for a birdie, and there's a little bump of the fists between these new teammates, the rookie Ben Griffin and Bryson DeChambeau, who are chatting away together just off the side of the green. So they're in for their birdie, but Justin Rose has again a similar length putt for eagle.
Yeah, I mean, he's looking straight up the hole. The last two putts we've seen had just a little bit of break to the left, but Justin's putting right back up towards the fairway. Should be pretty straight.
A huge cheer rings out from somewhere in the trees behind us, but all is still and quiet around the fourth green here on this first afternoon of this 45th Ryder Cup on BBC Radio 5 Live, and also on BBC Sounds if you're on the move over the weekend. Rose is ready now for his long eagle attempt, but he's immediately up and walking after it. It rolls by on the left-hand side, and there's just a little glance across to the Americans, and yes, the European putts have been conceded. So a fourth consecutive hole, Sean, is halved after the birdies at the first, and now birdies at the fourth as well, all square.
We haven't seen anything that really separates the teams thus far. Everybody's been in the fairway, everybody's been on the green, except for Bryson on 2. I mean, playing pretty steady. We saw the incredible shot that Ben played off this tight lie behind the fourth green. That's not an easy shot, and I think it's a testament to his nerves that he was able to pull it off.
That is Sean McKeel, US PGA champion of times past, and at this high point on the course, Sean, we've got a lovely breeze, haven't we, just blowing in, presumably off the North Atlantic, across Long Island. It is now very pleasant, and it's all square in this match, the second one out of the 4 balls.
And also all square, James Craig.
In the fourth and final match, keeping the seat warm here for golf correspondent Ian Carter and Ollie Wilson as they head out onto the golf course to bring this one to you live from Bethpage Black. But I can tell you, the man who we were talking about as perhaps not being in the finest of form coming into New York this week, Shane Lowry, was the man who boxed one from 25 feet. It applied pressure to the American Sam Burns, who had the best chance from the Burns and Cantlay pairing to try and match that for a birdie 3. Burns duly missed. Isn't it funny, this match play game? Lowry was well out the hole, I thought, but it turns out he's won it. So he's tied that second match at all square, stood on that third tee, the par 3. Wonderful work from the Irishman.
Here in the sunshine, standing in between the 5th and the 12th. The 12th grandstand is full. There is not a seat to be had, and yet the leading group are still 7 holes from going to the 12th green. And there was one lone English voice in that 12th grandstand a few moments ago who just started singing on his own to the Americans. You only sing when you're winning. on the fifth at the moment. Rahm and Straka. Ali.
Yeah, we're playing that classic game, Katrina, Matthew and I, of guess whose ball is at the Ryder Cup, because we've got ourselves, we thought we were patting ourselves on the back, Katrina, getting ourselves into a brilliant position to commentate on the green, because we've made our way about 50 yards up the right-hand side of the sixth fairway, and then we realised we couldn't see them hitting the second shots into the fifth green, another one where you hit from a fairway down below up to an elevated green. So the ball's landed, and then you see the players making their way towards the green. Jon Rahm has gone through the back. We were doing some pretty good guesswork, because you can tell almost by the roars or the muted applause or the cheers if a European shot goes wrong, Katrina.
Yeah, you can. We were trying to guess by the cheers. You know, a loud cheer might have been a bad European or a good American there, so we were struggling.
In terms of staying in touch with it, by the way, as a captain, Katrina, you've done this, Solheim Cup and Curtis Cup, because, you know, even as commentators here, we're watching one match, we're trying to stay in touch with everything else. How difficult is it as a captain?
Well, I think that's why you've got your vice captains out there. They'll be one following each group, and they'll be radioing in all the shots, so the captain will be listening to it on their earpiece and know what's happening.
Well, we've got Rahm and Straka here. They're one up in this match after the fourth. It has been birdies everywhere you look. JJ Spawn, he birdied the first. Sepp Straka got it back to all square for Europe by birdieing the second. Jon Rahm got them one ahead by birdieing the third. They shared the fourth in birdies as well. Jon Rahm has gone through the back here of the fifth green, and he is currently hidden from our view at the moment, chipping from the back of the fifth green.
Yeah, but a tricky chip. He's got the pins on the front level. It's a kind of two-tier green, and he's got to probably try and land it, I would think, just at the top of that. You can just see him there. He's standing at the top of the slope on the top level. I think he's got to land it about there and let it run down the hill.
Yeah, he's surrounded by a horseshoe of hundreds of spectators. We can just see his impressive physical figure actually striding back towards it. It's a tiny little sort of three-road stand at the back of this green. I reckon that's for people with pretty posh tickets here who can get themselves in behind the fifth green. They're going to have a fabulous view here of Jon Rahm up close, chipping from the back of the fifth green. Sepp Straka has a putt to come for birdie. JJ Spawn and Scotty Scheffler are also on the green, but Jon Rahm is taking his time, just lining up this birdie chip from the back of the fifth, and all we can see at the moment is the back of his head and the back of his shirt, and then he throws it up high and it lands softly on the smooth putting surface, and it tries to roll towards the flag, and it gets within maybe 10-12 feet, I would say, from here. But again, you can hear the American response to that. They're pretty pleased that Rahm hasn't got that closer.
Yeah, he landed that probably 5 yards shorter than he was kind of aiming to. It just got to the top of the slope, it's not really come down towards the flag. And that's where I think in four ball, it's important, even if you think you can't make a birdie, it's important for your partner to try and make that par, so they've then got a free run at the birdie putt.
Europe 3-1 up after the morning foursomes. What is the time local? It is 1:45 in the afternoon in the Long Island sunshine, 6:45 in the evening in the UK. Rahm and Straka, the only blue on the board in the afternoon four balls at the moment. One up in this match on the fifth green. Fleetwood and Rose all square at the moment with Griffin and DeChambeau after four. Cameron Young and Justin Thomas one up on Ludwig Aubert and Rasmus Højgaard on his Ryder Cup debut. They've played three. Burns and Cantley in the last match all square with McIlroy and Lowry. Sepp Straka going through a couple of practice putting strokes for Europe. That tells you that Scheffler and Spawn are in closer with birdie chances here on the fifth. Straka's ball on the way, speeding across the fifth green, turning right to left. Oh, that looked good from here. It goes sliding past. It's got a wee way by. He gave it a good go.
That was a fantastic effort. Looked good the whole way. It was just curling in from that right-hand side, but just slid past. Good putt there.
So chances, Katrina, then, for Scheffler and Spawn, because Rahm has chipped on. He's a good 10 feet away. Straka, was that conceded? I didn't see, actually. Not sure.
I'm not sure on that one. It looked like he was going to go down and mark it, but maybe they gave it to him. Scheffler now to putt next, though. He's got a fairly long distance one, but Spawn's got the real good chance.
So a big moment for the American team. Scheffler and Spawn together. Spawn, the shorter man, great putter that he is. Can recognise him from miles away as well, not just because of stature, but he's got the old sunglasses, which he always perches on the back of his baseball cap the wrong way round. It's Spawn, I think, to putt first.
Yeah, it is actually. Sorry, it is Spawn to go first. Just across the green. Going to break a little bit right to left.
Birdie the first to get the USA one up. They're currently one down in this match. 45th Ryder Cup on the Bethpage Black golf course. Europe 3-1 up after the morning foursomes.
But you've heard the chants of USA ringing around the golf course this afternoon, fighting back. The all-important point they got in the last foursomes of the morning. Can Spawn find the birdie on the 5th? They're calling it in, and it doesn't quite drop, and we can't see the hole from this distance away. But you can tell, Katrina, you can tell from the reaction that actually hit the edge of the hole. It lipped round and didn't drop. Mighty close.
Mighty close, as you say. He looked like he was ready to do a fist pump there and make his 3rd birdie in 5 holes, but just missed.
Yeah, I think we've got a humdinger of a match on our hands here in the top match out this afternoon. Jose Maria Olazabal, one of the European vice captains, is pacing. Just saw him speaking into a microphone there, so he'll be passing details on to the European team, telling them what's going on in the first match out on the golf course. Rahm and Straka are 1-up, so the stage is set for Scotty Scheffler again.
I think we're all just waiting for Scheffler to kind of explode into life.
Yeah. Had a tough Ryder Cup, didn't he, a couple of years ago in Rome, particularly a very heavy defeat in the foursomes on the Saturday when he ended up in tears. Fought back well, had a great singles match with Jon Rahm, has dominated world golf again this year, won himself a couple of majors, US PGA, the Open Championship. He dominated at Royal Portrush, trying to make his mark on the Ryder Cup here in the dark blue trousers. On its way for birdie. We'll give this a good rattle at the hole, and Scheffler won't find it either. So Europe survived. The Straka par putt was conceded. Europe get their 4. USA don't make the birdies. Europe remain 1-up in the first match out on the golf course. We're heading down the 6th.
If you want. Yeah, they've maybe missed an opportunity there of the American pair as that match heads to the 6th. Let's go back to the 3rd, the par 3 3rd. So many shots seen today and also yesterday as well on the practice, going short left. How have Burns, Cantlay, McIlroy and Lowry done? Ian Carter.
McIlroy has done best with a brilliant tee shot, and he's only got 3.5 feet for birdie. Shane Lowry found the bunker, and he's just come out from the bunker and played a beauty, and he's put that to 2.5, 3 feet tops, so that's a nice shot. Sam Burns missed the green to the left. He's chipped up and run on by about 5 feet. It was a good chip, and it was an excellent tee shot as well for Patrick Cantlay. Remember, this match all square. The Americans with Burns' birdie at the first going 1-up, and then Lowry's birdie at the second, levelling it up. And now Patrick Cantlay, Ollie Wilson with an excellent tee shot in its own right, nowhere near as good as McIlroy's, which was all over the flag, but this is a chance for birdie nonetheless for Patty Ice.
Yeah, about 213 yards this par 3's playing. He's hit a lovely shot into 10 feet, pretty straight put, maybe a hair off the right. It's a great opportunity to put the pressure on Rory.
So here he is, wiping gently the face of his putter, and now he settles over it. And I've watched him all morning, and he'll have that practice swing, and then he'll creep in ever closer, and then those feet will shuffle, just trying to get comfortable over it. And he's always got so much nerve, this boy, Patrick Cantlay, 29-year-old Californian, and he just shuffles those feet, and then motionless, and putting from his own shadow, hits the ball up towards the hole. It doesn't drop, it misses to the left, and so Rory McIlroy, after his fantastic tee shot, has got a short putt here to put Europe 1-up.
Yeah, that's a great tee shot. It's got about 3 feet. Pretty straightforward in terms of how easy a 3 foot can be, but it is the Ryder Cup, and we do need to make some get some blue on the board.
Obviously putted really well in the foursomes this morning, but his first putt on the opening hole for birdie was a little poor, had a decent chance, never threatened the hole. So this would be a great settler and significant for the scoreboard. The sun just peeps behind a cloud, and the green goes into shade, and the ball goes forward, and horseshoes out from 3 feet. And those are American cheers, celebrating a miss and a bad miss from Rory McIlroy. He had a putt for the lead, he hit it positively, it horseshoed around the hole, and it stayed above ground, and so the match stays all square.
Well, Ollie's just had a couple of putts in these first 3 holes, haven't quite gone his way, in complete contrast to this morning.
Yeah, that's I really didn't see that coming. It looked like he hit a good putt, but it just dived at the end, full on horseshoe straight back at him, and he just staring in disbelief that it didn't go in. So not ideal here.
And it just gives the American crowd something to cling on to, gives them something to to yell and get momentum going and a sense of feeling. So that was a significant moment, I think.
Yeah, and of course, around the course, as we keep saying, there are big screens everywhere. So that putt will be, it doesn't matter whether you're at the 17th waiting for anybody to come down there or whether you're up ahead on the 6th, you will see that and the galleries will cheer that, and all of a sudden it will increase the atmosphere and increase the passion of this New York crowd around those holes when the Americans are coming their way, such as on the 4th. Kat?
Yeah, listen to the cheers for the arrival of Cameron Young's ball. Both he and Justin Thomas inside 10 feet now, but they were their third shots because both the Americans offline off the tee. Cameron Young down in the rough, down that left-hand side. And Justin Thomas with a big miscalculation off the tee. He went straight through into the long rough. There are big tufts of thigh-high grass on the wide edges of these big fairways here at Bethpage Black, amongst which we're told the ticks reside. And Justin Thomas's ball bounced down, scattering ticks as it went, and nestled into the roots of a big sprawling oak tree. And he's had to play out not sideways but just for position short of the green, and then flicked one on to inside 10 feet. So both Young and Justin Thomas will have birdie putts here, but the two European players on the green on the par 5 and 2, Andrew McGee.
Advantage Europe. I don't think they're going to make these bombs for eagles, but you never know. But they should have an easy tap in for birdie.
Yeah,
With
so
the pressure right back on the Americans at their 10-footers.
Two long putts these, aren't they?
Yeah, this is good. You can kind of feel some momentum, but we have to have 2 or 3 things good happen in a row, not just one and then a few pars. It has to keep stacking. It's kind of like playing craps in Las Vegas. You have to keep the roll going.
And you could hear, couldn't you, the reaction to that missed putt from Rory McIlroy a little bit further up the course. And you said...
That's the turning point, as a friend of mine would say.
Is that wishful thinking, or do you think that could actually be a turning point?
Well, it was this morning with Justin Thomas when he missed a 3-footer that lipped out, and I don't think Justin's in the league that Rory is, of course. I'm sure Rory's going to bounce back. That's about as nice as I've ever been to a European player, isn't it, Kat?
It is. Thank you very much. We appreciate that, you know. And Rasmus Højgaard's birdie putt from 40 feet away here on the par 5 fourth, just sidles by on the left-hand side. That comes about to rest about 2-3 feet or so from the flag. He'll have that for a birdie, and that piles a little bit more pressure on these birdie putts to come for Cameron Young and for Justin Thomas, who is standing propped up on the handle of his putter, one hand on his hip, kind of grey baseball cap on the top of his head, and his foot propped up on the toe of his Stars and Stripes golf shoes. I always love Justin Thomas's footwear at the Ryder Cup. He's always got those old-fashioned style golf shoes, and wrapped around one heel the stars of the American flag, and wrapped around the other heel the red and white stripes. And now it's over to Ludvig Aubert, another long one. This one also about 40 feet, but from the other side of the green.
Well, he does have a tap-in birdie already in the hole from Aubert, so he has another free run like he did in the last hole. Let's see if he can give this one a clack and surprise the Americans. This would be a surprise if it goes, is it? No, ran up by just a smidge.
2 tap-in birdies, though, for Team Europe. So what have the Americans got in response? Justin Thomas and Cameron Young, 1 up. They took the lead on the 2nd green. The rookie from Long Island and Justin Thomas from Louisiana, the Ryder Cup veteran on Team USA, sent out to put his arm around Cam Young, just help him temper the nerves as he tackles Bethpage Black, a course on which he won the New York State Open, the first amateur to win the title in its history back when he was in his amateur playing days. Since then, runner-up at the Open, you may remember, behind Cam Smith at St Andrews, tie for 3rd that year as well at the PGA Championship, and 4th at the US Open this year. He's knocking on the door of a first major win, but here he is, first of all, playing in his first Ryder Cup for Team USA. 10 feet or so for the New Yorker. White glove poking from the back pocket of his blue trousers as he rehearses the swing. Short black shadow cast behind him as the sun is almost directly overhead. 2 o'clock in the afternoon it is here in New York, as Cameron Young gets ready to send this birdie chance across the green and in the hole. Scramble. That's 2 birdies from Cam Young in the last 2 holes. Wow.
That makes Justin Thomas very happy because the situation, the first guy better make it to not put the pressure on the second guy. Well done, New York, Cameron Young.
Scrambling out of the rough, Team USA, and taking the birdie here that keeps them 1 up as we head towards the 5th mark.
I bet you're very good at guessing in your opponent's head in Vegas, are you, Andrew?
Oh, you think I am?
I reckon you would be.
Well,
I'm not sure I'd like to be at a card table with you.
I'm used to playing with my friend Gary McCord. Talk about getting in your head. Over your swing, over your stance, over everything. It's hilarious.
John Murray, do you know what you're doing in Vegas?
In Vegas, I've not been to Vegas, Mark.
Oh, right.
Never been. It's not particularly on the agenda either, but you never know where life takes you. Anyway, it's taken us to Long Island, New York, to Farmingdale. That's where we are. And we're up next to the 5th green. And it is all square between Ben Griffin and Bryson DeChambeau for the United States against the 2 Englishmen, Fleetwood and Rose. Now, par 4s have been secured, but Tommy Fleetwood and Bryson DeChambeau both have chances for birdie 3s, and first of all it is the Lancastrian Tommy Fleetwood, this from 18 feet, which is just to the hole side but doesn't drop, so DeChambeau has a chance, and we might see a colour on the board if he, for the first time in this match, if he's able to hold it.
Yeah, well, that was just a little bit of a mishit, and a little bit maybe of a misread there, but Bryson's got a chance to really get this crowd fired up. He sure could use one.
Yep, we have seen 4 halved holes so far by Bryson DeChambeau. Ben Griffin went into the trees, Sean, off the tee here, so kind of put himself out of the hole.
Well, that's the thing, is you don't want to leave your partner alone. Better in 4-ball than 4-somes. But we've seen a few drives out to the right by Ben, so hopefully he can kind of settle in and not leave everything on Bryson's shoulders.
We've got Keegan Bradley's buggy just behind us, so he must be around here somewhere. I haven't seen him. And Sean has also had a chat with Gianfranco Zola, who is driving the buggy for Vice-Captain Francesco Molinari for this group. But everyone watching on now. Bryson DeChambeau is ready, and this to win the hole, and he's dropped it in! And USA edge ahead in this match at the 5th, 1 up.
Well, we sure needed something like that. That's the first really roar I've heard since I've been out here covering these great matches. What a great putt by Bryson. He's settled down. He's ready to play.
He knew it was going in, Sean, didn't he? He knew, and he was winding up for that punch.
That's what's so fantastic about this course. These greens are in such good shape that once you see that line, you see the ball tracking, you know it's going in.
And there is Keegan Bradley, the US captain, just walking past us, his face absolutely smeared in sun cream. And he'll feel a lot better about things after watching that. Europe 3-1 up on the scoreboard. But in the afternoon 4-balls, there is a hint, Mark, of a US fight back. 1 up in this match.
There is. There's only a hole in it in all the games. Europe 1 up in 1. The Americans are 1 up in 2. And the final match is all tied. And it got the grandstand here at the 12th going as well. Chance of USA, big cheers because they could see the putt from their vantage point over the 5th green, and then second cheers when Bryson DeChambeau's and Ben Griffin's little box went red on the big screen opposite us. Also in the 12th grandstand just behind me, there are 2 St George's flags, and they say Dronfield on them. And any member of the team know where Dronfield is? Is that a place? Is that a golf club, Ali?
I know.
Oh yeah, go on.
Dronfield, I think, if I remember rightly, is the birthplace of Gary Cahill, England international, Chelsea central defender.
Is that
and
Sheffield?
It's near
then?
Sheffield.
So I've just seen top right, one of those St George's flags. There is an owl. So yeah, absolutely. Good call, John Murray. Ali.
I'm glad John jumped in there because I have to say I didn't know the answer to that. Now, whether John Rahm knows the answer to this, we'll have to wait and see. Rahm and Straka 1 up at the moment on Scheffler and JJ Spawn in the first match out on the golf course. All the putts are coming here for birdies on the par 4 6th. Rahm is first to go from about 30 feet. JJ Spawn the closest in, maybe 10, 12 feet away. Straka just beyond him. Rahm straight up the heart of this 6th green. Has he given enough? Yes! Just misses on the right-hand side, though. You can really feel that patriotic sort of fervour, ripples, buzz spreading around this golf course at the moment, can't you, Katrina? With every little thing, even a missed putt that goes USA's way.
Yeah, maybe they've been listening to the coverage and we've been saying it's been quiet, but they're certainly coming out noisy this afternoon. The sun shines out now, they're into it.
Yeah, and this par 4 6th, Katrina, is a sort of you hit from an elevated tee sort of towards a landing area. There's a big sort of swooping slope that comes down towards the green. Everyone hits the bottom of that, and you've got a good chance to get it close on this hole.
You do, if you hit the fairway. Scheffler just caught the left rough, but had a decent enough lie, and was a bit unlucky to get so much spin in his ball. It spun back to probably about 20 feet. And then Straka hit a fantastic tee shot right down the middle. Did a great shot just over the flagstick and didn't get quite, just caught in the first cut, didn't get the spin back.
Just going to move forward a little bit here to try and get a view of the hole, because Scotty Scheffler is putting on a similar line to that of John Rahm, but as Katrina says, about 20 feet away compared to Rahm's 30 feet, but he's had a good read on this putt. Can Scheffler find one then on the 6th? Get in the hole, they scream. Oh, just misses on the right, closer than Rahm's, goes a wee way by.
Yeah, and we were just talking to Scotty Scheffler's dad there, and he said he just can't hole a putt.
Yeah, he was intense, wasn't he?
Parent, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Now you could really feel the tension in Scotty Scheffler's dad. He's so used to his son dominating and winning, and today it's not quite been going his way, but he's right in this match as well. We've also had a lovely chat to Joseph, one of the volunteers here today. This is his home club, telling us, Katrina, how easy the golf course is playing for these great golfers. They make it much tougher for the members. Well, actually, I think he was actually talking about when they play the US Open here and the rough is up and how difficult it is.
Yeah, he was saying that, I think, but I think he would like to have seen the rough a little bit thicker, a bit more like what they're used to. Members always think it plays tougher for them.
Of course they do. Right, Sepp Straka has settled well into his second Ryder Cup, part of that winning team in Rome a couple of years ago. 15-footer from the back of the 6th for birdie. Spawn with a birdie chance to come. He's not given that enough, Straka, and I don't think he had the line either. And you can hear the hollering and the jeers and actually the excitement building that JJ Spawn now, from maybe just outside 10 feet at the back of the 6th, could get this match level. Spawn won the first with a birdie. Straka made it all square on the second with a birdie. Rahm's birdie got Europe 1 up after 3. Fourth, the par 5 halved in birdies. The 5th halved in pars. Chance for Spawn to get the USA level, Katrina.
Yeah, and he has been holding putts. He held a good one on the first for birdie, and then a good probably 15, 20 feet on the 4th for birdie. So if anyone's going to hold one in this American group, it is Spawn.
A lot of movement around the green. The European players have gathered to the right of the green, and again I'm just looking to see if I can get a view of that hole. Yes, got it now, got it in my sight now as I move about 6-7 yards to my right, so I can see JJ Spawn, short figure in the red, white and blue. Thousands of patriotic American fans behind him gathered on the slopes to the right of the 6th green. Sends the putt on its way, and it doesn't have enough. Like Straka didn't quite give it enough, wasn't quite brave enough, didn't get to the hole, pulled up on the left-hand side. That's halved. Europe remain 1 up.
Yeah, they were ticklish downhillers, they both had, both Straka and JJ, but just slight misreads maybe, just both missed on the left-hand side.
Right, we will make our way then with Europe 1 up in this match. We'll say thank you to Joseph. Thank you, Joseph. Enjoy your afternoon.
Thank you. It was a pleasure meeting you.
How are you enjoying the European fans?
I am loving them. I want to meet as many as I can, and welcome to it.
Okay, and you on the 6th green or?
I'm on the 9th hole when where I usually work. I'm just here off today and watching, and hello to all yous over across the pond. Yeah, we're not as bad as they say we are. Not all of us anyways.
Who's going to win the Ryder Cup?
Oh, God, you know, I'm hoping it's close. And you know what? You know who's going to win? The better team.
Yeah, you're right, Joseph. Have a great week. Thanks for talking to us. There you go, a little bit of New York hospitality live on 5 Live during the afternoon 4 balls.
I thought he was going to, you know, when you went, do you know who's going to win? And you said who? I thought he was going to say golf.
Yes.
we were close to that. I have to say as well, Ali and Katrina, I know you just spoke to somebody there who's marshalling the crowds, but everybody who is working here has been great to deal with so far. You know, all the marshals and the people that are guiding people around, everybody is incredibly cheerful and the customer service is second to none.
Yeah, no, I'd totally agree with you, Mark, and I think a lot of the conversations I've had with the American fans out on the golf course who are listening to our coverage, of course, as they often do during the American Ryder Cups, they're enjoying it. There's a good little bit of to and fro. The atmosphere out here has been good. What's your experience been, Katrina?
Yeah, I would say the atmosphere out here has been great, actually. The crowd I've not really heard much abuse being shouted or anything like that. I think they've been very good, and it's a great atmosphere, carnival atmosphere nearly.
Yeah. We've just had one in the stands here where 3 Americans were escorted out by security, at which point a couple of the English lads chanted, is there a fire drill? Which I think confused the Americans. There are certain chants that have become kind of customary, haven't there, in English, British sport.
Yes.
They don't necessarily translate across the Atlantic.
No, but I think sometimes they can be explained, can't they, as well, Mark? Because I saw actually when I left the grandstand behind the first tee, quite a gathering of European fans and American fans together, sort of swapping stories, having selfies together. I think complimenting each other on the fancy dress. So there is a good atmosphere out here at the moment. And do you know what? I would back Joseph completely, Katrina. We want a close match. Close matches in the Ryder Cup, in the Solheim Cup, the Curtis Cup, the World Cup is what you want.
Absolutely, and the last few Ryder Cups haven't been close. They've been a bit of a blowout for the home side. So everyone, it doesn't matter, I don't think, what side you're on. You want to be here on Sunday and be close. Get that excitement. Be cheering for whatever team you want, but for it to be close.
Yeah, and nail biter on the way.
It's on a knife. It feels on a knife edge, though, doesn't it? But just before we go to the news, with a hole in every match in the final match, all square, and just it's a dominant morning for Europe, but we know from experience how quickly these things can change. I myself, as I'm listening to commentaries on different putts from around the course, you take that intake of breath, and we're only on the Friday afternoon. I'm sure people listening, their cars up and down the country are doing exactly the same. Ian, you've got an eagle opportunity, so everybody listening, sharp intake of breath for who?
Rory McIlroy, and he's sending this putt on its way from the back of the green on the par 5 fourth, and it's creeping towards the hole. It's a lovely putt. It's to the environs of Patrick Cantlay's ball, and Cantlay was asked to mark his ball, so the players are going to have a look here, and I think they're going to say, let's have a game of who dares wins. Well, McIlroy's putt has been conceded, so that's a birdie for the Europeans, and we've got short range putts for Sam Burns and Patrick Cantlay for their birdies, and it looks very much as though, Ollie Wilson, this is going to remain at all square.
Yeah, I'm surprised actually. I thought Patrick Cantlay would just knock it in. It can only be 2 to 3 feet at the most. I'd have thought closer to 2. But Sam Burns here, he's got 4 or 5 feet. He's going to go first and try and match Rory.
Yeah, I'm amazed Cantlay's putt wasn't conceded. That's missed by Burns, who has the reputation of being the best putter in the world. And there was absolutely no reason why you would give that putt. But now all of a sudden Cantlay, and this is only 2 feet, and the crowd were booing the fact that McIlroy and Lowry didn't concede this to Cantlay. I'm surprised.
Yeah, I mean, it really doesn't look very far at all, but it's certainly making him take every second of attention with it. He's backing off now, walking back into it, going through his full routine.
And he's over it now with one practice putt. Now he's ready, putting from the shadow of his left leg. Just a couple of feet here for birdie to keep this match at all square. Cantlay over it now. Eyes burning down on the ball, sends it forward into the cup, and it was a very short one. I'm surprised it wasn't conceded, and that gives a little ammunition to the American crowds, I would suggest. But nonetheless, Cantlay has knocked it in, the hole halved in birdie fours, and this match remains all square.
It is a glorious afternoon in New York. Europe are up in 1, the Americans are up in 2, all square in 1, as a woman dressed as the Statue of Liberty, I kid you not, walks across the 12th fairway in the sunshine. At 7:15, we'll pause for the latest news with Al Tansley.
And our coverage continues here with continuous Ryder Cup commentary here from the BBC team on RyderCup.com, or if you are out on the golf course on the sun-kissed links of Bethpage Black, well, lucky you, you're in for a scintillating afternoon that lies ahead. If you're an American out there and you're looking for a silver lining, well, I have good news in the shape of a stat. The USA has won or tied each of the last 5 Ryder Cups in 4-ball. In fact, there's a 7-point differential in that span in the format. I hope you're enjoying your afternoon wherever you are. A scintillating morning for Europe it was, but the momentum at the moment very much in the favour of the American pairings, as we see a lengthy birdie try from Cameron Young at the 5th hole. Just pull the brakes on a couple of feet shy. That one's going to be tossed back to him by Rasmus Højgaard, who trails on his Ryder Cup debut playing alongside the Scandinavian Ludvig Åberg. Now we're going to bring you some live action from the back of the 6th green. Justin Rose has the putter. Well, he doesn't have the putter in hand. He's got the 3-wood in hand. It's going to be a little belly nudge down there. The flag is out. This is a birdie chance. He doesn't like it. He's up and out of it straight away. He and Tommy Fleetwood are down to Ben Griffin and Bryson DeChambeau in that second match out. So we will obviously be back out on the golf course with the rest of the team. Let's just talk you through how the matches all stand at the moment. Scotty Scheffler, the world number 1, alongside the US Open champion JJ Spawn, up against John Rahm, who had that brilliant win in that top match earlier alongside Tyrrell Hatton. He's partnering Sepp Straka. That's the only blue on the board at the moment in the afternoon 4-balls. They're 1 up. Like we mentioned, Griffin and DeChambeau are 1 up over Fleetwood and Rose. Young and Thomas are 1 up over Ludvig Åberg and Rasmus Højgaard, and Sam Burns and Patrick Cantlay all square at the moment. And just like Ian Carter was talking about a few moments ago, there could well be a little bit of spice in that particular match after, well, refusing to give them that putt that I have to say was perhaps a little closer than McIlroy and Shane Lowry would have ordinarily made a player putt from. So that's the state of affairs here on BBC Radio 5 Live, RyderCup.com, and of course wherever you are out on that golf course. We'll be back with all of the team, bringing you up to speed as to what's happening during this little lull in play as soon as we go through. And Europe at the moment officially leading this match 3-1 after a brilliant foursome session. The first time that Europe have won the first foursome session on US soil since 2004. So we'll bring you more updates as we go. I'm actually just looking at the young Dane, Rasmus Højgaard, who has a putt that was a good chance, but it slides by. Let's get back out onto the golf course with our commentary team, starting with Catherine Downs.
10 feet, slippery 10-footers down the slope, and Justin Thomas is just a couple of foot away. He should be able to pop this one in, and the US side here could move 2 up on the 5th green. John, where are you?
I'm just up ahead of you, Kat, with the second match, where Griffin and DeChambeau for the United States are 1 up on Fleetwood and Rose, but I think Sean McKeel, it might be about to go 2 up. DeChambeau from 5 feet for birdie.
Oh, Tommy had a great opportunity there. His speed's actually been a little bit off this afternoon. I don't know if just the greens are starting to pick up pace or what.
DeChambeau to put shortly, but Kat?
2 feet for Justin Thomas. He had to quiet the crowd as Rasmus Højgaard was standing over his birdie opportunity, but now everybody is completely silent, all eyes trained, thousands of them around this 5th green as Justin Thomas sends it on its way, and it's in. And the US move 2 up in this 3rd group out. Cameron Young and Justin Thomas 2 up on Ludvig Åberg and Rasmus Højgaard. And listen to this crowd. John Murray.
And up ahead, gasps from the American galleries because DeChambeau has missed his putt from 5 feet, always missing on the right-hand side.
You know, it did break. I mean, from our vantage point, it certainly looked like it was straight, and that's a bit unusual. He had it red. He's looking at it now, wondering how he missed that putt. But pretty straight, just fell a little bit to the right.
He can't believe it, can he? He stands there and stares after it as if to say, how could you do that? So what a contrast there. The roars for Justin Thomas back down the course, and then the gasps here, and then European cheers as well. That was an escape for Fleetwood and Rose, but in this match USA remain 1 up.
I just want to go back to Andrew McGee then, who's been watching Young and Thomas against Oberg and Højgaard. And Andrew, if you're there, and I know when you move from hole to hole, it's an absolute bun fight. So if you can't answer, I kind of understand. But as you move from the 5th green to the 6th tee, if from the European point of view you're both within 10 feet and both miss your birdie putts, then that really does open the door for your opponent.
Yeah, it's surprising they both missed. Of course, you want the first guy to make it, take the pressure off the second guy, but that didn't happen. And just a sublime shot from 200 yards, Justin Thomas, to stuff it in there 2-3 feet away and to tap it in. That's the momentum we're talking about, Chappers. And then right there, let's see if I'm right.
Yeah, well, let's see if you're right. And a sort of two-part question to you as well, because obviously you were out here this morning too when the course was soft. There has been rain in previous days. Now, the sun came out midway through the morning. There's a little bit of a breeze as well. So how different is the course playing this afternoon to this morning, and is there any advantage in having played this morning and playing this afternoon, or sitting out this morning and playing this afternoon?
Oh, I think there's always an advantage of playing this morning and playing a lot of golf and learning this course. Obviously, they don't play Bethpage Black on the rotation on the PGA Tour, so they don't see this very often. So the more you can play it, the more you can see it. The pin's on the right, you know not to miss it to the right, you know where the uphill putts are. So that takes a little while to learn all that stuff, and it feels like today they're getting a little more better at it. Is that English? I don't know, but I said that right. Here you go.
It's getting a little bit more what?
A little bit more better. I think that's how they say it in the US.
Yeah, American slang.
Ali.
You can hear the chants of USA, USA ringing around the back of the 7th green here. I'm here with Curtis Cup captain, former Solheim Cup captain Katrina Matthew, the European captain this week, Luke Donald, approaches. The eyes are hidden behind the shades. USA are up in 2 matches in the afternoon, 4 balls. The last match out on the golf course is all square after 4. The one match Europe are up in here, Katrina Matthew, is the one we're watching. Jon Rahm and Sepp Straka against Scotty Scheffler and JJ Spaun. Rahm at times, he hit that wonderful approach shot, didn't he, to set up the eagle chance on the par 5 4th, which he couldn't quite convert. He's been a little bit ragged. Straka is on it. He's fairways and greens at the moment for Europe.
He has. Straka's been fairways and greens. He's just hit another good shot in here. Rahm from the middle of the fairways just missed it, kind of back left. We've got Keegan Bradley now walking up, getting the crowd going.
Yeah, Keegan Bradley has just gone marching very purposefully to the back of this 7th green, and he's pointed at some of the fans who are behind the white picket fence, these huge sort of raised grandstands behind the mounds of the 7th green, and every time they respond with a chant, he gives them further encouragement. So in terms of the way it's going to play out on this hole, Jon Rahm has gone long and left. He has a chip to come from the sort of juicy thick stuff that gathers around his ankles when he settles over that ball. JJ Spaun and Sepp Straka are both on the green, and Scotty Scheffler, what's Scotty Scheffler up to?
Scotty Scheffler's just missed the green kind of pin high left, and like Rahm, he's hit a few, I would say, slack iron shots for him. Missed a couple of fairways, missed some greens.
Yeah, Scotty Scheffler's dad again has appeared just away to our left-hand side. Little Bennett is there. His wife Meredith is there as well. They were our neighbours, of course, during our coverage of the Open Championship at Royal Portrush. Not that they were really aware, I think, that the BBC team were next door, although Ian Carter did mention it in his interview with Scotty Scheffler after he had lifted the claret jug. Right, Jon Rahm chip to come. Then we're going to go and check in on what's going on in Cat Downs match. But Jon Rahm, you never know, Ryder Cup, these sort of things happen. Sometimes these sort of shots end up at the bottom of the hole. Rahm, feet close together, dark blue trousers, waggles that iron club, sparkles in the sunshine, bumps it forward, now wants this to roll and run and keep going and keep going. It looks great judgment for pace from Jon Rahm. It's just going to pull up to the right of the hole. Fabulous short game skills.
Fantastic shot there, just out a nice lie on the back left-hand side, and as you say, just a lovely little chip and run, just stone dead, and it's just been picked up by Scotty Scheffler and thrown to him.
So that's conceded for 4. Spaun with a birdie putt to come. Scheffler with a birdie chip to come. Straka with a birdie putt to come. Cat Downs, what's happening with you?
Monster drives from all 4 in our match. Cameron Young, Justin Thomas, Ludwig Ober and Rasmus Højgaard for the European side. That's downwind playing this 6th hole. And there's this huge waterfall, a grass tumbling slope that bowls down towards the green. And all of them have been blown over that slope by the wind and tumbled down to the little gathering spot at the bottom of the hill. hill. It's not exactly throwing a tablecloth over the 4 balls, but maybe a large tarpaulin. So it's going to be a shootout from about 50 yards shy of the green with the wedges, with the wind blowing in as the flag on the top of the 6th pin begins to flutter. This match 2 up, Justin Thomas and Cam Young, as they're playing into the 6th green.
We nearly had some very special Scotty Scheffler magic there. Bunker shot from a good 25 yards away, threw it out high. Golden sand following the ball, landed short of the hole. It nearly dropped in, Katrina.
That was a fantastic shot from the world number 1. Just skimmed past the edge. We were watching it, looked like it had a chance for a moment, but again conceded, and that's a parkour in the bag for the Americans.
Yeah, little Bennett is here on our left-hand side. He's decked out in a dark blue polo shirt, and Meredith, his mum, is just getting him to concentrate on the golf. She had to point there to say, look, there's Dad. Dad's playing the bunk shot. He's doing it now. There's so much, though, to distract and attract and see what is going on around here. So now birdie chances to come. Birdie chances to come at the back of the 7th green for Sepp Straka and JJ Spawn. John Rahm is in for 4. Scotty Scheffler is also in for 4. Straka will be first to putt. JJ Spawn will follow. Greens here are pretty flat, aren't they, Katrina?
They are. They're quite small and they're very flat. There's really not much undulation in them, which sometimes can make them trickier to read because it's very subtle little breaks rather than big breaks that you can see on other greens. Hit his putt.
Yeah, Europe 1 up, looking for a birdie from Straka here. It's got the pace, it misses. Well, he had the right to have a go for it because John Rahm's already in for 4. So it's rolled 5-6 feet by. That doesn't matter. But JJ Spawn now, knowing that Scheffler's got the 4, can do exactly the same thing. And as I said earlier on, Katrina, I've just got a feeling this week JJ Spawn is going to make some putts because that is what he does.
That's what he does. As we said earlier, we saw him do that. We've seen him do that all year at the Players and then at the US Open, which he won. And he's giving himself chances. The more chances you give yourself, the more chance you're going to hold some.
Yeah, it's an important match. That's why Luke Donald is here. Keegan Bradley is here. The Europeans are gathered about 10 yards in front of us at the back of the 7th green. Scotty Scheffler is standing just to the left-hand side with his caddy Ted Scott, and he's going to watch and see if JJ Spawn can strike back for the USA. Spawn won the first with a birdie. The USA are currently 1 down. Spawn's caddy has the flag stretched out across his back, bending it. It's almost as if he's going to do some weightlifting with a huge bar, with a big weight at either end, bending it over his back there. Standing in the red bib, denoting the USA. European team watch on as Spawn gets ready to putt for birdie to get the match all square. Will this drop for the USA? No, it won't. Speeds by on the right-hand side. That hole is halved as well in pars again, and Europe remain 1 up in this match. First match out on course, and we have played 7 holes. We're off to the 8th.
Do you know what strikes me in, Carter, at the moment is with all 4 games out on the course, the USA have won 5 holes amongst those 4 games, and the Europeans have won 3 holes. But you've got to go back to McIlroy and Lowry winning the 2nd and Rahm and Straka winning the 3rd for the Europeans won a hole, and that means we haven't heard European cheers for quite a long time. The Americans have been dominant since then. It's a bit of a reverse this morning where the Europeans didn't allow the Americans to win holes.
Yes, I think that's right, and you know, we've heard loud cheers across the course this afternoon that we weren't hearing this morning. Here's Patrick Cantlay from the Greenside bunker at the 5th and not controlling that. Went through the back of the green into the bunker at the back, and that one has run on and is a good 20 feet away in 3. Now Rory McIlroy missed the green on the 5th back right, and he's got a nasty lie in the rough where the rough is actually at its thickest, and he will be next to play. But his partner Shane Lowry nicely onto the green, maybe 22 feet away, and Sam Burns with the best approach in this match into this 5th green with probably a look at 12 feet, 13 feet, something like that for his birdie. So Europeans are up against it here at the moment. Rahm and Straka 1 up in the top match against Scheffler and Spawn. But Griffin and DeChambeau are ahead by a hole against Fleetwood and Rose. Young and Thomas 2 up after 5 against Oberg and Højgaard. All square in this match. McIlroy having missed a really good chance to win the 3rd and put
Europe 1 up here. Here he is chipping. Oh, and that one just caught up in the rough. It was very nearly very good. It's still not bad, and it trundles down towards 5-6 feet, something like that. But 6 inches more, it wouldn't have hit the thick stuff, and it would have been very, very close.
Yeah, he actually had an awful lie. You could see as the ball came in, it just rolled back into a hole, and he's played a really good shot. It was literally a couple of inches from being perfect, but just took a bit of a side bounce and took the speed out of it. But pretty good, and gives Lowry a good chance to go for a birdie.
Yeah, and Lowry is next to play, and the wind just starting to kick up. Eduardo Molinari, the stats guru, is the vice captain with this match, and Lowry just stalking this putt. He needs some magic. We saw it on the second when he levelled up the match after the first hole had gone the way of the United States, and now we have Shane Lowry ready to putt 24 feet, something like that. What do you think?
Little left to right, pretty flat. Good opportunity to give it a go with Rory getting it in close from his chip.
Yeah, he's thinking birdie here. He must be thinking that Burns is going to make birdie. So from 24 feet, Lowry has to be aggressive. Left to right break on this, and now the ball is turning to the right, turning towards the hole, but he hasn't hit it hard enough. It's come up short, and that's only going to be a par 4 for the Europeans here.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with that. He had a pretty good chance, nothing to really worry about there, so not the best of putts there for Shane.
It's been conceded, so par 4 for the Europeans, and now Sam Burns, he'll be licking his chops for this one.
Yeah, this is a good opportunity for him. As you said, we definitely feel like there's a bit of momentum going for the Americans right now. We've not had a lot to cheer about the last few holes, and this would continue that and really get this crowd going around the 5th green.
From Shreveport, Louisiana, world number 23, Sam Burns, who likes to use the aim point method of reading greens, and that's what he's been doing, straddling the line and then holding his hand up just with 2-3 fingers. That's the amount of break that he thinks his feet have told them there is on this, and he's aiming just to the left of the hole. This putt from 13 feet on its way, this to win the hole, to take the lead. Oh, and he's misread it, and it has just missed on the right edge, so this match remains all square as it goes to the 6th tee, and we take you up ahead to the 6th green and Catherine Downs.
And you may have heard the groans of disappointment from the US fans gathered around the green here, Ian, because Cam Young, who's been putting like an absolute dream, had another birdie chance. He's the furthest away of the 4 ball here from inside 20 feet only just, and it crept up the hill and it horseshoed around the hole, and it could have been another birdie for Cam Young to save his partner Justin Thomas from having to take on a birdie putt, because he has been such a crutch, hasn't he, for Justin Thomas. He's been putting them in close, but he hasn't had to make the birdies because Cam Young's been finding them from downtown.
It's been a good team effort here. They've really helped each other out, and just a great putt there. Even though he missed it, he's sniffing the hole on almost every putt, which is a good feeling early in the day, because you know you may have something today, not every day.
And it puts the pressure on. They know that you're putting well, they know that you're playing well, and they have to do the same thing. And they, in this case, is Rasmus Højgaard, whose birdie chance from 10 feet away sidles by on the low side of the hole. So it's a missed opportunity for Højgaard. And now it's over to a putt out between Justin Thomas and Ludvig Aubert for the honours on this 6th hole. And standing just a few feet away from me to the left-hand side is Chicago Bulls legend and golf fanatic Michael Jordan, and he's a good friend of Andrew McGee, so I've been introduced. I've shaken the hand of Michael Jordan, and you may be unsurprised to hear that the man has massive hands, and he is looking on now between his minders. He's got dark glasses and a bright white baseball cap of Team USA pulled down low over his face. Can't take pictures with Michael Jordan. They're very strict around him here. He is the big draw. Watching this group here, and eyes trained on Justin Thomas, who has 10 feet from below the hole. Uphill putt here for Justin Thomas, and this for a birdie. Ludvig Aubert also with a birdie chance to come. Thomas and Young for America, 2 up against the European pairing of Ludwig Aubert and Rasmus Højgaard, both of the Europeans in their early 20s. Can the elder statesman Justin Thomas find a birdie here? No, he can't. The 32-year-old from Louisiana leaves that one short, and he snatches the ball up from the surface of the green. And now it's over to Ludwig Aubert. Makeable, this one.
Yeah, this is not what the Americans want to be. Lousy putt from Justin Thomas, leaving it short after his partner has a par. That's just the cardinal sin. You can't do that. But let's see if he's going to get bailed out by Rasmus.
Well, Alex Noren, vice-captain for Team Europe, has just looked me in the eye and taken a deep breath through his nose. He can feel the pressure here. This is short. This is 5 feet, but it's downhill, and it's going to move from right to left for Ludwig Aubert. And the Europeans haven't really seen these putts drop so far. It's been the Americans who found the big putts in the big moments, but this will be very useful for Team Europe. 2 down at the moment on the 6th green as Aubert places his left hand on his left thigh just to steady himself. And he's missed. He's missed it. He's missed another one as Ludwig Aubert. And the putts that were dropping this morning in the foursomes, well, they're refusing to go in this afternoon in the 4 balls. And Justin Thomas and Cameron Young remain 2 up. John Murray.
And the biggest moment so far in the Ryder Cup for Ben Griffin. The rookie holes from 45 feet. And what a reaction from him. What a reaction we have around the 7th green. The Europeans still have birdie chances here, but also from distance. But what a great moment in the golfing life that was to witness here for Ben Griffin.
And this is the pairing that we thought we'd see this morning. And this is why these two get on so well. What a putt by Ben Griffin. What a way to step up in his rookie time as a Ryder Cup player.
I would be willing to bet that he has never reacted like that on a golf course in his life.
Don't every sports psychologist tells you just to kind of even keel, right? Boring golf, vanilla. That was anything but vanilla.
Ben Griffin lost it there. Absolutely. He went berserk. And I don't blame him, honestly. What a moment that was. They left the flag in, and it hit the flag and disappeared. And Keegan Bradley, I'm just watching, the captain was here, he's just arrived. Keegan Bradley walks across, puts his arm around Griffin's shoulder and pats him on the bottom. What a reward. So all is quiet now because there are still 2 chances for Europe, but both from long range. So Justin Rose trying to follow that. He has! Oh my goodness, that absolute classic Ryder Cup golf. That is one of the shots of the day, followed by one of the shots of the day.
What a half, and the American team kind of walked off with a smirky little grin, like, how in the world did he do this? But that's what these guys are made to do, and it really is good to see the excitement from both teams.
Not only Keegan Bradley, Luke Donald was here as well, who walks past us now. And both captains were here to witness the great event. Well, this match has come to life, but the USA are still 1 up, Sean.
They still are. So we are seeing some really spectacular golf today. This foursome is probably the most evenly matched that I've seen so far today, and we're seeing some outstanding golf.
So that wasn't bad for starters. And USA 1 up after 7.
Fantastic. And Justin Rose, when that putt drop, beat his chest with his right fist, and then you compare it to Ben Griffin, who chest bumped Bryson DeChambeau as well. Right, let's go up ahead. Birdie opportunities on 8. Ali.
Yeah, that's what the Ryder Cup sounds like on 5 Live. I'll tell you what it smells like in the New York sunshine this afternoon. It's sun cream, it's cigar smoke, it's the smell of grilled meat on the barbecue as well, all wafting into your nostrils. And we could have some classic Ryder Cup dueling on the way here on the par 3 8th green. Rahm and Scheffler in this group going head to head. Rahm putting up the hill first of all. This is the tee shot hit from the raised green over the water, which doesn't really feature. Pin cut right at the back of a steep slope from back to front on this green, and Rahm is putting up that slope and settles this for birdie from about 14 feet. Scheffler's in closer. Rahm at the hole and in the hole.
fabulous putt from John Rahm, and he barely reacts, just a determined look on his face, a little clench of the fist, and he almost caught eyes with Scotty Scheffler and said, right, match that.
That was a fantastic putt from John Rahm. And this, I think this is a huge putt now for Scotty Scheffler. Hasn't held anything for the first kind of 27 holes, and this one to keep it just at 1 down.
Well, you heard the drama on the last with John Murray. Justin Rose following in for a massive moment in the Ryder Cup. This is going to be another one. This is going to be another one because Europe are one up in this top match, Rahm and Stracker, and Rahm has just rammed that in from 15 feet away. Scheffler's tee shot followed Rahm's, and it was absolutely perfect for distance, as it so often is. He has found the flatter area at the top of this green. He's away to the right of the hole. He's probably inside 10 feet here, but now this is pressure because if he misses this, they're 2 down.
Yeah, you'd have to think if Rahm had missed his putt, you'd be kind of odds on Scheffler is going to hold this, but this has just got probably double the distance after that one of Rahm going in.
Yeah, this is really firing up on 5 Live this evening back home. What is it? 20 to 8 in the evening, 20 to 3 in the afternoon in New York. And the Ryder Cup bubbling away very nicely. Europe leading 3-1 after the morning foursomes. I'll tell you what, you'll note if this goes in from the putter blade of Scotty Scheffler. On its way. No, it slides by on the right, and John Rahm has won it with the birdie, and Rahm very purposefully marches off the back of the 8th green. And Scotty Scheffler's dad said it a couple of holes ago. He can't hole a darn putt.
No, he just can't hole a putt, and you saw him there. He's just standing, looking at the line as if they misread it, hit it. I don't know, but it just wasn't actually really even that close from that distance.
Mark, we've mentioned it before. I heard you mentioning it about the form of the world #1 occasionally in the Ryder Cup. Tiger Woods, I'd forgotten this. Tiger Woods' record in the Ryder Cup was 1 win in 8 appearances, which is absolutely remarkable given his ability as an individual golfer. Now listen, Scotty Scheffler's been on a winning team. He was on a winning team at Whistling Straits. He's not quite got it this afternoon. Europe are 2 up in this top match out on the golf course.
Just to clarify, you mean 1 overall win for Tiger?
Yes, sorry, what I mean is on a winning team once in 8 attempts, which is just, I'd forgotten that and I couldn't believe it.
I mean, you are focusing on the game that you are on at the moment, Katrina, but it does feels like a really big 10 minutes that for Europe, because it started with Ludwig Aubert horseshoeing out on 6 that would have brought their lead or their deficit down. They'd have been 1 down to the Americans, but the Americans kept Young and Thomas, stayed 2 up. We then went immediately to the 7th, where Ben Griffin holed from 45 feet to put the pressure on the Europeans there that could have put them 2 up, but Justin Rose rescued it. And then John Rahm has done what John Rahm's done. So the Europeans have rescued themselves there in 2 of the 3 matches.
Yeah, it's just amazing. You can be sitting watching and as you say, in the space of 10 minutes, you thought you were going to lose a couple of holes. Suddenly you've won a couple of holes. It's amazing how quickly it can chop and change. And I think with the matches all being closer this afternoon, we're going to have some really exciting finishes.
What do you make of Scheffler at the moment?
I don't know. I mean, I think world #1, do they just try too hard? They want to lead their team. You know, they're the best player. They want to not impress their 11 other teammates, but they want to lead that team out and play well. I mean, Rory's had the odd off Ryder Cup as well, I think, when he's expected to go and play well. It must be a completely different kind of pressure, I think, if you're world #1, expected to win your games, and the people you're playing against, if you get beaten, well, it's world #1. Everyone expects me to get beaten.
Yeah. 3-1 in the foursomes then, Europe this morning. This afternoon, Rahm and Stracker are 2 up on Scheffler and Spawn, and they're about to play the 9th. Having played the 7th, Griffin and DeChambeau, the Americans, are 1 up on Fleetwood and Rose. Young and Thomas are 2 up on Aubert and Højgaard, and Burns and Cantley are all square with McIlroy and Lowry, and Ben Griffin, having performed beautifully on that previous hole with that putt from 45 feet for a birdie, has now just gone way right on the 8th, John Murray.
Well, we're just talking here because we're at the 8th now, the par 3, which is a fantastic hole to watch. Tee right up in the trees, and there is a pond in front of the green, and down in the valley in the distance there is the 8th green. But Ben Griffin, who just, performed wonders on the previous green, has gone way right into this top of the grassy mound on the right-hand side.
That's the wrong part of metal that he hit right there, and I'm not calling that a shank, but it was pretty close.
So DeChambeau's on the green. The Europeans are playing now. Justin Rose has managed to land it on the putting surface, but it's actually hit DeChambeau's ball. Yeah. It landed on the top portion where the flag is, but just caught the slope roll down, and it bumped into DeChambeau's ball. It was a, what do they call it in billiards? What do they call it again? A cannon.
A cannon. Oh, I'll call that a stymie. That was it. Really hit a good shot. But it can just show you, if these soft greens, you really have to fly the ball all the way to the hole, and there's just this little slope that causes the ball to kind of come back about 20, 30 feet.
So we've got Tommy Fleetwood as well, who was the last of the four to hit here on the 8th. On its way, holds his pose, so that means he quite likes this. He likes it, waiting for it to drop, and it does, and it drops 10 feet to the right of the flag, on the right portion, just hops into the very first cut, but that's an excellent shot from Fleetwood.
He did the absolute right thing. He watched the other two players come up just a little bit short, so he either took an extra club, maybe played it a little bit more firm, and got it up on top where he's got a nice birdie putt.
So there we are with the United States 1 up in this match. Griffin and DeChambeau on Fleetwood and Rose, but it was bubbling along nicely, but it's really come to life.
It's gone up a level, and Fleetwood and Rose just looking a little bit happier with things. How are McIlroy and Lowry looking, Ian?
Well, they're in the ascendancy on this 6th hole, all square against Sam Burns and Patrick Cantlay. But it's the two Europeans who found the putting surface. Lowry's furthest away of all 4 players, but the 2 Americans have gone through the back and will have delicate chips. And here's Lowry putting for his birdie on its way. Oh, that was heavy-handed. Poor read, poor strike, gone way, way by. I mean, at the very least, he should have got himself a cast iron par 4. Something just seems to have bothered him there, but that was really, really awkward, wasn't it?
Well, I think he's just giving it a go. I think Rory's in there at like 12, 13 feet, so he knows Rory's going to 2-putt, so he had a good chance to go at it. I don't think he was too worried about laying it up and having a tap in.
Well, now it's the chip shot of Patrick Cantlay from the thick stuff, just through the back of the green, leaving the flag out, looking to chip in here. 3rd shot on the par 4, bumps it onto the putting surface, but decelerated on it, and he's left himself probably 8 feet for par.
Well, that was about as clumsy as the shot into the green. He was coming in from the middle of the fairway, maybe 80 yards. I think the wind's just picking up. He might not have felt it behind him and hit it through the back. So 2 clumsy shots. Sam Burns come out of the rough, he's gone through the back, and now he's got a tricky downhill chip back into the window.
Yeah, and he bumps it up onto the putting surface and lets it release towards the hole, and that's 3 feet away. So McIlroy, who bumped his chip from the rough for the 2nd shot up to 15 feet, has a putt here for the lead.
Yeah, this is a pretty good opportunity. Not a lot of break on it, slightly up the hill, not a lot to worry about. He can be pretty free on this.
Down on his haunches behind the hole, checking out the line from there. And McIlroy, stalking this putt, now has walked back behind the hole, the ball.
Yeah, just going through in his routine, gathering himself. There's a bit of movement behind the back of the green, so it's just taking his time. The crowd's amassing around here. It's pretty big right now, but I don't think it'll be too noisy if this goes in.
Michael Jordan has stayed put to watch. A huge figure behind the green, arms folded. Rory McIlroy for birdie. Rory McIlroy for the lead to put Europe 1 up in the bottom match. Sends the ball towards the hole,
And in! And he roars and he punches the air once, twice, and then bends and takes the ball from the cup, and then he bounces, chest bumping with his partner Shane Lowry, and the first sign of real emotion from Rory McIlroy in this match. It's a birdie for the Europeans, and they go ahead for the first time. They were 1 down after 1, now after 6 they're 1 up. I go back to what a change in the last half hour or so. Rahm and Straka going 2 up. Rose prevented Griffin and DeChambeau going 2 up. And McIlroy and Lowry now put blue on the board at the bottom, and they have gone 1 up. So, as it stands, Europe are up in 2, and the Americans are up in 2. Should we go back to John Murray to find out where Ben Griffin is on this par 3/8?
Well, he was up on the top of, I mean, it's a grassy mound like something out of the Open Championship to the right of the 8th green, and he was up there and seemingly, I thought, probably out of the hole. But he's played a fantastic little pitch shot from somewhere up there in amongst all of the spectators, and put it to within 7 feet.
It's hard when you have to get a yardage for your second on a par 3. But just to show you how soft the greens were, he must have had one of those kind of sandy, kind of linksy style lies. I mean, he actually backed that ball up. It was really a fantastic shot. But Tommy's really got the advantage here, just getting the ball right up on top. He doesn't have a whole lot really to look at. It's about 15 feet.
Yep, so Fleetwood still to play. His ball just off the green, but now it's birdie opportunities for Rose, DeChambeau, and then Fleetwood. And it's Rose from down there on the lower level, up the slope, and it pulls up short and right by maybe 4.5 feet. So
conceded. That won't be conceded by any means.
What a great scene this is, isn't it, Sean? It's like a valley here that we're looking back down across the 8th green, the water down in the bottom. There's a little fountain there as well, creating ripples, and then a green, an emerald green pathway that leads up to the 8th tee on the top of the hill. It's an extremely picturesque part of Bethpage State Park, which is where we are.
Yeah, and it just shows you how much the fans here love the golf. I mean, we're as far from the clubhouse as you could possibly get, and it's 10 deep. People are excited. They're wanting to pull this USA team back to get them back in this match and in this Ryder Cup.
Yes, they'll sleep tonight, those who've come out here twice today. I can assure you of that. Down on the green, Bryson DeChambeau. So this for birdie. And as we suggested earlier, if you were listening, Rose's tee shot actually rolled down the slope and hit Bryson DeChambeau. So very, very similar. So he'll have watched very carefully what happened to Justin Rose's putt, which ended up short and right. So DeChambeau, again, this ever so rigid, stiff-armed putting stance of his. He's ready now to send the ball up the slope. Off it goes. Huge cheer from somewhere else on the course. We'll hear about that shortly. And still DeChambeau's ball rolls, but that also pulls up short.
Yeah, but it's you get it up on top. It really works away from you there. I can see it's just been conceded. Yeah, so it was really a good putt, but really leaves it to Tommy to win the hole.
Yep, so Fleetwood with his birdie attempt to come, but Ali?
Yeah, big roars. We're around the back of the 9th green. There's a huge spectator pavilion here. People sitting on benches right at the front of that, standing at bars behind it as well. The big roar for JJ Spawn's second shot from about 170 yards or so. He's in to within about 8-9 feet. Birdie chance coming. USA 2 down in the first match out on the golf course. Kat.
Looks like it's going to be pars for both Justin Thomas and Cameron Young here on the 7th. In fact, the ball of Cameron Young has been lifted off the surface of the green by Ludwig Aubert, and his putt has been conceded, so they're already in for a par as Aubert paces back towards his ball. Long birdie putt for the Swede. This is about 30-40 feet, and if this drops, well, it would be a win for the Europeans here on the 7th hole, and the first hole that they would have won today. 2 down at the moment against Cameron Young and Justin Thomas. The ball now on its way, tracking down to the left-hand side. This looks good from Aubert. Oh, it's not going to go in. Just a tap in for par then for Aubert, and the hole will be halved in pars, and Aubert and Højgaard will remain 2 down as we move off under the tunnel, under the big grandstand with the white picket fence to the 8th tee. John Murray.
Back at the 8th, where Tommy Fleetwood, remember, had that putt from out of the collar of rough and left that 4 feet short.
Yeah, that's the third putt that we've seen today that really he's just misplayed the speed. I don't know if he was thinking it was downhill, but as we look, it's a dead flat putt.
So now Rose has got to hold this for the half. He's missed it, but Tommy Fleetwood still has a putt here. He still has a putt for his par 3. But that's a miss, and that'll all add to the tension and the nerves. That from Rose from 4 feet.
These guys are so good. That shouldn't hang with him, but he'll be disappointed. That it was a really poor effort, really, for the first putt. But coming up 35 feet, now he's put the pressure on Tommy, who just hit a really poor putt from 15 feet.
And this is where match play, Sean, as you well know, can play with the mind.
Could have easily given him this putt. I mean, Bryson wasn't in at 3 feet, and they gave it to him, I guess assuming that Tommy was going to hit a good putt. So
this is 4 feet and a little bit. This has got to go in. This to halve this hole in par 3s. If Fleetwood misses this, and he does not, right in the middle.
Yeah, dead center. That's a great stroke. We could tell from where we're watching. He just hit it, smashed in the back.
Yeah, that was very much the putt of the FedEx Cup winner. So the hole is halved in par 3s, and after 8 holes of this match, Griffin and DeChambeau remain 1 up on Fleetwood and Rose.
Justin Rose missed that putt. Tommy Fleetwood saved it. He said, Justin Rose, ahead of the Ryder Cup getting underway, he said, ultimately, what you're looking for in a partnership is having the comfort level where if things go wrong, there's not that moment where heads go down and you feel like you're letting one another down. That's the line you can't cross. And he went on to say, Katrina, who is alongside Asprey's Bull at the moment, you can't say sorry. And I wonder, there are probably lots of amateur golfers listening to this, I include myself, I feel like I spend half my time saying sorry on a golf course. When was the last time you said sorry on a golf course? Because I think Justin Rose sums up this professional mentality brilliantly there.
Yeah, you can't say sorry on a golf course. I mean, I think your partner knows you're trying your hardest. Everyone's out there trying to hit good shots. No one wants to hit a bad shot. And the last thing you want to hear is your partner saying sorry for a bad shot, because what can you do about it? You just got to get on to the next one.
So do you know when you last said sorry?
When you last said sorry, Katrina, or when I last... Oh, well, I nearly said sorry to Katrina for pushing in the water at the 8th mark, so we're making our way around the little pond in front of the 8th green. It's a bit slippy around there. Katrina, last time you said sorry on a golf course?
I don't know, probably, actually. Not something I would say desperately often.
Right, let's get Ollie Wilson. When did you last say sorry on a golf course?
Probably 2008 in Valhalla.
Andrew McGee?
Oh, I say it all the time because I get really lucky and I have to apologize.
Good answer. Sean McKeel.
When did you last say sorry on a golf course to anyone? Sean's got the look of a man who's probably never said sorry.
Nobody wants to play golf with me. I'm always playing by myself.
No, there are some
Sean.
Very differing answers there. Katrina doesn't say sorry. Ollie when he was in the Ryder Cup in 2008. Andrew because he's always lucky. And Sean doesn't because nobody wants to play golf with him. I mean, they're 4 varied answers. What are you watching, John?
We're watching the Fleetwood Rose Griffin DeChambeau match. They're climbing up onto the 9th tee, so preparing to play their tee shots here at the par 4.
Okay, Ian, McIlroy, Lowry?
Yeah, also 1 up now for McIlroy and Lowry. We're on the 7th. Second shots coming in very shortly on this long par 4 from these two.
All right, but you've said sorry recently, haven't you?
I tell you what, I used to play, and I've been sacked. I used to play in sort of family and mixed competitions with my wife Sarah, and very early in those days I said, now listen, if something goes wrong, don't say sorry. I'm not going to say sorry, you don't say sorry, we're all trying our best. And sure enough, I didn't say sorry when I put the ball in the bunker, and she said, what did you do that for?
And JJ Spawn, maybe his partner is going, what have you just done there, Ali?
It's bouncy, boisterous bedlam. It's the noisiest I've heard it, around the back of this 9th green. It is entirely horseshoed by thousands of fans. Really interesting strategy here, Katrina Matthew, because it's birdie putts a go-go for all of the players here. Striker went from about 30 feet and missed for Europe. Spawn was about 8-9 feet away. Scheffler 15 feet away. Spawn went first and missed.
Yeah, and Ram's in there about 14 feet and getting a great read from Scheffler, so I think they let Spawn go first, hoping that he was going to hole so Scheffler wouldn't give Ram the line of the putt, but it's slightly backfired on them now.
Love the strategy, the thinking behind a Ryder Cup 4-ball. Europe in this match, Rahm and Striker 2 up on the world #1 Scotty Scheffler and the US Open champion JJ Spawn. Red, white and blue flags gently fluttering
above the grandstands, beyond Scheffler. 15-footer, heading for the hole. He stands, he looks, he stares. It's another one that doesn't disappear below ground. Jon Rahm's seen the line. If he makes another birdie here, Europe suddenly 3 up at the turn.
Yeah, that's starting to get to a big lead, isn't it? And Rahm was in there and his caddy pretty quickly looking at that to try and get the line. And this is a golden opportunity now to the 3 up.
Well, Jon Rahm made for these moments, loves these moments. US Open champion, Masters champion, Ryder Cup winner with Europe before. Such a force he was in Rome 2 years ago. Getting a fair bit of stick from the New York fans here. A lot of noise about as he gets ready to putt, and eventually that noise is going to drop to a whisper. The odd cat call, the odd shout still coming. Rahm is not flustered. He's focused. The European message this year, our time, our place at Bethpage. 3-1 up from the foursomes. Rahm with about a 14-footer birdie chance to go back-to-back birdies to put Europe 3 up, and he's seen the line from Scheffler as well. Rahm just settles the putt ahead, small putt ahead behind the ball. Again, that familiar widening of the stance, shakes the shoulders, looks at the hole, strokes it towards the hole, heading for the hole. No, he bends the knees, it doesn't quite drop, and the chance goes a-begging for Europe. A good chance as well, because Jon Rahm had seen the line of Scotty Scheffler's putt. Crikey, it is loud in there. I tell you what, that is some atmosphere around that 9th green. It is still, Katrina, it's still good-natured. It's on the right side, and this is just a classic Ryder Cup Friday afternoon, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. I mean, we're just having a ball out here, aren't we? I mean, yeah, you're right. The crowd is still very good-natured. You know, obviously they're cheering the Americans. You'd expect that, cheering them louder, wanting them to win, trying to get them up, trying to get them going.
4 balls at the Ryder Cup on 5 Live. Rahm and Straka, they've hit the turn. They're 2 up, 9 to play against Scotty Scheffler and JJ Spaun.
It's exactly what you want sport to be at the moment. It is tense, it is tight, it's being played in glorious weather, and the atmosphere is crackling, and it is building with the leading group in the 4 balls at the turn. They're about to play the 10th. We are with you every step of the way tonight here on 5 Live, and we will be with you till the final putt on Sunday evening, UK time, Sunday afternoon, US.
And that is the case all the way through here on RyderCup.com, or indeed, if you're out there, resplendent sunshine beating down onto your back. James Gregg with you, and our brilliant team of BBC commentators guiding you round this day 1 afternoon 4-ball session. Europe up in 2, USA up in 2. Let's run you through it in case you've just lost track over the course of the last half an hour or so. The world number 1 Scotty Scheffler partnering JJ Spaun. 3 major championships they've won between them this year, but that's no good at the moment. They're 2 down to Jon Rahm, the Spaniard, and the Austrian Sepp Straka. So blue in the board there. Then follows what has been, so far, an excellent Ryder Cup debut match for Ben Griffin. He's playing alongside Bryson DeChambeau, who had a humbling defeat in that foursome session alongside Justin Thomas this morning. They're at the moment 1 up over Tommy Fleetwood and Justin Rose. That's a real humdinger of a match. Looking forward to getting our teeth stuck back into that one. Whilst Cameron Young on his Ryder Cup debut as well, no less, the New Yorker, born in the Bronx, partnering Justin Thomas. They're on the 8th hole at the moment. They're 2 up over Ludvig Åberg and Rasmus Højgaard. The Dane on debut, of course, in that particular match. While Sam Burns, Patrick Cantlay, they trail Rory McIlroy and Shane Lowry by 1 hole. They're playing the 7th. Let's get back down to the action with our brilliant team on the golf course.
Always let me know about it. Weekend mornings
on BBC Radio 5 Live.
The Ryder Cup 2025
with Mark Chapman
on BBC Radio 5 Live.
Europe up in 2 and down in 2 in the afternoon 4 balls. One of the ones they are down in is the Cam Young Justin Thomas against Ludvig Åberg and Rasmus Højgaard. Catherine Downs.
Yeah.
Justin Thomas just looking a little bit ragged at the moment. His tee shot on the par 3 8, 210 yards, finding that big bunker that's cut into the bank to the left-hand side of the green that's shaped like an upturned pair of sunglasses. And Justin Thomas, he had plenty of green to work with, nice downward little bunker shot, but just put it too far to the left of the hole. So he's about 10, 11 feet or so from the hole for a par. But here's Rasmus Højgaard just chipping from the rough to the right-hand edge of the green. Oh, he's left that short. Had to be so delicate with it though, didn't he?
Yeah, right in the jaws too, but a beautiful little chip to secure the par. Give his partner a free run. That's what you want, is a free run with no bad things can happen.
Well, they haven't conceded the putt, but we have Ludvig Aubert with a birdie chance to come. Ian, where are you?
We're at the 7th, and Rory McIlroy has a putt to win the hole from 25 to 30 feet from just off the right edge of the green. Both the Americans missed the green with their approaches on this long par 4, but both have played good third shots. One, Sam Burns from deep off the back of the green, and then from the bunker guarding the front right, Patrick Cantlay, and both should be able to make their pars from there. But McIlroy has this for birdie. Hit his approach to pin high, downhill to start with, and then turning a little from left to right potentially. On its way, I tell you what, this looks pretty good. Yes, it's in! Oh, and he's fist pumping again as the world number 2 and Masters champion. Arms aloft in celebration, European cheers, and suddenly the European pair in the bottom match have gone 2 up, having been 1 down. Oliver Wilson.
That was brilliant. One of the hardest holes on the golf course. Showed his absolute strength there, flying a long iron all the way back to the flag. Fantastic putt.
Cat.
Birdie chance is missed for Ludvig Aubert, looking for back-to-back European birdies there after that stunning score from Rory McIlroy. But here on the 8th, the ball refuses to drop below the surface of the green, and Ludvig Aubert perplexed once again from 25 feet away. He's got his hand on his hip, but these putts are just not dropping for the big swing.
Not dropping yet. They need to dodge this bullet here by Cameron Young. Just a dart into this long downhill par 3 at playing about 220 with the pin way back like that. Great shot here by Cameron Young. He's the hot putter in this Thomas Young twosome. Can he make one? Can he make this one? Do you feel it?
Looking at his past track record in the early stages of this 4-ball contest, Andrew McGee, I would say yes. And this one is about 25 feet down the slope on this helter-skelter of a green, really, isn't it? 2-tier green, the pin cut high on that back tier, and he's got to come down the slope from the back edge of the green down towards the pin. Wipes the blade of the putter on the palm of his hand. The trees behind him, big bank of trees, thick woodland, the trees and the leaves just beginning to turn into a golden tri-state autumn as Cameron Young prepares to send this birdie putt on his way. This to win the hole here on the 8th for the US side, to send them 3 up. The crowd encouraging the ball every inch of the way, but it won't go in for Cam Young. So I think the hole is going to be halved in par 3s, and the advantage still to the US side. 2 up for Young and Justin Thomas on Ludvig Aubert and Rasmus Højgaard. And I think Aubert and Højgaard have not conceded this par putt, so the boos ring out around the 8th. How about that?
How about that? Cameron Young hit it a little too far past the hole. Justin Thomas out of the bunker about 10 feet for par. So this is a little bit of Seve Ilazabal back in the old days. The one closest to the hole, which is Young, is going to putt first.
You'd do the same thing though, wouldn't you, McGee?
Oh yeah, just clean it up. Show them how good you are. Just tap it in.
From 3 feet or so then, Cam Young, and this to ensure the par, which halves the hole and keeps their lead at 2 up here in this 3rd match in the Friday afternoon. 4 balls, yep, no mistake from the Long Islander on his home turf, and with the applause of the crowd ringing in his ears, he hands his putter to his caddy, and off we go to the 9th hole.
And let's go to the 8th, where I think there may be a pumped-up Rory McIlroy on that tee, Ian Carter.
Yeah, he is pumped up. 223-yard par 3, and after what Kat's just been describing, the green clears, and they will be going with their their tee shots on the par 3. 223 yards, as I say, downhill, I mean, it's a glorious afternoon to play golf, isn't it, Ollie?
It's very toasty out here. It's fantastic. Great atmosphere. Certainly the crowd have come alive after this morning. And a little bit of, Rory has come alive too. So Shane needs to try and match him, try to see if he can support him a little bit.
Here he is then. Over this tee shot. Always a nice, languid, rhythmic swing from Shane Lowry. The flag located right in the back corner, and that's where the ball has landed. Super shot from Shane Lowry. He's put it to 12 feet.
Just like that. That's the kind of stuff that we need to be seeing. Fantastic long iron shot, flighting it in there. Pin high, 10 feet. Lovely.
McIlroy's on fire. He's birdied 3 of the last 4 holes. He should have birdied the 3rd as well, where he horseshoed out with a short range birdie putt. That was the par 3 where his tee shot covered the flag all the way. So he's playing like the Masters champion. He's playing like the world number 2. He's playing like the rock that he has become for Europe's Ryder Cup effort. And here he is now, looking to get inside Shane Lowry's tee shot. And this is on a towering trajectory, but it's swinging away to the right of the green, bounces into the rough and then kicks left down towards the putting surface and then settles down in the rough, very close to the putting surface, the green.
Yeah, you can just see the wind hit that in the air, just pushed it right to the green, but it's had a lovely bounce, and actually probably only 15 feet away from the flag, so a really good opportunity to chip in for birdie.
Yeah, he'll fancy that, no doubt about it. And we can see the top of the ball, and we're a good 100 yards away, so it's not sitting down in the rough at the moment. Now, let's see what happens here with Sam Burns as he gets ready with his tee shot here for the United States, who suddenly find themselves 2 down in this bottom match. McIlroy turning on the afterburners at the moment. So here we go. And there's the swing, and there's the shot, and the ball is on its way and right into the middle of the green and just catching the slope, which takes it back down away from the flag and into the middle of the green. So the final of this 4 ball is Patrick Cantlay, and he gets ready with his tee shot.
Yeah, he's just getting over it now. He's looking at probably around a 6 iron. Just trying to carry that ridge that you just talked about, try and get it pin high to give himself an opportunity. Otherwise, it just feeds away from the hole, leaving like a 30-foot putt up the hill.
And he knows Lowry is in pretty close, 12 feet away. That's the best of the tee shots so far. There is a pond in front of the green, big expanse of water, very, very calm, but there is no danger of that being a factor on this hole, especially with the flag located in the back right. So Cantlay sends his tee shot away. It's going to land in the back left of the green, just beyond it, just through the back of the green, as we take you to John Murray.
Bryson DeChambeau for birdie at the 9th, but no, it does not drop. They're in the stands here, and the hospitality stands here are right next to the green. They've got a great view from up there. And Bryson DeChambeau, I think, has that been conceded, Sean? I think it probably has.
Well, I mean, he was only a couple of feet, and we've seen that today. This foursome has been apt to give putts.
It has. They have.
That's why I was surprised they didn't give Tommy his putt.
So Fleetwood, Justin Rose. It's effectively become DeChambeau against Rose on this hole. And you can hear someone shushing the spectators in the stands. There's a very posh stand just next to me where they're sitting on bar stools, and they're very well behaved, and they're watching Justin Rose now. This 15-16 feet, this to win the hole for Europe, but no, that does not drop either. Bryson DeChambeau walks forward, a little nod. Yep, that is conceded. And actually, yep, that's it. The hole is halved, Sean, in par 4s. So USA remain 1 up at the turn in this match.
I mean, this really is not really a birdie hole as long as it's playing. The guys didn't hit great iron shots in there, but Justin had a great opportunity.
Yep, chance gone there for Justin Rose. And listen to this. Bryson DeChambeau walks through there, fixed expression on his face. Teeth clenched, you can tell, and there are a few very powerful high fives I'm not surprised if maybe fingers haven't been dislocated there by that. And off they go through to the 10th tee. Justin Rose impassive as he walks through them.
I did worry, John, when Ben Griffin chest bumped Bryson DeChambeau that a Bryson from a couple of years ago, when he was a bit bulkier, could have broken a couple of ribs there on Ben Griffin.
Ben Griffin could have bounced into the next county.
So Rahm and Straka are 2 up on Scheffler Spawn. Griffin and DeChambeau 1 up on Rose. Young and Thomas 2 up on Erberg and Højgaard. McIlroy and Lowry 2 up on Burns and Cantlay. To the Hawthorns, Nathan Alban, early goal.
Early goal for West Brom against Leicester. 10 minutes gone. It's Samuel Illing Jr. on his first start for West Brom. He wriggled his way onto the green of the penalty area and just puts it into the bottom corner with his left foot against the run of play. But it's West Brom 1, Leicester 0.
Let's go back to the par 3/8 after the tee shots, and now you've got to the green, Ian and Ollie. Is that advantage Europe?
It is, because certainly Shane Lowry is closest. We've got a chip to come for Patrick Cantlay, who's just taking his first practice swing for that. Lengthy birdie putt for Sam Burns. An eminently makeable chip for Rory McIlroy from just off the green. But the big advantage is that the Europeans are 2 up in this match already, as Cantlay sends this chip across the green. Looks good and just shaves the hole, and it runs on, and it runs on by a good 6 feet.
Yeah, again, slightly clumsy from around the green, but giving it a chance. I think Sam Burns put up the hill. It's 30 feet, but it should be relatively straightforward.
These greens they look to me relatively easy to read. There doesn't seem to you've played majors here. Give us an idea.
Yeah, coming back here, I didn't remember them being so flat. They're obviously in perfect condition, but the front 9 for sure, there's not a lot of break going on, so you feeling like if you're hitting good putts, you can hold a lot. But on the back 9, there tends to be a few more ridges, a little bit more break around the holes.
Well, here he goes. Sam Burns is next to putt, leaving the flag in the hole. And he sends the ball up the hill and then swinging from left to right towards the hole. Oh, it's a lovely putt, but not quite strong enough, and it comes up just short. Don't think that will be conceded. They've been quite, well, I wouldn't say they've been generous, the Northern Irishman and the Irishman so far, even though Sam Burns has such a great reputation with the putter.
No, it's, what can it be? 2 feet? Certainly making them put everything at the moment, just maybe trying to get into their heads.
Yeah, the wiles of match play.
Yeah, that's why match play is so much fun. There's just a few little intricacies that you can do, switch tactics up a little bit. But the main thing is just keeping pressure on the players at all time and make them earn those victories on each hole.
Downhill lie here for McIlroy.
Yeah, green going slightly away from him, slightly downhill, but a good lie, really good chance to get this in.
Sends it onto the putting surface towards the hole and shaves the left edge. Beautiful chip. And I think Cantlay has just looked at McIlroy and said, you can pick that up. Lovely. McIlroy going for the pocket. Oh no, he is picking it up. I thought he was getting the marker out, but no, so a par in the bank, and that means that Lowry can go for this.
Yep, 10 feet, again, straight up the hill, not a lot going on, really good opportunity, and these are the ones that you've got to take advantage of. You just can't miss the opportunities at this stage. Heading into the back 9 shortly, 3 up would be a lot better than 2.
And let's be clear, it doesn't really alter the dynamic for Lowry, does it? In the way that, you know, us amateurs play, where we say, you get the 4 and I can go for the 3, or more like, you get the 6 and I can go for the 7, and then of course you get very aggressive and overhit it. That's not the dynamic here.
It's not, no. I get that in Prime sometimes when you're playing with a team and it's like, nah, that doesn't really apply anymore. You're good. I think I can handle this one. Shane can certainly handle this.
Yeah, and this would be great for Lowry, not just because it would put the Europeans 3 up, but he's already made a significant contribution on the 2nd. Can he do it here on the 8th? It's been the Rory McIlroy's show so far, but that one doesn't drop, and so 2 short-range putts coming up for the Americans. Well, of course, Cantlay's is about 6 feet, but a short one to come for Burns, so you would think this hole will be halved and the Europeans will remain 2 up.
Yeah, I mean, that's a shame for Shane, because as soon as he hit it, he was out of it and ran away, and Rory's just ran over to the back of the green to make sure he doesn't get too down on himself as he walked off berating himself, I think, as he missed it.
Okay, well, here is Sam Burns. I'm hearing cheers from elsewhere on the course, and Alistair Bruce Ball will be able to tell us about those in just a moment. But here's Cantley's putt, and it's in, so this hole has been halved. Ali.
Scheffler, he's not going to be missing putts all day. Chance to win a hole, make an impact for the USA on the par 4 10th. Everything falls silent. 12 foot for Scheffler. Will this one drop for him? No, it's another one. It's another one, and he stands there aghast, and he looks down at the floor and his feet and the putt ahead, and Scotty Scheffler is unable to convert the birdie putt on the 10th, Katrina Matthews. So Europe remain 2 up in the match. They're just not dropping.
No, I mean, he's had great chances on the last 3 holes for birdie and just can't quite get any of them in. I mean, they're not even touching the sides. It's not as if they're lipping out. They're just, well, they're not going in. And that's a real kind of escape, I would say, for Europe on that hole.
Yeah, it was. Sepp Struck had a birdie attempt from about 30 feet away, Mark. He couldn't make that. I mean, Scheffler's iron play there, wonderful, from distance into about 12 feet. But we've seen 3 or 4 of those this afternoon, either to win holes or make halves, and he's not quite been able to find it. He will hang in there, we know that, but they're 2 down.
If he was in a major, he would have made 75% of those, wouldn't he? At the very least, Katrina.
Yeah, I think he would. I mean, we've seen him playing over this year, the last couple of years, and he does have rounds where he just doesn't quite hold some, but you just never know when they do come. When he drops one, we were just saying that, Ali, if he gets one in, you wouldn't be surprised if he hold a few in a row after that.
So Europe are 2 up in 2 of the matches. Let's go to the match where the Americans are 2 up. This is Young and Thomas against Öberg and Højgaard, Cassin Andrew.
Yeah, one of those giant shouts that Ian heard from further on down the course was for Cameron Young and his approach shot into this 9th. Absolutely stunning. You can barely see at the top of his head down in the dip as the fairway makes the turn round from right to left and then up towards this elevated green, and he struck it absolutely perfectly. The crowd thought it was heading to the hole. It looked like it was heading in the hole, but it's landed just past the pin by a couple of feet. He's going to be able to kick it in for a birdie. Ludwig Aubert for the European side has followed him into within 6 feet. This is quality golf. This is a quality match, Andrew McGee.
Yeah, Cameron Young's really come to play. He's really showing the New York fans who he is. This is his come-out party. I know he hasn't won a major yet, but maybe this will spur him on. His shots are that shot there hooked 20 yards from where he hit it to get to this left front pin. Perfect position.
And we noticed, didn't we, Andrew, a group of people who look the spitting image of Cameron Young. One of them a woman. There's two boys and a woman, and I managed to sneak a look at her accreditation on the way past. Kelsey Young, so I'm assuming that is Cameron Young's sister. She went wild when that ball landed a couple of feet away from the pin, waving the stars and stripes in the air and whooping. And Justin Thomas's wife is standing just in front of us here as well. Justin Thomas, his ball coming up slightly shy of the green here, but it's Aubert really against Cameron Young for the honours here on the 9th. Justin Thomas in the bunker to the front edge of the green on the left-hand side. Last couple of holes he's found the sand as he's been flying for these flags, and the wind just beginning to pick up, which is adding a bit of spice here at Bethpage Black.
Yeah, just what they want. They want the greens to be firmer. They want the fairways to start rolling a little bit. We haven't seen that yet. Justin Thomas with a nice splash out of the bunker with about 5 foot left for par, which is going to help Cameron Young a little bit with this par putt, this birdie putt he has coming up.
Pops up like a meerkat, doesn't he, Justin Thomas, to see over the lip of the bunker and see where that one landed. Really good effort from the American. That's 3-4 feet or so from the hole. Should be able to pop that in for his par. But it's Cameron Young just a couple of feet away here who has the best chance of claiming this hole for Team USA. They're 2 up against Ludwig Aubert and Rasmus Højgaard. And this crowd are sensing that lead could grow here on the 9th green. Big plume of barbecue smoke rising up into the sky from down the right-hand side where the beer tent is and the market and the food. The food and drink here is free for spectators, not the alcohol, but you can get free water, free food. Just walk into any of the concession tents and help yourself. It's all to stop queues. It means you can be out on the course and you can enjoy the drama. But there are a few beers being consumed, even though you do have to pay quite a premium for them.
For $700 for a ticket, free food is a lovely idea.
Yeah, it softens the blow slightly, doesn't it? And they're getting their money's worth here on the opening day of the 45th Ryder Cup, that is for sure. What drama we've seen over these opening hours of this contest here at Bethpage Black, as the crowd is shushed, and Rasmus Højgaard sends his birdie putt across the green here on the 9th. It's not going to go. It's not going to go, so that means the big question is asked once again of Ludvig Åberg. Once again, he's about 10 feet away. These haven't been going in for him so far, have they, Andrew McGee?
Once again, you keep having these enough, one will go in, and that'll change everything for him. So, lining it up from the other side of the hole, Cameron Young, Ludvig Åberg. This is a shootout at the OK Corral. That's a corral near Tucson for you folks in England. Arizona, that is.
Wrong part of the country.
Gunslingers got some birdie putts here.
Yeah, the young guns, 28-year-old Cameron Young and 25-year-old Ludvig Åberg. It's going to be Åberg to fire first here on the 9th green. This for a birdie from just inside 10 feet. He's down on his haunches behind the ball now, and he wastes no time, Ludvig Åberg. So once he's read this line, he'll take 1, 2 little swipes of the putter as he stands perpendicular to the line. Now he slides the putter behind the ball, and the ball will be on its way any minute now. He bends forward. He can't believe it. It's another putt missed. It's another short birdie putt missed for Ludvig Åberg inside 10 feet, and he couldn't take the opportunity there. And now it's over to Cameron Young after that stunner of an approach shot. Kelsey Young, his sister, comes galloping over to Justin Thomas, and Justin Thomas's wife, and Cameron Young's wife, she can't bear to watch. And the two boys, who look very much like Cameron Young as well, with that black cascade of curls coming out the back of their caps, they come to stand close to us as well. I wonder how many brothers and sisters he has, because they look just like him. We're going to have to do some digging here.
Yeah, and how much shaving cream they use, because you can tell they have a heavy beard, as a young family all probably does.
Yeah, Cameron Young, the bearded figure in the centre of the green, and this, another big moment for the rookie, the Ryder Cup rookie in his home state. This to extend the lead for Team USA in this third match out on the course to 3 holes. Just a little one. But how big could this be? It's in! It's in, and the arms are in the air for the USA wives, the girlfriends, the sister of Cameron Young, high-fiving all around us, and Cameron Young and Justin Thomas bump fist, and Justin Thomas waves his hands towards the crowd as if to say, louder, louder, we need to hear those cheers, low fives all around. And Justin Thomas is nodding at the crowd as he and Cameron Young walk through the tunnel towards the 10th tee. They're 3 up now as we make the turn against Ludvig Åberg and Rasmus Højgaard. They've got a stranglehold on this third match out on the course. 3 up as we go down to the 10th tee.
Andrew McGee, he's been brilliant so far, Cam Young, hasn't he?
Oh, he is the star of this team, with Justin Thomas's help just a little bit, but Cameron Young's in on every hole. He is the secure player. I feel like a star is born, you know, someone comes out of the woodwork, a rookie. Cameron Young, is this his come out tournament? Now he's just going to go crazy on the tour and win lots of tournaments. That can happen from a Ryder Cup experience.
And Åberg and Højgaard keep giving themselves chances, but they're going to have to take one of them soon. They're 3 down.
Well, yeah, this is Åberg has got the best chances. I mean, straight in, less than 10 footers. I think he's missed 3 of them now, which is why they're 3 down.
The Fleetwood Rose Griffin DeChambeau match could be the one at the moment. There's a little gap in all the others, but the one that you are watching, John, that's the one that's tight with the Americans 1 up.
Yeah, well, I've been saying to Sean, maybe for a few holes now, Sean McKeel, that just has the feel of a match that might go long, this one.
Yeah, I can very well see this going to 18. You know, outside of a few misplayed shots, I mean, Ben's kind of fallen off just a little bit with his game ever since he made that putt.
Since the long putt.
He really is. You know, you brought that up. You told me that, boy, the excitement, and you're not sure that's such a good thing. And you know, he hit the one right on, the par 3 8th. He hit it in the bunker off the tee here in the widest fairway of the golf course. Now he's really out of position here. He's got 40 yards over a bunker to a tight pin.
So he's in amongst the spectators, which I have to say are the thinnest that I've seen them on the course at this Ryder Cup here at the 10th. Maybe a little bit of fatigue creeping in, but Ben Griffin chopping it out of there, and he's landed it over the bunker on the front of the green. That is a great touch from there, and he's put it to 4 or 5 feet. That is a great shot.
I mean, as soon as you write him off, he pulls off a shot. But unfortunately, pars aren't going to win this match. You know, they're going to have to make some birdies, and he can't leave everything up to Bryson. So he's got
that was the side shot, wasn't it?
He's got a few holes left to kind of right the ship, but he needs to do it quickly.
Yeah. The other 3 are all on the green. Both Fleetwood and Rose, excellent shots in, and Bryson DeChambeau, similar sort of range. You know, the sort of 10, 15.
He's the only one that's really been out of play all day. So he's certainly not tired since he didn't play this morning, but. You know, maybe still a little bit of nerves. He might be fighting his golf swing just a little bit. It's hard to say, but he's played a beautiful pitch. But again, pars aren't going to do much to win this match.
Well, birdie chances to come for both Fleetwood and Rose and DeChambeau. And remember, in this match, the United States are 1 up. In fact, you know, we're on the 10th, Sean, and only 1 hole has been won.
Yeah, I mean, the play really has been good. We just haven't seen a whole lot of birdies. And so hopefully we're going to start to see some fireworks here before too long. I think we're going to see some real accessible pins. We're starting to turn downwind a little bit. We got a par 5 coming up. So this hole is 502 yards into the wind. So a birdie would definitely win it.
Well, I can see on the scoreboard here, Europe up in 2, the Americans up in 2 in these afternoon 4 balls after Europe won the foursome series this morning by 3 points to 1. It was 3-0 before the United States won the last match out this morning. But Bryson DeChambeau now is just placing his ball on the green. We're standing probably about 50 yards short of the green, and he is putting right in our direction, so we have to stay as still as can be. Down below in front of the bunker, the long grass just gently waving from one side to the other. DeChambeau is ready now for this birdie putt down the 10th towards us from 15, 18 feet. Still he waits. Still he waits. And then eventually sends it on its way down towards the hole, and he puts his palms apart as if to say, why did that not do as I wanted it to do? And it stays up.
I don't know if that's just high expectations or what he's trying to show there. That was 30 feet. I mean, he hit a good putt there, but do you really expect to make that from 30 feet? Maybe he does.
Been conceded though, Sean, and somewhat longer than I thought. And he turns away. He looks to the blue skies, the puffy white clouds above here. And now the 2 Europeans. So 2 chances here, you know, not gimmies by any means, but chances for Fleetwood and Rose, so they're coming up. But Ian?
Yep, we're here at the 9th, and we've got 2 balls on the green. Sam Burns for the United States, Rory McIlroy after an extraordinary shot, curling it round a tree. And his partner Shane Lowry is splashing from the greenside bunker, and he would hope that would have spun back more. Slightly clumsy, flying it past the flag, and he's put it to 15 feet.
Yeah, just got that groove low, came out and flew just past the hole. Just a slight miscue, but no damage done.
Patrick Cantley also in the bunker on the left as we take you to John.
So this, Tommy Fleetwood, the first of the 2 Europeans to go for birdie here at the 10th, and actually just steps away now. There was a little bit of noise in the crowd, and he's just settled himself again. So Tommy Fleetwood now, the Europeans in this navy blue, light blue outfit, and Fleetwood for birdie. It does not drop. He puts his fingers to the bridge of his nose.
I mean, he's going to put a mark on that ball. His speed control, could he be getting a little tired? It's hard to say. I mean, he had a long PGA Tour schedule, a lot of energy exhibited today with his partner Rory McIlroy, but he is not. He's hit a few long, and he left that one really short on number 8. So he's not putting particularly well today.
Yep. You watched him this morning, the big win that he had with Rory McIlroy, 5-4 against Morikawa and English. And Justin Rose sat it out this morning, just like 2 years ago when he, in the afternoon, partnered Robert McIntyre so memorably. But here he is with Tommy Fleetwood, standing to one side, and Justin Rose now from the front of the green. This from 15 feet, this for the birdie to bring the match level, but no, he does not like it. It does not drop for Rose, and USA remain 1 up after 10. Ian.
Rory McIlroy, this for a birdie on its way now. Here on the 9th, it looks good, but not quite. Not quite. It was a really good effort from McIlroy, and it means that Sam Burns is going to have a birdie putt to win this hole and halve the arrears. Remember, the Europeans in this bottom match, Lowry and McIlroy, are 2 up. Overall score 3-1 from this morning.
It was a great putt, that, Rory. He stayed in his posture after the ball had left the face for a long time, just waiting for it to drop, and it just slid past. You could see how disappointed he was. He definitely teased him on the way there.
It's lively round here, isn't it?
It feels very American-centric around this 9th green. It's grandstands all around the entire green, and this will erupt if this putt goes in from Sam Burns.
Yeah, Sam Burns with this putt to win the hole for the Americans, and he's over it now and ready to go, and all the lining up taking place with an absolute din, and now silence. But it'll erupt if this goes in for Sam Burns. On its way. No, it doesn't drop. Ali Brousport.
Scotty Scheffler again. Scotty Scheffler with putter in hand from shortest range on the 11th, 2 down in this first 4-ball out on the course. It doesn't drop again, and Scheffler turns, looks at his caddy Ted Scott, thumps his right thigh in frustration. John Rahm now from closer range has a birdie putt to put Europe 3 up. Ted Scott, Katrina Matthew, was heavily involved in the reading of that putt. Scotty Scheffler is struggling on the greens.
He is, whether he thinks he's reading them badly, but he definitely called Ted Scott in on that one, which is unusual. We've not seen him look at putts before. But I noticed there he's up and out of them very quickly. That ball was probably only a 10-foot putt, and he was up and out of his putt while it was only probably halfway to the hole. Knew he'd missed it.
John Rahm birdie putt to come to win the hole. Ian.
Rory McIlroy with a little short one to make sure of a half and to go to the turn. 2 up now. A real battle going on to just get some order. Still some voices being heard, but McIlroy's impervious and he knocks it in. Ali, we've got the Europeans 2 up here after that half.
Scotty Scheffler has opened the door for John Rahm. Can he walk through it on the 11th? If he holds this, Europe 3 up in the top match with 7 to play. Rahm playing with the Austrian Straka against Scheffler and Spawn. And Scotty Scheffler looks downcast to the right of the green. John Rahm has a chance to make him pay. Short range up the hill on the 11th from Rahm. Yes, he gets it. He clenches his fist again. He looks at his playing partner, Sepp Straka. They exchange a low 5. And what you've got to do, Katrina Matthew, when your opponents offer you an opportunity like that, Scotty Scheffler is off with the putter. You've got to punish them. John Rahm did exactly that.
Absolutely. Against these top players, you've got to take your chances, and that's exactly what Rahm's done here. Go 3 up now, and the holes are starting to run out now for the Americans.
3 up, 7 to play for Rahm and Straka. Mark, I tell you what I've noticed, and I've noticed about a lot of the Europeans in the press conferences on the golf course this week. It is a quiet, steely, assured determination. They're not going over the top. John Rahm's hold the birdie putt. It's just that, right, got another one. We're moving on to the next hole. It is not over the top, but they are a team on a mission here. 3-1 up from the foursomes, and I think these two, Rahm and Straka, realise just how important this top match is, given that America are up in the middle too.
There are two things, Katrina, that I was going to say. Firstly, we were praising Cam Young for what he's done this afternoon for the Americans. John Rahm, both this morning and this afternoon, has led out Europe brilliantly.
He has. That was his 4th birdie of the day. I mean, Straka birdied the first, and then John Rahm's had four birdies on the next 11 holes. So, I mean, Straka's playing okay, but Rahm's definitely the one holding the putts and making the birdies.
And the other thing is, on that 11th hole, Scotty Scheffler nearly holed his second, didn't he?
Yes,
his shot into the green. So, I mean, he's just having no... On the one hand, he's having no luck, but on the other hand, as you say, he's just struggling to read anything.
Yeah, and you can see him, I think, starting to get frustrated. I mean, calling the caddy in, and then he misses it, looks over to the caddy as if, oh, that was the wrong line you gave me. Just the frustration. I mean, I think sometimes the harder you try and hole a putt, the
the more you seem to miss them.
Mark, you're right. The closest Scotty Scheffler has come to sort of pulling something off in this match was the bunker shot on the 7th, nearly holed it, and that pitch shot there from, a wedge from 100 yards or so, nearly spun it back into the hole. With the putter from close range, it's just not there today.
Is Cam Young continuing to dominate Herbert and Højgaard? Cap?
Well, Mark, there are 3 balls on the 10th green here. 2 of them, I believe, are American. 1 of them is European. I think it was Ludvig Aubert who found the bunker down the right-hand side of this par 4 off the tee. I'm not sure he's been able to advance it up to the green. So 3 balls on the green. Cam Young still going along brilliantly. Rather embarrassingly, I did do some digging into his family and made some inquiries about the girl who I said was his sister. She's actually his wife. Now, that is quite an embarrassing mistake to make, but she does look very much like him. Dark eyes, fringed with thick dark lashes, long dark cascade of tumbling curls. She's got that strong nose. She'd look good with a beard. Agreed?
God, I wasn't ready for that. But she does look like a sister. It's crazy. Or maybe the mother, this whole is that Oedipus complex? You marry someone that looks like...
Let's not get into that. No. And the two young men I was speaking to as well, they are actually his brothers-in-law, and they look just like him as well. They're not related to him, they're his brothers-in-law, but they all look very similar in the Young household. Maybe they're all from Long Island. Maybe the Long Island look is these dark eyes, dark curls, and a strong nose. Yes?
I'd leave it there.
Just,
we're a team and we're here for each other, but at the moment you're very much on your own, and
I know, sorry. Well, it was, in amongst all the wives and girlfriends asking him, is this your sister? No, it's his wife. Right, okay. Anyway, at least the facts are straight now, and it is Cameron Young and Justin Thomas who have made the green, and it is Rasmus Højgaard also on the green, and as I said, it was Ludvig Aubert whose tee shot found the bunker down the right-hand side, and he hasn't been able to reach the green in 2 here on the par 4 10th, so he's going to have to play up, and he's got an enormous kind of ridge, hasn't he, to play out of this big lumpy bunker down the right-hand side.
Well, it's important because he has to make that par. We've been talking about this over and over in this best ball format. Making a par here is very difficult up and down. He's probably at least 50 yards away from the flagstick. But to get this close, he's hit it over the green. That's not going to help Mr. Højgaard at all, but we're right on line with him. What do you think? Left edge right behind his ball. You think it's left edge?
Well, it's definitely going to move down the slope, isn't it, from left to right, but it's a long way from the pit.
I want you in best ball format. I'll take you. Ian, you can take Chappers. I don't think he can golf.
Well,
Ian?
I think, is my name being taken in vain here?
I think both of our names have been taken in vain.
Sounded like it to me.
To be honest with you, let me just remind everybody, Rahm and Stracker are 3 up, and we're about to see them come down 12 here. Griffin and DeChambeau are 1 up as they play 11. Young and Thomas 3 up on the 10th, and McIlroy and Lowry are 2 up as well in front of Ian Carter. Should we go to John Murray watching Fleetwood Rose and Griffin DeChambeau?
Yes, as you say, the Americans 1 up in this match, playing the 11th, the par 4 11th, straight as can be, and we are watching Tommy Fleetwood playing from the right side of the fairway. The hole is cut front right, and that is bang on. It just bounces off, actually, the hole to the front right of the green, the white flag with number 11 on it fluttering away, and the ball has just hopped off the green there, so he's about 10 feet away.
Sean's
listening.
All right, you know how we were talking about Tommy Fleetwood this afternoon? Graham McDowell, in some of the stuff that he's been saying ahead of the Ryder Cup, told this really good story about how it can be really fun to play with Rory in the foursomes. And he said, I've played alternate a few times with Rory at the Ryder Cups, which is what Tommy did this morning. It's pretty fun to play off his tee shots. The problem is it's always weird then playing in the 4 balls in the afternoon and thinking to yourself, pretty sure I hit a 9-iron in here this morning, now I'm hitting a 5.
Yeah, well, so far in the last 4 or 5 tee shots, he's played first. So, some of that's just the wetness of the ground. But, yeah, I mean, Rory, who wouldn't be inspired by playing with Rory? As good as he hits his iron shots. I mean, we saw we saw how great he played this morning.
Oh, that's a great shot in by Justin Rose from the rough down the left side, but he had a great angle and he has hit it in there to 6 feet.
It is so funny, we stand back there watching Matt's way left, he's yelling for and all this, that and the other, and he's hit a great shot 5 feet.
Cat.
Birdie putt for Justin Thomas. We saw a beautiful lag effort from Rasmus Højgaard, just caressing the ball down the slope to come just a couple of inches from the pin. That was conceded by the Americans, and so the Europeans are in for a par 4-4 here on the 10th. They are now standing side by side. Alex Noren is going over with some refreshments just to keep them cool. A slap on the back for Højgaard. Remember, this is his first appearance at a Ryder Cup. 3 down at the moment to Justin Thomas and Cameron Young. And is that going to get even worse for Team Europe here on the 10th green as Justin Thomas sends the ball towards the hole? Birdie effort from the two-time major champion. Dip of the knees suggests it's not going to drop, just drives by on the left-hand side, but it's this man again.
Yeah, he is positioning himself every hole to be kind of the last putter, and he's making them, so he's feeling it. He's confident. He has the fans behind him. Cameron Young is showing me a lot of game today. I didn't know he was this good.
Well, he's the world number 20, Cam Young, and this is a course he knows very well in his home state and where he won the New York State Open back in his amateur days. Now here as a professional in his first Ryder Cup, and he's really showing the way to Team USA out here on this hot and sticky Friday afternoon. Birdie putt from 15 feet for Cam Young. This to win the hole, this to go 4 up. Ball on its way. No, he's already gesturing with his hand that it's missed to the right-hand side. So the hole will be halved in par 4s. But as we head to the 10th tee, it is Justin Thomas and Cameron Young who lead 3 up. It's the 11th tee. Sorry, I'd forgotten where we were on the course. It's getting really rather hot, and we're getting a little bit parched here. We're going to go and find some cooling water. We're off to the 11th, Mark.
Okay, you're off to the 11th. We're waiting for the approach shots here at 12. Alistair Bruce-Ball and Katrina Matthew have joined us here with John Rahm and Sepp Straka 3 up, and we're also keeping an eye back on. You're on the 11th, are you, John Murray?
Yes, we are, and all 4 players have now arrived up towards the green here, which is just in front of us, and Ben Griffin will be first to play. He made the middle of the green, but he again hit a shot that spun right back down the slope off the front.
The wind, which should have was downwind off the tee, is now straight out of the right, which is out of the west. Really high spin player. You watch his ball come in. I mean, this is a disadvantage, I think, for the American team. I think the American team, it's not a fault of their own. I think they prefer a firmer, faster golf course, but they just didn't get it. And they're not taking advantage of, some of the space that they've been given behind the hole to use some of these backstops.
Now, the whole army of people, we had a brilliant view, and now a whole army of people have actually moved into our path. So I think, Sean, we're going to have to try and find a better place to stand here and see what we can do. Let me see, we'll just have to move along here to a point where we can actually see past all of these people. How about that? Yeah, and we don't want to block anyone's view, Sean, so I think where we are here is ideal. I think we're okay. Yes, we're good here, Rob.
We haven't gotten yelled at so far today, but it's getting late in the day. I think people are starting to get oiled up pretty good out here now.
I think if you get yelled at Bethpage, you know about it. Right, let's see what we've got. So both DeChambeau and Fleetwood are just off the green, and Justin Rose has got the best birdie chance from round about 6 feet. So it is going to be Bryson DeChambeau, and it looks as though he's just going to try and chop this out.
I think he's up against the higher cut, so I don't think he can putt it because he can't get a putter back on. So he really needs to elevate his backswing to get just chopped down on the back of the ball, as you can see he's doing.
Yeah, this is a shot that needs the artist's touch, and he bumps it out down towards the hole, but a little short, and yeah,
just too much grass there. He just didn't have anything really.
So is that conceded? Yes, it is. It is conceded. So that is the par 4 for the Americans here, I think. No, it wasn't conceded. No,
so.
It wasn't conceded, so it wasn't as close as I thought.
We didn't get a call Ben's putt because we couldn't see, but yeah, they didn't concede that. So maybe we're at the point in the match now that they're going to start making these guys putt everything from 3 feet.
Well, we're on the 11th. We're heading towards the sharp end of this match. And as you can hear, the people behind us, there's a comment up there, I think, about one of the wives that didn't go down terribly well among some of the people in the stands. It's the first thing of that nature that I've heard on the course. So it will be Ben Griffin who will putt for the par 4 for the United States, but that doesn't go in, and this is match play.
What a disappointing bogey there. I mean, he couldn't have had any more than pitching wedge into this green, and for it to hit pin high and spin back 30. Just a bad mistake, really.
And just to explain that, that's match play golf, isn't it? Even though Griffin had that putt, the Americans decided for him to.
Yeah, if the American team is away, they have the option of allowing the player to play in front of him. So just a little bit of strategy.
Right, Tommy Fleetwood then. So the Europeans have got 2 chances again. They had 2 chances to win the previous hole, the 10th, weren't able to take them. There is a good opportunity coming up for Justin Rose, but Tommy Fleetwood might just hold this. He has. European cheers at the 11th. And finally, this match is back all square. They've had chances, Fleetwood and Rose, and they've finally taken one. And they are all square, Sean McKeel.
Yeah, well, that's a putt. If we finally, as he's got his arm around him right now, you can see how much it means to him to make this putt. He finally got the right speed, got the right line, and just knocked it right in the middle and just ripped the hearts out of the American team.
Yep, so some of that red comes off the board, Mark, that we're looking at across the 11th. So all square, Griffin and DeChambeau against Fleetwood and Rose. And I have to say, it did feel that it was coming that this match would go back all square sooner or later.
Well, as the chant of USA rang round the 12th green as the players approached the big scoreboard away to our left, just went to grey for that Griffin, DeChambeau, Fleetwood, Rose game, and they are all square. And the Europeans behind us here are going through their songbook for John Rahm and Sepp Straka. Which provoked from the man behind me just a one-word response. If you heard that, many apologies. Nathan Alban, half-time of the football.
And it's West Brom 1, Leicester 0. Samuel Illing Jr. on full debut, a dazzling run into the box, and then the short-range precision of Sam Burns to roll the ball in. Leicester with plenty of attacking intent, but it's as if they've brought the wrong golf clubs today. 7 shots, none on target. Reminder, winner goes second. It's half-time, West Brom 1, Leicester 0.
Ali and Katrina, the other side of the 12th green, away from the fans behind me, which is making it a little bit difficult to hear over here.
Yeah, similar here, Mark. We're very close by. We're probably 5 yards away from where they're 3-4 deep behind us, and they want the American players to show some fight and get back into this match. Rahm and Straka 3 up, 7 to play. Playing here the par 4 12th. Long-range second shots, Katrina, have all found the putting surface. No one's closer than 20 feet. The balls are almost like sort of candles on a birthday cake surrounding the centrepiece, sort of dotted around the birthday cake. But I would say all of them sort of outside chances of birdie here. But Europe obviously in the driving seat, 3 up.
Yeah, I would say outside chances. That pin was just tucked over on the right-hand side, and no one really took it on. And Spons to go first, just from the left-hand side. The green's kind of downhill, left-to-right putt he's got.
Scottish Saltire displayed proudly, hanging over the ropes behind us. We are looking through the long grasses, which are swaying gently in the breeze here, to the left-hand side of the 12th green. Quite close to JJ Spawn. I drop my voice, then I can raise it again. This is turning left to right. It's on its way towards the hole. Spawn likes it. He really likes it. Oh, just misses on the left. That looks so good from here. Spawn looked interested for a while. It's rolled on a few feet by.
Yeah, that won't be given, but that was a really good try from JJ Spawn. You could see him. He moved to the side. He was watching it. He was praying. He was hoping it went in.
Do you think outside chances are actually... I'll ask you that in a second, Katrina. We're going to take you to Ian Carter.
And we're on the 10th here, and Rory McIlroy very close to chipping in, so that's a par 4 the Europeans. Here's Sam Burns now chipping from a similar position. If this goes in, the Americans win the hole, but it doesn't, and it's a good 3.5 feet away. But Patrick Cantlay, I think he got a bit lucky with his approach. It bounced onto the green, and he's got a real look at birdie here from about 10 feet.
Yeah, when we were watching the shot from about 200 yards on the fairway, it took off on a very low window, not really where we were expecting. But it's trundled up there, 10 feet, about a little left to right. Really good opportunity to bring some momentum to the US team here.
Yeah, the Europeans ahead, 3 up in the top match with Rahm and Straka against Scotty Scheffler and JJ Spawn. It's all square in the second match. Griffin and DeChambeau against Tommy Fleetwood and Justin Rose. And we've got an attempt at the half first for Sam Burns here as we take you to Ali Bruceball.
Scotty Scheffler, I think, next to go for the USA here. 12th green splashed in sunshine. Sunshine really sort of sizzling the skin late in the afternoon here. I was just going to ask you, Katrina, outside chances of birdie. I wonder whether outside chances are better for Scheffler than the closer ones. You know, and here he's putting before Rahm as well. Maybe that just takes a little bit of the pressure off.
Yeah, that's a really good thing there. I think, you know, he's probably not expecting to hold this, might just get a slightly freer putt, but we're just hearing the American crowd are beginning to, they're shouting, come on Scotty, show up. They're beginning to maybe not turn on him, but expect him to do something.
Yeah, heard another one a couple of holes ago. Come on Scotty, you're the world #1, show us what you can do. Can he do it here? Birdie putt on the way. He's given that a good firm hit up the hill. This one will nearly get to the hole, not quite. Rahm with a birdie chance to come to win the hole, to go 4 up with 6 to play. Ian.
Patrick Cantlay with this putt from 10 feet to win the hole at the 10th and half the arrears, 2 down at the moment. Just a 10-footer. They've already got the half. He can be aggressive. Sends the putt on its way towards the hole and in.
Big moment for America right there. Patrick Cantlay with the birdie and the halves the arrears. It means we go to the 11th with McIlroy and Lowry now just 1 up in their match here against Cantlay and Burns. Ali.
So John Rahm, 4 birdies on the card already. Been deadly with the putter when he's been given a chance. We're standing very close to him. A couple of the American fans just shouting something across the green. But again, we've seen this with John Rahm. The focus will not be disturbed. Just spins the putter casually in his right hand. Heavily bearded figure, the tall Spaniard. Stands over the green, which just falls into shade. Settles over the putt. This for birdie. This for 4 up with 6 to play. Rahm just wriggles into position again. Last look at the ball, sends it on its way, turning from left to right and pulls the putter between his legs. Didn't quite give it enough, and John Rahm couldn't quite do it that time.
No, a good try there, but and again, all he kind of has to do, they don't want to race anything past. Straka's putt hadn't been given. They're in the ascendancy, they're 3 up.
3 up, 6 to play. JJ Spawn just hanging around. He's going to have 1 more putt, but Scotty Scheffler's putt conceded, so he made his par. Rahm made his par. 3 up, Rahm and Straka. 6 to play. We're off to the 13th.
And again, they're a little bit oblivious around here. They're so busy shouting and chanting. I don't think they've noticed that European lead in the final match has just dropped by 1. As Ian was telling us, Ian and Ollie, so McIlroy and Lowry are 1 up. Rahm and Straka are 3 up. Fleetwood, Rose, all square now with Griffin and DeChambeau, and Young and Thomas continue to have the big lead over Aubert and Højgaard. They are 3 up, and that's the one that Kat is watching.
I am, and you can hear the chants here behind me in the grandstand as Justin Thomas and Cameron Young make the walk up onto the green here at the 11th. The marshals have been conducting the crowd, getting them to shout louder, and then the huge entourage following this US duo have been waving their little stars and stripe flags that they're walking around the course with here. Alex Noren is walking towards us, the vice captain for the European pairing here, out keeping an eye on Ludvig Aubert and Rasmus Højgaard, because you have to remember this is Rasmus Højgaard's first appearance at a Ryder Cup, only Ludvig Aubert's 2nd Ryder Cup, his first taste of an away Ryder Cup. There's a huge amount of pressure on the shoulders of these young players of 24 and 25 years old, and more pressure as well here in terms of this match on this 11th green. Both of the Americans in closer. It'll be the Europeans to putt first once again. I'm scanning the crowd to try and find Andrew McGee. There he is. I'm going to scan for a bit. There you are, Andrew. So many people following this match. It's because the Americans are doing so well at it.
Yeah, look at that board there. There's that one little strap of red. Cameron Young, Justin Thomas, 3 up. Let's see if they can get 4 up here. They have 2 good looks at birdie. That's what you want in a thing like match play, best ball. Let's make some more birdies and take it into tomorrow with some confidence.
So the Europeans 3 up in the top match. They're 1 up in the bottom match. That's Rory McIlroy playing alongside his good friend Shane Lowry. The other match is all square. Ben Griffin and Bryson DeChambeau against Tommy Fleetwood and Justin Rose. They're playing the 12th. But here, that bright splash of red just visible above the heads of thousands and thousands of spectators who are horseshoeing around this 11th green. And as I say, it's the Europeans who are both furthest away from the hole. The Europeans who will putt for birdie first. It's Ludwig Aubert putting for birdie again and missing, so even more pressure on the rookie Rasmus Højgaard here, Mark.
Oh, thank you, Kat. I wasn't aware that was me, as I was just looking back down the 12th to wait for the second shot into this 12th green. And this is the one that a lot of eyes are on at the moment, with Europe up in 2 and America up in 1. This is the one that is all square. And John Murray, you are with this one, and Sean McKeel. Now, you're back where the approach shots are being played, or have you come up towards this green?
We're about 50 yards short of the green, and that approach shot from Tommy Fleetwood, that needed maybe 3 more yards. It landed just short right. There's a little hump there, isn't there? A grassy hump, and it pulled up in the first cut, but the flag is cut towards the back right, so it's very tight there, and he's just off the green. But he did chip in at the last, remember, from just off the green. Kat.
Rasmus Højgaard then, if he can get a birdie here from about 15 feet or so, well, that'll really turn the screws on Justin Thomas and on Cam Young, and maybe give them a little bit of hope in this third match out on the course. But no, the boos ring out again, and the cheers and the jeers, because Rasmus Højgaard and Ludwig Aubert both fail in their birdie quest here on the 11th. And that leaves the door open for an extension to the lead for Cameron Young and Justin Thomas. Both of the Americans in close here. Good chances to come here, Andrew McGee.
I mean, the Euro team has made nothing. I mean, they've had opportunity. They have just not found the feel of these greens. And this one gentleman right here, Cameron Young, has. Look at him taking a good look. What have you found, Cameron? They're looking at him. Maybe they'll figure it out on the next hole.
Yeah, well, this to go 4 up with 7 holes to play. That's an awful long way back for Højgaard and for Aubert. And Cameron Young has been sinking these all day long on his maiden appearance at the Ryder Cup from 15 feet then. The New Yorker, with that tumble of dark curls resting on the navy blue collar of his Team USA shirt. Swing of the shoulders, ball on its way. He stands up straight away. He knows that's not gone, and he glances off to the left as if to say, well, how did I get that one wrong?
Pretty obvious, wasn't it, when he stood up that fast and he put his hands on his hips. But he has his buddy Justin Thomas here for birdie from a little closer. Let's see if he can help out this team at all here, because this game is not over the way Ludwig and Rasmus are hitting the ball. They're bound to make some putts sooner or later.
They haven't won a hole all day today, Højgaard and Aubert. Need to start winning some holes now. But this for Justin Thomas is from about 6 feet away. This to win the hole. This to extend the lead of Young and Thomas. And to make that splash of red on the board stand out just that little bit stronger. 2 stripes of blue, 1 match, all square. But dominant so far from Cameron Young and Justin Thomas, who hasn't had to hole many putts. Cameron Young's been doing all the heavy lifting on that front for him. So how's the putter feeling for Justin Thomas here? 6 feet or so from the hole, a sublime approach shot from the 2-time major champion. And eyeing this one up, the diminutive figure, slim shoulders, closely cropped hair, grey baseball cap, and those stars and stripes golf shoes widened as he prepares to send the ball on its way to the hole. And this for a commanding lead for the USA team. Punch of the air for Justin Thomas, and a big bellow of come on, and he cups his ear to the crowd, and all the caps are in the air. There are fists in the air. The chants of USA are ringing out. Here comes Justin Thomas, and listen to this as he makes his way to the 11th tee. One thumb in the air for Justin Thomas. They're 4 up as we head to the 12th.
They are 4 up here at the 12th. The Europeans are singing again as Tommy Fleetwood and Justin Rose approach the green. Keegan Bradley, the American captain, watching this group. Tyrrell Hatton and Matt Fitzpatrick, who are rested this afternoon, have just been dropped off by a European buggy. They had a quick word with Rahm and Straka as they went up 13, and they are now here to watch Rose and Fleetwood. John Murray.
Yes, I see Luke Donald there as well. I think that underlines the importance of this match. The captains know it, Sean.
Well, yeah, I saw Keegan in the match ahead of us, just trying to get his guys riled up a little bit. But this is going to be an important match. It's really been pretty steady all day. Tommy, again, is in the driver's seat here. He's got a putt very similar to what he had on the last hole, just maybe a foot off the green. But all 3 of the other players got really difficult 2-putts.
All from distance, the other 3 players, Griffin and DeChambeau and Justin Rose. But yes, very similarly for Tommy Fleetwood to the way that he putted in from just off the green at the previous hole, the 11th. But yes, that scoreboard shown to our right, Europe up in 2, the Americans well up in 1 match, as we've just heard from Kat. But this one, the colour on the scoreboards here for all square is a rather neutral grey.
The problem with what the American team has done here is they've left themselves like really difficult 2-putts. I mean, Bryson couldn't have had more than a 9-iron, and he's 50 feet. Griffin's 30, 40 feet. He doesn't have an easy putt either, straight down the hill. So Americans are going to have to be very careful here.
It's going to be Justin Rose to play first from the far extremes of the 12th green, from where the flag is fluttering. He's right at the back left, and he is playing right across the back portion of the green now, which is pacily rolling on and by probably 8 to 10 feet. So he certainly gave it a go.
Well, that's not really a problem. I mean Fleetwood's 15 feet.
Straight to Ian.
Fantastic shot from Shane Lowry, John, just to tell you, here at the 11th, where he flew it over the flag, spun it back 20 yards, right up, 20 feet, right up close to the hole. So really good birdie chance for the Irishman to come.
Okay, so that will be coming shortly. But first of all, now, next, these 2 long American putts, as you said, Sean McKeel, they are real testers.
Well, it's interesting. Bryson has hit some great tee balls, but he's not backed it up with any strong iron play. And again, he's on the left side of the fairway, just in the rough, pins front right, and he hits it left. I can't quite figure out if I see him on the range, and he just seems to spend a lot of time just working on length and driver and distance, and and really it's the iron play that really determines how well you're going to play.
It is going to be DeChambeau. So Justin Rose was very much back left. DeChambeau is very much front left. So this is another putt right across.
Yeah,
the slopes there.
Yeah, I mean, this is not an easy putt. Again, you have to be really disappointed, because now this is a defensive type putt. You go from having a 9-iron into a green, expecting to have a chance for birdie. Now you're sitting here 50 feet, trying not to 3-putt.
So he has taken a good long look at this match, all square, the second match out on the course this afternoon, in warm sunshine here in Long Island, out to the east of New York City, around about an hour and a half's drive into the heart of one of the most vibrant cities in the world. DeChambeau then trying to negotiate the slopes of this 12th green, sending it along and up towards the hole and short by probably 7 or 8 feet.
It's well done, but again, I just keep harping on the point that you're not going to make birdies from putts of that distance.
So what news have you got, Ian, now?
Well, on the 11th, Sam Burns making a real mess of it. His approach came up short, horrible lie, very close to the bunker, and he couldn't advance it far enough to the green. Patrick Cantlay has missed the green as well. He's going to be chipping from just off the right edge. Rory McIlroy's got a look at birdie from inside 20 feet, and Shane Lowry with a look at birdie from inside 5 feet. So advantage Europe here, John.
So the 12th green was us, and next it is Bryson DeChambeau's playing partner Ben Griffin, the rookie, who is from a good deal closer, but this is still 30 feet, probably more than 30 feet. So this for birdie, it'll be Tommy Fleetwood who has the best chance, unless Ben Griffin can hole another long one. But no, that stays above ground.
Again, it's just a poorly played iron shot. You're just not going to make birdies. There's enough slope in these greens that just you got to keep the ball within 10, 15 feet. And we haven't seen the Americans hit a good iron shot in several holes.
See Luke Donald in conversations with, I think that's Francesco Molinari, who's been the vice captain following this match. They're just about 10 yards short of the green. I noticed Niall Horan was following this match as well. The singer, former One Direction star, who's a massive golf fan. And next it'll be it's actually going to be Justin Rose. He's
going to let him putt and give him a bit of a line.
Ian.
Rory McIlroy from 18 feet looking for the birdie that would double the lead. No, but there's still a chance for Europe here because Shane Lowry's got a short one, John.
Okay, we'll be back with you for that. So, but I think it is Fleetwood who is going to play. The two of them working together here, and they've done that increasingly, haven't they? This is a new partnership, remember, Rose and Fleetwood, rather surprisingly, perhaps.
It is. I mean, if you got two sets of eyes, as good as Justin putts, why not bring him in for a look?
He did. So, Fleetwood. Now, he's already rolled one in the last 10 minutes from just off the green at the previous hole, the 11th. So, trying to do it again at the 12th. He's not messing about. Along it goes towards the hole and does not drop. So the hole is halved here in par fours, and it remains all square after 12. Ian.
On the 11th, Shane Lowry from 4-5 feet after a brilliant approach shot, spun it back 20 feet down the slope to the hole side. This for the win for Europe. In it goes. Oh, it was in on the right edge, but it disappeared, and well, Europe needed that. That's a brilliant response to losing the 10th. Back to 2 up as they go to the 12th. Lowry and McIlroy, but for Shane Lowry, after the Rory McIlroy show of the front 9, for him to contribute there, that's fantastic.
Yeah, that was big for Europe. It was a huge moment to bounce back, but for Shane as well. He's been a little bit ropey over the last couple of holes, missing the fairways, and that'll do him a world of good heading into this back 9.
Yeah, birdie at the 11th for Shane Lowry, and it means the European pair of Lowry and McIlroy go back 2 up against Sam Burns and Patrick Cantlay of the United States.
Tell you what happened on the 12th green. Justin Rose was going to take his putt, but it would have given Tommy Fleetwood a line, so the Americans conceded it. So there was a little bit of booing and shenanigans going on there, but they halved that hole on the 12th, and we're going to walk up the 13th and go with Fleetwood and Rose here on 5 Live. But up ahead on the green, I'm told there's an eagle opportunity for who, Ali?
For John Rahm. Stunning golf on the par 5 13th. Katrina Matthew, he's reduced a par 5 of 608 yards. It stretches out for miles. There are bunkers, enormous bunkers, draped all the way down the left-hand side. Monster drive to the middle, and he's knocked his iron shot in. And it dropped like from the height of a skyscraper, landed like the butterfly with sore feet. He's knocked it into about 10 feet. Fabulous shot.
He has. It was just 2 fantastic shots right through the fairway. Really good second shot, as you say. Towering shot over the bunker, landed super softly, and that was after seeing Scheffler hit a really good second shot as well, clearing the bunker and coming up just short of the green, but in a really good position.
Right, so JJ Spawn is waiting to play for the USA. So we've got John Rahm here. John Rahm and Sepp Straka are 3 up with 6 to play. We're on the par 5 13th. Straka is on the green in 3. He's got a downhill left to righter from about 12 or 14 feet. John Rahm's got the 10-foot eagle putt to come. Scotty Scheffler is yet to make a birdie today in the 4 balls this afternoon. Try and get your head around that fact. Could make one here. He's got about a 30-foot chip from the front of this 13th green, but JJ Spawn is laid up, so we are looking back across the green. White flagstick shining in the sunshine, flag hanging limp, golf ball on the way from Spawn, right at it from Spawn. Oh, he's nearly holed it.
It bounces just short, it spins back and pulls away from the flag. It leaves him an uphiller. It very nearly dropped in. In fact, Katrina, I think that hit the flagstick.
That was a really good shot, wasn't it? Right on line. You could see him eyeing it up the whole way down. Landed, and then just unfortunately that spin taking it away probably to a good kind of 10, 15 feet.
Right, so Spawn hits the flagstick. He is on the green in 3, so is Stracker. Now we get down to, it keeps coming down to Rahm against Scheffler, doesn't it?
It does, and Ram's had the upper hand so far. And here we've got Scheffler though. He's just got a very simple little chip and run for him. Nothing, no trouble in front of him up the hill. He's maybe 2 yards short of the green, just a 30-footer. I'd expect him this to scare the hole.
Yeah, scare the hole. This is the kind of chip Scotty Scheffler, playing for himself, PGA Tour event, major championship. You just expect it to drop in. Today's the kind of day that hasn't happened, but he never gives up. Scotty Scheffler, 3 down with 6 to play, playing alongside JJ Spawn. We're standing on a little slope in the tufty rough at the back of the 13th green. Stubbly chin of Scheffler switching from right to left, looking at the hole, bumps it forward, skids onto the green, towards the flag it goes, and it misses to the right-hand side. Absolutely perfect for distance, not quite right for line. That has been conceded for the birdie 4. Rahm has a chance to win the hole, which would put Europe 4 up with 5 to play.
It's going to be quite ironic. That's Scotty Scheffler's first birdie of the day, and Rahm knocks it into eagle to win the hole. Let's see.
So John Rahm, I've got 4 birdies on the card so far. Couldn't quite convert on the last hole. That was from about 20 feet. This will be a stunning eagle if he completes it. If he pops this in, I mean, obviously it puts Europe in a really, really commanding position, but just in the way that he's played the golf hole, Katrina.
Absolutely. I mean, as you say, 608 yards. I mean, there's no run. I mean, these fairways are still wet. They haven't dried out yet. But he hit just a cracking drive right down the middle. I think being able to lift clean in place, he could just get it in a perfect, nice lie. But just an amazing second shot. See if he can finish it off with his putt.
John Rahm for eagle. He senses the importance of the moment, trying to close the door on the Americans. Thousands of American fans gathered around this green, willing it not to drop. The minority, the European fans, desperately hoping it will. For an eagle, 10 feet, Rahm on the 13th. Same old routine, just puts that small putter head behind the ball, widens the stride, rocks into balance. Grips the putter lightly on its way, doesn't like it. No, he was bending down as soon as he hit that. He knew it was going to miss on the right-hand side. It's gone past and it's not been conceded as yet. Stracker still has a birdie chance to come as well. American fans telling John Rahm he's still got a little bit of chicken left on the bone, as they say over here. Quite rightly had a go at the birdie putt, sensed a chance really to close the door on the Americans, and actually Stracker is further away, but Rahm confident enough here to step up, mark the ball and have a chance of popping this in for birdie. And again, you can just see the composure and the focus here, trying to shut everything out. He sort of stands back in the middle of the green, just takes a deep breath, almost closed his eyes for a second there. Now he's into business. Big white golf shoes on his feet, strides forward to the ball. JJ Spawn sharing a joke with Kevin Kisner at the front of the green here. But all eyes on Rahm. US captain Keegan Bradley watching as well. Short one for the birdie, and he gets it. He halves the hole with Scotty Scheffler in birdie 4s on the par 5. He couldn't make the eagle quite. Very, very close to that, but Europe still in command. 3 up here, Mark, 5 to play.
Yeah, still in command, very much so. 3 up in that game and 2 up in the bottom match, which is McIlroy and Lowry against Burns and Cantlay. The Americans very much in control of the 3rd match out on the course. Cameron Young, who has had a sensational afternoon alongside Justin Thomas. They are 4 up on Herbert and Højgaard. And then the match that is coming down 13 at the moment is tight. It is all square. Griffin and DeChambeau against Fleetwood and Rose. We're getting towards the end of the first day of the 45th Ryder Cup, the conclusion of the 4 balls, with Europe leading 3-1 from the foursomes this morning, and at 4:16 here.
And we are live with you, uninterrupted all the way through here on RyderCup.com, and you will not miss a single shot of the action wherever you are, even if you're out there on the golf course with the earpieces that you picked up. I hope you're enjoying the coverage. A sun-kissed afternoon here on Long Island. just keeping an eye on Justin Thomas. Standing over a birdie putt here. Remember, he and Cameron Young 4 up over the European pairing of Åberg and Højgaard. It's been a baptism of fire for the young Dane, but the two-time major winner Thomas standing over a birdie putt from around 30 feet or so here. It'll move a little from left to right. The ball on its way now. It looks good for speed. It looks good for line 2. A fraction high. Just missing on that left-hand side. That would have been a nice bonus birdie for Justin Thomas to have knocked in, having birdied the previous hole, to give his side that nice, healthy 4-up cushion. And he purses his lips as if to go, oof, that was close. So, they're 4 up. That's the only red on the board at the moment. The top match, of course, sees Jon Rahm and Sepp Straka 3 up over the world #1 Scottie Scheffler and the US Open champion JJ Spaun. We're all square in that second match between Ben Griffin on his Ryder Cup debut and Bryson DeChambeau. Tommy Fleetwood and Justin Rose are their European opponents. And then that final match, Burns and Cantlay trailing McIlroy and a very fired up Shane Lowry 2 down. We're on the 14th tee with that lead European pairing from this afternoon's 4-ball matches. The crowd getting more and more boisterous. And this is Sepp Straka. Standing over it here, 150 yards it is. The ball high into the sky, turning over, and this is going to just land, 12, 15 feet short perhaps. And with that in mind, let's hand it back down to our on-course commentary team. Well, we'll do that in just a second. We'll stay here for just a moment. This is the
BBC Radio 5 Live.
One match looking close to a conclusion, really, given the dominance of the Americans. Cam Young and Justin Thomas 4 up. Catherine Downs.
Yeah, and Ludvig Åberg and Rasmus Højgaard on the ropes here again on the 12th. It's another of those situations we've seen time and time again in this Friday 4-balls afternoon, where the Europeans simply have to make a very long birdie putt, because Cameron Young, who's been playing lights-out golf in his home state in his first Ryder Cup, has put his approach shot here in the par 4 12th into about 4-5 feet, and he'll have that for a birdie. And that means that Ludvig Åberg must sink this, and it's well over 30 feet.
Yeah, again, he's just outside that comfort circle. I mean, this is 30 feet. Really difficult to read. Cameron Young, once again, he just showed us he can fade it in and he can hook it in. Beautiful marksmanship today.
Yep.
On the way.
The rookie for the US is having a stunner of a debut as Åberg's ball misses again. So it's another big moment for Cameron Young, and this to put him and Justin Thomas 5 up with 6 holes to play. Could this be the moment where the final punch is landed from Team USA? And the crowd are feeling the sense of occasion here as well. Big grandstand rising up 50 rows into the air behind us here. The flags of the Ryder Cup, of Europe, of USA, just dancing gently in the breeze as we head into the evening here. 4:20 in the afternoon. Still warm sunshine, planes flying in overhead heading to New York's JFK airport. And here on ground level, Cameron Young plucking the marker from behind his ball as he prepares to tackle this birdie putt. Another birdie putt from short range. He's been knocking them in all afternoon long, and that is why we are where we are, with Young and Thomas 4 up and looking to go 5 up here. Distant whir of a helicopter behind us. Trees just twitching gently in the breeze around the green here on the 12th, and the ball heading towards the hole, and another big yell. It's another big yell. It's another hole 1 for Justin Thomas and Cameron Young. An explosion of sound, and they move 5 up with 6 holes to play. And could that be the knockout punch dealt for Ludvig Åberg and for Rasmus Højgaard? Ali.
match here. We are beside the par 3 14th green. JJ Spawn in the first match out with the Americans 3 down with 5 to play has hit an absolutely stunning tee shot across the valley to this green that slopes from back to front. The pin naughtily parked in the back left corner. John Rahm's tee shot has found the bunker. Straka is 30 feet away. Scotty Scheffler's shot is on the way, and it goes the way of John Rahm's, and it just disappears off the left-hand side of the green. So he's going to have to try and conjure up some short game magic from there. But the tee shot from JJ Spawn, Katrina Matthew, I can still see the pitch mark here, and Kat has described it so beautifully. It's that thud of the ball on these soft greens, like the thud of a dart into a dartboard. You can still see that little bit of turf, the spike where the pitch mark has landed. It spun back a couple of feet. Again, I mean, we saw him hit the stick, didn't we? Hit the flag with a pitch on the last, and he's gone pretty close there.
Yeah, that was a fantastic shot. That tricky back pin just over on the top ledge there, and as you see, that's a lovely. It's just that thud. It just hit the ground and just popped back, and leaving himself a really good opportunity from 5 feet for birdie.
5 feet for birdie. John Rahm in the bunker on the left-hand side. Sepp Straka was pretty close, actually, to hitting a very, very good tee shot here. But the danger with this pin is it's parked right at the top of that slope. He came up slightly short. It rolls all the way back down.
Yeah, he was a little unlucky. Got it up onto that top level, but just had a little bit too much spin. It just ran back down the hill. But as you say, you just can't go long in this hole. It all slopes away off the back into the rough. So it just shows a great distance control from Spawn.
Players making their way then here to the par 3 14th green. Giant screen away to our left tells the story of the Ryder Cup as you're listening to it on 5 Live and BBC Sounds and RyderCup.com across the world. In fact, Katrina, we had a fan, didn't we? And I don't think a fan of ours, but a fan of the BBC coverage, which they're listening to on the course this afternoon, because one woman just pointed to you and me and went, "Great job!" And I really apologise, by the way, everyone listening, for the accent as well. But it was nice to hear.
Ali.
Yes.
You know that regular listeners to our golf commentary will talk about, we talk about the differing heights that we all are on this coverage, yeah? But that's a historical thing that we've done for many years.
Yes.
Well, you know you are the tallest member of the 5 Live team when a member of NBC's golf team asks you to move out of the way so that their camera on a crane can get a good view of the 13th.
It wouldn't happen to me, Mark.
John Murray.
Of course, I was happy to oblige, which we will do in a moment when we've seen Justin Rose and Tommy Fleetwood hit their third shots, their approach shots to the green, and that's a terrific shot from Justin Rose, Sean, and he set himself up with a birdie chance from 10 feet or so.
He's so good with that, just kind of that soft arm shot, and that's the shot that Rory has really improved in his game. Tommy spins the ball a lot more.
And here is Fleetwood beyond the hole, and it spins back down to, that is to within 4 or 5 feet.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can just see the difference in the way that they play. I mean, Justin's was a little bit softer, a nice flat, basically a no-spin wedge. He had to take a full swing at it, took it past the pin, and used the backslope to his advantage.
That is Sean McKeel, a winner of the US PGA Championship. We've got another fine winner of the US PGA Championship, haven't we, sitting just in front of us? The great Larry Nelson is just sitting right at our feet here as we wait to watch Bryson DeChambeau and Ben Griffin play their third shots from short of the green.
Larry Nelson told the story. No, first of all, Larry Nelson was 9-0-0 in the 79 and 81 Ryder Cups.
That is not bad. More on that in a moment. Ali.
Well, roars, but sort of quiet roars around the par 3 14th green. I can see the European fans in their T-shirts actually over the other side of the green to me, and they are roaring a Sepp Straka birdie, and crikey, Katrina Matthew, he is pumped up. He's holed it from 30 feet up the hill. He thumps his heart, his chest with his right hand. A massive high five with John Rahm. That's a real blow struck by Sepp Straka.
Oh, that's a huge blow. I mean, the Americans must have thought they had a really good chance to try and get a hole back here with Spawn in so close, and now makes his putt trick here. Scheffler now out the bunker, having to try and hole it for the half.
Scheffler then settled in the bunker. European fans behind him. Splashes the ball out onto the putting surface. Crikey, that was close as well. Brilliant bunker skills from Scotty Scheffler. Must remember, you're quite right, Katrina, JJ Spawn has a 5-footer for birdie for the half, in which case if he makes it, Europe remain 3 up with 4 to play. If he misses, it's Dormy 4.
Yeah, this is a must-make really for JJ Spawn. They can't afford to go 4 down with 4 to go.
Well, Sepp Straka stepped up when the moment came. John Rahm has really been doing the business and making the birdies, but it's times like that when Rahm had missed the green, had found the bunker, had a tricky shot to come.
And Sepp Straka steps out of the shadows and into the limelight and made a fabulous putt. And actually, he could tell 3 or 4 feet away. He was celebrating before it went in. He knew. And it really struck me, actually, Katrina. I was expecting a massive roar, and then I remember we're in New York.
I was still surprised at how big a roar it was, actually.
Well, those European fans the other side of the green have got themselves in order because the T-shirts have one big blue letter on the front of each. EUROPE spells Europe. It's also spelled out on the caddy's bib. John Rahm's caddy, who's standing just in front of us here, and we're watching JJ Spawn with a really, really important putt for the USA. 3 down, 14th green, needs this to keep it 3 down with 4 to play. Probably thought this might be for the win, but that's the way that match play works. The cut and thrust of the Ryder Cup, and Spawn is down on his haunches, tanned arms resting on the knees, gripping the putter lightly in his hands. Shades parked on the back of the baseball cap, puts the putter head behind the ball, looks at the hole and needs this for the half from Spawn. Yes, he gets it. Nerves of steel from JJ Spawn. He makes the birdie. He matches Straka's putt. Europe remain 3 up with 4 to play. Ian.
We're here on the 12th. Europe are up against it because Patrick Cantlay has hit a wonderful second shot into this par 4, and he's got to look at birdie of around 4.5, 5 feet. Shane Lowry's just putted up from the front of the green, missed with that birdie attempt from long range, and now it's between Sam Burns and Rory McIlroy as to who is next to putt. And they're just, I think, having a look. I think it's going to be Sam Burns, but a word for Patrick Cantlay because he's been pretty errant, Ollie, with his approach play over the last few holes, but that was an absolute beauty.
Yeah, this 12th hole, the pin's tucked on the right-hand side, and coming in with pretty much mid to long iron, managed to just cut one into the wind. It was a beautiful shot, but as you said, he's not been on form at all with his swing, so that might give him a bit of momentum, and certainly don't want to see too much of that from a European perspective heading in to this last 6 holes.
This is the last match on the course. The Europeans are leading it 2 up, but it's a ding-dong battle. The last hole was won by Europe. The previous one was won by the Americans. Burns putt on its way up the hill, heading towards the hole, and very, very nearly drops. So next up is going to be Rory McIlroy for birdie as we take you to John.
With Bryson DeChambeau from 20 feet or so for birdie. There are other birdie chances to come here at the par 5 13th, but DeChambeau down through the shadows and missing on the left. So more to come, Ian.
Rory McIlroy is behind the hole at the moment, crouching low, peering from the peak of his dark cap at the line that he wants to hit this putt on. What do you think he's thinking?
Well, he knows how big this moment is because he's pretty much conceding he's not actually, but he knows that Cantlay is probably going to make it. So this is about 25 feet uphill with quite a bit of break left to right, so it's not an easy putt, but he needs to give it a go and try and hold this hole.
Every seat in the grandstand taken. The flags at the top of it are fluttering gently in the most gentlest of breezes as we now see McIlroy with the putter head behind. This for birdie on the 12th. Up the hill, gives it a firm wrap, watches, knows it's not going to drop, trudges up to mark his ball. So Cantlay, John, very shortly will have a putt to cut the arrears to just the single hole.
Justin Rose going for birdie. This looks good. It is good. That's the birdie that Europe needed here, but still Ben Griffin has a very good chance of a birdie too, to halve the hole and to remain all square in this match. And in fact, he's wasting no time, Ben Griffin. This is 4 feet. And we're now reaching the time of the day where the shadows are dappled right across the green. But he's actually in a patch of bright sunshine there. It's a sort of clover leaf shape, splash of sunshine between his white shoes and the ball. So Griffin from 4 feet. It's a nervy one. There's tension here. But Ben Griffin holds out, and that means the hole is halved in par 3s, and it remains all square this match after 13 holes.
On the 12th here, Rory McIlroy was very aggressive with his birdie attempt, put it 6 feet by, but he's made the putt coming back, so a par in the bank for the Europeans. But I I suspect that's not going to be enough. This is a very inviting putt for Cantlay.
It's a huge moment. There's been obviously a few wobbles, and we're just getting into a very important stretch, and you just got to take every opportunity. So Cantlay here for birdie, really big putt for them.
One swish of the putter as a practice putt. The whole of America will be willing him to hold this for birdie and to get it back to just one down, heading to the 13th. Taking every care, missed a couple of short ones this morning in the foursomes, but did win. Sends it in, yes, very good. Nerveless stuff from Patrick Cantlay, and he shows his putter to the packed grandstand, which is all a frenzy in celebration at that birdie. And it means that the Europeans now just one up in this bottom match, Ollie. It's real nip and tuck stuff.
It is. It's going backwards and forwards a little bit. It kind of got the feeling of this is going to go all the way. Everybody kind of coming alive. Cantlay finding some form there. Shane making a birdie back there, so the whole four-ball ball is contributing now. And par 5 to come.
Yep, par 5, 13th to come. Will Rory McIlroy's distance pay dividends there? We wait to see. But McIlroy and Lowry now just one up in this match against Patrick Cantlay and Sam Burns.
And what it does is it just cranks the atmosphere up even more on the other holes. So the big screen here showed Patrick Cantlay reduce that deficit to just one in that final match, and it means here on the par 3 14th, where we have walked quickly from the 13th, the atmosphere has just cranked up as we wait for these tee shots, which will be coming very shortly. So in the game that looks as though it's almost over, quickly, Kat.
Cameron Young has done it again here, Mark. He's put it in close to inside 20 feet. He'll have a look there for birdie and to close this one out on the 13th green. John.
Yeah, tee shots to come. Lively spectators just over the rope behind us.
I'm getting a lot of Go Tigers. My daughter is a LSU freshman this year, and Brian Manzella actually is a world-class teacher, probably ranked in the top 50 in the United States of teachers.
I was wondering about that. I've been hearing that all the way around. I was wondering what that was about. Anyway, first tee shot on the par 3, 14th, and lands right at the back of the 14th green and spins back.
This is a really kind of a sucker pin. It's going to challenge you to go at the flag, but if you miss it just left, you're into a deep bunker. But if you don't carry it up on the green, up on the flag, it's going to spin all the way back. So
Justin Rose,
they're not hitting more than an 8-iron.
So Justin Rose is in the middle of the green, really, and he's left himself between 25 and 30 feet for a birdie. Now it's Tommy Fleetwood to play next from in amongst the shadows up there, the red backdrop. Already the ball is on its way towards the green, and it is right at it, and he's hit it to 8 feet.
We were just talking about Tommy. I was just talking about Tommy being a little bit tired back on number 11, and look, he's risen to the occasion. He's got made a birdie putt. Now he's hit an iron shot in there about 6 feet.
A real birdie chance. This match all square after sharing birdies at the previous hole, the 13th. It has been a tight match between these two, Tommy Fleetwood and Justin Rose, and Ben Griffin and Bryson DeChambeau. And now it is the Americans, and it is Griffin, the rookie. He'll have never had a day like this in his golfing life. And it lands in the middle of the green, just next to Justin Rose's ball, and then it spins back right down towards the front of the green with the flag back left.
This is the exact time when you need to be hitting those kind of soft arm shots that I talked about with Justin on the last hole. Bryson, to me, doesn't seem like he's able to flight the ball like he really needs to, and I think he struggles on really soft greens.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. DeChambeau there. And you say that, I mean, if there was ever a stiff-armed golfer as opposed to soft-armed, then it's Bryson DeChambeau. So Griffin then, from away in the shadows, plays now, and he sends it high towards the back left. This looks online. Oh, it's gone big and into the sand back left.
He was forced to try to get one in there because of Tommy. I mean, what a great shot that he hit in there. But that's just the pressure of match play. When your partner kind of leaves you hanging a little bit, you feel like you got to play a little bit more aggressively. You end up in that bunker.
Well, as they walk all the way up here to the 14th green, there is plenty of thinking time here. And what they must be thinking, what Tommy Fleetwood must be thinking, is what a glorious opportunity this is to edge Europe in front for the first time in this match.
Sean McKeel, they absolutely piled the pressure on with those 2 tee shots.
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, you know, Bryson doesn't hit a very good shot. With Tommy in there close, it forced Ben's hand. So he was forced to take on some risk there, and he's put himself in a real spot about it.
And the other thing that strikes me about this game is that each pair has only won 1 hole. Everything else has been halved. You know, look at the bottom game, and that has swung back and forth with either pair winning the holes. But this one has been so tight.
Yeah, but you know, you look at the Euros. The Euros, you had a really nice putt on 11 by Tommy. You had a great 10-12 footer by Justin last hole, and the Americans haven't made a putt.
Cat.
On the 13th, I'm afraid it's bad news from a European perspective, because Ludwig Aubert looking to follow Cameron Young in close here on the 13th. Cameron Young with another absolute stunner of an approach shot from way back on this par 5. Remember, it's well over 600 yards and he's put it into 15 feet. He'll have that for a look at eagle. Aubert was pushing to try and follow him in, but miscued, and he has found himself in amongst this knot of little pine trees short and right of the green. He's found a little hole that he's threaded the ball through, and he's made a pretty good fist of finding the tiny gap between the trees, but he's not been able to get enough on it and get it up onto the green. And Rasmus Højgaard as well has missed the green to the left. So the Europeans under the pressure here, and just getting to the point where this feels very much done and dusted.
That shot was amazing. Cameron Young just closed this match out right here from 280 yards with some kind of hybrid or a 3-iron. He hit a high hook in there, and it landed 1 foot from the hole, and it's 15 foot. And they just went, you could see them just sink. Their shoulders sank, and they just fanned 2 of their shots way off in the right trees. So you can feel they're just ready to come back tomorrow, the European team.
Cam Young's father David is standing just a couple of yards away from us, looking at his watch, just thinking, oh, well done, son, you've got this wrapped up in record time. We can head home and have a bit of a break. I tapped him on the shoulder and I said, you know, are you the father of Cam Young? He said, yes, I am. And I said, you must be incredibly proud. And he was like, oh yeah. And the ovation he got when he was walking up to this 13th green was something else, wasn't it? Welcoming one of their own who's going to land a point for the US side.
Well, you're about to get invited to dinner, as much if you know the whole family, and the grandkids are coming soon. And yes, way to go, Kat.
So David is looking on as we're watching Rasmus Højgaard. Was that Rasmus Højgaard or Justin Thomas? Justin Thomas with a bit of a duff in the rough.
Well, Justin Thomas, I think he's just picked up. He's just going to watch, because he's got his superstar here putting for eagle, and I think we've seen a few duffs in the rough. They got to get up and down for par, the European, both of them. And all we need is a little lag putt from 15 feet, and this is over. But has it been a good day for the Americans? Has it? Not really. Don't you think?
No, I would say not as well, but this would be such a huge boost, wasn't it? This would be a vital point on the board. Looking at Ludwig Aubert then, with a little chip here. If this goes in, it'll be for a birdie here on the par 5. Up it comes, dip of the knees from Aubert. It's not going to trouble the hole. Drifts off to the left-hand side, and that surely means that the race is run for Aubert and for Højgaard. John.
They may concede.
On the par 3 14th, Ben Griffin has already splashed out onto the green, but this is all about building towards Tommy Fleetwood's birdie putt from 6 or 7 feet, unless of course Bryson DeChambeau rolls in this one from 50 or 60 feet.
Well, he needs to give himself a good putt, but he can't be too aggressive here. I mean, Tommy's not in for certain, and Ben doesn't have a guaranteed par, so he can't be too aggressive here.
So DeChambeau, the sun just disappears for a moment or two, most unusually. DeChambeau, one final stare towards the white flagstick, and then sends it towards the hole. Still going. Oh, they all thought that was going to drop. Both caddies, DeChambeau, Ben Griffin, and it stayed out.
We've seen a lot of knee bending, but that one, of all the putts that we've seen so far, probably deserved to go in.
Yeah, OK, so Tommy Fleetwood and Rose to come. Kat.
This is the moment then, John. This is the moment for Cameron Young on his Ryder Cup debut in his home state. Dappled shadows, as you so brilliantly described a little bit earlier, cast by enormous towering pine trees to the right of the green. And his ball, his little white ball, sitting pretty in some golden sunshine, a little patch of golden sunshine, and it's been a golden debut so far for Cameron Young. 15 feet for an eagle, this massive par 5 13th, and he got it on the green into well over 600 yards, and he got it past the hole as well. He's got 15 feet down the slope to clinch the first point of this Ryder Cup for Team USA, and a much needed point as well, with Europe winning the opening session 3 points to 1. First point of this afternoon session is on the putter of Cameron Young. 15 feet, swing of the putter head. On it goes towards the hole. And he can't believe it hasn't dropped, but it's only trickled by a couple of feet. And the caps come off here on the 13th green. Ludvig Åberg and Rasmus Højgaard say, no, that's plenty. That'll be a birdie to beat us. And it's a fairy tale debut in New York for the boy from the Bronx. It's a 6-5 victory for Cameron Young and Justin Thomas here on the 13th green. Another point on the board for the USA, and the scoreboard at the moment over to my right-hand side says 3 points to Europe, 2 points to the USA, with lots of golf to come. Ali.
Jon Rahm and Sepp Straka on the 15th green, trying to make that 4-2 to Europe as soon as they can. They are 3 up with 4 to play. All the players with their second shots to this green that is way, way above the players. They hit from down below on the fairway, climb Mount Olympus up to this flat circular green. Bit of a hill at the front. Straka is putting up that hill. He's going for birdie. He's not given it enough. He's given himself about 4 feet or so to go. It could turn out into a Rahm Scheffler shootout again for the birdies. John.
Ball on the way, and it's in. He knew it. He knew it. He already had his arm outstretched with clenched fist before the ball even disappeared. Europe win the hole with a birdie too, and for the first time in this match, blue is on the board. Europe 1 up.
What an absolute beauty of a birdie to that pin location. I mean, Tommy is inspired. That putt that he made, he was a little bit down on himself, it looked like, with his putting early on. That putt that he made on 11 certainly revived him, and now he's walking with the pep in his step that I've not seen all day.
There we are then, Europe in front in this match for the first time. 1 up.
And he crouched, and he clenched his fist, and he put it towards the crowd, and Europe are 1 up. Fleetwood and Rose. Ali.
Well, I've got to say, struggling to hear yourself think around this 15th green now. One of the highest points on the golf course, and Katrina Matthew, it's coming down to some really, really crucial putts. So Straka 4 feet short. He's got one to come for par, probably 35 feet or so here for JJ Spawn. Scheffler and Rahm, again, it keeps happening. They're about both 20 feet away, aren't they?
It is, isn't it? It could well come down to the battle of them as to which one holds a putt. But in a way, the Americans have got to try and make these. They're not easy putts. They're across the green, left to right slope. So the Europeans can probably afford to just lag something up.
Yeah, we're trying to be as delicate as we can with our voices. We're incredibly close to the left-hand side of the 15th green, but the atmosphere is febrile and lively and noisy. And the European fans are just giving JJ Spawn a little bit of stick as he backs off a putt and has another look at the line. So Straka's had his birdie attempt. He's 4 feet away. Rahm and Scheffler with birdie putts to come just inside of 20 feet. Spawn's putt on the way. The Americans calling for it to drop. He's going to miss to the right. It was superb for pace. Guides it gently to the right-hand side of the hole. So that will be conceded for a 4. So that means Scotty Scheffler can definitely have a good old charge of the birdie, which he was going to do anyway. But if Europe win this hole, they win the match. And if Europe halve this hole, that is a half-point guaranteed, and they would only then need another half over the last 3 holes to make sure that they clinch the match. And It's been a good partnership, Rahm and Straka, hasn't it, Katrina? And Straka really stood up on the 14th when he was needed.
He has indeed, yeah. I mean, Straka's had a couple of birdies, Ram's had the 5 birdies, but Straka's always been in the hole. He's made the pars, which makes the putts easier. Ram, the birdie putts that a little bit easier.
3-2 overall score. Scotty Scheffler next up. Hasn't holed a thing all day. Would be just like the world number 1, wouldn't it? To find a birdie when he needed it. And I wonder if it would bring him out of himself a little bit as well. I wonder whether we'd see some emotion from Scotty Scheffler. The American fans desperate for this to drop. The ball is going to run towards Scheffler's shadow, turning left to right. This looks good to me. It looks very good. He loves it. He holds the putter in the air. Scotty Scheffler has found one on the 15th for the Americans. Finally a putt drops and he just turns, he clenches his fist and he nods at the American fans. It had to happen sometime.
It did, it was inevitable. He'd hit a lot of good shots in close. He had to hole one soon. They're just a clenched fist to the crowd that are cheering USA, USA.
Right, 3 up, 4 to play. Jon Rahm's now got to hold this from a similar distance from a completely different line. Up the hill this one is going to come, and it's going to take a while for everything to quieten down here. Ryder Cup, 5 Live and BBC Sounds. The Americans with a point on the board in the afternoon 4 balls. The overall match score is 3-2. Incredible sight again as we turn our heads away to our right. These enormous 2-tiered hospitality pavilions with the white roofs absolutely jam-packed all the way down the 15th fairway. The noise is coming from all around us as well. Rowdy grandstand away to the left, and if Jon Rahm's putt misses here, well then it is 2 up with 3 to play. And you're going to get some noise. Scotty Scheffler, for the moment's not looking. Now he turns his head. Jon Rahm's white glove dangling out of his back pocket, just inside of 20 feet. If he holds it, it's Dormy 3 for Europe. Here it comes on its way. It's got the pace from Rahm. He's found it! Bottom of the cup, heart of the hole, and Jon Rahm roars with delight. What a fabulous birdie. What a response from Jon Rahm. And Europe make it Dormy 3. It's a guaranteed half point and 1 more half over the last 3 holes, and they will have a win. And Scotty Scheffler found the birdie. He found the brilliant putt, Katrina Matthew, but Jon Rahm has had the answer again.
Yeah, Jon Rahm stepped up to it. He had that. Up the hill, it was never an easy putt, but what a putt he holed.
Jon Rahm, absolute man of steel. 4th Ryder Cup, has been out in the first match every single time. Went out first again this afternoon. Called upon by Europe then because, 2 up with 3 to play could have got a little bit nervy. Now it is Dormy 3, and that was quite a moment, Mark.
Would you say, Ali, in a technical term that's linguistically correct, cojones?
Say that again, Mark.
Cojones?
Yes, I think we're allowed to say cojones. Exactly that. Now, he has been fabulous. 6th birdie, I think, of the afternoon, and that was the moment when he had to deliver. And Straka did it for him on the previous hole, found a 30-footer. And that, Mark, is where match play can be so cruel as well, because on both of those holes, I'm sure the American team thought, do you know what, we could nick one here and then we could make it nervy and get the home fans on our side. And both times, Europe have found massive putts, and it's made a massive difference. I agree. Cojones.
Ian Carter.
Yes, and you'll need them here on the 13th because this is very, very tense in this match. The Europeans, McIlroy and Lowry, are just 1 up in this match, and they are in the box seat at the moment in as much as McIlroy is in closest, but Sam Burns has yet to chip onto this par 5 with his 3rd shot. None of the players finding the green in 2, and here comes Burns with his chip, and the ball scampering up towards the hole side and just running on a little bit as well, and probably about equidistant with McIlroy. It's going to be very nip and tuck as to who's going to be putting when here, but all 4 players with looks at birdies to come.
Yeah, Rory hit a phenomenally aggressive layup shot to give himself a really good look around this bunker. Played a lovely shot, so now they're both about 3 feet. A little bit of break, not the easiest of 3-footers, but they're definitely in the closest. Shane's got maybe 15-20 feet coming out of the rough. He'll have been disappointed laying up into that rough and not giving him a chance to control the spin, but 4 good looks.
In the overall context, this feels massive.
It does. I just feel like they're going to be pretty tight here, and I don't think anyone's running away with it over the next few holes. Maybe backwards and forwards, and it feels like it's going all the way.
It really does. It looks like it's going to be the Americans who will be putting first in the shape of Patrick Cantlay. It's one of those where they're all just sort of circling around their putts. Rory McIlroy knows he's not putting yet. He's standing there as if he's not got a care in the world, with his left hand on his left hip, and he just sort of strolls away, and it'll be Shane Lowry who will be first to play here with his attempt at a birdie. And this is tricky because it's down their slope.
Yeah, this has got a little bit more break on it than most of the greens. Downhill, slightly left to right. It's not one that you can be overly aggressive with, but with Rory in tight, he doesn't have to worry about the pace.
Shadows all across this green with little shafts of sunlight on a very, very pleasant late afternoon here in New York. Shane Lowry one up with Rory McIlroy in this match, looking for a birdie. Sends the ball into sunlight, then into shade. Will it drop into the hole? It finds sunlight and shade, but not the hole. Good effort. Very close. Conceded by Sam Burns, and that's a 5 for the European.
Just not really getting his drop at the moment, Shane. It was good putt. He was holding his finish as well, thinking it was going to creep into the hole, but just never came back. But he looks a little dejected, Shane does. Every hole he's walking around is just not bouncing like we would normally see. I definitely think he's fighting his swing a little bit today.
I felt that throughout the week, to be honest.
Yeah, I know. I heard some rumours early on that he wasn't maybe playing great, but the fact that he came out with Rory, he must have been playing well enough for Luke to feel like he could take that risk, and maybe was looking for him to find a bit of form with Rory, but that hasn't really happened. But he has backed Rory up, you know, and like early front nine, Rory made with birdies, but Shane was in play, giving the licence to be a bit more aggressive. So it would be nice for Shane to find something on these last few holes.
And more frequently, Sam Burns is doing the lining up for his playing partner, Patrick Cantlay. It's Cantlay now to putt for his birdie up the hill. He can be aggressive, but it was Burns who did the feeling, the aim point with his feet, and gave him the line. He stands to one side, and now Cantlay, just with that little soft shuffle of his feet before he's ready to hit this. And now he's solid, rock solid, and then swings the arms. The ball goes forward and in. The left edge of the hole grabs the ball and it disappears, and he waves his right hand in celebration. It's a birdie for the Americans, and it now means that Rory McIlroy has to hold his short putt to keep Europe ahead in this bottom match.
He's just shouting over there to the crowd, getting them to keep cheering for a little bit. But it was a lovely putt. He had a good chance at it, could give it a good run, stroked it lovely. We have a perfect line to watch it. It just looked like it was never anywhere else.
It's crackling with tension here.
It's fantastic. This feels a bit longer now for Rory. He's going to have to take his time. A little bit of left to right, 3 to 4 feet, but it's not straightforward.
No, it's down the slope. There's a little bit of movement on it as well.
Yeah, a little bit of movement left to right. He obviously missed one early on the third. They'll be looking to knock this in and answer the Americans.
Vital this to keep McIlroy and Lowry ahead in this match. They're one up at the moment. Sends it forward. Oh, and it's horseshoed out. It's horseshoed out. Wow. I mean, the margins. It was the very edge of the hole that grabbed Cantlay's ball. But that looked a good putt from McIlroy, but it wasn't quite good enough. The pace wasn't quite accurate enough, and it spun around the hole 360 degrees, stayed above ground, and we're all square.
Commentators curse, almost identical to the third hole. Again, looked like he had a good putt, but just slightly dived at the end of the hole and caught the full lip. Really devastating moment there. That's going to be maybe prove to be quite crucial.
Yeah, big moment here, Mark. We're going into the throng of so many people inside the ropes, going down the staircase to head to the par 3 14th. We're heading into the stretch in this match, all square.
Huge moment. They've won 3 of the last 4 of Burns and Cantlay, and they've gone from 2 down to all square. Quickly, full time at the football. Nathan Alban.
It's full time. West Brom 1, Leicester 1. Leicester snatching an unlikely draw in the 93rd minute. Bobby Decord over Reed with a volley at the back post into a crowd in the penalty area. Went in off the West Brom defender Nat Phillips. So Leicester up to 3rd. West Brom goes 6th. They'll ruse several Giltez chances they missed in the second half. Full time, West Brom 1, Leicester 1.
So America have put the first point on the board this afternoon with Young and Thomas's 6-5 win over Öberg and Højgaard. Elsewhere, Rahm and Straka 3 up,
The bottom match is now all square. Burns and Cantlay against McIlroy and Lowry. And here on 15, John Murray, Fleetwood and Rose are one up. And how are the approaches into Mount Olympus going?
And they are both on the green, and that cheer that you heard was for Justin Rose's approach shot, which was over the top of the flag and has ended up 10 feet away from the hole. And the groans there are American groans, because Bryson DeChambeau, Sean McKeel, from the rough down the left-hand side, has missed the green, and it's down the slope, and that is very steep down there.
Again, our pars aren't going to do anything. I mean, once again, the Euros are living up to their reputation of finding something, some sort of strength at the end of these matches. You know, the American team, we've not made a putt, just haven't hit any good iron shots, and the European team has once again found a way to get a lead.
So on the 15th, with Europe one up in this match now, Fleetwood and Rose one up, and they will have an opportunity here, very, very likely, to go two up with 3 to play.
They will, but how that bottom match has swung around, and I said it earlier, Ian Carter, winning the holes in this 4-ball was proving really, really difficult. I think we've got Europe have won 2 and the Americans have won 1 here in this 4-ball, but yours has really ebbed and flowed.
It really has. It's been a cracking contest. It's been kind of McIlroy against Cantlay, but the other players have made their contributions as well. And here is Cantlay now with his tee shot, having seen his partner Sam Burns miss the green into the bunker down the left-hand side. This downhill par 3, lovely hole. People standing all around the tee here, and Cantlay over it now. Ball climbs into the sky. Looked like good contact. Looks like good line. The ball lands right next to the hole. What a shot from Patrick Cantlay. The American is on fire, and he's given himself a fantastic look at birdie. That very nearly went in on the bounce, on the full.
That's a phenomenal effort. Way to stand up when it really counts. Just starting to dial his irons in, and with pressure on, that was a phenomenal response.
Grandstand stuff, absolutely brilliant from Patrick Cantlay, fresh off the birdie at 13 that has levelled this match. And here on the 14th tee, my goodness me, how does Shane Lowry just keep his heart rate calm enough to hit this ball?
Well, he's got to stand up. He certainly knows how to do it. He's got the pedigree to do it, but he's not swinging great. He's fighting it and just leaning here, just overdone it, back left, maybe 15 feet. Not a bad shot. Trying to be quite aggressive going at it because he's under the pressure now.
And now McIlroy has to respond. He responded brilliantly to the sort of, in a sporting and golfing sense, heartbreak of very narrowly missing a birdie putt at the 3rd. Went on a birdie barrage on the front 9 after that. Now he's got to respond to the setback of seeing a very similar outcome on the 13th. And he knows that Cantlay is in tight. And the American fans at fever pitch now. Just a short iron in on this par 3, downhill. There it goes. McIlroy with only a 3/4 backswing. That one's drifting out to the right. It's going to land in the green and settle down. Well, ordinarily you'd say that's a fine shot. He's found the heart of the green. But given what Cantlay has done off the tee here, it might not be enough, because he's a good 22 feet away from the flag after the tee shots here on the 14th.
Pitching it. His ball from down the slope and up onto the green. That was tricky, very tricky, and he's played that very well to within 3 feet.
It was definitely doable. I didn't think he could get it within 3 feet. And they've conceded that.
Well,
surprising.
However, the way is now clear for Justin Rose and Tommy Fleetwood. Both have birdie chances here to win the hole and to go 2 up.
Well, look, we saw Ben Griffin make a nice long eagle putt on the par 5, so let's see if maybe he can pull a rabbit out of a hat here and force Justin to make this putt.
Yes, of course, Griffin has got this put right across the 15th green, and since he produced the spectacular on the 7th, really it's been all about Bryson DeChambeau. So, but it would be typical match play if now Griffin were to do something similar again. So this is all of 50 feet from Griffin across the green towards the hole, but it was never threatening, always short. So now the way is clear for Rose and Fleetwood.
And that's too bad because they'd already conceded the putt. Look, he wasn't trying to leave it short. He was trying to make the putt, but we're still not at the stage of the game where panic has to set in. Now, if this putt goes in...
Don't panic, Sean.
If this putt goes in, it might be panic time.
Okay, so Fleetwood and Rose to come. Ali?
Some sensational iron play we're witnessing in the first 4-ball out on the course this afternoon. Europe 3 up with 3 to play. Sepp Straka into 6 feet. If he holds that birdie putt, there is nothing the USA can do. But JJ Spawn is 8 feet away. Scotty Scheffler is 10 feet away. And John Rahm, Katrina Matthew, with his approach, has just found a collar of rough away to the right-hand side of the green. It ain't over yet, John.
Tommy Fleetwood to go first for birdie. This is from 25 feet towards the hole, but missing on the right-hand side. So Justin Rose, who played that wonderful approach shot, has the chance now. As Sean McKeel said, it's absolutely no gimme, certainly.
And now we have a little bit of gamesmanship. I mean, Fleetwood can't have more than 2 feet. So I don't know what the strategy is behind that. I guess maybe let Justin think about the speed that he hits this putt. But he made a great one a couple holes ago. It wouldn't surprise me if he didn't hold this one as well.
Well, Justin Rose. Someone up on the bank here says something about Chelsea, which is Justin Rose's favourite team. I'm not sure he's necessarily thinking about Stamford Bridge at the moment, Justin Rose. So this from 10 feet. It's all of 10 feet. But this to take a grip on this match. Rose, this familiar routine that we've seen during this memorable year that he's had. Rose, ready now. The ball rolling. Well, I'm not sure that's been given enough. No, it hasn't. It stays up, so it's still Europe 1 up in this match with 3 to play, Ian.
And Rory McIlroy from 20 feet missing with his birdie attempt and shoving it a good way past the hole as well. But Shane Lowry has only got, well, maybe 12 feet, something like that. He's just off the green, but we've walked around this green and we've just seen how close Patrick Cantlay is, and he's just outside gimme range, 2.5 feet.
Yeah, 2.5, 3 feet, but Shane Lowry did him a bit of a disservice on the tee. It's actually, 12 feet, but he's got a wedge out. Just going to chip it over the edge of this fringe and let it trickle down to the hole, but this is a must-make.
It is, because he knows Cantlay's not going to miss that birdie putt. And if Cantlay's birdie is enough, then the Americans will go 1 up in this match, having been 2 down. The ball on its way. Oh, and Lowry's missed, so the putt coming up for Cantlay to put the Americans ahead here. Ali.
Ian, back to you shortly. 16th green, this could be the moment. Very much an outside chance for John Rahm for birdie because he's missed the green with his approach. We can't even see the ball, actually. It's disappeared into a thick collar of rough to the right of the green. But you know what happens in the Ryder Cup. Shots like this get holed. And if John Rahm can pop this in and make a 7th birdie of his round, there's nothing the Americans can do. Bunts it forward, it lands on the putting surface. That won't go in. It'll run by a good way as well. But Sepp Straka is just 6 feet away. If he can hold that, that'll be the win for Europe. America have birdie putts to come. Back with you, Ian.
Well, Sam Burns is going first to make sure of the par for the Americans, and now it'll be Patrick Cantlay, and the adrenaline must be pumping so hard for Cantlay.
Well, he's flying. 3 birdies in the last 4 holes, flagged it here, and this would be a pretty straightforward, but he's feeling it. There's nervous. The green around here is phenomenal. There's so many people here right now. You can't not feel the nerves.
They were 2 down after 11 were the Americans, and now looking at a putt to go 1 up with 3 holes to play, rather 4 holes to play. So Cantlay, meticulous Cantlay, is ready to go. Putt ahead behind the ball. No, he's going to back off. So there is some uncertainty.
I guess there's always uncertainty at this stage of the Ryder Cup. This is a big moment. Turn around from 2 down to potentially going 1 up with 4 to go. This is a big moment.
McIlroy standing on the edge of the green, chomping at an energy bar. Shane Lowry's gone off in search of a loo. And Patrick Cantlay is backed off again. Ali, quick word from you.
Scotty Scheffler then over a birdie putt, a crucial birdie putt on the 16th for the USA. Sepp Straka 6 feet away. Europe 3 up, 3 to play. This has to drop from Scheffler. It does drop right into the heart of the hole. So Sepp Straka has to answer the question. If he holds it, Europe win the match. Ian.
Cantlay now ready to pull the trigger. The ball on his way. He's missed it. He's missed it from 2.5 feet. Lips out. And, well, he was never settled over that. And Europe get away with one. And the match remains all square. Ali.
Right. First match out on the course, 16th green. Jon Rahm and Sepp Straka comes down to this. 6 feet on the 16th. Sepp Straka with a wonderful second to set up the chance. He found a big putt on the 14th. Jon Rahm found one on the 15th. Scotty Scheffler has asked the question, but Sepp Straka can close the door here. 6 feet to come, taking every care. He's just picked the little ball marker up from behind the ball. He wipes the putter face with the palm of his left hand. He's not going to take too long over this. Keep the same routine. This for the win, to win the match 3-2, to get Europe's 4th point on the board. Here it goes. Straka strikes for Europe. Clenches his fist. The ball finds the bottom of the hole. Jon Rahm wraps him up in a huge embrace. And Europe win the first match out on the course 3-2. Scheffler found a couple of birdies late on. The Americans fought hard, but Rahm and Straka get the job done. And Jon Rahm again, Katrina Matthew, 2 matches today, 2 wins. An absolute rock for Europe.
He was indeed. He's played well all day today. 6 birdies this afternoon, 3 for Straka. They played some really good golf. I mean, the Americans didn't really put much pressure on them on the front 9, but they were holding the putts. Scotty Scheffler, those last 2 holes, Europeans stood up to it and hold the putts when they had to.
Players clear the 16th green quickly. Now who's that who's raced over? It's Jose Maria Olazabal. He's been in so many of these battles as a player himself. He knows the pressure, the emotion, the tiredness, what it takes out of you as well. And he runs up to fellow Spaniard Jon Rahm and gives him a massive hug. We'll move in and try and get some post-match interviews, but Europe have the 4th point on the board. Rahm and Straka beat Scheffler and Spawn 3-2.
What an amazing 5, 6, 7 minutes that was. First of all, an opportunity for Europe to go 2 up with Fleetwood and Rose. Neither of them could take that opportunity, and they stay 1 up. Then there was the opportunity for Cantlay to put the Americans 1 up in the final match against McIlroy and Lowry. He didn't take that opportunity, and then Europe closed out against the world number 1 Scotty Scheffler and JJ Spawn, and they have won that by 3-2. It takes the score to USA 2, Europe 4, with 2 matches still out on the course.
It certainly does. We'll be trying to catch a word with Sepp Straka and Jon Rahm with our continuous coverage live here from Bethpage Black in the next few minutes. So, blue on the board, officially another point confirmed for Team Europe. That takes the score to USA 2, Europe 4, and we still have 2 matches out there on the golf course. The first bit of red on the board from the afternoon 4 balls came courtesy of debutant. Remember, the man from New York City himself, Cameron Young, partnering Justin Thomas against Ludvig Åberg and Rasmus Højgaard, a Dane on debut. And then in that final match, it's all square, tense. Cantlay missing a brilliant opportunity at the par 3 14th, playing alongside Sam Burns as Rory McIlroy and Shane Lowry just try to cling on to the coattails from the Ryder Cup stalwart. Okay, where next? To Sam Burns, who is on the 15th hole. Remember, this match is tied, and this one headed left, it seems, up towards the crowd that snakes its way up all the way up the left-hand side of this 15th hole. The shouts of 4 came, and it's just going to nestle in some of that trodden-down area up there where the spectators do congregate, and that's exactly what they do around the ball that nestles in that rough down the left-hand side. His partner, Cantlay, now has to find the fairway if he wants to give himself a good opportunity of trying to give himself another look at birdie. Big 4 right shout from Shane Lowry, just a couple of yards behind Cantlay. Well, 1 left, 1 right from those 2 American balls up that 15th hole. And now the big Irishman, the former Open champion, all the way back in 2019, a maiden major crown, which was an absolute beauty. Now, strikes the ball, sends it on its way. It's just going to peel off from left to right, but he's straight down for the tee. I think he likes it. Didn't get all of it, but that's going to nestle on the fairway. Right, let's get ourselves back to our on-course commentary team here live from Bethpage Black.
Take advantage of the Cantley slip on 14.
Yeah, that is the big question. Mount Olympus, the name of this hole, the 15th, and the two Americans have missed the fairway. Shane Lowry has found the fairway with his tee shot, and Rory McIlroy, just as he was addressing the ball there, heard something said by someone in the crowd. It's a very tight and intimate tee, this, and there are people standing 7-8 deep behind that tee and around it, and he just backed off and he's composed himself, and he'll be desperate to find the fairway here to have full control of his second shot to that elevated green 470 odd yards away. McIlroy holds his pose after the shot, bends down, picks up the tee. That's an encouraging sign, and the ball hasn't found the fairway. It's just down the left-hand side. We can see it, so it's lying okay in the rough down the left-hand side, a good 50 yards further down the hole than Shane Lowry's. But the two Americans are in the rough off the tee here as well, and we're going to embark on the biggest yomp now. Up the hill, 50 feet above the fairway sits the green, and that's where the players are going to be hitting their second shots too in due course.
And we've yomped up there, and we've yomped back down, and Tommy Fleetwood, I think, was that Fleetwood, John, has given himself another birdie opportunity.
Marvellous second shot from the left side of the fairway. Sean McKeel from Tommy Fleetwood, right on line, right at the flag, and it actually pulled up maybe 14 feet short.
Well, I'm not so worried about that one, but the Americans really need to get one in there close.
Well, it is. There is chaos going on to my right with the last match going up 15, but Ben Griffin from the middle of the 16th fairway in front of us here, these two holes side by side, that also right at the hole, but pitched about 7 feet short and then spun back to a similar distance to Fleetwood, so they'll both have birdie chances.
Again, it was a great iron shot, but just because of the softness of the greens, they're just not getting it close enough to the hole.
So DeChambeau and Rose still to play. Now Justin Rose is down the right-hand side, just on the side of the 16th hole where that massive hospitality chalet is, with Long Island written all over it. And Rose now from the rough has landed it right side of the green, pin high, and then it rolls on and rolls on past and down, probably 22 feet away.
Well, I mean, another great, right on line for Justin, and he's spot on with his irons today. He's going to have a good opportunity to make birdie, so Bryson hitting this ball right here is going to have to get it close.
Yep. 2 holes to play after this. Fleetwood and Rose, 1 up in this match. And DeChambeau lands it again on the putting surface, similar range to both Fleetwood and Rose.
Who's going to make the putt? It's the first time in a while we've seen 4 players have legitimate putts at it, so the Americans are just going to have to find a way to steal one on this hole.
Yep. However, we have seen this story before during the course of this round. It is going to be another put out to see who wins this hole.
It is shootout here. Andrew McGee has joined us. I was going to ask Katrina something, but she's disappeared. I thought she was out. It was Perdiz, isn't it? Shootout here.
Yeah, can we get Cam Young to jump in here? He was just fabulous today. But yeah, shootout here. Looks like we got some, I like what Sean just said. Looks like you got to get the ball closer to the hole and figure out how to hit a soft hand shot so it releases. It doesn't spin back every single time. These guys just are not adjusting to the situation here on the greens.
It reminds me of playing Pebble Beach. Remember back in the day, they put the pins up on the high spots and you either hit it over the green or the ball would spin back. There was just no way to get the ball close. And in 36 holes, the guys haven't figured out a way to do it.
Remember this match, Europe are 1 up, and we're right in the middle of a throng here where John Rahm has stayed behind. His bag is just in front of me. A couple of minutes ago, he just went into one of those pockets, took his watch out, took his phone out, but I'm assuming he didn't think I was going to nick them out of his bag. Tyrrell Hatton is alongside him. Various other members of the European team are here. Half are here watching this one. Luke Donald and the Molinaris have come into view. There's Bedlam further up, 15, which is Lowry and McIlroy against Cantlay and Burns. But these four, John Murray, have reached the green.
Yes, we've reached that part of the course where the reception is really breaking up, and I think we might be standing too close to one another. So I think maybe you need to move away from me. I think you're interfering with my reception.
Right, sorry for invading your personal space.
So here we go then, as Mark moves away. Oh, that has improved it. I'm a technical genius. Okay, so Sean, serious business this. Come on.
Well, I mean, set the stage. Who's going first? Looks like Ben Griffin's going to go first.
I thought it might be Rose to go first.
Yeah, it's hard to... yeah. Well, I'm not sure they've made that decision yet.
Okay, well, Ben Griffin is wandering around with intent, but I think it is going to be Rose. Yeah,
it is. Yeah.
So Rose, this is probably all of 22 feet. This really is coming to the sharp end, this match. It has been very close all the way through. All square after 4. Then the Americans were 1 up for 6 holes. Then it went back to all square for the 11th, 12th, 13th. Then the Europeans edged in front for the first time at the 14th. And here we are on the 16th with the match just tilted in favour of the Europeans. A huge cloud moves in front of the sun over Long Island. So for one of the few times this afternoon, we are in shade, and Justin Rose has given this all due care and attention. The other 3 players have birdie chances to come, but Rose first. The ball rolling towards the hole, but just rolls by, and that is conceded, and Rose bent right forward in frustration that didn't drop. So now, Sean, 3 more, all from a similar sort of range, this 15, 16 feet range.
Well, we got 1 down, 1 to go, but we need to do something. We can't expect the Euros to make a mistake in this stage of the match. Ben's, it's time for him to make a putt. That's the bottom line. He's just going to have to put a good stroke on it. Bryson's got a good opportunity. His is a little bit more up the hill with not as much break. So Bryson's got probably a better opportunity of the 2 of them.
Away in the distance, the 17th tower is there, quite tantalising actually, and all of the spectators up there probably desperately hoping that they see some of this drama up there. So Griffin to play first. Practice strokes. We're going to head to Ian very shortly, but just let's see what Griffin does here. Then Griffin for birdie for the United States. And it rolls by on the right. 2 birdie chances missed. Going to go to Ian with the last match when we get a chance, but I suspect he's still on his way up the hill to the top of the 15th. That one, Sean, just rolling by on the right-hand side.
I mean, just another fantastic putt. Great speed, pretty good line. It just didn't fall in for him. He's got to be a little bit disappointed with that, but it was really a great effort.
So Tommy Fleetwood, what a story he's had this year, with that disappointment after disappointment after disappointment, and then it all coming together. And the extraordinary scenes when he won the FedEx Championship, when of course Justin Rose was there on the balcony to welcome him in and congratulate him. And here they are now together playing in the Ryder Cup on the 16th green as the sun just comes out weakly again, bursting through the cloud. And Tommy Fleetwood from 15 feet for birdie. Bryson DeChambeau still has to putt, but Fleetwood now, he's given it enough. He's hauled it! It rattled him!
With authority. I mean, what a confident stroke that was. I mean, that's just a beautiful, beautiful pace to make it. Again, with Rose being close, it was easy for him to kind of give a little extra speed and hold the line.
And he gets a kiss. He gets a kiss from Justin Rose, a hug and a kiss on those beardy bristles of his. And, whoa, look at that. He's just trying to calm himself now, Sean. I can see that, that moment, that explosion there, and he's still, still work to be done. And, of course, DeChambeau can still hold this from a similar range.
There's a certain half point there if he doesn't make this putt. So Bryson will be giving it a run pretty confidently. He's taking a little extra time than he normally does, but
DeChambeau places that ball ever so carefully, moves his marker away, steps and looks at it from behind. DeChambeau has to hold this, otherwise Europe will be 2 up with 2 to play and guaranteed at least half a point from this match. From probably 18 feet, DeChambeau. The ball is headed towards the hole for the United States for DeChambeau, and he moved after it, but it just moved away on the left, and Europe win the hole and are 2 up. And Sean will head straight back down the course to Ian Carter.
Yes, we're on the 15th. 2 balls have found the green. Both Rory McIlroy and Patrick Cantlay have got good looks at birdie to come. Awfully difficult pitch shot for Shane Lowry after missing the green to the right. Big fall off there. And Sam Burns from the left-hand bunker now playing an elevated bunker shot that just grabs beyond the hole. Overcooked it slightly. We've seen a lot of bunker shots that have flown that little bit further, and he's going to be left with 8 feet for par.
Yeah, just came out a little low on the face, flew it a little bit too far. But he was with where Cantlay is in, he could be pretty aggressive with that. Now, Shane Lowry, I think he's just walked up onto the green and had a little joke with Rory that he's got nothing, he's dead. He's about 20 feet below the level of the surface on mud, walkway mud, on a slight downslope to a pin that's got about 6 feet onto the fringe. So this is just trying to give himself some kind of chance, probably trying to just hold it and let Rory take over if it doesn't go in.
Here he goes, and he's made good contact, but it's gone way over the hole, and it's running and trundling all the way to the very front edge of the green, runs off the green, and that's probably the best he could do from there. That was impossible.
Yeah, he had nothing. The only thing he could do was fly it into the hole. It was the green all runs away from him. Absolutely no chance.
Reminder of the overall situation. Europe leading by 4 points to 2. They led 3-1 from the morning session. 2 matches have gone so far in the afternoon. 1 of them to Europe, 1 of them to the United States. And this match is all square. This match absolutely crucial, you feel. And poor old Shane Lowry's had to climb up that 20 or so feet up onto the putting surface. And now he is ready to take his wedge out. And the wags, I think the beer has taken its effect. We're getting shouts of, come on Shane, get on with it. Poor bloke. I mean, he does get on with it, but he's had some long ways to go. But actually, Rory McIlroy's saying, you just hold fire, I'll go, I'm ready. And some of the New Yorkers, they're giving it their own advice on what the line is. He's very good at blocking this sort of thing out when he needs to.
Well, at least that's the New York crowd that's finally coming alive. It's not too original, but it's not going to affect Rory at this stage.
I wonder if he's encountered this with the VR headset on in preparation. Well, he's down on his haunches now, and there is a semblance of peace around this green here. And he is a study of concentration. This putt is around about 20 feet, 18 feet, something like that. Cantlay has a marginally shorter birdie putt to come. The match is all square. We're on the 15th green. And here he is putting through his own elongated shadow. The ball on its way, heading into the sunlight, turning from left to right. Has it got the legs? Has it got the legs? No, not quite to hold its line. And it just dribbles a couple of inches to the right of the hole. Fantastic effort, but it's only a par 4.
Yeah, it's really good putt. As you can see, just lost its pace. It needed a couple more revolutions to hold its line and go in, but just fell short. Disappointing, but it was a great chance.
So now the Americans are going through the same routine as they went before, trying to get the half first before Cantlay goes for the winning putt. And I can't help feeling that backfired a little bit on the previous green.
Well, given Cantley's putt, it is quick, but it's not too much to worry about in terms of pace-wise. So I'm a little bit surprised that they're going through the hassle of Sam Burns trying to make this, but he's missed it anyway.
Well, he has missed the par putt, so it's going to be Patrick Cantlay to win this hole, but we'll go to John now.
Just to tell you, Ian, the Europeans have played their tee shots at 17. Both Rose and Fleetwood are on the green. One back left, one back right, with the flag cut towards the front, and the first American tee shot is on the front of the green, 20 feet away. Europe 2 up in this match, Ian, with these 2 holes to play.
So a guaranteed half there for Europe, and it's sounding good that they can get the job done and take Luke Donald's side 5-2 ahead. This is the match that's really in the balance here. All square, but Cantlay with a 15-footer, a little bit of left to right on it, and this 15-footer would take the Americans one up.
Yeah, a little bit easier putt than he's had on some of the others. He's seen a little bit of what Rory's does, and he's just waiting for somebody behind the green who's still walking to kind of distracting him. We saw how distracted he got on the last, but this is a bit more freer chance at hitting this one.
This to win the hole. Here's the practice putt. Now the putt ahead is behind the ball, 15 feet for Patrick Cantlay to go one up with 3 to play. 15th green. Study of concentration, his eyes boring down on that little white ball, willing it as it starts its journey to disappear. It looks good, it's up to the hole, but it peels away like McIlroy's did, and both players missing their birdie chances. We remain all square. We go ahead to the 17th, and John.
To that. Bryson DeChambeau has hit the best tee shot of the 4 at the 17th. It's not over yet. He's hit it to probably 7 feet. That is a terrific shot from DeChambeau. So both Europeans, actually, in saying that, Fleetwood just off the back left of the green, but Rose back right. But looking down on Bryson DeChambeau's tee shot, I mean, that is a terrific effort under pressure, Sean, but maybe too late.
Never too late, is it? Never too late.
It might be in a minute.
Look, he's obviously got to make this putt, but if he can grind away and scratch at a half point, that could make the difference. So that's why you keep playing. You grind away, you keep playing until you run out of holes, and then you shake the hand of your playing partner and go on and try to figure it out for the next day. That's all you can do.
Yep. Europe guaranteed a half point from this, but as Sean rightly points out, the Americans could yet squeeze a half out of this. And the crowd here around the back of the 17th are doing all they can, Mark.
It's definitely a lot more subdued than I expected. I mean, I expected a lot more. I don't know if there's a sense that the Europeans are playing better. I mean, they are winning, of course. But we haven't heard the roars. We've heard a couple, but not throughout the golf course. We just haven't heard that today.
Well, look forward, Mark, to hearing them when they're noisy.
They've been noisy when they've had a reason to be noisy. That's probably the best way to put it, Andrew, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we said this earlier. There's just been no continuity in noisy. It's like one good thing happens, then they go and lose a hole or tie a hole and don't keep the momentum going. You just got to kind of keep it going somehow, make some putts. It looks like Fleetwood's making some nice putts there. Rosie's making some clutch putts. You got to make some 30-footers. I've seen most of these shots into these greens about 30 feet, 20 feet. You got to make some of those just somehow will it in.
Well, Katrina, that's the thing. I know you haven't seen a lot of the Fleetwood Rose match, but Fleetwood clutch putt on 14 to take them 1 up, clutch putt that you saw here on 16 to take them 2 up.
Yeah, as Andrew said, that's what you've got to do. You've got to hold the putts coming down the stretch when you have to. That's the difference between just edging 1 ahead, 2 ahead and winning your match.
The camera just picked up Luke Donald having a yawn sitting by the side of the green with the Rose Fleetwood match. Maybe he's just very relaxed, John.
Quite possibly. Not necessarily a word that you would use in the midst of all this. And Justin Rose, I mean, hearts must be beating these 4 players 20 to the dozen. Justin Rose to play first, just off the back of the 17th green. If he holds this, it's all over. In it goes, on it goes, down towards the hole. Still all of Oh, and it's pulled up a good 4.5 feet short.
I think he'd like to have that quite a bit closer than that. I mean, that was a makeable chip for Justin. Maybe just mishit it slightly.
Tommy Fleetwood, I think, will play next. So there's Ben Griffin at the front of the green, but I think it is Fleetwood to play next. But of course, Bryson DeChambeau has got this. I mean, it is 6 or 7 feet. And there is every chance that this match will continue down the 18th. Mind you, in Ryder Cup golf, it is extraordinary the things that can happen. You know, unlike you will ever see in any other golfing event.
You just play until you can't play anymore. I mean, Bryson is really giving this an extra look. But his partner Ben has a good opportunity here too. So it may not come down to Bryson, but gotta have it.
So Tommy Fleetwood it is, with Europe 2 up in this match. Fleetwood has looked at it from behind and then steps forward, and he's ready now. But this is all of 30 feet, maybe 35. Fleetwood, I'm not sure he's given this enough. No, it's going to pull up short, and I'm not sure actually that'll be conceded either.
No, they're going to make both those guys putt those putts. But I'm thinking Bryson's going to make his putt, so I think that's going to be a moot point. But, you know, I wouldn't have to make a 4-footer to win the match.
But it'll be Griffin to play first, and this could be significant. Again, you know, the match play situation, he's been quiet, Ben Griffin, for, well, certainly longer than he would want in this match. And when it comes to 18, if they are to take it to 18, if he's able to hold this, then, you know, that changes the psyche.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, just a good solid finish by the Americans could just give them a little bit of momentum for tomorrow. I'm sure they're trying to figure out who's going to be paired with who. It's a big match right here. We really can't afford to give up a full point.
So, with DeChambeau much closer, maybe 6 feet, that's to come. Ben Griffin has a putt to win the hole, and he never threatened it. Missed by a distance on the left-hand side.
No, he hit that right out of the heel, and that was left all the way. That wasn't just a bad read. That was just a bad putt.
So Ben Griffin, with his sunglasses on, he does have an eye condition, so that's why he wears his sunglasses. He steps away into the shadows. And now Bryson DeChambeau, and you will hear this wherever you're listening to us, wherever in the UK, if you're on the course, wherever around the world you're listening to this, there is going to be an explosion of noise when this ball drops into the hole from 6 feet for Bryson DeChambeau to win the hole, and this would mean that Europe will go to the 18th tee 1 up in this match. So a half point is guaranteed, but the Americans will still have a fighting chance. This to win the hole and take the match to the 18th for Bryson DeChambeau. Here we go. In it goes. Yes, for the United States. And a punch of the air, feet wide apart. That's the X factor. That's the gladiator that Bryson DeChambeau is. And they live on to the final hole, Sean.
What a putt after really not playing well the last few holes, to step up there on that par 3. What a difficult hole that is. And that pin is not really accessible. But he just shows you what he's made of. To keep grinding it out, he's going to play until the end.
Yeah, that was man of steel play from Bryson DeChambeau. And Fleetwood and Rose's lead is cut back to 1 up as they come up the hill now to the 18th tee.
Well, watching a replay back down here by the 16th green with a big screen, it thought about it, didn't it? It thought about it.
It did about a 360 or 270, didn't it, around that hole? But the cheer, you could see a lot of the American team were there, the vice captains, they were arms raised, they were loving that one.
And he's fired up, and we haven't seen him fired up that much following him round over the last few holes.
How many balls you can put in your hand will fit in the top of the hole? 3. Okay, so there's lots of space in there for the lip ends.
and the bounces. Look at me. It was a great putt. Okay, awesome.
No, I'm thinking I'm gonna take that mindset. Thank you, coach.
Lots of room.
The final 4-ball is back down the 16th fairway. This one is all square. So remember, Rahm and Straka won 3 and 2 against Scheffler and Spawn. Cam Young on his Ryder Cup debut was sensational alongside Justin Thomas as they thrashed Ludwig Aubert and Rasmus Højgaard 6 and 5. Fleetwood and Rose 1 up going down 18, and this final match is all square. Ian.
It's tantalisingly poised, isn't it? And it's been a real humdinger of a contest. Maybe not quite out of the top drawer. I don't think any of the players would say they've played their absolute best, but just the way it's ebbed and flowed has been incredible. And the longer it's gone on, as we see a fantastic approach shot come in there, and I think that was from Shane Lowry. Absolutely brilliant. Shane Lowry's put it to 8 feet. He hit from an area that was just a little obscured from us. Both Americans are in the fairway. And what I was going to say was that this match has really become McIlroy against Cantlay to a large extent. But Lowry coming up with a superb shot there from the right rough, and he'll have a birdie attempt from around about 8 feet. Now here is Patrick Cantlay, excuse me, very dusty down this part of the course. And here he comes, holds his pose there, nice balanced swing. Here it comes out of the clear blue sky, lands in the green, and another lovely shot right into the heart of the back portion of the green. That's where the flag's located, and he's put it to 15 feet.
Yeah, into the heart of the green, not taking any chances, going straight at the flag with this bunker over on the right side. But Sam Burns here is in a very similar position, going in with probably a wedge, a big wedge, 9-iron. Can be very aggressive with that with Cantlay in the middle of the green.
So here comes Burns now. McIlroy more advanced down this hole and will be hitting from the rough down the right-hand side. But Burns looking to try and get his closer than Lowry's, just 8 feet away from the shadows of the fairway. Just a half swing and then a full explosion through. This one's coming up a little shy. I think it lands in the green and then hops backwards, and that's going to be a good 30 feet away. So next to come Rory McIlroy, controlling this to this pin position from the right rough.
Well, he's a good 20 yards further down, and whilst he is in the rough, again, he's only going to come in with wedge, so I think he can be pretty aggressive with this, with these soft greens.
American captain Keegan Bradley on his knees here, watching just to the right of the green. He'll be anxious to know what's happening on the 18th as well with DeChambeau's match. Here comes McIlroy, and he's found the green, and the ball is just tracking down. Lovely shot, and it's advantage Europe after those approach shots, both with really good looks at birdie.
Cracking shot that, coming out the rough, just released down to the hole about 12 feet. So Shane's completely on the opposite side, Rory on this side. Two great chances and closer than the Americans right now.
So that big scoreboard mark showing that Europe lead by 4 points to 2. The bottom match is all square. That's the one we're watching. The other match that's out on that golf course has gone to the 18th with Fleetwood and Rose 1 up on Ben Griffin and Bryson DeChambeau. Rahm and Straka beating Scheffler and Spawn for Europe earlier on, and Cameron Young and Justin Thomas, real thrashing of Ludwig Aubert and Rasmus Højgaard. And like the Pied Piper, the two Americans are leading the entourage here up towards the 16th green.
Let's go to 18. I said that Bryson DeChambeau was pumped, and it's his tee shot that is the most wayward of the four, John Murray.
Yes, DeChambeau, after that absolute outpouring of emotion on the 17th, has hit it right of the fairway into the rough. But the other three men, Fleetwood and Rose for Europe and Ben Griffin, the rookie, are in the fairway.
It's probably the toughest driving hole in the golf course is this one. Just both sides are just flanked with bunkers. You know, and it's, again, we've got another uphill shot, probably playing up 10.
So Europe 1 up, playing the 18th here in the evening sunshine on Long Island, Mark.
Okay, we wait for their seconds into the par 4 18th, and when McIlroy and Lowry reach this green, Ian Carter, they will be very pleased with what they've seen.
Yes, they will, because They can see how close their approach shots have been, and they can also see that the Americans have longer putts. That one sucked back for Sam Burns. He's going to be first to putt. Of course, he's a very, very dangerous putter. Right up there on the putting stats is the tall American from Louisiana. Patrick Cantlay is prowling over his putts. Both Americans have the opportunity to go first. They can strike a psychological blow.
Yeah, this putt from Sam Burns has got quite a bit of break on, feeding right to left. But Patrick Cantlay's is the one I'd be more worried about. That's a little straighter, putting slightly up the hill. It's a great opportunity the way he's been rolling it.
These greens, they don't look like they've got subtle borrows, but they have foxed the players.
They have. I've been surprised at how many short putts have been missed, considering how pure the greens are. I think they're very, very subtle, and as the grass has grown throughout the day, they've made it be quite tricky.
So here he goes then. Sam Burns from 30-odd feet sends his putt forward towards the hole on the 16th, and it stays above ground. And Cantlay walks forward, and this will take a while, but he had a great chance, didn't he, on the 13th, or rather the 14th, and on the 15th he had a decent chance. He'll want to make this one count.
Yeah, this is coming down to the business end of the tournament. He absolutely needs to take any advantage they can, so he'll be feeling like he has to do it. With Shane and Rory having two good looks, he'll feel like a birdie is a must to tie the hole.
Two Europeans looking very relaxed. Shane Lowry leaning on his putter with his left arm on his left hip. Rory McIlroy staring down at the green, almost in exactly the same pose, only he's standing leaning on his right hand and then his teapot with his other arm, and he's actually just swapped it, as I literally say that, but he's just looking down at the green, just trying to compose himself. Cantlay is the man who's on the move here now, gently wipes his hand across the face of the putter, and now gets into his address position, just the one swing of the putter to get the feel of the pace. And now he'll gently widen his stance. He'll shuffle those feet, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 foot after the other. And now he's ready to go. This for a birdie for the Americans. Cantlay sends it towards the hole. He likes it. Yes, straight in. Birdie for Cantlay. Loads the pressure onto McIlroy and Lowry with their birdie chances to come as we go to 18 and John Murray.
Well, Fleetwood, Griffin and Rose all in the fairway, and it's Fleetwood to play first. From almost the middle, just slightly left of centre. And the raised green in front of this massive grandstand behind me, this noisy grandstand, that's where Fleetwood is aiming with his approach shot. He steps away to his left. Oh, wonderful shot over the hole. It spins back and he's hit it to 4 feet.
What a shot. These guys have really piggybacked off each other really, really well. And what a way to finish off the last 5 or 6 holes.
Brilliant play, Fleetwood. Back to Ian.
And Rory McIlroy with his ever-lengthening shadow here in a green that is bathed in sunshine. This is 10 feet. This for a birdie for the half. On its way. In it goes. Clenched fist. Nerveless from McIlroy. Now this match is hitting the heights as the 16th is halved in birdie threes. 2 holes to go. Nothing to separate them. All square going to the 17th.
Goodness.
Amazing stuff.
Fantastic.
Amazing.
He about 2 feet with the 2 feet left to go, he was walking that one in, and it was great to see how much emotion came out of Shane then. He was feeling it.
Yeah, great stuff there, and I think that Lowry, the quality of his approach freed up McIlroy there with his putt. As we go back to John, thrilling stuff here. 1 hole in it for you, and we're all square with 2 to go.
Well, after that brilliant approach from Tommy Fleetwood, now it's Justin Rose, and that's right on line as well. That lands over the hole, and that spins back as well, and that's not much further away than Fleetwood.
These 2 players, it's just remarkable the way that they're keeping the ball next to the hole. I mean, that's how you play the game. Proper distance, giving yourself every opportunity to make a putt. I mean, what a shot. And you're going to have to pull out, do something really special here.
Well, the Americans, remember, have got to win this hole. And with the Europeans there, well, as Sean McKeel says Ben Griffin or Bryson DeChambeau has got to do something quite spectacular. Probably hold this. Griffin to play first. Up it comes into the shadows. That also lands beyond the hole. That spins back, but it spins back wide of the hole, and that is to within 7 feet.
That's what you come to expect when you come to a Ryder Cup, to see these guys hit shots like that.
And with absolute bedlam behind us here, Bryson DeChambeau, after a massive tee shot that missed the fairway on the right-hand side, but is way beyond the other three players. Bryson DeChambeau, I can only see the top quarter of his body, so I can see the blue, the solid blue of the upper part of his shirt, and he sends the ball up towards the hole, but short. That hasn't made the green. That is on the grassy bank down there, and it does look now as though victory is almost inevitable on the 18th for Fleetwood and Rose, but not quite, Ian.
Not quite, and this one well and truly in the balance. We're definitely going to the 18th, as Cantlay did this morning with Xander Schauffele, won the last 2 holes, and that was good enough to take the lone point for the United States in the morning session. Here's Sam Burns to the par 3, 17th, hitting his tee shot. Has it got enough to get to the green? Yes, it has. That's superb from the American, and he's put it to 5 feet. The match really is hitting the heights.
He's been absolutely dialed on this back nine with his iron play. That's straight at it under the hole. Perfect shot. Absolutely applying all the pressure back on the Europeans.
Absolutely. The 16th hole was shared in birdies to keep it all square. Fever pitch excitement here, thousands upon thousands. The 17th hole is a stadium in its own right, and as we look away to the left of the green, we can see all the way down the 18th to the packed grandstand there as well. This is big time sport, really big time sport. And now Patrick Cantlay on this par 3, a couple of 100 yards. What is it today? 179 yards. And he is ready to go with his tee shot. Again, doing that little shuffle of his feet, just as much to get comfortable, as much to get comfortable mentally, you feel. Not a cloud in the sky now, as he clips this one on its way, heading up towards the green. The pin in the back left corner, the ball lands in the far right corner. Lengthy birdie chance to come. Up to 18, John.
Bryson DeChambeau, who was in the bunker just to the right of the 18th green, splashed it out. I mean, an excellent shot, but he had to hold it.
It's irrelevant, that shot, really. And now it's going to look, to me, it looks like Justin Rose is going to have the first opportunity to win this match for Europe.
Yep. I thought it might be Griffin to play first, actually. Anyway, they're still deciding, Ian.
So here on 17, it's Shane Lowry next to play. Cantlay's tee shot finishing up to the right portion of the green. He's got about a 30-footer for birdie. Here comes Lowry looking for a good approach. He's willing the ball to get up to the green, and it does. It finds the green just inside Cantlay's ball, just to the right of the flag. That gives McIlroy license to go flag hunting.
Yeah, that's pretty safe shot there, just taking the front miss and that slope out of play, so they won't be too happy with it, but it's in a good position.
And so McIlroy, the 4th of the 4 to hit his tee shot. This match all square, the last match on the course at the end of what's been an extraordinary first day to the 45th Ryder Cup. America beaten heavily in the foursomes and really fighting in the 4 balls here. McIlroy thinks that one's going a little bit to the right, and the ball lands just to the right of the flag, and it's a great shot from McIlroy. He's got a good look at birdie. So all 4 players on the green at 17. What's happening at 18?
Up on the 18th green, Justin Rose and Tommy Fleetwood, who are 1 up. What the Americans need here is for both Rose and Fleetwood to miss their putts, and Griffin has to hold his.
What an opportunity. Justin won in my hometown about 3-4 weeks ago at the FedEx St. Jude Championship. You know he's loving this opportunity.
And he won with the ultimate class as well. as he so often shows. So Rose for birdie on the 18th, right in the middle. And he turns, as he did 2 years ago in Italy when he pointed at his teammates. This time he points at just one of them. Tommy Fleetwood, Europe win, 1 up on the 18th, and there's a body bump there. Handshakes between the rookie Ben Griffin. He provided some moments, but Bryson DeChambeau beaten for the second time today despite his efforts, and now it's hugs all round Rose and Fleetwood and the caddies. What a win for this new partnership, don't forget. And here they are now together finally. They put their arms out, they walk towards one another, and there's a huge embrace and smiles all over the faces of 2 of Europe's most popular golfers, Justin Rose and Tommy Fleetwood, winners together. What a victory.
Well, who would have thought that after the first 12 or 13 holes that the excitement would build in the last 4 or 5 holes? It's typical Europe. They grind all the way to the end. What a finish. I mean, what an absolute finish. And that just shows you at 45 years of age, Justin Rose is still world class.
Yeah, winning the 18th, so a 2-hole win, 2 up on the 18th, and that makes the match score 5-2 Europe, with Mark just 1 match out on the course now. And I'll go and see if I can speak to the victorious duo.
Okay, thank you. Here on 17, you just wonder, Katrina, don't you, as all 4 players approach their balls, the big scoreboard right behind the 17 goes blue for Europe alongside Fleetwood and Rose, and you wonder whether that just ramps it up a little bit on Burns and Cantlay in particular.
Yeah, they're going to be desperate to try and get this full point, not just get a half match and a half point. They want the full point here to tie the session 2-2 this afternoon.
I have to say, I think there are a lot more Europeans here than we maybe thought there would be, Ian Carter. They are vocal.
They are. They're really making their voice heard. I think the majority of them are here watching this match, and they recognise just how important it is. And Patrick Cantlay has stalked his putt. So let's give you the distances. I'm going to say 30 feet here for Patrick Cantlay, 26 feet for Shane Lowry, 12 feet for Rory McIlroy, and 6 feet for Sam Burns. All will be hoping for glory. All will be hoping for a birdie to break the deadlock and make them earn an unassailable lead going to the last. Cantlay first to go. Over it now. 30-odd feet, putting all the way through the shadows. A lingering glance at the hole. That shuffle once again. I've spent all day watching him shuffle before he hits his putts. He's really come up trumps for his country so far today, and this ball is on its way. It's missing to the right. It was perfect for length. That will be conceded. Par 3 for the American.
And Shane was right in behind there watching the entire roll of that. He's on a very similar line, maybe 3-4 feet closer. It's a fantastic opportunity here.
Yeah, that can only help if you've got that opportunity to be able to hit, having seen the line. And Shane Lowry would love to ignite things for Europe right here.
It absolutely would, and he's been quiet, but he's known for big moments, and this is perfect for him right here. Don't really want to have to rely on Rory from 12 feet, but 2 good chances here.
Overall score now, Europe 5, America 2. Brilliant opening day for Luke Donald's side, and it could get even better with this match. Just the 1 defeat this afternoon coming from Ludwig Åberg and Rasmus Højgaard, beaten by Cameron Young, who was brilliant. 6 and 5, played with Justin Thomas. That's the only point for the United States. Captain Luke Donald arrives here to watch Shane Lowry looking for his birdie. Sends the ball on its way again, all the way through shade towards the hole. Oh, and shaves the right edge. Really great effort from Shane Lowry.
He's absolutely flabbergasted that hasn't moved. He's just watched Patrick Cantlay hit the same putt, and he's made the same mistake, just leaving it up high. But it was a good roll. Unfortunate. Now it's time for Rory to step up, see if he can put the pressure right back on Sam Burns.
Well, he holed a good one at 16.
He did, and this has not got a whole lot of break on it. The problem he does have is the shadows from the crowd are moving across his line, and we're not a million miles from it, but I think if everyone holds their position, then he's all good. But it hopefully won't put him off.
Cantley standing at the back of the green, both hands on his hips. He's done his bit, and he knows that Sam Burns has got a really good look at birdie. Sam Burns holding his hand up, calling for order here. Lone stray shouts from New Yorkers. McIlroy doesn't seem interested, sends the ball on its way. This for birdie, and in! Oh, Rory McIlroy! Sensational! Back-to-back birdies, and it means that Europe cannot be behind going into the final hole here. A birdie too, and absolutely no emotion on his face. A little smile eventually, a grin from Shane Lowry, and he heaps the pressure onto Sam Burns.
Talk about big putts. Cometh the man, cometh the moment. That was amazing. And Shane Lowry jumping off his feet onto the green to come and give him a low five. Rory just stands off as if it's just nothing. Delighted to be going down. Put the pressure right back on Sam Burns here.
Golf of the highest octane, absolutely sensational stuff, and Sam Burns now has to respond for the United States. The last few holes here have been absolutely spellbinding in this match. One hole to go after this, and this 6-footer has to drop for Sam Burns, otherwise the Americans will be one down with one to play after that brilliant putt from Rory McIlroy. So Burns knocks it forward and in right on the left edge, and this match has got exactly what it deserved. The fact that it'll go to the 18th with all results possible. It's all square, glorious stuff. The last two holes have been halved in birdies. Brilliant stuff. Sam Burns holds his nerve. Rory McIlroy with his birdie, absolutely brilliant.
With all your experience of Solheim Cups and everything else that you have been involved with, Katrina, and what you have won, you must still marvel at what we are watching.
Oh, it's fantastic, isn't it? It's golf at the highest level, under the most extreme pressure, and they're knocking in birdies, putt after putt, following each other in. It's just fantastic. It's great fun to watch.
The sheer, Andrew McGee, the sheer consistency of McIlroy in the last two holes to drain the birdie putts that he's had, knowing that his opponents are either in the hole in Cantley or a lot closer in Burns.
The mental fortitude of Rory McIlroy is just on display. I mean, he is not going to let his team lose. And you can tell when he's talking to the press in the media center, he's going to lead this team, and he's saying he is.
And actually, Ian Carter, who I think you're probably a little bit further down this 18th as I'm at the back of the scrum, you've watched Patrick Cantley all day, and you have to say the same thing about him, don't you?
Gutsy, so gutsy. You could only have the utmost admiration for this American in the Ryder Cup context. Yeah, I know he divides opinion among an awful lot of golf fans for the pace of his play and for some of his obstinance about certain issues around the game, and the way that he was perceived to have been involved in a campaign for payment for play. But my goodness me, he's earning every penny that he's getting right now. He's a fantastic competitor. He really is. And we heard that, didn't we, when we spoke to him at the end of his win with Xander Schauffele. And both of them just said, I said, what's going to be the feeling in the American camp? And they both just said, fight. And that's what we've seen from certainly Cantley and Burns today. In this match this afternoon. It's been absolute classic golf.
And so we come down the 18th into a fairway that is bathed in evening New York sunshine, but to a green that is in the shadows up ahead, where I would imagine everybody who has played so far is around that green waiting to welcome these final four men home. A lot of the Americans are actually waiting by the 18th tee. Up ahead on that 18th green, John Murray.
Yes, we have the men who won on the 18th, Justin Rose and Tommy Fleetwood. I think, Tommy, a lot of modern Ryder Cup watchers will probably feel that their experience wasn't complete until they watched you two play together, and it all came together.
Yeah, of course. I just said, got so close, the two of us, and I've dreamt of the opportunity to play with Justin Rose in a Ryder Cup for a very long time, and to have got to do that this afternoon, very proud to be by his side. And on top of that, I was just staring down the 18th fairway there. That's a dream come true for us, and to get that point, contribute to the team, to the total that we know we want to get to, means a lot. But it was great being out there with him, and he was amazing.
Yeah, to win it on the 80th, Justin, in the way that you did, I have to say, it put me in mind of 2 years ago when you pointed out all of your teammates. Today, you just pointed out the one man, and also, to be there in the way that you were when Tommy won the FedEx title, and now to do this together today.
Yeah, it was a special day. I think, like Tommy said, we've been looking forward to it for a while. It's been hard to wrestle him off some other great partners, and but to get the opportunity today was huge. And Tommy sent me a lovely text yesterday that he was going to be excited for the afternoon, no matter what happened in the morning, and he'd be ready. And couldn't wait to stand up and celebrate a point together on late Friday afternoon. And to see our name in blue is it's a big moment and a great feeling. And listen, Tommy stepped up massively today. He kept me. Well, we kept each other going, but head up all the way. We kept saying the right things to one another. We were a pretty relentless team.
Yes. You excited a lot of people together today. Well done.
Thank you. We loved it.
Thank you.
There you go.
Lovely, Justin Rose and Tommy.
They're absolutely, honestly, Mark, it's absolutely bursting out of them their pleasure and pride at what they've done together today.
It's all part and parcel of it, isn't it? Not only how they perform, but actually the opportunity to be together as a pair in this afternoon's four balls. It's now all about the tee shots that are coming down 18. Ian Carter.
We've seen 3 of them now. We're watching Rory McIlroy as he tries to launch his tee shot. Looks like it's going to be hitting the fairway, and it does. It's a fine shot. So 2 balls are on the fairway. Patrick Cantlay and Rory McIlroy. Sam Burns is in the right semi-rough, and off to the left, we're down the right-hand side, so we can't see whether it's gone into rough or one of the bunkers down the left-hand side. But Shane Lowry with the most wayward of the 4 tee shots. We're going to yomp up now to get behind the green so that we can see those approach shots come in, Mark.
Okay, we've got ourselves on the wrong side of the fairway here, haven't we, Katrina?
I think we need to try and yomp up, as Ian says, to get to this green so we can see what's happening up at the green. We try and see the shots coming in.
All right, we'll yomp up here and see where we can. We'll see where we can get to. I suggest we don't yomp across the 18th fairway at this precise moment, given how dramatic it is. And as we come up, I can see several of the American assistant coaches and maybe a couple of players there as well. There's some of the American buggies with the American wives on as well. The Europeans just away to our right. Tyrrell Hatton right at the front of the green here, waiting for McIlroy and Lowry to come up. Alistair Bruce-Ball, I think you're at the back of the 18th grandstand, aren't you?
Yes, it's quite subdued at the back here, Mark. It's still quite a full grandstand, but as you say, I'm looking from the other angle to you, so I can just see the backs of the European players gathered as a team, the likes of John Rahm and Tyrrell Hatton and Victor Hovland, waiting for everyone else to come up through the shade into the sunshine towards this 18th green. Quite a sight and quite a day it's been.
It really has. In the midst of yomping, we nearly got hit by Luke Donald's buggy that just came up behind us, and it sounds an obvious thing here, Ian, but what an important 5 minutes this could be for the whole of the Ryder Cup. Remember, it's 5-2. It's all square. We could end today 6-2 Europe, 5-3 Europe, 5.5, 2.5. Yeah, that is the most obvious thing I've said.
No, but it's the most pertinent thing you've said as well. Actually, an awful lot of what you've said has been very pertinent, Mark, obviously all day long. But it's a very, very good point you make, because this match, with all 3 possible outcomes, and certainly if it was 5-3 to Europe, that would feel a whole lot better for the United States than trailing 6-2, because 6-2 would mean comprehensive victories for Europe in both of the opening sessions away from home, and that would take an awful lot of recovering from.
And it's just hard over 4 sessions to keep that going, so you want to eke out every point, every half point you can when you have the chance. And from a European perspective, if they did end up losing this game, it would be a pretty big loss, and certainly hurt. So they're going to be needing to do something special down here. I'm not sure. We're looking down back now at Shane's. I think it might have crept into the bunker, so it's not in a good position, but Rory's going to have to stand up and do something special.
Stand up and deliver again, as he has done throughout this match. It's been a brilliant performance from McIlroy, actually.
It has. He's delivered all the way. He's got off to a great start, carried Shane for a little bit. Shane had a little wobble in the middle, but he's sort of hung in there. But he's really followed through, and in this last couple of holes just stood up when it really counted.
And Lowry walking up now and just joining his caddy Darren Reynolds. bends down, takes the water bottle from his bag. He's going to take a big swig of water. It's a sultry evening now. Much of the day's heat still evident here. Everyone just sort of caked in a layer of perspiration, it feels like. They've made their way around here. Looks like it's in the rough down the left-hand side rather than in the bunker, judging by the way that he's looking at his yardage, but where he's standing to do that.
And if it looks like that now, if it is in the rough, he's actually got the best angle of all four of the players. So he's just got to get it tight to this right-hand side and gauge the distance, which is not easy coming up. Green's probably, 20 feet above the surface of the fairway?
At least, if not 30, 40 feet.
Was it 114?
So
114 or just
you can hear the conversation with his caddy. He is hitting from the rough, and the flag is located tight to the right side, just 4 paces off the right edge of the green. Bunkers to the right and the left. McIlroy watches as Lowry composes himself, just shakes his left arm forward before putting that white glove onto the grip of the club where his right hand is, and then into that languid swing, high trajectory, launches it up onto the green, lands on the green, pin high, super shot from Shane Lowry, and he'll have a look at birdie from around about 22, 24 feet.
Yeah, just came out a little bit left. He was just giving it the lean and was trying to be a bit more aggressive with wedge in his hand, but it's given him a really good opportunity at birdie.
Next up for the United States, we have Sam Burns, or is it going to be Patrick Cantlay? They're both addressing the ball at the moment. It's Cantlay. Cantlay from the left fairway. Burns is just having a couple of rehearsals from the right rough down the right-hand side. Oh, and Cantlay has skewed that one, and he has put it in the bunker to the right of the green. Unforced error there. That was a shocker.
That's unbelievable, the way he's been swinging on this back nine, just feeling the nerves, just a complete duff with a wedge in his hand from the middle of the fairway. Cardinal sin there, leaving all the pressure on Sam Burns now coming out this first cut.
Rory McIlroy beautifully positioned in the middle of the fairway, but before that, from the first cut of rough, the semi-rough down the right-hand side, Sam Burns sends his up, responding in a moment of crisis, and that's a good shot from Burns. Pin high inside Shane Lowry. He's put it to 12 feet.
Yeah, really good shot there, coming across the edge of this green. Quite awkward to get it close on the angle, so he couldn't have done a whole lot better there.
So McIlroy now, who has been brilliant. Birdies at 16 and 17. This match all square, right at the end of a dramatic first day at the Ryder Cup, and he sends it up towards this green, lands on the putting surface, spins back, and his is the closest. He's put it to 10, 11 feet.
And it's on the exact same line of Shane Lowry, so he's going to get a read off of Shane's first putt, so advantage Europe.
Wowee, so the players will trudge up. Poor old Cantlay will be playing his shot from the bunker that is deep to the right of the green, but it's all about Burns versus Lowry and McIlroy here now, isn't it?
Well, you would think so, but match play, you always have to think of or expect the unexpected. So it's I remember looking at that bunker on the practice before the tournament started, and it is brutal down there. It's a massive deep bunker with some thick rough around the edges, so you would think it is, but you never quite know.
You've played in a tumultuous atmosphere of an away Ryder Cup. How do you keep your emotions in check? How do you stay in the moment?
Well, I mean, that's what you do as a professional golfer. Every week you have to try and maintain your emotions.
But every week isn't like this.
It's not like this, but it's the same thing. You stick with your same routines, trying to just stay in the moment, and when you get distracted, you have techniques to try and pull yourself back in, whether it's breathing or just looking up in the sky, thinking of something else. But the key thing is when it is your turn to go, you're absolutely focused and you don't let anything distract you. And everybody's got their own techniques to try and do that, and these guys are the best at that.
The players have arrived. They're just repairing their pitch marks. They are getting themselves ready to take their putts. But before that, Patrick Cantlay disappears down into the sand, and we can just see the very top of his cap, and he just climbs up the face of the bunker and peers over the ledge. He's only got three and a half paces of green to work with here. He's got to get it elevated really sharply to get it up and over the lip and then onto the green, and when it lands on the green it just then trundles down the slope. He's addressing the ball now. We can see his cap, we'll see the swish of the club, because he'll take a full backswing here, wide open face to that sand wedge, and now he's ready to go. The ball emerges, lands on the green, and it hopped and it danced around the hole, and just for a moment you thought, oh, that could disappear. Great shot. He's put it to 3.5, 4 feet.
Just waiting for that second hop to disappear in the hole from our angle. It was perfectly level with the hole, but just missed on the right. But it's a really good golf shot, and doesn't really change anything now for Sam Burns. He's going to have to wait for Shane Lowry to see where he lands.
Lowry next to play. He's just tapping down a spike mark or a pitch mark, getting things ready. And as you said, McIlroy on exactly the same line, so he's had to actually move his marker, and Cantlay's on exactly the same line, and he's moving his marker as well. And actually, one moved the marker to the left, the other moved the marker to the right, and that basically says to me, hit it between the markers and you're not going to be very far away.
Got a little gateway. I don't really think there's a whole lot on this. It's slightly back up the hill, and they know where the flags were in practice, so they've hit this putt, so they're going to know exactly what it's going to do. Again, 3 great looks at it, but 2 is better than 1.
The end of day 1 of the 45th Ryder Cup here at Bethpage Black on Long Island in New York. Europe taking the first 2 of the afternoon 4 balls, the Americans the third, and this, the final one in the balance. The score overall, Europe 5, the United States 2. It's been a great day, whatever happens for Europe, but it could turn into one of their greatest days if things go well here. And that would certainly be the case if Lowry holds this putt, sends it on its way towards the hole, needs to keep rolling, does keep rolling, but then the brakes come on and he goes down on his haunches in frustration. He really fancied that, and it just dribbled to the left, and I think Rory McIlroy would have rather just given it a fraction more, even if it didn't go in, just to see what the ball does around the hole.
Yeah, it was bang on line, but it was just lacking in pace, and it's now fed off. And now the awkward thing about that is that's not the pace that Rory's going to be hitting his putt on, so hopefully that hasn't thrown him off his read.
Now this now means that Sam Burns, if he holds this, the Americans can't be beaten in this match, and McIlroy would have to hole his for the half. So this is what, 12 feet, should we say?
Yeah, 12 feet. Pretty straight, slightly up the hill, nothing really to worry about pace-wise. Just going to be trying to focus on hitting a good stroke and staying in position, letting it roll all the way into that hole.
The last 90 minutes of this match has been unrelenting tension and drama. What's left? What's left? What's the final twist? Burns looking for birdie and misses to the right edge, and now the man of the moment, Rory McIlroy, and he is ready to go. Now, I didn't see him put his marker back, did you?
I didn't, but I'd like to think he has.
No one's saying anything.
No, I was actually just focused on Sam Burns' putt that rolled as it lost pace. It went to the right, and I was trying to see at what point it dove to the right, so I'm not quite sure, but it seems like everyone else is pretty happy with it.
Well, likewise, I just want to put it out there that I didn't see. That doesn't matter if it happened. But anyway, I'm sure it did. And this to win, this for 6-2, this for one of Europe's greatest days at the Ryder Cup in the United States. And McIlroy is the only person here who can't see or hear these lone shouts that are coming from the crowd. He's ready, and he sends it on its way, heading towards the hole, and it misses to the left, and he tosses his putter into the air in frustration. The caps come off, and it's a halved match, and I think that's the right result. It's been drama all the way. It deserved a crowning moment, but we didn't quite get it. An honourable half, a really, really good effort from all concerned, and a fine, fine day for Europe. They end it leading by 5.5 points to 2.5.
Yeah, it was a great battle, backwards and forwards, and whilst it was 2 against, one-on-one for a large part of it, the other guys played their part, and at the end I thought Rory was just going to come through and finish with 2 birdies, but a tie is a great result, and what a great day for Europe.
Really fantastic, Mark. 3-point advantage away from home after day one. They'll be thrilled to bits with that. Could have been half a point better, but not to be.
What an 18 holes they have put out, Cantlay and Burns and McIlroy and Lowry. And the one thing I would just say at the end of that is, Ian, it was a few hours ago that we were back here together watching Patrick Cantlay win that foursome that he was in at the bottom of the first set of matches that were out today. So he's gone 18 holes twice today.
Yes, yeah, full 36. So I'm just getting myself in position here to be able to try and get a chat with the two players. Yeah, I can go. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. Rory, Shane, I'm just going to grab the microphones there. Mixed feelings, I'm sure, at the end of that, Rory, but what a hell of a match.
Yeah, no, it was great. Absolute honour to partner with this man again and get out there, and we got half a point. Obviously right now disappointed I didn't hold that for a full point, but it's been a great day for Europe. We've come out of the gates really strong like we wanted to, and we should be really proud of ourselves.
Shane, that's the key thing, isn't it? Overall, the situation for Europe is fantastic, away from home on day one.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously Rory and I feel like we could have got a full point there. But you just have to sit back and look at the positives. Great day for Europe, great start, exactly what we wanted. We would have taken your hand off for this morning on the first tee. So, a lot of work done, but a lot more to do over the next 2 days.
Rory, it got lively out there this afternoon. What was it like to play in that atmosphere?
Yeah, I mean, what we sort of expected, it was rowdy and lively, and they made it difficult for us. But I felt like Shane and I, we handled that really well and dug in and, made some good swings and good putts when we needed to.
Well, congratulations on what was a great match. Commiserations on not quite getting the result you wanted. Thanks, guys. Rory McIlroy and Shane Lowry there as they head off to do their television duties.
Katrina Matthew alongside me. Ollie Wilson will be alongside Ian as well somewhere at some point, and Sean McKeel is with us as well. I mean, Rory's got nothing to be disappointed about, has he, given how he's played both morning and afternoon?
Absolutely not. I mean, he held great putts there in 16 and 17. Absolutely, he's going to be disappointed. He had the chance on the 18th to get that full point, but when he looks back in it in maybe 10-15 minutes, he'll feel a bit better. He played great today.
It wasn't as if he missed one from 2.5 feet at the end.
No, I mean, I was out with him this morning, and I thought that was one of the best rounds of golf I've seen between two players in alternate shot. I mean,
him and Tommy.
Oh, yeah. They played extremely well. And I didn't get to see much of the second match, but yeah, what an opportunity he had there. But the Americans really needed a half point, and it's slipping away quickly.
It's still a lead that Luke Donald would have snapped your hand off for at the end of the first day, isn't it? 5.5, 2.5.
100%. If someone had said to him, we'll give you 5.5, 2.5, and you don't need to play, he'd have snapped your hand off and taken that. I mean, anytime away from home, I mean, you just seen they haven't once, and no teams have won for 20 years away from home. So, I mean, 5.5, 2.5 lead after the first day, it's a dream start.
It really is. The team leading at the end of day one has gone on to win the last 5 Ryder Cups. That dates back to 2012 in Medina when USA were 5-3 up at the end of day one. Europe have gone on to win the last 6 times that they have led after day one. So that's 2002, 2004, 2006, 2014, 2018 and 2023. And last time, as they blare the music out here, Ian, that they led after day one and went on to lose was 1999. Their first lead in America after day one since 2004. I hope all those numbers and all those stats don't curse it, but it just highlights what they have done today.
And it highlights what we were saying in the build-up, Mark, the importance of the foursomes to get off to that start. It gave Luke Donald the license to play everyone. Everyone has been blooded. Europe have built a really, really good lead here, away from home. 3 points ahead after the first day. with all the hype that was coming, I think it's going to be super lively tomorrow. It really is. And America will be trying to rally themselves. But I think very quietly and very calmly, Luke Donald will feel very, very satisfied. He knows the statistics bear out that that's the start that was needed to give a great probability of a successful defence of the trophy. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. But he'd have snapped your hand off for that at the start of the day.
I came back several times during both sessions to us, Ollie, at the range, watching them yesterday. And you coming away from that saying, talk to a few people, watch them. You thought there was a real steel and a real belief about them. And I think at times today, even when it might have got tricky and they had to dig in a little bit, they did.
There was lots of that, but what I saw was in the reactions when they did something big, they didn't actually celebrate as much as I sort of expected them to do that. And I think that's just showing the underlying confidence that's within this team.
Alex Noren live with John Murray.
Yes, we can get a word from the captaincy department, Alex, if you like. What a day that was for Europe.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I'm so proud of the guys to come out here and play like that. It's amazing to see. That's what I was looking forward to the most, to play under these conditions and do what they did.
The plan coming together, and I know it's only the end of the first day, but the plan coming together in Italy was one thing, brilliant. But for the plan to come together thus far in America is a different thing, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, we got a long ways to go, but I think it was a great first day. I'm super excited for tomorrow, and like I said, it's how they played today and how this last match turned out. That's what we're looking forward to.
Lovely. I'll let you get back into the team room. Thanks, Alex.
Yeah, I've just bumped into Robbie Fowler on the 18th green as we're walking up. What do you say to me? What a day that was.
Oh, it's brilliant. I think, if you just woke up this morning and said you're going to be leading by 3 points on the first day, you're taking it all day. I love today. Largely quiet in the morning. A few little sporadic cheers in the afternoon from the American crowd. So, Europe have kept it quiet, which has been a brilliant day for us, isn't it?
Is this your first Ryder Cup in America?
Yes, it's my first Ryder Cup.
Wow.
So it's not a bad start, is it? long may it continue.
I've asked some of our golfers on our team as well, and you, at the level that you have played in, the goals you have scored, the trophies you competed for, the penalties you've taken, do you marvel at what those golfers do on both sides?
Yes, I've been lucky enough to play close hand with them as well, and obviously you know that there's a pressure situation in terms of what they're doing now, and I admire sportsmen anyway because they work hard at the job, and they're unbelievable, you take your hats off to them because they're incredible, aren't they?
Are you here tomorrow, here Sunday?
I'm here tomorrow, yes. I've got to go home though. I missed my daughter's birthday, so the wife's not too happy.
Right, if Europe's still leading the end tomorrow, you're going to try and wangle an extra day?
You know what, I'm looking forward to getting home. I'll watch the final on the television, so you can probably see a bit more there, can't you?
You can actually. Or listen on the radio, Robbie.
And that as well. Yeah. And that. So, but what you can watch it, but listen to the radio.
You're on brand. See you soon, Robbie. Thank you. Robbie Fowler with us on 5 Live Sport. Meanwhile, the rest of the team have disappeared up a hill. For people listening, and they'll be with us until a half hour, and then we're finishing today. When do we find the next lot out?
They've got an hour now to come up with their pairings for tomorrow. Same sequence of matches, foursomes in the first session, 4 balls in the afternoon. I would think the captains will have a very good idea of what they're going to do, but clearly Keegan Bradley's got an awful lot more to think about than Luke Donald, in the sense that he's got to turn the initiative and the momentum in the opposite direction.
What, from his point of view, and when he's looking at his American troops, Cantlay and Young are the 2 biggest positives for him?
I would say they've been the 2 standouts. I think Young, without a doubt, is going to play tomorrow morning. He's still going to put Scheffler out again, world number 1. You've got to hope he's going to hole a few more putts, but I think he'll mix up some of his foursome pairings definitely for tomorrow.
Would you put Scheffler out again first thing tomorrow morning? You wouldn't rest him tomorrow?
No, I'd put him out again. He's just too good a player. You just never know. That back nine, I was watching his match this afternoon, and he was starting. He holed a couple of putts there in the last couple of holes. So, yeah, you can't not play him.
The big thing is, Mark, isn't it? And we said it again in the preview programme, the build-up. Your big players have to deliver. You know, McIlroy has put 1.5 points on the board. Scheffler's put 0 points on the board. DeChambeau, 0 points on the board. Schauffele has delivered in the morning, but didn't play in the afternoon. So, you know, that's where the difference lies. The big guns haven't delivered for America. They have for Europe.
Do you think, Ollie, as well, that at times today we really saw the experience? And by that I mean the number of matches that European players have played in at Ryder Cups, the number of Ryder Cup appearances, really. Europe are double. Europe are 32 compared to the Americans, 15. And they're over double when it comes to just Ryder Cup matches played in, 120 something compared to 56 for the States. There's an experience there.
There is an experience there, but it's hard to say because, you know, the European team just played really well. I think putting was probably the difference. You look at someone like Scottie Scheffler, and over 4 days you'd fancy he's going to come into his own. As some say, you can't imagine he's going to come. If he plays both matches tomorrow, you fancy he's going to do a lot better than he did today. And he played okay, he just didn't hole anything. But the US rookies, I think, will be out in the morning a little bit more because they are tailor-made to the foursomes. They're great ball strikers, and they'll be pumped and ready to try and go at some points.
I think the biggest thing I noticed today was I think they really got into that message Luke Donald was telling them, that not to react to the crowd. You never saw them reacting to a crowd. I mean, I would say the crowd was actually way better than I was expecting, but there was still shouting and different things, but they tend to just look at each other and start laughing. There was no kind of shushing of the crowd or getting the crowd. That was the biggest thing I think I took away from today.
I was really surprised at the crowd. I really thought they'd be digging into the European team a lot more than they did, and there was a few shouts in our game, but nothing to really take your attention away from the golf. But the thing was the European reaction. They were very calm and collected, and it was almost expected. And I think that's something they've probably worked on leading into here, so they don't rile up the crowd as well.
And Sean McKeel, what they also did, the Europeans, was, you know, they lost the first hole of the first match of both sessions today, and they shut that down very quickly. They didn't allow the momentum to build, really. There was probably this afternoon maybe an hour and 20 where Europe didn't win a hole, and you thought, well, maybe something's building here, but the Americans didn't put their foot down and foot to the pedal there either.
You know, there were just too many misplayed iron shots. I've kind of said that ad nauseum today, but the one thing I took away from the American play was particularly their iron game. I mean, the course is wide. They hit plenty of fairways. They lagged the ball well. They got the ball up and down if they missed the green. They just didn't have enough close birdie putts. And, you know, particularly in four ball, you have to have birdies. You have to put a score on the board. Alternate shots, kind of a different animal. And we watched Rory and Fleetwood shoot 5 under, which was an amazing round of golf. But you know, look, getting off to a good start, got the crowd riled up, and they go, here we go, and then all of a sudden, the European team tamed that pretty quick. So I was really impressed with the way the European team handled the crowd. Everyone's right. You know, there wasn't a whole lot of shouting. It was a pretty benign crowd, very respectful for the most part. We heard some stuff at the end, but the bottom line is, the European team just played better golf, and that's why they're here.
Katrina, I'd be fascinated to know your take now. What will Luke Donald be thinking with such a successful combination this morning in the foursomes? Does he go with the same pairings and just shuffle up the order and keep Keegan Bradley guessing?
I'd be surprised if he didn't go with the three that won. He might switch up the other one. But yeah, I think he'll go with the three that won and switch up the other one a little bit.
Hovland and McIntyre didn't play this afternoon. They were the ones who lost this morning. I saw them. They weren't brilliant, but they were dogged, and they took it all the way to the 18th against a very good pairing in Schauffele and Cantlay. So, a tricky one.
Yeah, maybe he might put McIntyre and Rose out again. Successful in Rome. Yeah. You know, Rose go and play foursomes tomorrow morning. I think Bob, from the little bit I saw this morning, seemed to play pretty well, had a lot of good shots.
What he has, though, I mean, is he has a lot of options, doesn't he, with the way it has gone for them?
He has a lot of options, and a lot of people playing well, which is great, but I would be really surprised not to see Rosie playing in the foursomes. He's got the experience, he's playing well, and his game suits foursomes, so I think he definitely could come in.
Right, the sun is started to set here at Bethpage Black in New York at the end of the first day of the 45th Ryder Cup, and Europe got off to a flyer this morning in the foursomes as they won that 3-1, and then this afternoon in the four balls it was 2.5 hang on, what was it, 1.5 2.5 to Europe. So at the end of the first day, Europe finished with 5.5, the USA with 2.5. We expect tomorrow morning's foursomes to be announced at midnight UK time, I think. Ish, says Ian Carter. Sometime in the next half hour, 40 minutes or so, you will hear those on 5 Live when they are announced. You'll be able to catch them on the BBC Sport website as well. There are highlights of the first day here at Bethpage Black on BBC television at midnight. You'll be able to watch those on the iPlayer as well. And we are underway tomorrow morning. What time does it get underway tomorrow morning?
10 past 7.
10 past 7 here in New York. So we'll be on air as normal, as it's a Saturday, with Saturday's 5 Live Sport at midday as we combine the golf and all the days of the sport, including the football and, of course, the Women's Rugby Union World Cup final, live from Twickenham between England and Canada. What a day today. Tomorrow promises even more. It's time for the latest BBC News. Here's Stuart Clarkson.